Chapter 181. The paper mill in Huacheng hasn't had time to move the machines, mainly because the heavy snow blocked the roads. With the recent rise in temperature, Jiang Minglang put this matter on the agenda, asking Bai Yang and Lao Sheng to go there to see if the items inside are still intact and haven't been destroyed. The factory building is half collapsed by the snow, and the production workshop is flooded. I don't know if the machines can still be used. After returning, the two were discussing this with Jiang Minglang and Bai Li when a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Second Grandma, I'm looking for my sister. Is she there?" It was Bai Hua. Since returning from the west, Bai Li has either stayed home or wandered south to Pingjiang. The heavy snow and low temperatures caused the entire Pingjiang area to freeze over. Even after the snow melted, the water here didn't thaw. The daring Chi-Chi even secretly brought Gigi and Yu here to go ice skating, but Cheng Xian scolded them both afterwards. After all, there's a giant python hiding in there. Even though pythons hibernate in winter, what if they wake them up and they force their way out? Who's to say, even though they can't skate, the little ones still enjoy coming here, even just to look and tread on the ice. Because it didn't snow much here before, even when it did, it melted as soon as it hit the ground, and the river had never frozen this thick. Sucheng was even worse. The light snow that did fall was almost like rain, and it never lingered. So Bai Li talked to Cheng Xian and stopped them, and they followed them every time they came. Thus, since her return, she only seen Bai Hua once, when she stopped her in Yunqi village on her way back from Pingjiang. They didn't say much at the time, mainly because they could hear the complaints in her voice, and Bai Li didn't want to pay any attention to her. She had a brother, so she didn't want to bother with this idiot. Bai Hua wasn't shameless either. She saw she wasn't interested, so she stopped coming to see her. So what was wrong with him today? Why did he come looking for her? Bai Yang gave his sister a look, and Bai Li understood, getting up and heading out the door. The old lady wanted to cook some salted edamame, and Junyu had thoughtfully helped her to get a bunch of them started. He had just brought a large bundle, and was sitting in the sun by the door, chatting with the old lady while deftly picking the tender green pods. He really enjoyed helping her to get started, and his sweet words made him very popular with the adults in Yunqi village and Baiguan. The only thing was that he was a bit of a homebody, and he was very reluctant to leave Yunqi village. It was clear that the trauma of his previous wanderings had not yet subsided. "Wow, second grandma, so many edamame, all freshly grown?" Bai Hua looked at the edamame with envy. Although he had plenty of food and drink back home and had fruit, there weren't many fresh vegetables. They were all the rewards his brother got from the greenhouses while patrolling the North Expressway intersection. But he didn't always ask for fresh greenhouse vegetables. Mostly, he asked for toilet paper, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, or clothes for the two children. Woodwa's clothes could be exchanged, but Cece's didn't need to be exchanged at all, because he could just pick up small ones for Chi-Chi to wear. It had been that way before the apocalypse. After all, Lizzie had a good relationship with her sister-in-law, and every season, she would send her the small clothes that Chi-Chi outgrew. So she thought her brother was really wasteful. But then again, even if he could exchange vegetables from the greenhouses every day, it wouldn't be as good as those created by a supernatural being. She had said so, figuring second grandma would definitely ask her to take some with her when she left. Unfortunately, the old lady seemed oblivious to her meaning. She merely smiled and asked about her health, her words full of concern, but she didn't mention the edamame at all. Just then, Bai Li emerged from the open door, and she hurriedly stood up to greet her. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Look, why can't I talk to you if it's nothing? We haven't had a proper chat since I came back." "Chat?" Bai Li looked at Bai Hua meaningfully, smiled, and nodded. "Okay, let's chat then." She raised her hand, pointed to the path leading to the Baiguan training ground, and said, "Let's go for a walk over there." Bai Hua turned her head and stared at the unfamiliar field, which hadn't been there before, stunned. She knew her brother now woke up at 5:30 every morning, almost without fail, his self-discipline astonishing. She told her niece, Duo, that she was coming to her uncle's training ground for training. "So, this is it?" The path to the side was the track they used for their morning runs. Bai Li pointed to the specially marked area and said, "Ever since your uncle and aunt passed away, your brother has been coming here every morning to train. You know best what he was like before. He never stand if he could sit, and never sit if he could lie down. Working? No way. I remember when he was in college, his aunt washed his underwear. But now, every morning, from the moment he opens his eyes, he starts training, chopping wood, turning the soil, patrolling. If there's work around the house, he does it first. If there's no work, he looks for work outside. He's never idle. Anyone can see that he's working hard to support your family, and to provide a good life for his sister-in-law, Duo, and Cece. Now that you're back, you should understand that your brother has placed you under his wing. The implication was, don't be foolish again and disappoint your brother. She had originally prepared some tricks for Bailey, but after hearing her rare, lengthy speech in front of her, she was momentarily stunned, unsure what to say. Bailey wasn't in a hurry, waiting for her to digest what she had just said. After walking around the track once, he stopped, turned around, and said, "What do you want to ask me?" "Go ahead." Such straightforwardness, just. Very Bailey. This person has been like this since she was little. When she's unhappy dealing with someone, she either asks directly or ignore them and go home. When she was little, her peers thought she was eccentric and didn't want to play with her. She was the only one who stuck by her, never abandoning her. Back then, she strangely envied her personality, even to the point of being lawless enough to fight with others. Because no matter what she did, her uncle, her aunt, her grandfather, and her grandmother stood by her, protecting and pampering her. Even if she made a mistake, their scoldings were as gentle as water. So what's wrong with not having a mother? Without a mother, she's still loved and cared for by so many people. But what about her? It seemed like her family didn't discriminate against boys. In reality, whenever something good came along, her mother would give it to her brother first, and only then would her father, who would split it equally, trying to be as even-handed as possible. But was it really that even-handed? It wasn't. It never had been. What? Don't you want to ask again? Seeing her silent for a long time, her expression constantly changing, Bailey wondered what she was thinking. She opened her palm in front of her, and a tiny, thin piece of green ivy twisted and grew longer and thicker, finally wrapping itself around her arm. Before Bai Hua's eyes widened, it crawled over her like a snake. Ah! Bai Hua couldn't help but step back and scream. Only after hearing Bai Li's chuckle did she realize she was just teasing her. But this was the first time she'd seen her superpowers, and while she was curious, she was also a little uneasy. Bai Li said calmly, "Didn't you hear Bai Xingye talk about my superpowers? Aren't you curious? Since you're curious, wouldn't it be better if I showed it to you?" Bai Hua's face paled. She opened her mouth. He also heard about it from others. He heard about it from others? Bai Li lowered her hand, summoning Luo back to herself, and said coldly, "Then do you know that my superpowers are probably known to no more than 10 people in Kyoto? Do you understand what I mean? It's a secret. If Bai Xingye were an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't know. Bai Hua, use your not-so-smart brain and think about it. Who were they targeting when they told him this news? Let me tell you again. How did they do it? I know I have special abilities, because someone once tried to kidnap me to threaten Jiang Minglang. Let me tell you again, if Jiang Minglang and I go to Kyoto, our whole family will definitely go too. With our abilities, we can survive anywhere. But do you know what would become of Yunqi village without us protecting it? Would your brother and sister-in-law, Duo, and Cece be able to survive? Have you thought about these questions? If not, you can go back and ask your brother and sister-in-law. Who protected Yunqi village during the last heavy rain when the animals went crazy? And what about the daily patrols in and around the village? Without my Luo and the people who come here for Jiang Minglang, would they be able to live safely and peacefully?" She raised her hand and pointed at the surrounding wall. "When I'm here, the green ivy can protect Yunqi village. When I'm not here, they're just green ivy. Do you understand?" Bai Hua's face turned even paler. Her lips trembled as she looked at Bai Li, feeling as if she was being seen through and through. After a long pause, she whispered, I didn't mean to do anything. It's not that you didn't mean to do anything, it's that you didn't have time to do it. Bai Li stepped forward and stared into her eyes. If you had done something, do you think I could still speak to you so calmly today? Ah. What are you doing? Bai Hua's eyes widened in horror, and she stood there, not daring to move. She couldn't understand why the snake-like green radish had suddenly appeared and clung to her neck, when it had been on her arm. Bai Li looked at her expressionlessly. What are you afraid of? I just want to tell you, my green radish has drunk a lot of blood. So, if you ever do something treacherous, I won't care that you're my cousin, it'd still pierce your neck. So, Bai Hua, don't even think about trying to contact Bai Xingye again. I can tell you this. If you meet him again, you and he will both be dead. Bai Hua stared at her in disbelief, his face pale. This made Bai Li irritated. She scoffed, after the apocalypse, you were rescued by Bai Xingye. Did you live in the castle? I brought Chi-Chi back from Sioux City alone, and I killed countless people along the way. So, as an adult, what right do you have to blame your family for not looking for you? Are you unable to run, or can't lift a knife? Look at Chi-Chi and his friends. They always carry knives when they go out. That's not a toy, it's a real sword. Finally, Bai Hua walked out of the white orchard shivering. She didn't know how she got home, only by Li's words repeating in her ears, "If you meet Bai Xingye again, you'd both be corpses." She said that if she did anything that would make others too embarrassed to take action for her sake, then she would be the one to take her life. If it had been a simple threat, she might have scoffed and refused to believe it. But when that strange green ivy wrapped around her neck, the icy touch not only made her scalp tingle, but it made the blood rush backwards through her body. At that moment, she had no doubt that Bai Li could take her life. She was either threatening her or warning her. If she dared to do anything that disobeyed Yinchi village, she would be reduced to a corpse. Bai Hua returned to her room, sat on her bed, and covered her face. Why had this happened? After being rescued by Bai Xingye, she revealed her identity and was soon taken to his home. While her parents and siblings treated her mediocrely, her grandfather treated her well. He first asked about her and her family, then inquired about her grandfather and second grandfather. Of course, he also asked about her great-grandfather, but she didn't mention it. Because her great-grandfather and great-grandmother passed away so young, she never even met them. However, she knew that their young passing was because, after handing over the Bai family's antiques and assets, they were accused of hoarding other things and not handing over everything. Beatings became a daily occurrence, and eventually, their bodies were worn out. The couple passed away, leaving behind her grandfather and second grandfather, who were still very young. But Bai Xingye's grandfather couldn't be told about this, since his father was the one who started it. But Bai Hua believed that the elders' grudges belonged to the elders, and had nothing to do with them, the younger generation. Bai Xingye had saved her life, so wouldn't that offset the past grudges? But her brother, Bai Li, and Bai Yang clearly disagreed. They were very repulsive to Bai Xingye. Her brother had previously offered Bai Xingye a reward, but he hadn't accepted it, and simply left. Bai Hua always felt guilty, as if she owed him something. Just recently, while she was out carrying firewood, a man in camouflage uniform passed by and quickly slipped a letter into her pocket. The letter was from Bai Xingye, asking how she was doing since returning home and whether she had been scolded by her brother because of him. He said he was very sorry. He had thought they were family, and returning home was a natural thing, but he hadn't expected her brother and his family to have forgotten their branch and didn't want to accept them. Yes, Bai Xingye was talking about forgetting, not about the past grudges between ancestors. Finally, he got to the point, saying that his grandfather was old, and in this apocalyptic world, with no medical facilities and little else, he wondered how much longer he could hold on. If he couldn't return to Yinchi village, he asked her to write him about the village's situation, so that the old man could find some comfort and a place to think. He then asked Bai Li about her, saying he was simply curious. Were the cousins with based abilities truly that powerful? Had she seen them with her own eyes? She had, but she preferred not to. Chapter 182. Just eat your meal. Why are you daydreaming? Bai Wei returned from patrol today, having exchanged a small pot of soybean oil and a bottle of vinegar from Li Nan. Seeing his two children happily enjoying their stir-fried spicy cabbage, his fatigue melted away. But then, he saw his sister poking at her bowl of noodles with her chopsticks, not picking up any vegetables, her head bowed in silence. He couldn't help but frown, wanting to scold her, but his wife kicked him under the table and glanced at the two children. Bai Wei felt helpless. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. He said slowly, "Bai Hua, if you have something on your mind, you can talk to me after dinner. But for now, please respect the noodles in your bowl. Even though we don't have to worry about food and drink now, we have to eat less of the rice and flour we have at home until the fields are replanted. Even if we do, the harvest won't necessarily be the same as before. Haven't you seen him always eat until he's 60% to 70% full?" Wen Ting did the same. Although the family had plenty of food, the two children were still growing, and they planned to save more of this normal amount of rice and flour for them. But when Bai Hua came back, she didn't restrict her. She ate as much as she wanted. I thought she would cherish it, but unfortunately. Not to mention the people you saw all the way back from Kyoto. Just look at those people crowding at the gates of Pengcheng every day. Every one of them is as thin as a refugee. I can't eat so much. I give you half. Bai Hua was impatient to listen to her brother's nagging. It's not that she didn't understand what he was saying, but she was worried today and really couldn't eat. He took out half of the noodles, ate the remaining half in a few bites, put down the bowl, and left the kitchen. "Dad, my aunt went to see my eldest aunt today. Duo took her younger brother to Baiguoyan to see the lambs in the afternoon, and happened to see two ants standing on the training ground. She is 2 years older than Chi-Chi, and girls are already precocious, so when they see their worried ant follow her. When the eldest ant was together, she instinctively looked at her a few more times. When she saw green radish sprouting from her eldest ant's hand, her heart suddenly rose to her throat. She was not afraid, but excited. Was she excited that her eldest ant was finally going to beat her aunt? Since her aunt came back, the atmosphere at home has been different from before. She used to like her aunt very much, but now, although she still likes her now, she doesn't like that her aunt always quarrels with her father. Her father is always so angry with her that he can't do anything to her. She looked aggrieved and panicked. It would be nice if her eldest aunt could beat her hard, just like she used to beat her father. What a pity. Thinking that her eldest aunt didn't take action in the end, Duo couldn't help but sigh regretfully in her heart. Bai Wei didn't take this too seriously. Ever since Bai Hua returned, she'd been wanting to see Li Ji. She'd been trying to stop him, because she didn't want to let him know she'd been away. Of course, the excuse was to prevent her from telling her second grandfather about Bai Xingye's family's return, fearing he'd get angry again. After Li Ji returned, she didn't see her much, mainly because she didn't seem to care. This also explained why she hadn't seen him the previous time she'd gone. Now, she's looking for him again, so he's so down tonight. Was he scolded by Li Ji? Or was he beaten? Did you see your aunt get physical? No. Why did my daughter sound so regretful? The couple exchanged glances and turned their heads simultaneously. The little girl blinked, thinking they didn't believe her, and nudged her brother with her arm. Cece saw it too. Auntie really didn't hit her. But I think it would be better to give Auntie a beating. If Auntie was willing to hit her, it means she wants to discipline her and isn't willing to give up on her. But not? Cece, who had finally swallowed her noodles, followed up. No, but Auntie was terrified. Not terrified yet, Bai Wei pondered for a moment. After dinner, he and Wenting cleared the dishes and boiled some hot water for the children and himself to wash. After finishing everything, he went to Bai Hua's room and pulled a chair next to her desk. Seeing that she ignored him and just sat there on the bed, he couldn't help but frown again. What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're still thinking about Bai Xingye and his family. I'm telling you, Bai Hua, strictly speaking, they owe our family 2 lives. You know how our great-grandfather and great-grandmother died, and since you saved you still owe us a life. Don't tell me the old generation's grudges have nothing to do with the younger generation. Bullshit! Without our great-grandfather and great-grandmother, would our family exist? We're lucky enough to have avoided settling scores with them. You're dreaming of returning to our ancestral home. Bai Hua looked up at her brother blankly. His discussion of Bai Xingye's family was similar to Lizzie's this afternoon. Although he didn't sound resentful, it was filled with genuine annoyance. Bai Wei looked at his sister, feeling incredibly disappointed. Our grandfather passed away so early. How do you think his body managed to survive? Isn't it because he's had to take care of second grandfather since he was little? If our great-grandfather and great-grandmother weren't dead, wouldn't it be our underage grandfather's turn to take care of second grandfather? Without his parents' protection, he'd have to take care of his younger brother. Isn't that right? Bai Hua was speechless. In the past, he always used his grandfather's kindness in raising second grandfather to ask him and his uncle to take good care of their family. But strictly speaking, there was no need for gratitude between brothers. Digging deeper, wasn't it Bai Xingye's great-grandfather who caused their family's fate? So does the Bai Xingye family really owe us 2 lives? More than 2, Bai Wei said coldly. Many of the antiques they took away back then have appeared at auctions abroad. And before that, our great-grandfather had clearly agreed with his brother to donate all the antiques, except for a few to keep, to preserve the Bai family. In the end, the items were gone, and naturally, the Bai family was also lost. The most unfair thing about our great-grandfather was that he was labeled a traitor because his brother had secretly taken the antiques abroad. So, Bai Hua, do you still think the grudges of the older generation have nothing to do with us? In fact, their grandfather had told them all these things when they were young, warning them that if another branch of the Bai family returned years later, they would drive them out and not allow them to enter the old house. But Bai Hua had obviously forgotten this memory. Besides her brother, Bai Li, and Bai Yang all remembered it. Tell me, what did you do? As siblings who grew up together, Bai Wei knew his sister's behavior was definitely more than just a fear of lychees. Brother, tell me, if I didn't do what Lizzie said, would she really kill me? Didn't do what she said? What were you going to do? Bai Wei focused on this sentence, his eyes fixed on Bai Hua. When she pursed her lips and didn't answer, he suddenly raised his voice and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Bai Hua was startled. She looked at her brother, whose face was filled with shock and anger, and who seemed to want to beat her up. She moved her butt towards the inside of the bed and said, I didn't think. Bai Hua, do you think your life is too comfortable now, and our family is pretty good? So you can't rest easy until you see the bodies of me, your sister-in-law, and Duo and Cici? Bai Hua's heart skipped a beat, and she shook her head like a rattle. No, I didn't think that. No, I didn't think that. What are you thinking about? Bai Xingye is asking about Ming Lang and Lizzie. Do you know what he's up to? Do you know that without them, everyone in Yunqi village might die? He practically shouted the last 4 words, then stood up and pointed out the window, addressing her word by word. While you were staying safe in the village, did you know what Jiang Minglang and his brothers were doing? They're patrolling the area around Yunqi village, within a 10 or 20 mile radius, and even in downtown Pingcheng, every day, eliminating any mutant animals that might get out of control. And south of Pingjiang Bridge, do you know what's going on there? I tell you, if it weren't for Lizzie Minglang and his brothers, our village would have been a dead village long ago. Bai Hua was finally frightened by her brother, her face pale as paper. But Bai Wei wasn't about to let her go. He wanted to find out what she was up to. If she didn't tell him. Bai Wei closed his eyes and said, if you don't confess, I have no choice but to expel you from Pingcheng and never let you come back. He couldn't bear the lives of an entire village. More importantly, he didn't want her to harm Lizzie and his second grandfather's family. Bai Hua's tears streamed down her face. She reached for the center drawer of her desk, pulled out a letter from the crack inside, and handed it to her brother. After I reminded Shi Shuang, every time Bai Hua went out, she would put on a hat and follow her from a distance. After dinner, Bai Yang slipped into his sister's room and told her and her husband about Bai Hua. Shi Shuang said, she doesn't leave Yunqi village very often, but when she does, she always seems to be observing the walls. She also wanders around the fields. Yesterday, she crouched beside Lang Hanyu and Du Gu, watching them drain the water. Her behavior seemed normal, but Shi Shuang had a feeling she was seriously studying Yunqi village. Seriously studying seemed okay, but she also felt something was wrong. However, by the time Shi Shuang began to stare at Bai Hua, she had already obtained the letter, so they had no idea a man had approached her. Until Bai Wei arrived at Baigui Garden late at night, and handed them the letter he had received from Bai Hua. He looked ashamed. Lizzie, I'm sorry. What does it have to do with you? Bai Li interrupted him, sighing, even if she is your sister, you are not her. But I have to make it clear to you in advance if she really... I deal with her. Bai Wei said without hesitation, you also said she is my sister. If she dares to betray Yunqi village and us, I will deal with her personally. Jiang Minglang glanced at him, and had to admit that he had really impressed his brother-in-law since his change of character. From the time Bai Hua received the letter and the person's attire, it could be determined that it was from Wei Lichuan's side. A truck arrived from Kyoto during those days, delivering supplies to them, accompanied by 11 people. So was this man one of his former subordinates, or one of those 11? Unfortunately, she didn't get a good look at his face before he disappeared. She only noticed that he was less than 1.80 meters tall, thin, and had a flat head. But this trait was all too common among Wei Lichuan. Even Wei Lichuan himself was less than 1.80 meters tall, and he was 1.78 meters tall, also with a flat head and a thin face. The letter instructed her to write her reply and leave it on September 8th, beneath a willow tree with a hemp rope tied to its trunk, by the Pingjiang River. The hemp rope was inconspicuous, and even if it was on the tree, most people wouldn't notice it. So, to find the traitor, Bai Hua's cooperation was needed. The next morning, when Wei Lichuan was on his daily patrol at Pingjiang Bridge, he encountered Jiang Minglang, who had come to check on the situation. The two stood by the bridge, their eyes fixed towards Pingcheng, seemingly analyzing the current danger level of Pingcheng after the rising temperature. In fact, they were indeed analyzing it. Across the river, Pingcheng, due to human intervention, had almost completely cleared the snow. What little remained was only accumulated in the wasteland. But Pingcheng, a city devoid of life, was completely different. From afar, it was still blindingly white. Apart from the snow, everything seemed buried beneath. Whether there were any living creatures, or what they were, was unknown. It seemed as if the heavy snow in Pingcheng had been piling up since the day the snow stopped, unmelting. Actually, it had melted, but it was simply too thick. It melted a little in the sun during the day, then froze back into ice at night, when temperatures dropped below zero. This ice was only getting thicker and harder to melt. Pingcheng, seemingly frozen in time, seemed a good sign, safe from danger. But Jiang Minglang and Wei Lichuan were feeling pessimistic. Pingcheng and the area south of it are heavily infected by the virus, and it hasn't been cleaned up yet. Once the ice melts completely, who knows what will emerge. Having experienced both extreme heat and cold, whether zombies or mutant animals, anything that survived would be no pushover. Unbeknownst to them, some survivors in Huacheng to the east and Songzhou to the west were organizing a force to enter Pingcheng. Everyone knew the city had become a dead city. At the time, an unknown virus had broken out in the city center. Even the sight of it from afar was terrifying, even without approaching. But now, with a heavy snowfall, they felt the virus had surely been frozen to death. Without the virus, the weather was still cold, and the mutant animals were few. Could they now go in and retrieve anything they hadn't managed to take from Pingcheng? Of course. No one was thinking of looking for food. Even if there was any, it would have been inedible long ago. They were looking for daily necessities, clothes, blankets, and other items they didn't need themselves, so they could trade them in Pingcheng. Although the gates were locked and wouldn't open, they had posted a notice outside, saying that food was welcome, they could trade. Some, desperate to survive, traded their cotton-padded clothes for steamed buns. Others traded pots and pans, toilet paper, glass bottles, even books, anything in good condition, worth reading. Many of these items had already been looted in Anqing and Huacheng, so the group set their sights on Pingcheng. Although it was largely surrounded by the Pingjiang River, the ice hadn't melted yet. Instead of taking a detour south, they could walk across the ice. So, unbeknownst to Jiang Minglang and Wei Lichuan, two groups, one from the east and one from the west, quietly entered Pingcheng, a city devoid of life. Chapter 183. On the afternoon of September 8th, Bai Miao, appearing calm but feeling nervous inside, arrived at the Pingjiang River. Following the instructions, she first found the old willow tree tied with hemp rope, then placed the letter in her pocket under a stone at its base. After placing it there, she glanced furtively around, her expression wary of letting others know she was doing something sinister, leaving Bai Li, standing in the distance, speechless. She asked Jiang Minglang beside her. Bai Xingye has been with her for over a year. If he's smart, he should understand how someone like Bai Hua could be a traitor. This letter is just a test, right? I think so too, Jiang Minglang nodded. Although I never met Bai Xingye, and don't know his exact personality, I imagine he's not too stupid. While Yunqi village doesn't allow outsiders in, it's not completely closed off. After all, there are so many villagers coming in and out every day, and they all know we have a good relationship with Old Wei. If one of his men has truly been bribed, it wouldn't be difficult to find out what's going on. In fact, there wasn't much to find out. It could be said that the most mysterious and unpredictable thing about Yunqi village, including the White Orchard, was the green ivy climbing the surrounding walls. Aside from a few special fruit trees in the White Orchard, fostered by the white lychees, there was nothing else. Even most of the fields were still bare. Although planting hadn't begun yet, villagers were clearing even the withered weeds to prevent them from becoming dangerous, taking them home to use as kindling. The weather was gradually warming, but because the land wasn't ready for planting yet, everyone was nervous. To suppress this anxiety, most people, besides constantly watering the fields, were also busy plowing the remaining unwatered land. Upon entering Yunqi village and gazing out over the fields, all I could see was a sea of yellow earth. That's all there is to say. So, Bai Xingye's tea-scented letter to Bai Hua was probably a test to see if Bai Hua, now home, could still be controlled by him. If so, he'd probably use her to contact the rest of the Bai family, and then try to get them back to Yunqi village. This was probably Bai Xingye's first step. As for the second step, it was definitely related to Jiang Minglang and Bai Li. The person behind him probably had their sights set on them as well. After placing the letter in the distance and about to turn and leave, Bai Hua was startled so hard she nearly jumped up. Ah! Help! She spun around in panic, unable to place the sound. Bai Li and Jiang Minglang were stunned, exchanged glances, and then looked towards Pingcheng, south of Pingjiang. There, the snow was still blanketed in white. It seemed there was no other color besides white. Separated from Pingcheng by a river, it felt like two different worlds. It came from Pingcheng. Jiang Minglang frowned. Someone sneaked into Pingcheng. The two emerged from their hiding place. Bai Hua, who had already been running like a rocket, immediately rushed over as if she had found a lifeline. Sister, just now. You go back first. After putting the letter away, whoever came to retrieve it was not their responsibility. Wei Lichuan's men would keep an eye on it. After all, if something went wrong with one of his men, it was his business. After Bai Hua left, the two did not immediately go to Pingjiang Bridge to check. Wei Lichuan's men were standing at the highest point of the bridge, observing the situation inside with binoculars. The screens vanished so quickly that the soldier crouching atop the bridge, telescope in hand, was unable to pinpoint their exact origin. But half an hour later, a glint of color appeared amidst the whiteness on the opposite side. Atop the highest peak, a large, scaly tiger stood. It glanced toward Pingjiang Bridge, then turned its head to the west. A tiger's head suddenly appeared in the telescope, its eyes staring back at him. The soldier on the bridge lurched and nearly fell off. Captain, there's a tiger. No, that tiger, the one that greeted Captain Jiang last year. What did they mean by greeted him? Jiang Minglang, who had just arrived, was speechless. He took the telescope from the young soldier and looked at the scaly tiger. Perhaps sensing something, the tiger turned its head and looked back. Although the distance was great, the tiger's eyes gave the impression of staring back through the lens. This is a ghost. Animal mutations are almost as advanced as human brains these days. Jiang Minglang didn't stare at it for long. Following the direction it had been looking, he jumped to the top of the bridge and looked carefully southwestward. Although blocked by buildings and trees, he could still faintly hear movement from that direction. He suspected that someone who had sneaked into Pingcheng was still alive, but they were afraid the noise would attract something, so they didn't dare to shout. Are you looking for death? It's clearly forbidden to enter Pingcheng, yet you're still going? Yes, from Pingcheng southward, including Secheng, all the way to Jiancheng, these 7 cities were marked as off-limits. Wei Lichuan had his men put up the signs, one every 20 meters. Even if you couldn't see one, could you not see the second one? He was stationed at Pingjiang Bridge, so the Pingcheng sign was even more prominent. Even so, he sneaked in. Wei Lichuan was furious. Even if he knew the people inside were still alive, he wouldn't have sent anyone in to rescue them. His men were human too. Why would they risk their lives to save a few unworthy people? An hour later, the soldier who had been keeping a close eye on the other side came running to report to Wei Lichuan and Jiang Minglang. A small, moving black dot had appeared in the snow across from Pingjiang Bridge. It was too far away to see clearly what it was. Jiang Minglang returned to the bridge. Perhaps because he was a sniper before, and with his gold-related abilities, his vision had improved significantly. The black dot that the young soldier couldn't see clearly was a person in his eyes. It seemed someone had escaped. The telescope showed that the man had come in well prepared, wearing a cotton hat and a black windbreaker. Although the ground was covered in snow, leaving pits wherever he stepped, his legs were still strong. He must be a person with supernatural powers. Half an hour later, the man in the black windbreaker ran onto the bridge. Help, help! Let me pass! The man ran to the foot of the high wall beside the bridge, panting and calling for help to the soldier squatting on the top. The soldier turned to look at Wei Lichuan. Seeing his captain nod, he leaped to the foot of the wall. Before the man could react, he had already carried him over the wall. With a few more leaps, he quickly crossed the bridge. The man barely had time to catch his breath before he was left behind, his legs giving way as he sat on the ground. How many people went in? What happened? The man looked up, stunned. The man questioning him was also wearing a military uniform with a star on his shoulder. He knew he was the leader here. He glanced at the tall man standing with him. For some reason, even though he wasn't wearing a uniform, just an ordinary down jacket, his upright posture gave him the same impression of someone in uniform. He had to be a leader too. He took a deep breath and said hurriedly, "There are 12 of us, and I'm the only one who escaped." Reporting to the leader, "We saw a lot of zombies in Pingcheng. So many, so densely packed that we can't count them. They're all frozen, but they're not dead." The man's eyes lit up with fear when he said this. Initially, they'd been excited to see the frozen zombies, believing them to be dead after turning into ice sculptures. One of his companions had even dared to hit the zombies on the head with a wooden stick, saying, "Let's see if this disgusting head will shatter into pieces like the ice." In the end, the zombie's head didn't shatter, but he became its food. The stick had helped knock the ice off the zombie's head, and because they were so close, the zombie stretched its neck and opened its mouth to bite off half of his face. That was the first bite, and the second bite immediately followed, biting off a piece of his head. Brain matter, blood, and minced flesh. The hot blood seemed to replenish the zombie's energy, allowing the body below the neck to break free from the ice that froze it, and pounce on the man, tearing and chewing him. The crackling sounds told them that the zombies before them were clearly different from those at the beginning of the apocalypse. Perhaps because of the stimulation of blood, the other zombies around them suddenly began to growl beneath the ice, each one clearly trying to break free. Frightened, they turned and ran. But in their panic, several of their companions accidentally bumped into zombies that resembled icicles. With a crackling sound of ice breaking, the zombies also emerged from the ice and rushed towards them. Having just emerged from the ice, the zombies were undoubtedly not as fast as they were, but who could have predicted that there were more beneath the snow? Hands reached out, one after another, grabbing their ankles. Except for him, who, thanks to his strength, managed to break free from the zombies' cold, icy grip. The others were tripped and fell to the ground, and before they could even get up, they were tackled by the zombies behind them. Leader, those frozen zombies are incredibly formidable. Seriously, their hands are like iron tongs. Look at my ankle, if you don't believe me, the man said, pulling up his right trouser leg and pulling his socks down to the very bottom, revealing a purple-red circle around his ankle. If he hadn't been wearing thick clothes, 2 layers of pants and 1 layer of socks, the gap would have broken the skin. No, the bone would have been exposed. Because that red color is broken skin. The man couldn't help but hiss as he looked at his ankle. To be honest, he hadn't expected it to be so formidable, considering he was still wearing cotton pants underneath. He showed it to the 2 leaders because his ankle was burning with pain, so painful that he couldn't even stand. Wei Lichuan and Jiang Minglang exchanged a glance, a solemn look in their eyes. Pingcheng is so close, and there are so many zombies. Once the ice completely thaws, there's no guarantee they won't come due to the popularity of this area. If a few artillery shells were to hit them, Wei Lichuan thought he should quickly apply to Kyoto and flatten those things before they completely melted. Where are you from? Where do you live? Leader, since you let me in, can you please not kick me out? I can work and I can farm. Please let me apply for a job with Mr. Li. No, I go back to where I came from. What a joke. I broke the rules and entered the forbidden area without permission, and I managed to survive, and you're still taking advantage of me. If people outside Pingcheng knew about this, wouldn't they follow suit? Besides, Li Nan wouldn't want someone so unruly. Wei Lichuan wouldn't interfere with Li Nan's request system. Whatever he needed, he would provide. Their garrison had worked hard to establish good relations with Captain Jiang and Li Nan. How could they let such a person ruin their relationship? He ignored the man's pleas and waved his 2 soldiers off. Although Jiang Minglang stood beside him, his eyes remained fixed on the magnificent tiger perched on the snowy summit opposite. When the man appeared, this spirited tiger remained calm and composed, showing no signs of predatory intent. Jiang Minglang was once again thankful that these mutated beasts were captive in the zoo, and their caretakers were likely very caring, so they hadn't shown any aggressive intent in the 2 encounters. This was a good sign. If possible, the area across from the zoo, centered on the zoo, could become the Tiger King's territory. Humans, don't encroach on it. Wei Lichuan certainly hoped so, at least for now. It was in everyone's best interest. But the question was, if they bombarded Pingcheng with artillery shells, would it scare the Tiger King? Would it mistakenly believe they were planning to attack Pingcheng and raze it to the ground? You apply first, and we talk later. Jiang Minglang stroked his chin, wondering if his son could communicate with the Tiger King if he came. His son was so smart, calling him the Dog King was a bit of an understatement. It would be great if he could also interact with tigers and wolves. Soon, word of the massive frozen zombies in Pingcheng reached Kyoto. Some people, drawing inferences from this, speculated that Kongzhou, Ningcheng, Cheng, Wucheng, Sicheng, and Jiancheng, south of Pingcheng, might also contain large numbers of zombies. These creatures, regardless of extreme heat or cold, seem to be invincible as long as their heads are still there. Not only that, the extreme heat and cold also cause them to escalate in a different way. What a nuisance. Thankfully, these cities were sealed off, and there were no survivors inside. Besides the animals, after over a month of continuous heavy snow, it's estimated that not many survived. But those that managed to survive would undoubtedly become stronger and more difficult to deal with. Even so, Wei Lichuan's application was rejected. His direct superiors agreed and even signed the application, but the superior leader overruled them. The reason was that the shells would directly impact the environment, worsening the water supply and environment in Pingcheng and the area south of it, potentially reaching an irreversible level. The superior also indirectly mentioned that Pingcheng was now considered an independent entity. If that was the case, then if Pingcheng, its neighbor, was in trouble, then the people of Pingcheng should cooperate with Wei Lichuan and find a way to eliminate the zombies in Pingcheng. When Wei Lichuan received the telegram, he almost laughed in anger. It was almost as if Jiang Minglang was directly ordered to find a way to deal with the zombies. But Jiang Minglang hadn't returned to the team and was no longer considered a soldier. Do you have any shame? Chapter 184. Wei Lichuan didn't immediately inform Jiang Minglang of the notice he had received, Nor did he blame his old leader. Without political commissar Xiao, his old leader was alone and struggling, and his situation was already difficult. He planned to send a small team into Pingcheng to investigate and gauge the situation. But before they could set off, Jiang Minglang arrived. A team stood under the bridge, ready to go, and it was obvious where they were going. Jiang Minglang raised an eyebrow and looked at Wei Lichuan. Rejected? In fact, he had expected this. Of course, he didn't feel that he had implicated old Wei. The inaction of certain people wasn't his fault. He came to discuss something with Wei Lichuan. There are so many people gathered at the North Expressway intersection every day. This isn't going to last. Old Li is a talented manager, but he's worried about some troublemakers sneaking in. I'd like you and Old Su to help him screen and select a few people to come in. Since Kyoto has no intention of intervening in Pingcheng, they should consider their next move. For a city, lack of manpower is currently the biggest problem. There's also the factory. Although Li Nan claimed he didn't have the manpower to open a factory, he still immediately found a location, a plastics factory not far from the thermal power plant. The factory is quite large. Besides the existing workshops and machinery, there are 3 empty warehouses, more than enough space for a paper mill. Since Huacheng and Pingcheng are close together, when recruiting, they plan to write, former paper mill employees are preferred. Wei Lichuan immediately agreed. Didn't Pingcheng say it was independent? Then let's show you how to do it. Okay, I do whatever you say. Wei Lichuan agreed readily, his tone hinting at impatience. Jiang Minglang understood immediately. It seemed that not only had Kyoto rejected him, but they had also said something to the effect that, while Old Wei hadn't completely broken off relations with them, he was already considering leaving. But he lowered his voice and reminded Wei Lichuan, talk to the old leader and see if he can find a way to transfer me here. Pingcheng isn't a small, 18th-tier city. I'm afraid that if we continue to struggle, someone will benefit. But if the old leader comes and legitimately becomes the head of the city, Old Li, and I won't have to worry about anything. Kyoto's distance was only preventing them from taking care of us, not that they couldn't deal with us. For example, sending a helicopter to drop a few artillery shells would wipe out all of Pingcheng. This was why Jiang Minglang didn't dare to completely break off relations with them. Seeing Wei Lichuan frown in thought, he added, just like how Jia was transferred to the western base, why not treat this area as a base as well? Can't the old leader do that? In terms of seniority, Jia couldn't compare to the old leader. But Pingcheng can't be compared to the western base. While that base is truly large, Pingcheng, strictly speaking, falls under the jurisdiction of Kyoto. However, because it's right next to the dangerous and precarious Pingcheng, officials don't plan to build a base there. They simply didn't anticipate Jiang Minglang settling here, and the unexpected addition of Li Nan, who established an agricultural base. To be honest, when Kyoto officials heard about someone developing an agricultural base in Pingcheng, they scoffed. After all, the 7 cities south of Pingcheng are severely polluted, and how to deal with them in the future hasn't been determined. Why not build an agricultural base somewhere else, right next to it? Crazy, right? Forget about the fact that it used to be an agricultural city. It's the end of the world, and everything is reshuffled, including the land. So in the end, they only sent a garrison of Wei Lichuan, with no other plans. Just like Yi City south of Jiancheng, the entire city had only 1 garrison, and no other survivors. When Jiang Minglang mentioned the man surnamed Jia, Wei Lichuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded solemnly, okay, I know how to tell my old boss. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. Yu Chumping was murdered in the base office, and his body was discovered by his old rival. That deputy base commander Li, as you know, is Commander Li's youngest son. He had a bad temper, and was young and hot-headed. Surrounded by Yu Qingping's men and the man surnamed Jia, he got angry and started a fight with them. I heard that the entire western base was nearly razed to the ground that day, and over half of their men were killed or wounded. Both the man surnamed Jia and the young man surnamed Li were injured and have been taken to Kyoto. The man surnamed Jia is older and doesn't have special abilities. I heard he might not survive this time. This news came yesterday, so Wei Lichuan hadn't had time to share it with Jiang Minglang. However, when he heard that Yu Chumping had been silently murdered in the office, he had already formed some suspicions. Although he never inquired about Jiang Minglang's whereabouts, and he didn't often visit Yunqi village, and Jiang Minglang didn't come here every other day, he had a hunch that Yu Qingping's death was definitely his fault. Of course, he wouldn't share this suspicion with anyone else, otherwise, he wouldn't have told him about the Western Base incident today like gossip. Jiang Minglang, Honestly, he hadn't expected the sequel to be so exciting. He killed the human, and even had his brother-in-law buried with him. It was a worthy death. Not wanting to talk about this unpleasant topic again, Jiang Minglang changed the subject. Let Xiaofei and I leave the team to Pingchun today. I also want to see what the frozen zombies look like. In fact, he and Xiaofei had come here today simply to take a look inside. They had to find out for themselves, so they could plan specific actions later. Also, Jiang Minglang felt that if he led the team in, the tiger would leave it alone, but if someone else took over, he wondered if it would be able to deter it. Thinking this way, as they climbed over the high wall under the bridge and onto the highway that belonged to Pingchun, the colorful figure appeared again on the highest snow-capped peak in the distance. Don't look at it. Sensing the Tiger King's hostile gaze, Jiang Minglang warned the soldiers behind him, look straight ahead, speed up. Yes. A small group of 20, methodically and swiftly, followed the footsteps of the man who had escaped yesterday and entered the urban area of Pingchun. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun had just risen. The orange sunlight reflected on the crystal-clear ice, reflecting a shimmer of colorful light, forming a stark contrast with the hideous, mummy-like faces within. This was merely the entrance to the city, yet it was already blocked by zombies, resembling ice sculptures. Looking inside, there was no end in sight. Jiang Minglang and Xiaofei exchanged a glance, both silent. There were truly an extraordinary number of them. If the ice on their bodies melted, and they rushed towards the bridge, following the scent of human life, it would be a complete zombie tidal wave. Jiang Minglang gestured twice, signaling everyone to disperse and watch their step. Meanwhile, the water-based soldiers walked ahead, spraying water into the gaps between the zombies. Perhaps due to the high buildings on either side, the snow on the ground was shielded from sunlight. Some of it melted during the day's highest temperatures, then froze back into ice at night. Thus, the snow felt hard to step on, almost like ice. Even with water, it melted slowly. But they were here to investigate. Speed wasn't necessary. First, they needed to find the zombies that had melted yesterday, and second, to determine what lay beneath. So, the 20 men split into 2 teams. Xiaofei led 9 to search for the revived zombies. Jiang Minglang followed the 2 water-based soldiers, while the others, wielding their long swords, slowly chipped away at the ice. Bang! After advancing about 200 meters, a hand suddenly shot out from under the ice. Before it could reach the person's ankle, a soldier swiftly cut it off. But the sound wasn't like chopping a hand, more like chopping stone. If the warrior hadn't been well trained and his long sword wasn't sharp enough, he might not only have failed to cut through the wound, but his knuckles would have been numb. Jiang Minglang looked at where the hand had been extended. A thin, tiny arm was sticking out there, not at all like that of an adult. Looking at the severed hand again, the palm wasn't large, but the fingers were long and slender, excessively long for the size of the palm, including the nails. So it couldn't be called a hand anymore, it was a claw. The warrior cut upwards, following the direction of the arm. A sharp bang followed, sparks flew. Without pulling the sword away, he pressed down hard, and a popping sound was heard. Then, with a flick of the blade's tip, a small head was lifted from beneath the ice. A little zombie? As a father, Jiang Minglang felt a pang of heartache looking at that tiny head. Of course, it wasn't because he'd seen too little. When they escaped from the hospital in Yunzhou, there were many children infected with the zombie virus or bitten by zombies. But no matter how many he saw, he couldn't get used to it, let alone remain indifferent. What hope is there for a society without its children? A fire element stepped forward and burned the small head, then the body. If one hadn't seen the body and head of the little zombie, and only looked at the hands, one might have thought it was at least 10 years old, if not an adult. But the body was only the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. In other words, after the child became a zombie, its hands had mutated. Everyone then became more cautious, hoping to dig out and clean up the little zombie while it was buried under the ice. Xiaofei and his team dug up small zombies one after another, creeping in from the side. Finally, guided by a trail of bloodstains, they found the thawed zombies in a hot pot restaurant with its shutters and glass doors destroyed. Maybe it was because they'd eaten fresh human flesh yesterday, but the faces of these 7 or 8 zombies, still moving somewhat sluggishly, were surprisingly more vivid than the frozen mummies outside. But it was precisely this that made the scene even more unsettling. Xiaofei saw 7 or 8 zombies standing in the restaurant, then took in the fresh marks from ramming the door. His first reaction was that there were living people inside, but his second was, how could that be possible? Not to mention the initial months of the virus outbreak. Even with the subsequent extreme heat and cold snowstorms, it looked like this place wouldn't be able to survive for a year and a half. Unless, There's something else inside. Of course, it's also possible that one of those idiots who came exploring a few days ago managed to survive and hide here. Xiao Fei leaned towards the ladder. The group of 10 had been leaning against the doorway for less than 2 minutes, when the zombies that had been milling about inside suddenly stopped and tilted their heads back to sniff outside. Xiao Fei? ? Did they smell their scent? As the zombies staggered out of the shop, a fire-type caster threw a fireball at the first one to emerge. Having been warned beforehand that frozen zombies might be difficult to burn, he threw 3 or 4 more when he realized the first one wouldn't catch fire. Xiao Fei and his team had a hard time decapitating the rest. They were too tough. 2 of them stood guard at the doorway, while the fire-type caster continued to burn the bodies. Xiao Fei led the remaining 6 into the hot pot restaurant. Anyone here? Come out if you hear me. We're leaving soon, he said with a hint of impatience. Those people were just asking for trouble. He repeated his words again, but when he heard no reply, he turned and prepared to leave. They still had one more round inside. They really didn't have time to waste here. But just as he reached the door, he heard a noise and a dog barking. A dog? Because of Chi-Chi, these grown men have become more enthusiastic about animals than ever before. Although many ordinary people still think keeping animals is unsafe, what if it gets crazy and gets mauled to death? Half the people in Yunqi village shared this sentiment. After all, their old secretary had been killed by their own cat. If Lizzie hadn't arrived in time, the whole family might have been mauled to death. The other half, who didn't have such thoughts, were generally those whose own cats and dogs, whether mutant or not, were still protecting their owners. After Xiao Fei and his men moved into Yunqi village, villagers who didn't want to keep their cats and dogs gave them away. Luckily, he received a 6-month-old local dog. He hadn't discovered any special abilities yet, but he loved it and felt like he had a companion. He kept the dog cleaner every day than he did himself. So, Xiao Fei's attention was now focused on the dog's barking. He turned back and walked inside, stopping at an iron door at the corner of the first-floor staircase. He knocked gently, then called out in a moderately loud voice, "Is anyone there?" Woof! The dog barked in response. The iron door was locked from the inside, and from the direction of the sound, he could tell there was a basement below. Xiao Fei suddenly felt that his judgment might be wrong. It was impossible for anyone who trespassed here to bring a dog with them. So, besides the dog, there were survivors inside? He hoped there were. Otherwise, if only the dog was left, breaking down the iron gate would be incredibly troublesome and would cause a commotion. If he didn't break the door down, would the dog die inside? Xiao Fei rubbed his chin, thinking, if Chi-Chi were here, he'd definitely disagree. Captain Xiao, let me try and see if I can open it. Xiao Fei turned to look at the soldier beside him, surprised. You have this skill? The comrade smiled shyly. My grandfather was a locksmith. I learned a little bit from him since I was a kid. Okay, then you try. He stepped aside and watched the soldier pull a bunch of tools from his belt. His eyes widened in shock. How could he bring so many tools for a mission? The soldier explained, our captain said there were bound to be unexpected situations, so he told me to bring everything with me. Xiao Fei was impressed. No wonder Captain Jiang said Old Wei was so meticulous and recruited someone for Pingqing. He was right. Chapter 185. I thought it would take a while to open, given the heavy iron door and the hidden lock. But in less than 5 minutes, it opened with a click. Xiao Fei nodded appreciatively and asked, What's your name? Captain Xiao, my last name is Xiao too. My name is Xiao Yi, meaning righteousness. Xiao Yi then slowly pushed the already open door open and began to walk in. But Xiao Fei stopped him. He waved him back and then pushed the door open. They didn't rush in, standing quietly at the door for a moment. Xiao Fei was certain the whirring sound coming from inside was a normal dog's throat, something it only makes when encountering strangers or danger. Besides, it was as quiet as if no one was there. No, there should be someone. He couldn't hear their breathing, but he could feel it. Xiao Fei led the way in. This was the basement of the hot pot restaurant, which also served as a warehouse. Even in the dim light, descending the stairs, one could see cardboard boxes stacked halfway up the basement. The air was thick with a distinct, familiar smell of hot pot from before the apocalypse. The boxes were likely filled with hot pot ingredients. That wasn't a big deal. The key point was that the further down they went, the warmer it got, a stark contrast to the icy snow outside. A question flashed through Xiao Fei's mind, but he kept walking. He walked down until he saw a bright orange light in the corner. No, to be more precise, it was the light emanating from a puppy about the same age as Xiaowu. Even as it bared its teeth at them, two distinct flames shone in its eyes. Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. Was this a fire-type creature like Xiaowu? Even its breed was the same as Xiaowu's, a Shiba Inu. I just don't know if it's a male or female. Is Xiaowu a male or a female? Xiao Fei decided to ask Jiang Minglang after he left. Woof! Seeing the man's fiery gaze, the puppy refused to stop, baring its teeth as if it were about to spit fire. At that moment, a weak, low cry came from behind it, Lioli. The puppy swallowed the fire in its throat and took 2 steps back to its master's side, still keeping a wary eye on Xiao Fei. The latter's gaze shifted to the little girl behind it, wearing a red sweatshirt. She was about 6 or 7 years old, thin, with large, bright eyes, and skin that was unusually pale. Beside her on the ground, a thick mattress lay a young woman, her eyes closed. It was unclear whether she was dead or unconscious, though she was neatly covered with a blanket. Uncle, are you soldiers? The little girl looked at them timidly, but when her eyes met their camouflage uniforms, a glimmer of hope suddenly shone. She asked, her voice tearing up, "Can you save my aunt? She's been unconscious for ages." Outside, Jiang Minglang and his group continued to slowly advance, clearing the small zombies from the snow one by one. Occasionally, when they bumped into a standing zombie, they would simply break the ice on its neck to deal with it. Although it was slow, there was no other solution. Jiang Minglang discovered that these small zombies had transformed not only their fingers and fingernails, but also their feet. If the snow melted, these creatures would likely lose their original inflexibility and become very difficult to deal with. So, since they had come in today and had discovered it, they had to deal with it as soon as possible. As they advanced, nearing the hot pot restaurant, they looked up and saw the soldier behind Xiao Fei carrying a woman on his back. Behind him, another soldier held a little girl of 6 or 7, accompanied by a Shiba Inu that at first glance looked a lot like Xiaowu. You 3 get them out. 2 carried the people, while 1 stood guard. After making all the arrangements, Xiao Fei watched them carefully weave their way through the frozen zombies. Then, he walked over to Jiang Minglang and asked, "Old Jiang, is your Xiaowu a male or a female?" "A male." Xiao Fei laughed. "Haha, that's perfect. That one was a female. Xiaowu has a wife now. By the way, that one was also fire type. Do you think their offspring will have fire abilities? Let's make a deal. If they have pups, you must leave one for me." Jiang Minglang, He dismissively shook off his hand on his shoulder and urged, "Hurry up and look again. If you can't find one, deal with the next one first. That's way too slow." It took Xiao Fei ages to move just 100 meters, giving him a headache. However, considering they had just rescued 2 survivors, and the fact that the aunt and nephew were both psychics, they wouldn't have survived since the apocalypse. So if they really wanted to drop bombs here. When he returned from Jinbei with his men and some of Jiang Minglang's team, he secretly pried open a small weapons cache. While they didn't have many large-scale lethal weapons, they had plenty of grenades, as well as several submachine guns, pistols, and sniper rifles. This was their secret, their confidence. Now that the higher-ups hadn't approved Lao Wei's request, the grenades they had at their base probably weren't even as numerous as theirs. If a zombie tide ever overtook the bridge, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on. After all, this thing is incredibly difficult to cut. So the best solution is to blow them up now. I just don't know if there are any survivors. Hopefully, these 2 were accidents. There's no one else left in the city. What happened to the 2 people and the dog you just rescued? Jiang Minglang asked, wielding his knife to cut off a hand sticking out of the snow. Xiao Fei immediately followed suit, finding the neck and slicing away. He said, "It's an aunt and niece." The child said this hot pot restaurant belongs to her aunt. On the day the virus broke out, her mother sent her to the restaurant to visit her aunt, but she ended up trapped here. The phone conversation happened once, and her aunt contacted her father. He told them to wait in the restaurant, and he would come rescue them. And they've been waiting until now. It's really... This place is so close to Pingjiang Bridge, and so close to Pingching, yet they've been holed up in the basement for over a year. Maybe there were too many zombies outside, and they really couldn't get out. Or maybe they really wanted to wait for Dad, so they missed their best chance to escape. Then when you asked your sister-in-law to wait for you, didn't she bring Chi-Chi back first? Jiang Minglang glanced at him. You can't compare your sister-in-law to others. Is she just an ordinary person? Xiao Fei felt that his words sounded a bit boastful. He really didn't want to talk to him anymore. He waved and led the others inside. As the space inside grew larger, the sun shone longer and longer, and correspondingly, the snow on the ground became thinner. They walked under the eaves of the shops on both sides, and could see the concrete road beneath the snow in the middle of the street. So, there were no little zombies lying under the snow here. Or did they escape after the snow melted? Xiao Fei paused and whispered to the men behind him, alert. Hearing the thumping noises coming from the front, Jiang Minglang looked up. He listened for about 10 seconds before calling to the 3 men on his left, go to Captain Qiao's side, and provide support. Just as the 3 men left, another series of footsteps sounded behind him. He looked back and saw Zhang Xiaoda running over with Lao Sheng and Ren Bin. Boss. What happened? We found it. Everything inside is still there. We retrieved it all. Jiang Minglang breathed a sigh of relief. Next door, Huacheng had a nationally renowned military academy. When the apocalypse first arrived, he had assumed the soldiers and students from the academy would be stationed in Huacheng. But he later discovered it was in utter chaos. Not only were there no soldiers, but even the police were gone. When Lao Wei arrived, he learned from him that during the first 2 months of the apocalypse, Jiancheng was in turmoil, and all the students from the military academies in Huacheng and the other 2 cities were drafted in to quell the unrest. This is truly. At first, I thought the Huacheng Military Academy students had taken all the weapons from the armory when they left, or that the old leader had hinted to Wei Lichuan to tell Jiang Minglang that Huacheng's armory should be at least half full. Perhaps the old leader was doing him a favor, whether or not, Jiang Minglang accepted. So, before dawn this morning, Zhang Xiaoda and his 10-man team set out to retrieve the weapons. Now, in a specially vacated warehouse in Baiguan, they managed to collect a small amount of weapons. Is that Captain Qiao up ahead? Yes, all of you. Be careful, they're tough. With Zhang Xiaoda and the other 2 joining in, the pressure on Xiao Fei's side was greatly reduced, and the dozens of zombies that had spread out in the city center were quickly eliminated one by one. 2 hours later, the group returned to Pingjiang Bridge, crossed the high wall, and returned to the base. After explaining the situation to Wei Lichuan, Xiao Fei asked about the aunt and niece, and about the dog. He certainly denied it, but he was mainly asking about the Shiba Inu named Liuli. If Xiaowu had no objection, this would be its wife. He was also waiting for a fire-type puppy to keep the little one company. Luckily, we found her in time. A moment later, she might have died. Wei Lichuan explained that the little girl's aunt was on 4 drip and fainted from hunger. She probably left her food for her niece, unwilling to eat it herself. The combination of low blood sugar and hunger caused her to faint for so many days. The reason she survived all those days was mainly because the little girl repeatedly fed her aunt water. Yes, this child is a water type, just like Chi-Chi. After hearing Wei Lichuan's long list of stories, all about the child and her aunt, Xiao Fei grew anxious and asked, what about Liuli? Did you feed her? You mean the child? Her name isn't Liuli. Her name is Xiao Xiao, Song Xiao Xiao. No, I'm talking about the Shiba Inu. It's Liuli. It must be hungry too. Did you feed her? Wei Lichuan, eh? He stared at Xiao Fei with wide eyes. Beside him, Jiang Minglang's mouth twitched. He couldn't remember the person's name, but he did remember the dog's. Jiang Minglang coughed lightly, and explained for his friend, well, old Xiao thinks the dog named Liuli is a good match for our Xiaowu. Wei Lichuan's eyes lit up. Xiaowu, a fire-type dog, Xiao Fei knew that look all too well. He immediately warned Wei Lichuan, don't even think about it. First place is mine, because I rescued Liuli. Jiang Minglang listened to Xiao Fei calling Liuli Liuli, and thought he was just too smooth with the name. Wei Lichuan didn't want to compete with him for the first puppy, but old Xiao, you've forgotten that dogs only have 1 litter in their lifetime. Then I pick first, and the rest will be yours. Okay, I won't pick, I just give you whatever I have. Jiang Minglang noticed for the first time how obsessed these 2 were with dogs. But, did you ask the dog owner before you wanted a puppy? More importantly, what if his Xiaowu doesn't like this one named Liuli? The fire-type puppy old Xiao wanted would definitely be ruined. No. In a flash, Jiang Minglang suddenly remembered something. When his wife and son first adopted Xiaowu, they had spoken to him on the phone. They seemed to have mentioned that the veterinarian recommended that they have Xiaowu sterilized. Spay, if they did, they wouldn't even be a good match. But Jiang Minglang watched them arranging their affairs without saying a word. Finally, he talked about the aunt and nephew. When the aunt woke up, he would arrange for them to go to Yunqi village. Worried about the Shiba Inu named Liuli, and worried that old Wei wouldn't be able to feed her properly, Xiao Fei volunteered to stay and wait until the aunt woke up before taking them away. The first thing Jiang Minglang did upon returning to Baigua Garden was to find his son and Xiaowu and ask, Chi-Chi, has Xiaowu been neutered? Chi-Chi and Gigi were practicing calligraphy, and even Duo and Cici were there. No, Mom said it would be too painful, so she didn't agree to let Xiaowu do it. Jiang Minglang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't done it. It looked like there was hope for the fire-type pup. He turned to leave, but Chi-Chi, who had reacted, grabbed him by the hem of his shirt. The child looked up and asked, "Dad, why are you asking?" "Nothing. Your Uncle Qiao found a girlfriend for Xiaowu." Chi-Chi, ? What does that mean? He doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Fenbao doesn't have a boyfriend either, and his younger brother, Xiaowu, is about to have one? He wanted to ask again, but his father had already left the classroom and disappeared. Gigi was concerned about whether his Uncle Qiao had adopted another dog. Let's go to Uncle Qiao's house later. After practicing calligraphy and math, the group of children were released from the classroom by their grandfather and rushed to Qiao Fei's house. Just then, Qiao Fei and his frail aunt and nephew entered the gate of Yunqi village. From a distance of about 100 meters, Chi-Chi spotted a Shiba Inu, even more yellow than Xiaowu's, but slightly smaller. It was following a little girl, baring its teeth slightly as it walked, looking warily at them and the surroundings. The expression was fierce. But he's also very handsome. Chi-Chi looked down at Xiaowu, who was standing beside him. The dog wagged its tail gently, and when he looked over, it looked up at him, laughing with its mouth open. He couldn't help but wonder, with your silly look, how could anyone possibly like you? Xiaowu, shut up a little and look serious. He half knelt, hugged Xiaowu, and whispered in his ear, "You're the man, you should be more reserved. You can't be so silly like a husky. Why are you drooling?" The children behind him burst into laughter. Duo, the oldest, said to him, "Are you asking Xiaowu to go on a blind date? Didn't you just say you didn't want him to find a girlfriend?" It wasn't that he wasn't happy, it was more that he hadn't expected the Shiba Inu to be so handsome. Indeed, even more handsome than the white Shiba Inus he's seen before. Chi-Chi scratched his head and explained, "Uncle Qiao worked so hard to find this, so we have to let him show it to everyone. Also, don't you think the Shiba Inu is really beautiful?" Song Shishio's aunt had just woken up, and was still weak, so she walked very slowly. Song Xiaoxiao followed with Liuli, looking curiously at the group of children across the street. Chapter 186. Woof! 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 Whoosh! Whoosh! The two dogs first rushed forward, each breathing fire, then scratched each other, then spit fire at each other again, finally engaging in a fistfight. Chi-Chi and the others, along with Qiao Fei and Song Xiaoxiao on the opposite side, were stunned. How did this fight start? When the two sides were only a dozen meters apart, Chi-Chi crouched beside Xiaowu and turned to Duo and the others, pointing at Liuli across from them and praising her handsomeness. Then, turning back, he saw his own dog charging forward and engaging in a fight. Liuli was already wary of this unfamiliar environment. How could he resist a dog that came up to pick a fight? Absolutely not. His young master had said he was the most powerful dog in the world, and no one could match him. What was there to fear from a dog no stronger than Liuli? After discovering his fire spitting was useless, Liuli fiercely opened his mouth to bite the opponent's neck, but missed. Before he could react, the dog, which was only slightly taller than him, suddenly ducked and, with a thud, slammed its head into Liuli's chin. Liuli stumbled back 2 steps, eyes swirling with stars. That wasn't enough, the dog raised a front paw and slapped Liuli in the face. Liuli was stunned. Mainly, he had never been treated like that in a dog fight before. As a dog who had once been unbeatable in the neighborhood, he was completely enraged. Regardless of whether he was still dizzy or not, he bared his teeth and roared, charging forward to continue. In this critical moment, he even forgot to spit fire. Of course, remembering it was useless, because the opponent was also playing with fire. But just as he lunged forward, before he could even use his power, he was slammed back into the opponent's face. Woof woof woof. Liuli was furious, and was about to pounce again, when she suddenly fell into a familiar embrace. Liuli. Hearing her young master's voice, Liuli stopped struggling but continued to bark at the mean dog across from her. Woof. Her message was, "For your master's sake, I spare you today." Xiaowu glanced at him disdainfully, and was about to turn back to his young master for praise, when he was slapped on the head. Chi-Chi scolded him softly. "What are you doing? Don't you know you easily lose your wife if you do that?" Xiaowu, bewildered, hummed at him. Why wasn't there a reward for winning the fight today? Qiao Fei, watching from the side, was now watching with a twinkle in his eyes. Oh my god, those two dogs just showed off their fire. That was a truly spectacular scene. His desire for a fire-type dog was now even stronger. He looked down at the sullen little girl and smiled to smooth things over. It's okay, just smile. Xiaowu is just welcoming Lioli. He means no harm. Look at him. Isn't he as pretty as your Lioli? No, the little girl hugged her dog and glared at Xiaowu angrily. She seemed to be shouting, but her voice was actually very soft. He actually slapped me in the face. How do dogs slap each other in the face when they fight? How infuriating. Although the little girl was young, she knew that face was important. It's important for people and dogs too. Xiao Fei's face froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He hadn't really noticed that. Xiaowu slapped Lioli in the face? Hiss. He looked at Chi-Chi with a toothache, waiting for an explanation. Chi-Chi, eh? He scratched his head awkwardly. How could he explain this? Xiaowu had been completely led astray by Fengbao. That bad bird always liked to slap him in the face with its wings. He must have been so used to being slapped that he thought it was normal to slap other dogs' faces. But the problem is, this is a girl. Well, it was just a joke. Song Xiaoxiao wasn't satisfied with this explanation at all. The little girl's already thin face looked even bigger when she glared, as if her eyes were all she had left. She didn't buy Chi-Chi's argument at all, puffing out her cheeks and snarling, "You can't slap someone's face just for fun." "I'm slapping you just for fun. Do you agree?" "Are you kidding me?" Who could agree to that? Chi-Chi glanced at Song Xiaoxiao and sighed inwardly. "Girls are such a hassle." He asked, "Well, you already slapped me. What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do? What do you mean I want to do?" Song Xiaoxiao was furious. "How can you be like that? Your dog slapped my Lioli. Its name is Xiaowu. Your Xiaowu slapped my Lioli. Should I slap him back? Wouldn't that be like picking a fight with a dog? And you're asking me that? Hate, hate, hate. You're so annoying." Puff. Song Shishiu's aunt, Song Huanyan, was the first to laugh, and soon everyone else couldn't hold back their laughter. Chi-Chi didn't laugh, but she kept repeating Song Shishiu's words in her mind. Hate, hate, really hate. TSK, girl. Xiao Fei comforted Song Xiaoxiao. Okay, Xiaoxiao, don't be angry. How about this? Let Chi-Chi compensate Xiaowu for Lioli with 2 bags of dog food. Okay? He knew that Bai Li and Lao Jiang had collected dog and cat food from several pet stores, and even a fair amount of bird food. But Xiaowu didn't usually eat much dog food. He preferred steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and dumplings. But Lioli was completely different. Although there were a lot of self-heating hot pots and some starch sausages in that basement, these things were fine for a few weeks or even a month or 2. But for a year and a half. It was obvious from the slender figures of the aunt and niece and Lioli that to say they were malnourished would be an exaggeration. If they'd been discovered 10 days or half a month later, the 3 of them would have been dead together. So, upon hearing the dog food, Song Xiaoxiao, her face flushing with anger, froze for a moment. Then, without hesitation, she said, "Really? No, I want 3 bags." Chi-Chi wanted to roll his eyes at her, but he said unhappily, "4 bags will do." "Okay, I begrudgingly forgive you. Your dog, no your Xiaowu." Because of this incident, the children welcomed the arrival of the Song aunt and nephew and Lioli with a different kind of welcome. And because of their interest in Lioli, they followed them to Xiao Fei's house. Yes, because the weather hadn't fully warmed up yet, and Song Huanyan hadn't fully recovered, Xiao Fei had no choice but to temporarily house them in his yard. Key point, he made this arrangement entirely because he wanted to get to know Lioli and deepen their relationship, so that he could benefit from being close to her. He snatched 2 military blankets from Wei Lichuan. While the children stayed in the yard to entertain Lioli, he helped his niece and nephew make their beds in the west bedroom on the first floor. Then, he said to Song Huanyan, who was standing at the door, "I stay on the 2nd floor. If you feel uncomfortable at night, have Xiaoxiao call me." "Thank you." Song Huanyan thanked him sincerely. "No need. For Lioli's sake, anything was fine." He continued, "When you're well and want to move out, you can pick out a house. There are plenty of empty houses and yards in the village. If you like any, tell Captain Shui Ding, the captain in charge of registering the villagers. I go see him later, and have him write down your names. By the way, you know how to farm, right?" "Farming?" Song Huanyan was stunned for a moment, then replied, "I never done it before, but don't worry, I can learn. I have the power of strength." She seemed rather embarrassed when she uttered the last 4 words. She had been starving for so many days, and now she had no strength at all. Add to that her thin arms and legs, and she looked frail, the very opposite of strong. Only she knew that she and her niece had contracted a virus that had entered the basement through a crack in the door during the hottest days, causing them to faint and develop fevers. She had thought they were dying, but unexpectedly, after being in a coma for so many days, they both woke up. Then, she discovered she could lift the 4 stacked boxes of self-heating hot pots. Her niece also developed a water element, while Lioli developed a fire element. This allowed them to survive the hottest days with the help of her niece's water, and then the coldest days with the help of Lioli. But, even until she was rescued today, she hadn't seen her brother and sister-in-law. She didn't know if they were still alive. I heard Xiao Xiao say, "Okay, you're still weak. Get some sleep. I call you when dinner is ready." Xiao Fei left the room, considerately closing the main hall door. He then called his little treasure over, intending to introduce him to Lioli. Chi-Chi and Gigi had already entered the yard with some dog food. Xiaowu followed behind them, seemingly holding something in his mouth. Xiao Fei didn't pay much attention at first, but when Lioli was eating from the dog bowl, he slowly walked over and spit the bun in front of the bowl. He took a small bite of the bun, and the aroma of a mixture of eggs and chives emanated, making Lioli, who was burying herself in the bowl, look up. Amber eyes glanced from the bun to Xiaowu, then opened their mouths to take a bite. However, just as their mouths were about to gnaw at the bun, the soft, fragrant, white bun suddenly vanished. Lioli was startled, then looked up to see the bun in Xiaowu's mouth, chewing it while glaring at them provocatively. Xiao Fei, Chi-Chi, Song Xiao Xiao, Gigi, Bai Duo Duo, and others, Xiao Fei felt both angry and amused. This Xiaowu had become a demon, but he also deserved a beating. He said to Chi-Chi, "If Xiaowu behaves like this, Lioli will lose interest in him, and he easily become unmarried, you know?" "How could that be? Wouldn't his fire-type puppy be ruined?" Chi-Chi sighed. What was he going to say? I always thought Xiaowu was very loyal and honest. When he was with Fengbao, he was always the one being bullied. Who would have thought he'd turn around and bully the other dogs today? He doesn't treat Xiaoheng and Xiaohao like that either. He just came home to get dog food. He knew his grandmother and his second grandmother were making dumplings in the kitchen, but he and Gigi were so anxious to get the dog food that they didn't notice when Xiaowu went to the kitchen to ask for the dumplings. Just ask for it. Why are you doing this? It really is asking for a beating. My Lioli doesn't want to be its wife. Song Xiao Xiao was angry again. The little girl glared at Xiaowu and said fiercely, "My dad said a man should protect his wife. It only bullies Lioli. I don't want Lioli to be its wife." Well, for bags of dog food were wasted. Chi-Chi's black eyes rolled around, and she said to Song Xiao Xiao, "How about this? Come back to my house with me, and I bring you some buns made by my grandmother." "No way. The chive and egg filling is delicious, and there's also sweet potato and rice porridge. Would you like some?" Song Xiao Xiao swallowed her saliva, unable to find the words to refuse. It was no wonder she was eating hot pot buffets for a year and a half, and anyone who'd been eating hot pot buffets for a year and a half would be tempted by other food. She looked at Xiao Fei with a conflicted look and whispered, "Uncle Xiao." Xiao Fei suppressed a laugh. In reality, whenever Grandma Bai made dumplings, she'd make enough for them, and she'd send them over even if they weren't going to the party. But since Chi-Chi was using this to coax Song Xiao Xiao, he certainly wouldn't expose her. He nodded, "Go ahead, and remember to call someone when you get there. Uncle Xiao will pick you up later." 2 large pots were steaming in the Bai family's kitchen, and the aroma wafting from the steamers made Song Xiao Xiao swallow again. "Oh my, who's this child? She's so pretty." Song Xiaoxiao's features were naturally delicate, and although her skin was an unusually pale white, it made her look even more like a doll in a cupboard. Uncle Xiao found her, Song Xiaoxiao. "This is my great-grandmother, this is my second grandmother, and that's my great-grandfather." "Hello, great-grandmother, hello, second grandmother, hello, great-grandfather." Song Xiaoxiao pretended not to hear Jiang Qi's first words, and instinctively greeted the elders. Well, she was a polite child. Hearing she was found, the old lady felt pity, and quickly placed a few buns on a plate on the kitchen table, along with a bowl of porridge. She didn't cook today, because she usually ate the steamed buns with her sun-dried radish or pickled chilies. Over the course of the meal, everyone in the Bai family learned about Song Xiaoxiao's origins, her special abilities, her aunts, and the puppy Liolis. And who her parents were, how old she was, what her name was. The little girl chattered as she ate, quite chatty. Chi-Chi, however, internally resented her. How foolish. Explaining so much about herself to someone she just met. Luckily, they weren't human traffickers. Otherwise, if they sold her, she might have to pay the bill. Alas, kids these days are truly clueless. By the time Xiao Fei arrived, the little girl had already become acquainted with the elders of the Bai family. Liuli had also managed to eat 2 buns, spitting in contentment. Xiaowu squatted nearby, his 2 dog eyes watching indifferently. For some reason, Xiao Fei felt like he was looking down on Liuli. That wouldn't do. After searching the entire village, they were the only 2 Shiba Inus. In both size and appearance, they were a perfect match. Of course, the most important thing was their special abilities. Since both husband and wife were fire type, the possibility of them having a fire type child was very high. Professor Lung himself cited this example. Although he's an agricultural professor, he also studies animals. I heard that some students at the agricultural university are assigned to raise their own pigs, sheep, chickens, or ducks. So, according to professionals, the probability is at least 60%. But she was conditioned. Is he still not understanding? Or is he just not understanding? Xiao Fei ate his buns while whispering to Chi-Chi, "From now on, when you're free, send Xiaowu to my place. Let him spend more time with Lily. When he's in heat." Xiao Fei. Bailey had just returned from Professor Lung's visit. As she entered the yard, she overheard Xiao Fei talking nonsense to her son. She narrowed her eyes at him and asked, "What are you talking about?" Chapter 187. Xiao Fei turned his head and saw a thin green ivy sprout from Bailey's shoulder. The 2 emerald green leaves on the top curved toward him. His pupils suddenly constricted, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He lurched backward, nearly falling off the stool. Calm down, calm down. I didn't say anything. I was just teaching Chi-Chi some biology basics." "Biology basics?" Bailey sneered. "I think you're courting death." He was afraid of being hit by this woman. The pain wasn't a big deal, the embarrassment was. He stuffed the bun into his mouth, jumped up, grabbed Song Xiao, and ran. "Hey, Uncle Xiao, you haven't picked up the buns that Grandma asked me to bring to Aunt yet." Yes, I got them." "What about the porridge?" "We made millet porridge at home." The conversation between the adult and the child was carried on the wind. The 2 quickly disappeared, along with the Shiba Inu, whose fur looked even more golden than Xiaowu's. Bailey snorted coldly and turned to ask Chi-Chi, where did that child and dog come from? She had spent the entire day with Professor Lung, cooperating with his experiments, and hadn't known about this. Uncle Xiao found him. His trip today was worth it. He found an adult, a child, and a dog named Liuli. Like Xiaowu, he's a fire type, but a little weak. Xiaowu beat him up right after he arrived. To avoid being punished, Chi-Chi omitted the incident of Xiaowu slapping the man and the dog in the face. It wasn't a good thing after all. He was still very interested in Liuli though. "Mom, you saw it just now, didn't you? Isn't Liuli quite pretty?" "Humph." Chi-Chi had just finished speaking, and before Bailey could even respond, Xiaowu couldn't stand it anymore. He snorted at Bailey in a grievance, the trailing sound of the tone leaving her stunned. Then he chuckled and stroked his head. "No way. Our Xiaowu is still handsome. Our Xiaowu is the most handsome dog in the world, right?" Xiaowu was satisfied, baring his teeth in a doggy grin. It was simply unbearable to watch. Chi-Chi finally understood why the usually good-tempered dog would pick a fight the moment they met. It turned out he had praised Lilligant, and he wasn't convinced. "TSK, idiot, Mom just praised you for being handsome, but she didn't say he wasn't handsome." In a few days, the whole of Yunqi village knew that Xiao Fei had picked up a beautiful woman and a beautiful girl while on a mission. It wasn't a secret. After all, after Song Huanyan had spent 2 days recuperating, she left the house to watch people plowing and sowing in the fields. If you say you want to learn, you must start with the simplest things. Captain Shui had also allocated an acre of land to the aunt and niece. She had already visited her own plot and, after asking the grandmother-in-law who was sowing seeds nearby, was already shoveling away the few remaining weeds. The aunt and niece looked at least 4/10 alike, so it was no surprise that Song Huanyan was also very beautiful. Even though her body hadn't fully recovered and her face still had a sickly pale tinge, she looked even more charming and delicate, her beauty almost fragile. Who could have guessed that she was a person with supernatural powers? Everyone failed to see her true abilities, simply assuming that Captain Xiao was taking a fancy to her and bringing her home as his wife. As for Song Xiaoxiao, some said Song Huanyan was lying, saying that the child looked so much like her, she must be her biological daughter, not a niece at all. As for why they said this, it was, of course, to get close to Xiao Fei. There's a world of difference between a daughter and a niece. A man as capable as Xiao Fei could have any wife he wanted, so there was no way he settled for someone with a burden. The rumor spread through the village like the wind, quickly reaching Shui Ding's ears. Even Bai Li had heard about it, and her first reaction was that someone was deliberately spreading it. Xiao Fei had been leaving early and returning late these days, dealing with the frozen zombies in Pingcheng, so he was rarely home during the day. Song Huanyan vaguely overheard some of it while working in the fields, but she didn't want to cause him any trouble, so she kept it to herself. Besides, she was broke and had nothing. If she really separated from Xiao Xiao and lived alone, she was worried she wouldn't be able to handle it. She had visited the empty house. The structure and yard were fine, but it hadn't been lived in for over a year, and much of it was in disrepair, especially the walls, where the paint was peeling off in patches. If she wanted to move in, she'd have to do a thorough cleanup. She could, but she couldn't afford it right now. Fortunately, she wasn't one to place much importance on her reputation, and didn't take the rumor seriously. Plus, she wasn't blind. She could see that whenever Xiao Fei was home, his eyes were practically glued to Liuli. He always rushed to pour out the dog food when he was feeding her, or else give her a pancake or an egg. He fed Liuli so much that she'd practically become his. So, it was entirely out of Liuli's favor that he let them stay at his house. Thinking of this, Song Huanyan couldn't help but sigh. She was thankful. She was thankful that when Xiao Xiao had been clamoring for a puppy, she'd given it to her out of pity, and even gotten a scolding from her misophobic sister-in-law for it. Thank goodness he bought it. On the other hand, Shui Ding knew Xiao Fei's special status, and didn't want the villagers to gossip about him and irritate them. Upon hearing Bai Li's speculation, he hurried to investigate, questioning each person one by one, until he finally got to the bottom of the matter. It turned out that the person spreading the rumors was Xiao Fei's sister's mother-in-law. This is unbelievable. Antian, Captain Xiao is your daughter-in-law's brother. Your family. What good does it do you to spread rumors about him? What do you mean by spread rumors about him? When did I ever spread rumors? Captain Shui, don't you think you're the captain and you're just talking nonsense? Antian flatly denied it, completely denying it. But what she was really thinking was, you know he's family to us, but does he treat us like family? He doesn't live with us, and he doesn't come to see us for 10 days or half a month. In his heart, he didn't consider us family at all. When he wanted to live on his own, he said he liked the quiet, but he also had to guard the front gate. Moving into someone else's territory, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. They believed him and let him abandon their family, but what about now? Why did a woman of unknown origin get to live in his house? Though she thought so in her heart, she said stubbornly, Captain Shui, please don't slander me. I'm old and only speak the truth, never a lie. With Song Huanyan's enchanting face, who would believe her claim that she didn't seduce Xiao Fei? Old Mrs. N rolled her eyes at Shui Ding and turned back to the house. Just then, footsteps sounded at the front door. Shui Ding turned to see Xiao Fei's sister, Xiao Wei, entering, a weary-looking woman, carrying a hoe, followed by her husband. Both of them were covered in dust, clearly having just returned from the fields. The fields had been irrigated with supernatural water, and well water for over 10 days, and then aired for 4 or 5 days. Now it was just the right time for planting, so everyone had been busy working in the fields for the past few days. Shui Ding actually admired Xiao Wei. After the heavy snow, she asked him for an extra acre of land, borrowed seeds, and frequently visited Professor Lung for advice. She actually helped Xiao Fei plant that acre. Knowing her brother was busy, she wanted to take care of his food supply. After all, it was the only way she could help him. She had heard the rumors in the village, and even got angry with her mother-in-law. But she pretended to agree, but secretly went out and gossiped with the idle old ladies. She was so busy every day that she really didn't have time to keep an eye on her. She felt helpless and powerless. Especially now that she saw Captain Shui standing in her yard. Her mother-in-law had come in angrily. Xiao Wei felt the veins in her forehead throbbing. She forced a smile and greeted Shui Ding, Captain Shui, how did you find time to come home? Shui Ding sighed, Sister Qiao, I know you're very busy, but you should also be aware that Captain Qiao and Captain Jiang have to go to Pingcheng every day to clear out the zombies there. I heard they're more severe than at the beginning of the apocalypse, and the danger is correspondingly higher. Under such circumstances, you wouldn't want anything to disturb Captain Qiao's mind, would you? Xiao Wei's face changed. She had been careless. She hadn't thought of this. Jiang Minglang and the others hadn't concealed the fact that Pingcheng had a large number of zombies from the villagers of Yunxi village. After all, if they hadn't completed the cleanup when the lockdown was lifted, the zombies, sensing the human scent, would undoubtedly attack Pingcheng, the nearest city. This would give them some mental preparation. Captain Shui, don't worry. I handle this matter. I promise I won't let it bother my brother. You know, I want nothing to happen to him more than anyone else. After Shui Ding left, Xiao Wei first glanced coldly at the main room, then turned to her husband and said, "That's your mother. What do you think we should do?" Xiao Wei's husband said with embarrassment, "Honey, you know Mom's in poor health and can't afford to be upset. Besides, she's already so old, so you should just be more tolerant. So you're not going to do anything about it, are you?" Xiao Wei's face remained calm, as if she expected him to say that. After all, this man had been playing the game of smoothing things over more than once. "It's not that I don't want to deal with it. It's just a few words. There's really no need to make a big deal out of it. However, I go find Xiaofei tonight and explain it to him, so he doesn't take it to heart. After a while, naturally, no one will talk about it anymore." "Heh." Xiaowei sneered, saying nothing more. She put down her hoe and went into the kitchen to get some hot water to wash up. Then she changed her clothes, cooked a bowl of noodles, ate it, and went back inside to clean up. Her husband knew she was angry, but he was also tired after a day's work. Seeing that Xiaowei had just cooked for herself, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. He walked into the bedroom and saw her packing her bedding and clothes. He frowned and said, "What are you going to do again? You're not going to live a good life, and you have to quarrel with your family over someone you don't have anything to do with?" "I'm not going to live a good life?" Xiaowei laughed angrily, but she was too lazy to argue with him anymore. She just said coldly, "And Chengxian, you should know in your heart that I really wanted to divorce you before the apocalypse." And Chengxian was stunned, then panicked. He immediately softened his tone and stepped forward saying, "Wife. Stop calling me wife. From today on, we're officially separated. You always say your son was raised by your mother, and how hard she worked. Well, I don't want Nzirwei anymore. I move on, okay?" After that, he continued packing, not even giving An Chengxian a glance. Old Lady An, who had heard everything clearly from outside their bedroom, couldn't help but push the door open, opening her mouth to scold Xiaowei. He said, "Bang!" Old Lady An had barely begun to speak when Xiaowei grabbed a wooden stick from the bedside and slammed it against the doorframe above her head. The loud bang shook the door. Then the stick fell to the ground, landing at her feet. Old Lady An's face paled, her lips trembling with fear. Not only her, but even her son's expression changed, staring at Xiaowei with disbelief and shock. "If I ever hear you spread rumors about my brother again, I punish you with a blow not on the doorframe, but on your head." Xiaowei looked at the old woman as if she were dead. "I won't let anyone influence my brother, not even you. And Chengxian, believe it or not, my brother's brothers would probably rather have your mother killed." She scoffed. "A burden, but she lacks the self-awareness that comes with being a burden. If people like that aren't killed sooner rather than later, who knows how many more people they'd bring down. If I can think of it, do you think my brother's people can't?" The mother and son across from her suddenly changed their expressions. At this point, Xiaowei suddenly didn't want to leave. Her brother had found the house, moved all the things into the house, and even managed to get enough food. So why should she leave, and not them? "And Chengxian, I give you 2 hours from now. Pack your things and get your mother out of this house. If you don't, I have someone come and drag you out." When Xiaofei finished his work for the day and returned home, before he even entered, one of his soldiers came running up to him and said, "Captain, our sister kicked out An and her son. Sanpao and I went to help because we were worried our sister would get hurt." Sanpao is still there. Xiaofei was stunned, but not surprised. He simply asked, "What happened?" His brother-in-law and his mother were both confused and troublemakers. To be honest, he had wanted his sister to be separated from them for a long time. But she couldn't bear to leave Nzirwei, so he couldn't say anything. "That old woman is so bored that she spread rumors about you, our sister." "What rumors?" Xiaofei looked bewildered. He couldn't think of any rumors he could spread. "It's just, Sister Song, have you eaten?" Before the soldier could finish, he saw Song Huanyan emerge from the house, hurriedly and awkwardly greeting everyone. Song Huanyan had just realized that the rumors had originated with Xiaofei's sister's mother-in-law, and it was hard to judge. She looked at Xiaofei and finished the soldier's words. "Lately, everyone in the village has been saying that you let me live with you because you're attracted to me. In short, I'm your adopted wife." Xiaofei, He didn't know what was going on, and subconsciously glanced at Liuli, who was wagging her tail and circling at him at his feet. Song Huanyan smiled silently. What kind of nonsense were these? Who was his chosen wife? He clearly had his eye on Liuli as his daughter, but more than that, he wanted to be her grandfather and raise her grandson. Chapter 188. The zombies in Pingcheng were being dealt with slowly but swiftly. Fortunately, the temperature hadn't risen much in recent days. Mornings and evenings had dropped from around -5 degrees Celsius to 78 degrees Celsius, which wasn't too bad. Perhaps because Pingcheng had been frozen for so long, the temperature was always lower than in Pingcheng. Anyone who entered couldn't help but shiver. The same was true for the two little ones. Chi-Chi and Gigi were brought here today by Jiang Minglang, partly to let the children see the frozen zombies, and partly to help Xiaowu. Some zombies were probably frozen so solid that even with their heads chopped off, it was extremely difficult for fire to burn them. But Xiaowu's fire was different. It seemed that no matter what it was, it could burn to a crisp. Renbin was envious, and wished he could trade his fire with Xiaowu's. The zombies at the entrance to Pingcheng City had been cleared out. Even the snow had melted away, revealing the street's original appearance. However, this was only at 200 or 300 meters of this street. There was no way around it. First, there were too many zombies, and second, they were incredibly stubborn. Even Renbin and Wei Lichuan's soldiers couldn't completely burn them all, even if they took turns burning them. But when Xiaowu arrived, he spit out a fireball, leaving only a small pile of ash and a puddle of water, truly nothing left. 3 fire types couldn't defeat a dog. How could that be justified? The only drawback was that Xiaowu's fireballs didn't last as long as theirs. Despite previous training, he couldn't fireball continuously for more than half an hour. To maximize the use of his fireballs, they decided to pile the decapitated zombies together, and then let him burn them. Ho ho ho! The group had just entered the city when, just like the previous few days, thawed zombies began running towards them, scenting the human scent. Chi-Chi, do you see that little tavern with a wooden door over there? You two go in. The tavern was right next to Song Huanyan's hot pot restaurant. It had a single, modest wooden door with its name carved into the top, Tavern. Yes, the tavern's name was Tavern. Because it was so small and inconspicuous, it was overlooked after the apocalypse, unvisited by any survivors. It was Song Huanyan who told Xiao Fei that it was her tavern. The basement inside was stocked with a large amount of liquor, mostly homemade, fruit wine, rice wine, and grain wine, basically, the 3 main categories, but the taste was truly excellent. These days, they've been stopping by this small tavern during their breaks. A drink to replenish their energy is the perfect way to go. Since Song Huanyan had told them, she was giving them the wine to drink. However, every time she returned from here, she would bring back a few empty glass jars and her brewing tools. She still wanted to resume her old business if she had the chance. Xiao Fei saw great potential in this and suggested she look for barley, saying that it had many fruits, though not many other things. Song Huanyan ignored him. Her top priority now was farming. She would cultivate the 1 acre of land she had been allocated first, and she would deal with other matters later. The tavern's wooden door was heavy, and gave it a sense of security, but Chi-Chi and Gigi didn't dare relax. After all, they had heard from their father, and the others, that these zombies could even break through the rolling shutter door. Just like Aunt Song Shishia's hot pot restaurant, the rolling shutter door, and the glass door inside were both smashed by zombies. I have to say, it was quite impressive. So the 2 little guys were very conscientious, locking the door from the inside, and hiding in the shop, only peeking out through the small glass window. When the noise outside died down a bit, they took Xiaowu out, and burned the zombies that the uncles had piled together to ashes. Although Xiaowu's work hours were short, he saved everyone a lot of effort. As the sun was setting, the group returned from Pingcheng to Pingcheng, traveling on the highway that had been carefully cleared. Chi-Chi first saw the big tiger that his father had talked about. It stood on the top of the highest hill, quietly watching the group leave. Xiaowu followed beside Chi-Chi, his legs trembling. After finally reaching Pingjiang Bridge and being led over the high wall by the soldiers, it turned its head, bit the hem of Chi-Chi's shirt, and dragged him away. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, but knowing how dangerous this dog was, they didn't dare to laugh out loud. Seeing how scared it was of the tiger, I thought it wouldn't come back the next day, but it still followed Chi-Chi across the bridge happily. It held its head high, its step steady, its walk clearly different from yesterday. Chi-Chi glanced at it again and again, then turned to look at Lioli behind it, unable to help but wonder, is this silly dog just pretending because Lioli is here? Yes, not only did they bring Xiaowu into Pingcheng today, but Song Xiaoxiao also came with Lioli. Hearing that Jiang Qi and his Xiaowu could help, she was unconvinced and stubbornly brought Lioli along. Both being fire types, if Xiaowu could help, there was no reason Lioli couldn't. The girl's competitive spirit took over, and she insisted on joining in. There was another reason. She wanted to go home. Although she knew her parents wouldn't be home, she still wanted to go back. Of course, it was also because Uncle Qiao told her they had cleared out a lot near her home. To make it easier for her to go to school, they lived in the city center, near the best elementary and middle schools in Pingcheng district. It was just across the street from Song Huanyan's hot pot restaurant and tavern. So Song Huanyan came too. Her health had almost recovered, and her fields had been watered for 10 days, and were now drying out. They would have to wait a few days before planting. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to go home. But unexpectedly, Song Xiaoxiao never made it back home. The building she lived in was a prime unit, with the side units all occupying 180 square meters, and a small balcony with a nice view. Walking along the cobblestone path of the community, Song Huanyan looked up before reaching the bottom of the building. Her feet paused, and her face suddenly turned pale. Qiao Fei, walking beside her, noticed something strange and followed Song Huanyan's gaze. He saw two zombies embracing each other on the 5th-floor balcony of the building in front of him. They stood motionless, facing each other, staring at each other, like unusual and unique ice sculptures in this city. Song Huanyan was stunned for only 3 seconds before reacting immediately. She grabbed her niece and stepped aside to block her. Fighting back the bitterness in her eyes, she forced herself to remain calm and said, "Xiao, take Lioli outside to help the uncles first. Otherwise, you won't be able to compete with Chi-Chi again, and you don't want him to laugh at you, right?" "Will Jiangqi laugh at her? That bad guy always pouts at her when she's not paying attention. Don't think she can't notice just because she can't see. Humph, she can sense it." But now that they were already at the doorstep, it wouldn't hurt to go home first. "Xiao, there are zombies in the hallway of your building. We have them cleared out for a while before you can go in. Be good, listen to your aunt, and go out with Uncle Sanpao to find Chi-Chi." Qiao Fei tried to soothe her, having one of the soldiers accompanying them lead her outside. When Xiao was no longer in sight, Song Huanyan turned back, tears streaming down her cheeks. She squatted on the still snowy ground, covering her face with her hands and weeping silently. Qiao Fei sighed, offered no words of comfort, and simply waved. The soldiers behind him swooped into the building. There were indeed zombies in the hallway, but not many. Some were trapped in their homes, perhaps because the ice had thawed, so they heard noises outside, or smelled human presence, and banged on the door. Hearing the loud bangs, Song Huanyan suddenly looked up. Through her tearful eyes, she saw her brother and sister-in-law still embracing each other, motionless and seemingly oblivious to the noise outside. The small balcony faced the sun. If it were truly an ice sculpture, it would have melted long ago, but why? Qiao Fei looked at the two zombies with a complicated expression, and said to Song Huanyan, "Your brother and sister-in-law are tied together. There are ropes around their waists and around their necks, as if something is strung together." Song Huanyan couldn't see clearly. She wiped away her tears, but still couldn't see clearly. She stood up and hurried into the hallway. Qiao Yi, who knew how to pick locks, had also come along today. By the time Song Huanyan and Qiao Fei reached the 5th floor, he had already clicked the door open. Even elsewhere, the soldier had taken Song Xiao to Chi-Chi and Gigi. The two children were in a stationery store, sighing and packing their stationery, books, and various exercises. Seriously, looking for trouble. Seeing a stationery store nearby, he even told his dad about it. Now, next month's homework is here. No need to worry about running out of notebooks or pens, they already made up for it. But great-grandpa would be delighted to see all this. So the two little ones packing up their things were in agony, apprehensive, and elated. Seeing Song Xiao and Lioli approach, they ignored him, and simply grabbed the large bags from the store, and buried themselves in their own things. After a while, Chi-Chi realized something was amiss. Was that little Song Xiao being too quiet today? He dragged the refilled bag toward the door, checking to see what the little girl was up to. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. He was shocked when he saw it. The little girl squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, tears streaming down her face. Chi-Chi was stunned. He hadn't provoked her today, and Xiaowu hadn't hit Lioli, so why were you crying? He dropped the bag he was holding, walked over, and squatted in front of her, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Song Xiao said nothing, but her tears continued to fall, leaving a mark on the dusty floor. Chi-Chi scratched his head helplessly, about to get up and find Gigi to ask him what to do, but then Song Xiao spoke, her voice choked. "Jiangqi, are you your parents' accident?" Chi-Chi, ? "No, what do you mean?" He answered with absolute certainty and conviction, "I'm my parents' baby, the fruit of their love. My mom said that when I was still in her belly, she and dad imagined what I would look like. They said that because of me, their love was more complete. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that Song Shishia's question might mean that she was an accident caused by her parents, so her parents just ran away and didn't want her anymore? How pitiful. Because of this suspicion, Chi-Chi decided to forgive her for her impolite question. But the next moment, Song Xiaoxiao raised her tear-stained face and looked at him bewilderedly. My dad also said I was the fruit of his and mom's love, but why do they always only care about each other and ignore me, the fruit of their love? My aunt downstairs said I was an accident. As she spoke, tears began to flow again. She wiped them with her sleeve and sobbed. Dad told him to go find Mom first, and asked my aunt and me to wait for him at the store. We were afraid he wouldn't be able to find us if we left, so we kept waiting. Just now, I saw them on the balcony. Even though Dad didn't turn into a zombie at first, I guess. It must have been Mom who turned into a zombie. He didn't want to leave her alone, he wanted to be with her, so he locked them both on the balcony and turned into a zombie with Mom. Chi-Chi stared at her blankly, his eyes wide and his mouth shaped into an O. Is this true? He really wanted to tell Song Xiaoxiao that your guess might not be right. Perhaps your father was bitten and was afraid the two of them would get out and hurt others, so he locked himself and your mother on the balcony before he lost consciousness. That's probably right? But he just thought about it in his mind and didn't say it out loud. After all, the little girl was clearly upset, so it was best to keep quiet. Why aren't you talking? Don't you believe me? Jiang Qi, He sighed inwardly. He already said it. This girl was the most difficult he ever met. I believe it. So I was really an accident for my parents. My dad would rather turn into a zombie with Mom than come back for me. Isn't he afraid that if my aunt couldn't protect me, I'd get bitten to death too? As she spoke, the little girl's tears began to flow again, leaving Chi-Chi completely bewildered and at a loss as to what to do. His good brother, Gigi, was squatting behind the second row of shelves, secretly glancing over at them. He felt sad for Song Xiaoxiao, yet also felt relieved that he hadn't gone. His parents and grandmother were gone too. He didn't know how to comfort them in this situation because he couldn't speak, and he felt even more grief-stricken. Song Shishu's home. When the door opened, just as Song Huanyan had expected, the glass door leading from the balcony to the living room was tightly shut. It was obvious that her brother or sister-in-law had trapped them on the balcony in their final moments of consciousness. Perhaps they thought that if she could bring Xiaoxiao back, they wouldn't be able to harm them. For added security, they had Lioli's dog leash tied around their waists, hanging against the side of the living room, tied in a knot. And their necks. Xiao Fei took a closer look and saw that a thin wire ran through their necks, connecting their heads together. Song Huanyan's brother still had his arms outstretched, hugging his wife. His wrists were also tied together with wire, allowing him to maintain his position and hold his wife tightly even if he lost consciousness. The downside, however, was that one side of his neck was bitten to pieces, the black blood clotted on it, a particularly gruesome sight. It had to be said that although Song Xiaoxiao was only 7 years old, she knew her parents very well, and her suspicions were likely true. Chapter 189. Song Huanyan didn't grieve for long, because she knew she couldn't afford to grieve. She hadn't yet realized that Song Xiaoxiao had seen her parents, though they looked almost unrecognizable, their bodies shrunken and desiccated. But for familiar family members, they could easily recognize them just by looking at their figures, especially since they were on their own balcony. While she mourned for her brother and sister-in-law, she also had to suppress her grief and asked Xiao Fei and the others to help dispose of their bodies. In fact, there was something strange about their bodies. The balcony, with its windows closed, faced south, meaning that as long as it was sunny and in the sun, the temperature inside was higher than outside. Not to mention the few months when the temperature had just risen, but still remained below zero. For the past month or so, the daytime temperature had been mostly above zero, and with the sunlight filtering through the glass, it was much warmer than outside. No matter how large the ice was, it should have melted. But her brother and sister-in-law stood there, hugging each other, motionless, like frozen ice sculptures. Perhaps it had something to do with the wire strung around their necks. Xiao Fei and the others had never seen such a zombie before. The man held the woman in his arms, seemingly unconcerned about her biting his neck. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other pressed her head against his chest, a hint of sadness in his lifeless, pale eyes. Yes, sadness. Whether it was real or simply how everyone felt about the scene, at that moment, they, like Song Huanyan, felt a sense of discomfort. It was like witnessing the tragic and heroic act of a man deeply in love with his wife, realizing he couldn't save the one he loved, and resolutely committing suicide. But if that were all, it wouldn't have left such a deep impression, Xiao Fei thought. That sadness must have also been tinged with a hint of apology, an apology to his sister and daughter. Alas, the fire warriors on the team burned for a full quarter of an hour before reducing the two to a pile of ash. However, a few resilient bones remained, and no matter how hard they burned, they wouldn't burn. Captain Xiao, here are 2 rings. The fire warrior handed Xiao Fei 2 small, unburned finger bones, embedded with 2 simple yet elegant gold rings. Xiao Fei walked into one of the bedrooms, and handed the finger bones and rings to Song Huanyan, who was helping Song Xiaoxiao pack her clothes. Since these 2 bones haven't been burned, would you like to find a box to store them in? Song Huanyan finally collected the finger bones and rings in her sister-in-law's wooden jewelry box. She then placed the ashes from the balcony in a porcelain jar and placed it in her brother and sister-in-law's bedroom. Everything was packed, but even after they carried their belongings downstairs, Song Xiaoxiao still hadn't arrived. Instead, it was Chi-Chi who came over to pass on the little girl's message. She said she's not coming. She's afraid she'd be reluctant to leave. Song Huanyan's heart skipped a beat. She knew that when she tried to stop her niece, she must have seen her parents. She wanted to ask Chi-Chi if her niece had cried. But the clever child avoided her gaze and jumped onto a nearby children's bicycle. "Auntie, is this Song Xiaoxiao's bike? I help her ride it." With that, he sped off like a gust of wind, carrying his dog. "Song Xiaoxiao, your backpack." He and Chi-Chi had both brought their own backpacks, but Song Xiaoxiao didn't. Just now, she saw her aunt carrying her bicycle down, a small, pink backpack hanging from the handlebars. It was clearly hers. But, wow! Song Xiaoxiao saw the pink backpack in Chi-Chi's hand, and the tears that had just stopped flowing began to flow again. "Chi-Chi, why are you crying again?" He felt a headache, the backpack in his hand like a hot potato, neither throwing it away nor not throwing it away. He tried to negotiate. "Auntie, can you tell me why you're crying? This backpack isn't yours? It's mine. Who told you to take it? This is a Children's Day gift from my mom. I miss her." Though crying, she still grabbed her backpack and hugged it tightly. But Song Xiaoxiao had one good thing. Her tears flowed as quickly as they came. After hugging the backpack to her arms, the tears that had begun to flow quickly stopped. Still tearful, she asked Chi-Chi, "When you left, were my parents still on the balcony?" Jiangqi shook his head. He thought, they must have burned. How could they still be there? Song Xiaoxiao had clearly thought of this, and the gates, which had just closed, were about to open again. Jiangqi hurriedly said, "Don't cry, don't be sad. It's the end of the world. It's hard for everyone, isn't it?" He racked his brain for words that would comfort her and stop her tears, but it was so difficult. She caught a glimpse of her good friend Gigi from the corner of her eye and quickly turned to wink at him, suggesting they find a solution quickly. Gigi came over and sighed. "Not only did you lose your parents, but so did I. At the beginning of the apocalypse, my parents and my grandmother, the 3 closest people in this world, were all gone. Look, Gigi's even worse off than you are. At least you have your aunt. My dad, his parents, and my brother were all the same. They were all turned into zombies, and nothing was left. Isn't that tragic too?" After the 2 of them said this, Song Xiaoxiao stopped crying. Instead, she looked at them with sympathy and pity. After all, they had one more person die than her family, so they were indeed worse off than she was. The little girl sniffed, unzipped her school bag, and pulled out a pretty pink cloth bag. She opened it, and pulled out 3 red strings. She said to Chi-Chi and Gigi, "I bought these when my parents and I went to Daolong Temple. They've been dipped in Buddhist incense and are said to bless people. From today on, the 3 of us are good friends. Each of you will have one. Come, I tie them on your wrists." "Is this a red hairband?" Chi-Chi and Gigi exchanged a look of horror. Looking at Song Xiaoxiao, they wanted to say, "We're boys. Do we really have to wear these?" But neither dared to object. This little girl had cried countless times that afternoon, her tears flowing like a stream. If she had been born in Ming Jiangnu's time, she wouldn't have cried down the Great Wall. Don't let her cry again if they don't agree. Song Xiaoxiao, bent over and fiddling with the red string, didn't notice the conflicted expressions on the 2 boys' faces. She was solely focused on tying the knot. She tied Chi-Chi's knot first, saying, "I'm really good at tying knots. Back in kindergarten, all 3 teachers praised my dexterity. Look, doesn't it look good?" Chi-Chi looked down at the bow on her wrist, speechless. Next to her, Gigi noticed it too, his mouth twitching as he clasped his hands behind his back. But when Song Xiaoxiao reached him, he stretched out his right hand with a desperate look, his head turned to the side, as if ready to die. However, Song Xiaoxiao snapped the hand away. It's the left hand. Men's left, women's right. Do you understand? I don't understand. They both replied in their minds. After tying it, they quickly pulled down their inner autumn clothes, covering the red rope tightly. Song Xiaoxiao saw their actions, and nodded in agreement. It's necessary to protect it, so it doesn't get dirty while working. Chi-Chi and Gigi, The two children nodded in unison. Yes, that's right. As the sun was about to set, the group left Pingcheng, riding their bikes back home, their bags and bags packed. Today, they cleared a bicycle shop and taken out at least 30 or 40 bikes, so they stopped walking on their legs and rode their bikes on the way back. After all, the main road had been cleared, making it more suitable for cycling. Arriving at the high wall of Pingjiang Bridge, they lined up their bicycles neatly and climbed back to Pingcheng. Tomorrow, when they go again, they have transportation. Song Huanyan had been thinking about how to explain this to her niece, but she hadn't mentioned a single word about her parents or her family since meeting her. Before bed that night, she tried to explain, but she changed the subject, saying she was sleepy and closing her eyes. She sighed inwardly, bent down, kissed her niece on the forehead, and whispered, Xiao, Auntie will always be with you, never parting. Time flew by in the busyness of the world. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was late October, officially the 19th month of the apocalypse. The temperature had risen several degrees compared to September, now reaching a high of 10 degrees Celsius during the day. The frozen zombies in Pingcheng had almost all thawed within a day. Fortunately, they had already been dealt with, and even if the last batch had thawed, there would be no zombie tide. Thus, the zombie killers entering the city were stationed at the walls of Pingjiang Bridge. Those that had thawed and were able to move around no longer needed to be sought out. They would follow the scent and run towards this area. Recently, Wei Lichuan, in collaboration with Li Nan, had recruited a number of people for Pingcheng. Li Nan didn't assign these people to the greenhouse area, but rather to a nearby village not far from the North Expressway, where Qiao Fei had once lived. Of course, they wouldn't be stationed here permanently. First, they would be observed, then divided into groups, and finally, their suitability for specific roles would be determined. To prevent any disturbances, Lu Su was assigned a team to monitor the situation. After nearly a year of working together, he was beginning to have some thoughts of using the siblings more effectively. Of course, it was also because Bai Li seemed genuinely unfazed by them, acting as if they didn't know each other, completely unrelated. Lately, there had been quite a few zombies in Pingcheng. Besides the patrols and security assigned, Lu Su had also led his men into Pingcheng several times during his free time, focusing on searching for supplies. There was little hope of food, and they weren't short of it. They just wanted to find blankets, clothing, and other essentials. It had been over a year and a half since the apocalypse, and production hadn't even resumed. Now, aside from food, everything was in short supply. This was especially true for the newly recruited personnel. Lu Su advised them to form teams based on their abilities, and go to Pingcheng to search for supplies. However, it was best to have at least 2 people with strength abilities within each team, so that if they found more, they could carry it back out. Naturally, Wei Lichuan and Jiang Minglang had allowed them to enter Pingcheng. Although there were still zombies and mutated animals that could attack humans in the city, their numbers had been brought under control, and overall the risk wasn't too great. There was indeed a considerable amount of supplies inside, so it was better to use them anyway. But the Tiger King's area was off limits. A sign stating no entry, no consequences had been posted. However, the crisis in Pingcheng had been resolved, but the old leader's transfer to Pingcheng was blocked. By the time Pingcheng's stubborn snow had completely melted, another crisis had occurred in neighboring Kancheng to the south. This time, Wei Lichuan sent 3 urgent telegrams to Kyoto, mentioning not only Kancheng, but also the second-tier city of Ningxing. In fact, it had been anticipated that after the heavy snow sealed off the city, it was unlikely that only the zombies in Pingcheng would be frozen. How could cities like Pingcheng, which had already lost all their survivors, be spared? Kyoto had no doubts about this, as Jiancheng, the southernmost city with a garrison, had already been hit by a zombie wave. However, the garrison commander had connections, and Jiancheng was a major city with a pre-existing arsenal. A few artillery shells nearly leveled the entire city. Also, neighboring Secheng was bombed for the most part. But as the smoke cleared, a frenzy of mutant animals ensued. Wei Lichuan and Jiang Minglang had no idea how many mutants had gone berserk, but they heard that the spent bullet casings could have filled 2 trucks. What a luxury! If they had all come from Jiangqing's arsenal, no one would have believed it. But the good news for them was that, because of Jiangqing's recent developments, their old leader's transfer order, which had been stalled for a month, had finally been approved. However, even if the old leader came, Wei Lichuan and Jiang Minglang understood that while he could bring his own troops, he would definitely not be allowed to bring more weapons. They discussed how, when the apocalypse arrived, Ningxing was in chaos like every other city. Jiang Minglang, anxious to find his wife and children, hadn't paid much attention. Thinking back, Ningxing's troops had probably been transferred long ago. So were the weapons depots there, like the military academy in neighboring Huacheng, mostly still there? The old leader also tried to get information, but unfortunately, he couldn't find out. Jiang Minglang wanted to look for it. To better defend Pingcheng, he needed more weapons in his own hands. Easy to do. Early that morning, he and Xiao Fei, along with 8 other people, drove 2 cars from Pingcheng, heading south. The cars and gasoline were from a 4S dealership in Pingcheng. Several cities south of Pingcheng had been closed off early due to water and mutant animal issues. Now that the ice and snow had melted, the highway had been exposed to its original state, making it very accessible. They didn't make much noise. There were only 2 cars on the entire highway. But as psychics, they keenly sensed that they were being watched by countless eyes. Zhang Xiaoda whispered to Jiang Minglang, "Boss, we should take Fengbao with us." Renbin and Lao Sheng shared the same sentiment. "We should. I don't know what this thing is, but it gives me a creep." In reality, it wasn't that they didn't want to take Fengbao with them. It was that Fengbao didn't want to come with them. Although Jiang Minglang was also its owner, he'd better forget about going out. In Toriko's heart, only her mother and brother could take her out to play. So, Jiang Minglang decided to take his son with him the next time he went out. Boys can't just stay in their comfort zone forever. They need to get out and experience more while they're young, so they can grow into real men and stand on their own 2 feet. As he was thinking this, the car behind Xiao Fei and his companion suddenly made a sharp emergency brake sound, but the car did not stop completely. The rear end of the car swung, and it felt like something flew up from behind their car. Chapter 190. What is that? A quick glance revealed something with a large, furry tail, grayish-white in color. "Don't slow down, keep going," Jiang Minglang commanded in a deep voice, and Xiao Fei, in the car behind him, was giving the same instructions. The driver was one of his soldiers, nicknamed Sanpao. He had slammed on the brakes not because he noticed something hanging from the rear of the car, but because a web had suddenly appeared on the windshield. He had hurriedly applied the brakes, but the moment he did, he realized something was amiss. He released the brakes, stepped on the accelerator, and swerved the steering wheel. Sure enough, something was flung flying from behind him. Did you see it clearly? What was it? Xiao Fei sat in the passenger seat. Like Sanpao, he focused primarily on the front and sides, only catching a blurry image in the rearview mirror. Ma Lun, sitting in the back seat, saw it clearly. "I think it's a squirrel. It was harmless before the apocalypse, but who knows what it's become afterward. Follow Captain Zhang's car, Lun, and flush the windshield with water." Xiao Fei had also seen the fleeting web above, and he wondered if there was a spider hiding under the front of the car. After the apocalypse, even insects that could normally be crushed with a finger have become spirits. With a splash, clear water flowed down from the front. A swipe of the wipers revealed the windshield crystal clear again. "Captain, there's something on the ground." As the water washed over the windshield, it naturally also washed over the front of the car. Then, behind the car, a dark object, the size of a saucer, landed in the middle of the highway. Xiao Fei had guessed it right. A spider. "Sanpao, be careful. If there's one, there might be another." First it was a squirrel, then a spider, but the feeling of being watched lingered, indicating that something was still watching them from the shadows, and quite possibly more than one. Not long after Xiao Fei finished speaking, 2 daggers suddenly darted out from above Jiang Minglang and his companion's car, followed by a bloody mist that exploded. The 2 cars still didn't slow down, so theirs almost instantly collided with the falling body parts from the bloody mist. Ma Lun immediately put his finger to the slightly ajar window. Water rushed through, clearing the windshield once again. He just couldn't see what animal the falling body parts belonged to. It didn't matter. Whatever it was, I killed them if they dared to block my way. After the unknown object exploded, a bloody odor filled the highway, attracting countless prying figures on both sides. A battle seemed imminent. In the White Orchard, Bai Li was still being called in daily by Professor Lung to conduct experiments. It wasn't that she was a gifted student or that he wanted to teach her anything, but rather that he wanted to prepare more high-quality seeds and have her help in inducing them to grow. Thus, Bai Li considered herself merely a tool for inducing growth. Gao Junyu was also present, But because his supernatural power wasn't as high as Bai Li's, the quality of the seeds he inducing was naturally inferior. But this difference was only relative. It was still better than ordinary seeds. Given the current uncertainties in the land, Professor Lung wanted to try using seeds inducing supernatural power instead of ordinary seeds. Would the resulting crops taste better and yield higher yields? While psychics can help fruit trees grow faster and better, the downside is that they can only produce a limited amount. For example, Bai Li could only help fruit trees grow one by one, and the same goes for wheat and rice. In other words, no matter how powerful her psychic abilities were, she couldn't help an entire acre of land produce fruit at once. Forget an acre, even a single acre would be a stretch. Or Professor Lung would just have her help with each tree, then save the seeds. Gao Junyu did the same, helping each tree grow, and then saving the seeds after they matured. This job wasn't difficult, and it was simple. Wheat, rice, corn, sweet potatoes, anything edible, Professor Lung had the two of them grow enough fruit to distribute to the villagers for planting, while also keeping enough for emergencies. For example, they would share it with Li Nan and the neighbors next door. The enthusiastic neighbor Ningen also gave Professor Lung a few pots of white peonies, but the next day, Lei Jia went to exchange a few more for her own cactus. The two of them had a deep discussion about their respective abilities. Lei Jia tried to animate the newly budded peony in Ningen's hand, and it ended up blooming a white, thorny flower of some unknown origin. It had petals, but they were covered in thorns. Ningen also tried to animate the young cactus in Lei Jia's hand. The cactus didn't grow, but a strange, white-pink flower bloomed at the top. It was so confusing. I don't know what's going on. But Ningen, that unfortunate kid, still doesn't know his white peony has insecticidal properties. Lei Jia and him became close friends, but she kept it to herself. How could someone else reveal the secret of a plant they had induced to grow? That would be so embarrassing. After finishing their morning anime work and getting up to leave, Bai Li's eyelids suddenly twitched, and she couldn't help but look south. Uncle Lung, is your left eye jumping for wealth or disaster? Professor Lung glanced over his shoulder at her and scoffed. You're so superstitious at such a young age? Jumping for wealth. After a pause, he added, it's the end of the world, and you're jumping for wealth. Can you really get rich? Bai Li narrowed her eyes and gazed into the distance, saying, you're wrong. It's jumping for disaster. Is something going to happen? The weather was about to warm up, and even the water in Pingjiang had thawed. And with the rising temperatures, animals previously forced to retreat by the cold or hibernate might emerge and show their claws. However, because Qiao Fei had brought back so many people, they had been maintaining thorough security and patrols both inside and outside their homes. These patrols extended beyond Yunxi village. They also patrolled eastward to the city walls at least twice a day. To the west, towards the city center, they and Ningen and Musong's teams each sent out patrols, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Any anomalies encountered during this period were generally resolved smoothly, and any that could not be resolved were immediately discussed. The abnormalities mentioned here basically refer to some aggressive mutant animals. So far, their eastern half of the city has been relatively safe, with virtually no unexpected casualties. Even when villagers go out to collect firewood, they gather in groups. After all, those who are still alive are relatively vigilant. Under these circumstances, Bai Li couldn't imagine what disaster was about to happen. Could it be the people Li Nan and Wei Lichuan had just recruited? Logically, it wouldn't be. They finally had a stable place to stay, where they could earn food through labor, and form teams to go to Pingcheng to scavenge. While there was a chance of encountering zombies, danger and supplies were both present. For good things, there's always a price to pay, right? So, it couldn't be those people. Bai Li's eyelids were still twitching as she walked out of Professor Lung's lab. It wasn't until she ran into Du Qian and Leng Hanyu walking side by side outside that her eyelids finally stopped twitching. It's almost time for dinner. Where are you going? Du Qian found it odd to see her walking out in the middle of the day. Lately, Professor Lung had been pressuring her to produce her seeds. While her superpowers hadn't been completely depleted, they still drained about 60% to 70% each time. So, after lunch, Bai Li usually had to sleep for an hour or two to recover. As a result, she hardly left the village lately. Bai Li raised her hand and rubbed her left eyelid. It was twitching just now. I was worried something might happen, so I thought I'd go out for a walk. Du Qian, eh? He was speechless. Why do you still believe this? What else? Can you explain to me why my eyelids are twitching? That was impossible to explain. Leng Hanyu asked doubtfully, doesn't a twitching left eye mean wealth? Bai Li was silent for a moment, then said, There's absolutely no chance of getting rich right now, so it can only mean disaster. Hey, old dude, could Jiang Minglang and the others have encountered something on the road? It took them over a month to clear Pingcheng, so how much better could the cities further south be? Du Qian, as a professional, explained, whether it's zombies or mutant animals, an encounter with them is inevitable. But with old Jiang and Xiaofei here, and with all the top-tier psychics we brought with us, even if we can't escape, our lives won't be in danger. So don't worry, they be fine. Bailey thought about it and agreed, but she asked Du Qian, when they almost cleared out Pingcheng, why didn't any zombies come to neighboring Kongzhou? She could understand why the mutant animals didn't come this way. After all, with the Tiger King around, many animals wouldn't dare to venture into its territory. But zombies are clueless creatures. After the ice melts, won't they smell the human scent and head for Pingcheng? After all, although Pingcheng isn't inhabited, it's visited daily. Is it because of the distance? It should be. Kongzhou and Pingcheng are separated by numerous paddy fields. With such a long distance, unless Pingcheng has a large population, it's unlikely to attract zombies from over 100 kilometers away. Du Qian noticed she seemed to have an idea and asked, do you want Wei Lichuan to send people to clear out Kongzhou? Is that okay? That way, the journey will be easier for Jiang Minglang and the others when they return from Ningxing. If they can find the weapons depot and pull it back, there's bound to be a lot of noise. Less resistance here will make their return much smoother. Du Qian knew Wei Lichuan's next plan to clean up Kongzhou, which was to wait for the old leader to arrive before executing it. But Bailey didn't care about Wei Lichuan and Jingdu's schemes. She just wanted her husband to return safely. Go ask him. If he doesn't agree. Bailey narrowed her eyes and said, then we send a few people to investigate. I take Feng Bao with us. Du Qian added, if he tells us to wait, will he still give them seeds and fruit in exchange later? What do you think? This was a rather unnecessary question. Du Qian suppressed the corners of his mouth, thinking, you already have a backup plan. How dare he refuse? Moreover, hearing that Bailey was also going, he dared not refuse. When Du Qian recounted Bailey's exact words to Wei Lichuan, he indeed dared not say no. If he didn't send someone, my aunt would go to Kongzhou. If something really went wrong, Captain Jiang would be able to skin him alive when he returned. Besides, he had long considered exploring Kongzhou. Initially, he had intended to wait for his old leader to arrive in Pingcheng before taking action, but time waited for no one. He couldn't let Captain Jiang and his men be caught in a pincer attack. The next day, Wei Lichuan personally selected a team of 50 men, leaving his deputy to lead the team while he and Su Bo led the team. After all, the situation in Kongzhou was different from that in Pingcheng. Previously, the temperature was low and the snow hadn't melted yet. Even if there was danger, it was temporarily frozen. Now, everything was unsealed. Sister-in-law? Didn't you say? You won't go even if I send someone? Seeing Bailey and her good friend Cheng Xian arrive with Su Bo, Wei Lichuan blurted out in surprise. I thought about it, and I'd like to go with you to take a look. Captain Wei, you won't disagree, will you? Of course not. Would he dare refuse? Although Wei Lichuan had never witnessed Bailey's battle record, he didn't dare underestimate her green ivy. He was even jealous of the ones climbing the walls outside their Yunqi village. They were said to have mutated, and would autonomously kill any mutated animals that approached. As a safeguard, it was a safe bet. He hoped that Bailey's abilities would one day advance further, allowing her to move the green ivy to Pingjiang Bridge, or even to the walls surrounding Pingcheng. That would save everyone a lot of trouble. After all, his men were dwindling. Besides those who had fallen previously, he had recently uncovered several bribed traitors, including the soldier who had delivered the letter to Bai Hua. Once the troops were cleared out, he wouldn't be adding any more. In other words, if he lost one soldier, he'd be permanently shortchanged. So he valued everyone's lives, otherwise, he wouldn't have led the team personally this time. Bailey also valued everyone's lives, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought Feng Bao with her today. With her birdie here, at least the birds in the sky wouldn't cause trouble. And not just the birdie, there were 6 crows following from afar. Ever since they helped fight the mutant bats during the last heavy rain, these crows had taken up residence in her home. Her grandmother fed them daily, and each one was plump and plump, looking even fatter than their own laying hens. They had come out together, and Bailey was a little worried. She wondered if their weight had made them less agile than before, and they wouldn't be able to fight the other birds in Connecticut. She hoped she wouldn't fail to help and have to go back to rescue them. Bailey sat in the car and discussed with Feng Bao, why don't you let your black brothers go back first? Lose some weight later, then come out for missions. Feng Bao tilted his little head, his dark eyes staring at her. After a long moment, he touched her mouth with his beak. What does this mean? She peered out the window. The black crows were still soaring above their car, showing no sign of returning. But perhaps because of their presence, they were surprisingly safe all the way to the exit in Connecticut. Not only did they not encounter any mutant birds, they didn't even see a single mutant animal. She thought they were frightened by the black crows, but in reality, most of them had been diverted away by Jiang Minglang and his team's 2 cars yesterday. The battlefield was about 20 kilometers from the exit where they had left the highway. Although most of the mutant animal bodies had been burned, bloodstains were still on the ground. If you looked carefully, you could still find some unburned fur or claws. Chapter 191. Having driven along the highway all the way, we drove straight into the city of Kangzhou after exiting. While on the highway, we passed some villages. From afar, they looked gray and deserted, a dead silence. No living people, and seemingly no zombies either. As for the villages further away, it was unclear what the situation was. Shortly after exiting the highway, before entering the city, cars stopped one by one on the roadside. Wei Lichuan left 10 men to guard the convoy, while they explored and cleared the surrounding area. He and Su Bo led the others, including Bai Li and Cheng Xiyun, into the city. In terms of physique, Cheng Xiyun and Song Huanyan bore some resemblances, both possessing slender bodies and slender limbs. But Su Bo had fought with her before, though it wasn't really a fight, it was simply training her reaction time. Her strength was certainly no problem, even comparable to his, but her reaction time was a bit slow. Of course, this slowness was only relative to their situation. Compared to ordinary people, it was quite good, mainly because she hadn't had much actual combat experience. That's why, when Bai Li was coming to Connecticut, Cheng Xiyun tentatively asked if she could come along. In the past, when they went out for something, she never mentioned it, to avoid being a drag. But now that the weather was warmer, there was a sense of things stirring, both inside and out. Cheng Xiyun wondered if she too should get out and exercise. You can't just have all that strength, cooking and working in the fields, and then be unable to face zombies and animals when a crisis strikes. She didn't want to underestimate herself, so she wanted to give it a try. Bai Li hadn't known she was thinking this. If she had, she would have definitely said, "Why didn't you just tell me you wanted to try it earlier? Wouldn't Lao Sheng and Renbin just take you with them when they went out?" Of course, Su Bo would be more willing to take her. Su Bo was interested in Cheng Xiyun, and anyone with a reasonable eye could see it. However, Cheng Xiyun had no intention of accepting the offer, as she felt Su Bo's affection for her was largely due to Yu. It was because Yu was so close to her that he had developed feelings for her. She didn't want that kind of relationship. That was one aspect, but more importantly, she felt she wasn't quite there yet for Su Bo, she just wasn't attracted to him. Their ordinary interactions were as calm as water, without that impulsive feeling. So for now, she'd leave it at that. She felt being friends was better than being a couple. The 40 people split into 2 teams and entered the city in batches. Wei Lichuan led one team in front, Su Bo led the second, with Bai Li and Cheng Xiyun following behind. Feng Bao remained on Bai Li's shoulder, but the 6 crows had vanished when the convoy stopped, only to be seen flying off towards the city center. They looked quite anxious. Bai Li suspected there might be a rotting corpse inside. Of course, it wasn't necessarily human, it could have been an animal. Downtown Connecticut was similar to Pingcheng. The snow had recently melted, leaving the ground damp, and the entire city permeated with a damp air. Even with the sun, the chill couldn't be dispelled. Especially the skeletons piled on the roadside. The fleshless skulls, the tiny insects crawling from their black eyes, added an eerie touch to the street. Swish, flames erupted. 2 fire types, stationed on either side of the road, burned the skeletons to ash one by one. With the temperature rising day by day, this kind of thing must not be left alone, or who knows what kind of virus will emerge later. The group slowly advanced, burning as they did so. The shops on either side were deserted, filthy, and smelled of mold, completely shattered. After about 300 meters, they saw a figure standing unsteadily at an intersection about 2 kilometers ahead. Although its back was facing them, its stance revealed it to be a zombie. Quickly, the zombie turned, bared its teeth, and growled at the group, then sprinted towards them at an uncanny speed. It seemed to be within their reach in the blink of an eye. While Bai Li was startled, a vine sprang out. Wei Lichuan raised his hand and gestured, causing the 2 groups to separate. 2 of the soldiers took 2 running steps, kicked off the roadside shop walls, and in a few steps reached the top of the 5-story building. Finding their position, One of the soldiers quickly put down his sniper rifle and lay prone. The other half crouched beside him, keeping watch. Bailey knew this was just a precaution. With only one zombie showing up, she wouldn't fire her gun right away. In just a few seconds, the swift-running zombie was almost in front of him. At the same time, her vines reached the zombie, rapidly expanding and entangling its legs. Due to inertia, the zombie stumbled forward. Wei Lichuan, walking in the front, had been ready to strike the moment he saw the green light. Although he had never worked with Bailey before, he knew how to act. And then, the opportunity presented itself. Crack! The long knife struck the zombie's neck with a sharp, teeth-grinding sound, as if he were not cutting through the flesh of a human-turned zombie, but through with turned stone. Wei Lichuan's eyes darkened. His numb knuckles made him realize that this zombie was even tougher than the zombie frozen in Pingcheng. If he hadn't cut through its skin and seen the black flesh beneath, he would have suspected that the zombie had mutated and turned to stone beneath its skin. With its legs bound and then slashed, the zombie's body, which was originally falling, was flipped over by the force of the long sword, and finally fell backward to the ground with a thud. Vines swished upwards, and before it could react from the fall, they bound its upper body and arms, especially its blackened hands. It was said that even a scratch from a zombie's nails could cause infection. Wei Lichuan's strike failed to sever the zombie's neck. A warrior with supernatural powers behind him followed closely, and slashed down at the zombie's neck with all his strength. There was the same snapping sound, but the good thing was, it was cut through. The zombie's gray eyes had been moving, but as its neck snapped, they were reduced to white. Damn! So hard to kill! A young soldier frowned at the zombie on the ground and muttered softly. While their captain didn't possess any powers, he was quite strong, and yet, he couldn't even cut half of it off. He looked further down the street, his keen ears twitching, wondering if the next zombie would be as difficult to cut as this one. Not only was it difficult to cut, but it was also incredibly fast. If it hadn't been for my sister-in-law's cleverness, entangling it with vines first, this zombie would have been even more difficult to deal with. After all, a bound zombie is like a fish on a chopping block, offering no resistance. But if they hadn't been restrained, the fight would have been a struggle. A fire-type soldier was about to burn the zombie, when a series of footsteps echoed from the intersection ahead, followed by a group of zombies scurrying towards them. Captain, there are more behind us, on the left road. A rough estimate is at least 200. At this moment, a sniper had also crouched on the rooftop to the right. He reviewed the report and said, there are also some on the right road, around 200 as well. Ready to fire, everyone else, get your grenades ready. With a bang, the first gunshot rang out, and with a loud bang, a bullet pierced the zombie in front of him. Thankfully, the zombies approaching now weren't as strange as the ones before, running at about the same speed as the ones in Pingcheng that had melted through the ice. I was saying, it's impossible for every one of them to be mutated. With each gunshot, zombies fell one by one in front of him. The two snipers kept their fire at a distance of 300 meters, but due to the sheer number of zombies, it was impossible to guarantee a hit. Those who managed to get closer would be intercepted by the several strength-powered zombies. Bailey continued to assist them, tying them up with vines to minimize the risk of damage while chopping. Meanwhile, two other speed warriors circled from the other sides, one on each side, and launched a series of grenades into the zombie horde. They weren't worried about the commotion here attracting all the zombies from Connecticut. They were originally here to eliminate them, so it was better to have them all here so they wouldn't have to search every street. They hadn't used firearms when dealing with the zombies in Pingcheng, so they didn't feel bad about using them now. After all, the old leader was bound to bring some with him when he took over. As for the weapons Jiang Minglang and his men had found, Wei Lichuan certainly wouldn't take them. If he needed anything, he asked Kyoto for it. Although he was always stingy with his money, he'd take whatever he could get. It wasn't too little. Captain, there are at least 100 more coming to the left side of the intersection. Same on the right. Still playing symmetry? The speedsters on the left and right sides hadn't returned yet, both carrying backpacks filled with grenades. As explosions echoed simultaneously on both sides of the intersection, numerous limbs and severed arms collapsed into the center, including heads. The more disgusting thing was that even those with heads left intact, even those with only their heads and upper bodies, were still wriggling towards him like tapeworms. Even so, the power of the bombs was immense. Bailey stared ahead, but occasionally glanced toward the rooftops. The two snipers' marksmanship was undoubtedly excellent, but she knew that no matter how good they were, they couldn't compare to her husband's. Zhang Xiaoda and the others had repeatedly emphasized to her that their leader, the top sniper, had always held a firm position, unrivaled. She had seen Jiang Minglang kill with a sniper rifle, but never with such continuous, relentless fire. He was practically unerring, with almost every shot hitting the zombie's forehead. Only by hitting the forehead could a zombie be completely killed, effectively decapitating it. 2 soldiers on guard also handed over magazines. Soon, when the bullets were nearly exhausted, there were few remaining intact zombies. Bai Li and the others had retreated about 100 meters. After the bombs and gunfire ceased, they advanced, burning and clearing the way. Because of the noise, the timid Feng Bao had already scurried into Bai Li's arms, her small body wrapped in her clothes trembling. Bai Li rubbed its little head soothingly through her clothes, then dared to peek out through the zipper. Bai Li was already standing at the intersection. A team of soldiers on each side was clearing the remains. Chung Xian followed behind them, occasionally picking off any that were missed. I have to say, compared to the zombies she killed in the supermarket at the beginning of the apocalypse, these zombies were incredibly tough. They were hard to kill, incredibly hard. Luckily, they had plenty of grenades, otherwise, relying solely on their swords, it would have taken forever. After all, they killed at least 800 zombies today, if not 1,000. Do zombies and mutant animals also have distinct territories? Bai Li gestured around, then said to Wei Lichuan, who was standing beside her, "There's so much noise here, but it only attracted zombies, not a single animal. It's possible that there's no food in the city, so the animals chose to leave. I think there should be quite a few in the surrounding countryside. It was the same when we were clearing out the frozen zombies in Pingcheng. There were almost no animals in the city. But the situation in the suburbs, or even the countryside, was harder to say. So, when ordinary people in teams went to Pingcheng to search for supplies, the soldiers on guard would almost always remind them to stay in the city and avoid the suburbs or the countryside. Whether they obeyed or suffered casualties was none of their business. And it seemed the same in Kanzhou. At this moment, Bai Li suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" And Wei Lichuan turned his head immediately. What's wrong? He had seen, just as she was standing there, a few tiny pieces of green radish scurried away from her feet. Is this to gather information? Admittedly, Wei Lichuan was envious. Like Su Bo, he possessed all-around improved physical abilities, without any particular special ability. Oh no, he had a keener nose than anyone else. He could sense a fart before it happened. Of course, the upside was that it made the soldiers easier to manage. After all, if someone did something bad, as long as there was a scent left behind, he could usually find it. Simply put, it functioned like a police dog. I saw an old friend. Bai Li raised her hand, pointing ahead, and said to Wei Lichuan, "Over there. I want to go check it out." Old friend? Wei Lichuan looked surprised. Someone was still alive here. Male or female? Wait a minute, I get 2 people to go with you. Bai Li thought for a moment, then shook her head firmly. No need. I can go alone. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If someone came with her, she was afraid Xiao Ai would turn around and run. Indeed, Luo Luo, sent by Bai Li to investigate, spotted Xiao Ai, the big cat from the Sucheng residential complex, about a kilometer ahead. No one knew when it had arrived in Connecticut, or where it had spent the heavy snow. It was running over now, clearly drawn by the explosion. Bai Li and Feng Bao hurried forward. Perhaps hearing footsteps, Xiao Ai turned and darted several meters away, attempting to escape along the wall. Xiao Ai. Bai Li couldn't help but call out before she even reached it. If she hadn't called, it would have run away. From Luolu's perspective, Bai Li could clearly see that Xiao Ai had lost a lot of weight. His once chubby face, resembling Garfield's, was noticeably smaller. His body, while still large, was shriveled. His ribs were visible through the orange skin of his back. If she hadn't known Xiao Ai so well, she would have almost failed to recognize him. She wondered, if it was willing, could she take it back to the White Orchard? At Bai Li's call, Xiao Ai, who had been about to run, stopped dead in her tracks and jerked her head back. Chapter 192. Captain, more zombies are coming. Bai Li had just left the intersection when a soldier, still lying on the rooftop guarding the sniper, surveyed the area with binoculars and noticed a dark mass of zombies on the southwest side of the road. Further south of there was Connecticut's new urban area, mostly occupied by companies and factories. The apocalypse began on a workday, and the factories were crowded. Even those who weren't initially infected with the virus couldn't escape and eventually became zombies. However, to the west of the new urban area, there was a national highway. Initially, many fleeing people took that route, attracting many zombies along the highway. Those unable to escape were mostly trapped inside the companies or factories. After all, the zombies were initially very weak, and a single flimsy gate was enough to stop them. But now, the zombies are just as formidable as the smashed roller shutter door of Song Hwanyan's hot pot restaurant. Wei Lichuan ordered his men to collect the remaining bombs while using the earth and metal elements to block the intersection where the zombies were coming from. Not only did he block the intersection where they were approaching, but he also had his men detour to the rear, and once they entered this street, he would block the area behind them as well. Catching the turtle in the jar. No, more like exploding the turtle in the jar. The previous wave was just a minor explosion. There are at least 2,000 zombies coming now. Add to that the over 1,000 we just eliminated. Even if a lot of them had escaped before, there are still more zombies left in the city. Hopefully, the commotion later will attract the remaining zombies in the streets and corners. This time, we brought a lot of weapons with us, not only on our backs but also in the trunks of every car. After all, since he was already here, he definitely needed to be fully prepared. After arranging everything, he turned his head and looked in the direction Bai Li had left. "Sister-in-law, you're a sensible person, you should be back soon." He then looked down at the green radish left by Bai Li at his feet. It was as thin as a chopstick, an inch long, with 2 emerald green leaves at the top. It stood upright on the concrete floor, giving the impression of a human figure standing still. When Wei Lichuan looked down at it, the 2 leaves at the top tilted towards him. The corners of Wei Lichuan's mouth twitched, unsure how to react. After a moment's thought, he half-crouched and whispered to the little green radish, "Sister-in-law, the zombies are coming. You need to come back quickly." The green radish stood straight and motionless. Wei Lichuan scratched his head, unsure if she had heard him or not. Damn the communication. When will it be restored? Even on the other side, Bai Li, petting her cat, quickly stood up and led Xiao Ai back after hearing Wei Lichuan's words. They had already run almost 2 kilometers from the intersection in pursuit of it. She gave Xiao Ai the egg she had on her, and asked if it wanted to come with her. The mutated cat was even more human-like than before. Upon hearing Bai Li's words, it stared at her for more than 10 seconds. When she stroked its head again, it couldn't help but close its eyes in pleasure. Then, it rubbed its head against Bai Li's palm. So, after disappearing for about 20 minutes, Bai Li returned with a ginger cat, about the size of a husky. Is this the old friend she'd just been talking about? Wei Lichuan glanced at the large ginger cat following Bai Li with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, old John's wife and son really have a thing for animals. They're always adopting a dog or a cat, and every one of them has special powers, making them all enviable. "Sister-in-law, do you know this cat?" "Yes, it used to live in the same neighborhood as me in Sioux City." "So it ran from Sioux City to Connecticut? With 3 cities in between, this cat is really capable of running." Of course, with all the chaos going on right now, anything is possible. After a brief moment of curiosity, Wei Lichuan and the others quickly turned their attention to the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, Bai Li scattered a few more green-ivy branches in all directions to see if there were any zombies coming from other areas. Also, they wondered if the bombs in the suburbs would drive mutant animals into a frenzy. Why were the zombies confined to a single path and eliminated? It was to prevent a riot like the one in Jiancheng, where bombs were everywhere, razing an entire city to the ground. The animals in that area would be endangered by the explosions, causing panic and, of course, a desperate attack on humans. This was the conclusion Jiang Minglang, and he had come to after the battle in Jiancheng. So, they only brought grenades and guns today, the quietest weapons. If it's confined to a certain area, it shouldn't cause consequences similar to what happened in Jiancheng. Of course, despite this speculation, vigilance remains essential. The sounds of bombs and gunfire in downtown Quanzhou didn't cease until sunset. To get back before dark, Bai Li immediately spread a dozen vines into the battle zone, quickly tying up the still-living zombies, and throwing them onto an open field for the power users to quickly decapitate. Everyone moved quickly, and soon everything that needed to be chopped and burned was being chopped, and those that couldn't be burned were buried with the earth. The holes created by the grenades were also largely filled in. When the smoke cleared and they left, the quiet, deserted city seemed even quieter. A ray of the setting sun faded from the horizon, and as night fell, the group of 10 cars finally arrived at Pingjiang Bridge. A gate had already been opened in the high wall beneath the bridge to facilitate travel. Finally home. "I'm starving." When they arrived at Baiguan, Chung Siyun poked Bai Li's arm and muttered softly. They had brought lunch with them when they set out that morning, 2 eggs each and a thermos of steamed buns. But aside from 1 steamed bun for her, Bai Li fed the rest to the large cat they had picked up. Su Bo simply rubbed against Wei Lichuan and the others. The cat, who knew how long it had been hungry, had devoured the 3 of them 6 eggs, nearly 10 steamed buns, and the sausages Wei Lichuan and several soldiers had fed it. It ate more in a single sitting than the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, could eat. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit. As she finished speaking, the cat turned its head and glanced at her, its eyes indifferent, as if it understood what she was saying. Damn it, these mutant animals are really quite spirited these days. She raised her hand, instinctively intending to stroke Feng Bao's head as it perched on Bai Li's shoulder, but the wicked bird tilted its head and pecked at her. Even worse, it spread its wings and flew up, and as it passed over her shoulder, it pooped. Chung Siyun, Ah, you idiot bird, if you dare, don't run away. I beat you to death. Chung Siyun screamed in anger, chasing Feng Bao into the now lit by family courtyard. Chi-Chi, this wicked bird keeps trying to get at me. Catch it now. There was a flurry of activity inside, and Bai Li, walking behind, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Feng Bao, that bird, was becoming increasingly petty. Chung Siyun had teased it with melon seed shells, and had poked its head, asking why it couldn't speak. Isn't it a parrot? Why not? It only took those 2 times, but it seemed to remember it, and it hadn't let Chung Siyun touch it since. Today, it went even further, defecating on her. What happened once must have happened twice. I'm afraid it specifically pooped on Chung Siyun from now on. Entering the yard, Bai Li called out to Chi-Chi and Gigi, come here, see who I brought back. In the neighborhood, they used to know everyone, whether stray cats or other people's cats and dogs. Not to mention, on the way home, she and Chi-Chi had been rescued by Xiao Ai. If Xiao Ai hadn't chased off that strange-looking stray cat, Bai Li, with her powers already depleted, didn't know if she could have made it through. Xiao Ai? Is this Xiao Ai? The first voice was Chi-Chi's, the second was Gigi's. He left early, before Xiao Ai had mutated, so he didn't recognize her at first glance. Meow! It really is Xiao Ai. Chi-Chi ran over in surprise, raised his hand to touch her large head, and said to Gigi, Xiao Ai had already mutated when we left the complex. She grew so big overnight, as if her body had expanded. She scared Enyo to death. Gigi's eyes widened. Scared Enyo to death? Chi-Chi was stunned, then huffed, that's just a figure of speech. Can't you hear that? No, what's the point? I'm talking about Xiao Ai's growth. Gigi breathed a sigh of relief. He had truly believed Aunt Neo was Xiao Ai's owner, and had truly been frightened to death by it. But if Aunt Neo wasn't dead, why would Xiao Ai have gone to Connecticut? Thinking so, he asked. Chi-Chi sighed like a grown-up. I don't know what Aunt Neo is thinking. She thinks the enlarged Xiao Ai is terrifying, and doesn't want him anymore. Xiao Ai seemed to understand, lowering his head, looking deeply sad. In other words, Xiao Ai was orphaned too. Gigi stroked its head, a feeling of sympathy. He said to Chi-Chi, can Xiao Ai come with me? You have Xiao Wu and Feng Bao, so you can't take care of them all. While Chi-Chi didn't need Xiao Ai's care, emotionally, Chi-Chi didn't have much to share with Xiao Ai. He nodded in agreement at Gigi's words. He didn't dwell on it too much. After all, they were together every day, just like anyone else. Before dinner, the 2 children bathed Xiao Ai twice with warm water and fed her. Gigi temporarily placed her in her bedroom, planning to find materials to build her a nest the next day. While telling Chi-Chi a bedtime story, Bai Li asked him, has Xiao Ai been neutered? 8 out of 10 pet cats in the city, especially females, are sterilized. So, she felt little hope for Wei Lichuan's question. That guy had also been infected by Xiao Fei. When he saw a nice mutant cat or dog, he wanted to get a kitten to raise. But the problem was, where could he find a male cat about Air Husky's age? Sure enough, Aunt Neo had her neutered when she was 4 months old. There were so many stray cats in our neighborhood, and she was worried Xiao Ai would be taken away by a male cat. She didn't want to deal with the kittens, so she did it early in the morning. Chi-Chi remembered this incident because afterward, Xiao Ai had a protective shield around her neck. Aunt Neo was worried it would be uncomfortable, so she bought the most expensive and softest one. She had loved Xiao Ai so much, but she never expected she would abandon her because of a mutation. Before closing her eyes, Chi-Chi asked her mother, when will Daddy be back? Jiang Minglang, who was missed by Jiang Qi, had already arrived in Ningxing. After dealing with a wave of mutants on the highway, they were blocked by 8 troublesome wolves at the Ningxing service area. Wolves are already smarter than ordinary animals when they're not mutated, and their brains are even more powerful after mutation. Initially, they shouldn't have confronted this pack of wolves, but there was one without a tail. It looked like a wolf, but had the head of a cat, and its skin was extremely. The hideous creature pressed hard against them. Of all the mutants they had encountered, this one was the most formidable, and the most formidable. Zhang Xiaoda, driving, simply met its dark green eyes. For a split second, he felt as if he had lost control of his body, the steering wheel swerving and about to crash into the guardrail. But Jiang Minglang's quick eyes and hands managed to pull the car back. His first instinct was that something was wrong with this strange creature, so he instantly drew all 4 of his daggers. Simultaneously, Renbin threw 2 fireballs, and the 2 of them quickly strangled the dangerous, mind-altering creature, forcing it to throw its head back and let out a long, piercing howl. Just as they had killed it, a pack of wolves appeared. They hadn't intended to enter the service area, but the wolves forced them in. Although they were driving, 2 of the wolves were even larger than the 2 generals. They jumped onto the highway and stood there with their heads held high, estimating their height to be 1.8 meters. In other words, they were almost as tall as Jiang Minglang. Thankfully, they were not ordinary people, and had strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, just looking at those 2 wolves would have made their calves tremble, and they couldn't walk. Though their calves weren't trembling now, the thought of facing these creatures was still daunting. But Jiang Minglang and Xiao Fei were aroused. They got out of the car, each grabbing a long knife, and charged forward to engage the 2 wolves. There were no wild mountains or forests in their area, so any wolves, leopards, and tigers they saw were generally escaped from zoos. No matter how ferocious a beast might be, being raised in captivity is different from being wild, and they lack actual combat experience. So, despite their increased size, they lacked both agility and the ability to bite. But they were also smart, and when they couldn't win, they tried to flee. Now that they were already facing each other, Jiang Minglang certainly wouldn't let them go. They were already hostile to humans, especially after hearing what the 4-legged beast had just said. He could see that the 4-legged beast had murderous intent towards them the moment it appeared. It looked at them as if it wanted to bite them all to death, and then chew them up and swallow them whole. And it seemed it had done that many times before. This pack of wolves was clearly the same. Since they were on opposite sides, they had no choice but to kill them. The 2 of them painstakingly stabbed 2 large holes in the neck and stomach of the 2 giant wolves. The rest of the wolves were burned or killed by Renbin and his men. Afraid that the smell of blood would attract more troublesome wolves, they pried off a few wolf fangs, set fire to the wolf carcasses, and quickly departed. After leaving the area, the group breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't particularly afraid of the wolves, but they were startled by the 4-legged beast that had appeared before them. Fortunately, Jiang Minglang reacted quickly and killed it quickly. Otherwise, if it had given them a few more minutes, they might have been controlled by it. What the hell is that thing? Chapter 193. At the same time Jiang Minglang and his team entered Ningxing, another group arrived from the western highway entrance half an hour earlier. So upon entering Ningxing, Jiang Minglang and his team were immediately aware of something amiss. Shi pricked his ears and said to Jiang Minglang, "Captain, there's gunfire. Anyone with a gun is no ordinary person. It seems we're not the only ones eyeing the Ningxing weapons depot." Old Sheng turned and asked, "Shall I go take a look?" The car slowly stopped, and Old Sheng got out. Another person got out of the car behind him. It was a soldier under Xiao Fei's command nicknamed 4 Eyes, who, like him, was a speed type. He was called 4 Eyes because he had a little more white in his eyes and smaller pupils. In the past, no one noticed, and he himself hadn't taken it seriously. But 2 years ago, when he went home to visit his family, he was set up on several blind dates, which was a real setback. It's said that his rolling eyes scared the girls to tears. From then on, whenever he wasn't in the army, he wore glasses, specially tinted plain glasses. From then on, everyone called him 4 Eyes. The 2 men dashed out like gusts of wind, and they continued onward, heading towards the Ningxing military district. The car drove through 2 streets in a row, the roads empty except for dead branches and bones, not a single zombie. Thanks to the group that had entered Ningxing before them, most of the zombies had been drawn there. Shiyu listened intently. He could hear the clattering of footsteps, but they weren't coming this way, but were moving farther and farther away. At the same time, perhaps because there were too many zombies surrounding them, grenades were being thrown from the other side. The louder the commotion, the more zombies it attracted. He couldn't help but laugh. "Captain, those guys arrived just in time." Patting Zhang Xiaoda on the shoulder, "Does Z speed up?" "Okay." Zhang Xiaoda accelerated, and so did the car behind him. The 2 cars sped through the streets of downtown Ningxing. The Ningxing military district has 2 locations. The original one, located in the old city, had existed when Ningxing was first established, but it was small. Later, when it expanded, the vacant land around the training ground, which had originally belonged to the military district, was built up and became the 2nd district. The weapons depot was also moved to the larger 2nd district. The distance between districts 1 and 2 was only 3 kilometers, not far. The only problem was that the streets in the city weren't very clear. Although they had been cleared once before by those who had fled, that was only for a few roads. Most of the roads were still blocked, with broken down cars and large obstacles clogging the roads. The dampness mixed with rotting flesh and bones was indescribable. They didn't have time to clear the streets, so they had to take a detour. As they neared their destination, Shiyu glanced back and said to Jiang Minglang, "Captain, Lao Sheng's engaged in combat." He could hear his brother's movements, of course, also because Lao Sheng had deliberately given 2 secret signals. Yu and Renbin get out of the car and ambush nearby. After the 2 men disembarked, the car continued on its way. About 10 minutes later, Lao Sheng and Four Eyes passed Shiyu and Renbin's hiding spot like a gust of wind. Behind them, for speed-type espers and camouflage uniforms were hot on their heels. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lao Sheng and Four Eyes passed, a wall of fire suddenly appeared behind them. The 4 speedsters behind them slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a collision with the fire. However, as they came to a stop, several gunshots rang out, and 3 of them were hit. One narrowly avoided the attack and turned to flee. Shiyu and Renbin didn't pursue them, but simply examined the 3 dead. Although they didn't recognize them, they could tell they were from the same group. They seized the pistols, grenades, and daggers they were carrying, then burned them and quickly fled. I heard the Jiangcheng military district suffered a heavy loss due to an animal riot. Headquarters reprimanded them, but they still received no additional supplies or weapons. Could this group of people be from Jiangcheng? Very likely. It's a dog-eat-dog situation. Serves them right. The captain in charge of the Jiangcheng military district had close ties to the Che family. It was rumored that he was involved in the assassination of their leader, political commissar Xiao. Their captain had lost heart and was destined not to return to the team. If the captain wasn't going, they certainly wouldn't go either. So if we meet here now? Anyway, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you, but if you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being rude. Old Sheng and Cyan knew they were here when they passed by. They didn't stop because they were rushing back to report the situation. Of course, they also knew that these 4 grandsons were no match for squad leader Shi and Renbin. Even then, Jiang Minglang and his team found the weapons depot in Ningqing District 2 half an hour later. It wasn't that the weapons depot here was easy to find, but mainly because Jiang Minglang had taught them lessons here before. He was an excellent sniper, so naturally, he was taking a sniping class. Since it involved guns, he was inevitably taken to the weapons depot to inspect their newly arrived sniper rifles. Of course, the reason they showed him the new sniper rifle at that time was to recruit him to this position. Jiang Minglang was also very tempted, not entirely because of the gun, but mainly because it was close to Sucheng, making it convenient for him to return home. Unfortunately, the Kyoto military district wouldn't let him go. Although he belonged to the Kyoto military district, he didn't spend much time there year-round, constantly traveling around the country on missions. Sometimes it got quite annoying, and he wanted to just retire. He had actually always wanted to retire, especially after his plan to transfer to the Ningqing military district fell through. He had planned to retire and return to Sucheng this year. Who could have imagined that the apocalypse would finally strike him in the face? Xiao Yi, try it. If you can open this lock, I give you the title of Thief King. This time, Xiao Fei asked Wei Lichuan to borrow Xiao Yi. Just hearing the name, he had thought they were brothers. King of Thieves? Xiao Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. He pleaded with Xiao Fei, Captain Xiao, brother, please be kind. If I can open it, you don't have to give me a title, just give me a good knife. The daggers they were given were decent, but far inferior to the long sword in Xiao Fei's hand. Its main advantage was that it was long and sharp, perfect for slashing zombies or mad animals. Captain, someone who can open locks is called the King of Locks. How can you be associated with thieves? San Pao was a simpleton, feeling that his captain was bullying a child, deliberately teasing him. However, as he looked at the tools in Xiao Yi's hands, his deft movements, he suddenly remembered something. He asked Xiao Yi, can you change locks? Yes, Xiao Yi agreed, his hands still moving. You want to change them? Yes, after we get back from this mission, if you have time, go over and help change it. Xiao Fei looked at San Pao, raised an eyebrow, and asked, why are you changing the locks when all is right? The dozen or so people under his command were divided into 3 courtyards, with several people living together. Normally, they didn't lock the doors, they just locked them. They were a bunch of bachelors, and they didn't have much. As for food, rice, and flour, the villagers of Yunchi village had already given them, so it was practically impossible for them to steal. Sanpao whispered, "I'm not changing it myself, I'm changing it for Sister Wei. That **** named and didn't hand over the keys, and he keeps sneaking in. I beat him up twice, but he still hasn't changed. I don't even know how many keys he has. I found one, and I thought it was gone, but he was back the next day. If it weren't for Nzirwei, I have killed him." Xiao Fei was stunned. He hadn't even known about this. He'd been so busy all day that he hadn't had time to visit his sister. He only heard she'd gone over there the night she kicked the Yin family out. Seeing she didn't even want Nzirwei, he knew she truly made up her mind to cut ties with the Yin family. That was good. His sister, probably wanting to avoid further trouble, told him she could handle it and asked him to leave it alone. Xiao Fei really didn't have time to worry about it. He preferred going out with Jiang Minglang to kill zombies and search for weapons rather than dealing with all that messy stuff. But even though he didn't intervene, Sanpao and the others took turns keeping an eye on her. Whenever they weren't on duty, anyone in the village would visit Xiao Wei a few times, absolutely ensuring she wouldn't suffer at the hands of the Yin family. Not only had Xiao Wei not suffered any harm, she felt incredibly relaxed now. Because of her separation from the Yin family, Xue Ding had redistributed some of the land to her. When they were first married, they were given 2 acres of land, all planted with wheat, which had already sprouted. The 2 acres were divided, 1 acre each for her and her ex-husband. There was nothing much to say about this, after all, they had been farming the land together, and the old woman, relying on her poor health, hadn't helped at all. The extra acre was for Xiao Fei, and she had been doing most of the work, so it hadn't been embarrassed to ask for it. Now, after planting the seeds on her 1 acre, she would go through the sprouting ground every morning to check for weeds or insects, and eliminate them if they were. After all, there were no pesticides or herbicides these days, so she had to rely on manual labor. It was just that because she went there every day and cleaned up any weed she found, she didn't find it too much trouble. When she got home, she only cooked for herself, and she didn't have to collect firewood. Sanpao and his men would bring her a bundle when they returned from patrol. No one was angry with her yet. She shouldn't take it too easy these days, either physically or mentally. Thinking back on the past, she felt she hadn't let herself down, not only bringing hardship upon herself, but also bringing trouble to her brother. And Nzirwei had run to her several times, crying, only to be cruelly rejected each time. It wasn't that she didn't want a son, but this child had been spoiled by his grandmother, with all sorts of bad habits. If he couldn't be corrected, it would be better not to have him. Look at Jiang Qi and Ji, who were the same age, training with the adults every morning and doing all sorts of chores. In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Qi and Ji who were skilled workers. Every day when she went to the fields, many of the children in Yunchi village would follow their parents in weeding and looking for insects. Even Bai Wei's 5-year-old son often carried a small basket to pull weeds. Why was he so special? Even in the apocalypse, his grandmother still treated him like a young master. Since she couldn't convince him, fine, forget it. Whatever happened, let's just do it. Sanpao knew all about Xiao Wei's situation. After the apocalypse, everyone had no family left, so naturally, the captain's sister was also their sister. One of us. Xiao Fei was thankful he'd gone to Jingbei and retrieved his brothers. If he ever ran into the remaining ones, he called them over. While they watched Xiao Yi unlock the door, Jiang Minglang had already gone up to a building next to the armory and found a spot behind a 4th-floor window where he mounted his sniper rifle. Zhang Xiaodao led the other 2 to the motor core in District 2. They found about 20 barrels of gasoline in the warehouse and selected 3 army green trucks with tarpaulins. After checking everything was in good condition, they filled up the tanks and quickly drove over. There was no telling how much gas was left, but he'd bring 3 trucks over to wait. At this time, Lao Sheng and Xian also arrived. Captain, those coming are from the Jiangcheng military district. There were 50 men in total, but now there are only 47 left. When Xian and I arrived, they were still relatively conservative, only firing their guns and not daring to use grenades. We saw they were struggling, so we assisted them by throwing 2 grenades into the zombie swarm, which lured the zombies from the 4 districts, east, south, west, and north. That's how they discovered us, and they sent 4 men after us. There were 10 of them, and there were 47 on the other side. But if they knew Jiang Minglang was here, even if they had nearly 5 times as many men, they wouldn't dare show up again. But now, because they were unaware, they resented their covert actions, believing they were courting death by daring to try to seize Ning Cheng's weapons. Because they were anxious, they abandoned their conservative tactics and simply deployed all their weapons, exploding the surrounding zombies in one fell swoop. Ignoring the others, they drove towards the area at full speed. The 47 people split into 3 groups. One car led the remaining zombies to another road, while 2 cars followed behind. The others rushed to the armory as fast as they could. Shi Yu and Renbin found 2 bicycles along the way and rode them leisurely. Before the car behind them caught up, they took a different, smaller road in the same direction. Bang! As the enemy vehicles passed through the gate of Area 2, with the first car at least 3 kilometers away from the armory, a gunshot rang out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, the front of the car tilted, and the entire car spun backward 360 degrees, apparently uncontrollably. Thankfully, the car behind them wasn't following closely enough. It braked swiftly at the sound of the gunfire and swerved, narrowly avoiding the still spinning first car. But then, a second gunshot rang out, and the third car behind, which hadn't stopped in time, suffered the same fate as the first, its front tire punctured. The 2 gunshots served as warnings, and the cars behind them stopped one after another. Everyone in their cars crouched low, refusing to move rashly. At the same time, they were closely scanning the surrounding buildings, trying to locate the attacker. But shortly after they passed through the gate, a vast playground appeared to their left, completely devoid of sight. To their right, a row of bungalows, lacking even a single window facing them, clearly unsuitable for a sniper. Further ahead, after searching around, excluding the bungalows and 2 unremarkable and unsuitable 2-story buildings, the only remaining location was a 5-story building at least 3 kilometers away. If there was a suitable spot for a sniper, it would be the 4th or 5th floor of the building diagonally opposite. But at this distance, it's impossible to accurately hit their front tires, right? And the 2 front tires hit were both right tires. At this distance, and with this shooting skill, it seems unlikely that anyone else in the entire military region, except Jiang Minglang, could pull it off. After analyzing this, the leading deputy captain's heart trembled. Could it really be that Yama King, by some coincidence? Chapter 194. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time hitting not the tires, but the rearview mirror. The first car approached the passenger seat. The deputy captain, sitting in the passenger seat, saw the shooter's location clearly. It was indeed the 5-story building at least 3 kilometers away. He was on the 4th floor, not dodging or hiding, but standing there, sniper rifle wielding, watching them. Although he couldn't see his face clearly due to the distance, the stare of his eyes made the deputy captain's back break out in a cold sweat, and beads of sweat immediately rolled down his forehead. He paused for a moment, then gave a solemn order, "Get out of the car, move to the car behind, and leave this place immediately." The soldiers in the driver's seat and the back seat were shocked. Deputy Captain? Leaving right after arriving? Just 2 shots, and he's already scared away before even exchanging blows? I never realized the deputy captain was so timid. Stop talking nonsense. Follow orders. Deputy Captain Jiang Xiu, considered timid, ignored the team members' questions. He opened the car door and got out first. He turned around and walked back, shouting to the cars parked behind him, "Turn around and go back." He shouted so loudly that Jiang Minglang could hear they weren't going any further, and would leave immediately. Over 30 people had come over, driving 8 cars. 2 of them had their front wheels blown out, making them undrivable. But the 8 of them could squeeze into the 6 cars behind them, and find no problem. Jiang Minglang's 3 shots were just warning shots. He wasn't going to kill them. So, turning back now would save his brothers. Jiang Minglang hadn't returned to the team. It was said that he had taken control of Pingcheng and established a substantial agricultural base. It was said that he had encircled the entire city with a thick, high wall, topped not only with barbed wire, but also with a special wood-type cactus. Pingcheng, he built into a sturdy, ironclad city. Their captain had secretly visited last month, overcome with envy. He regretted not having considered occupying the city, and claiming it as his own when Jiancheng was in chaos. Although Jiancheng was also polluted, with its water and farmland unusable, it had numerous factories and abundant supplies. With the help of skilled personnel and the restoration of power, they could easily get those factories up and running again. As long as industry recovered and production resumed, food, vegetables, and water wouldn't be a problem. He could even do business with Jiang Minglang. Exchanging supplies. What a wonderful thing. Alas, by the time he realized this, Jiancheng had been bombed flat. Nothing was left. 6 vehicles quickly evacuated, leaving behind even the contents of the other 2. Jiang Shuyu was in the last vehicle. Shortly after exiting the gate of District 2, he turned a corner and saw Shiyu emerging from an alley. He couldn't help but gasp. Now he was absolutely certain that the sniper was Jiang Minglang. Besides Su Bo, Shiyu and Zhang Xiaodao were two of Jiang Minglang's most powerful generals, a fact widely known. He was particularly impressed by Shiyu because the two had faced off during the all-army competition. He had been defeated by Shiyu, who was merely a squad leader under Jiang Minglang. So now, seeing Shiyu, he felt relieved. He wouldn't be afraid of the captain's reprimands when he returned to base. Jiang Minglang had Shiyu with him, and perhaps Su Bo and Zhang Xiaodao as well. With just these four great gods, how could he possibly have such a small force? Furthermore, he had heard that Jiang Minglang's supernatural power was gold-based. Even if he didn't have it, with his marksmanship, they wouldn't be enough to withstand his attacks. He had no desire to kill them, so he fired 3 warning shots, urging them to retreat. Jiang Shiyu. Seeing the people in the last car, Shiyu raised an eyebrow, then, expressionlessly, led Renbin towards the main gate. After entering, they parked and closed the gate. It was almost dark. After a day's journey, they would definitely have to stay here for the night. Meanwhile, at the armory, Qiao Yi had been busy for about half an hour before the heavy door finally creaked open. Night fell, and Yunqi village in Baiguan, after a day of bustling activity, gradually fell silent from the clamor of fireworks. A crescent moon and a few stars in the sky barely managed to pierce the pitch-black darkness. Shi Shuang's eyes suddenly snapped open from her sleep, and she listened for 2 seconds. Then she rolled over, quickly put on her clothes, grabbed the long knife beside her pillow, and rushed out the door. At the same moment, Bai Li also awoke from her sleep. As she sat up, the green ivy on the wall surrounding Yunqi village quietly sprouted several thin vines in the darkness. Tonight, Bai Yang and Shi Jiashu were on night watch. They weren't at the main gate, but in the southeast corner, inside the house of Lao Sheng and Renbin. Generals Hung and Ha rushed out of the small wooden house at the gate, their backs arched and threatening growls emanating from their throats. Bai Yang ran to the gate before Shi Jiashu. He stroked Generals Hung and Ha's heads soothingly, then half-crouched, peering through the narrow gap in the gate. In the dim night, dark figures whizzed silently along the road not far from the gate. In the short time Bai Yang had crouched, at least 20 people had run by, not to mention those who had passed by before he arrived. And there were still more, from east to west, and more behind. When Shi Jiashu arrived, he turned and exchanged glances. Shi Jiashu shook his head and gestured. Bai Yang understood and turned back to call for help. Just as they reached the entrance of Yunqi village, they happened upon Shi Shuang running over with a knife. He grabbed her arm and whispered, "Don't go any further. Stay here." Shi Shuang didn't try to be stubborn. She said, "I'm just telling you. Judging from the footsteps, there are at least 100 people." "So many?" Shi Shuang then raised her hand and pointed toward the west wall. 10 minutes ago, 5 people stood for a long time near the southwest corner of our wall. I couldn't hear what they said. Then 2 of them left and ran east. Not long after, a series of footsteps were heard from the east. Bai Yang glanced at Shi Shuang's ears in the night. Although he couldn't see clearly, he knew they were pink and delicate. Not only pink and delicate, but also capable. It was such a long distance, and those people were running so silently, yet how could she hear them so clearly? If she hadn't been so anxious to call for help, she would have wanted to touch and rub them. He warned her, "Don't go forward. Just stand here." About 3 minutes later, all the warriors and psychics who remained in the village gathered silently at the gate. Bai Li, Cheng Xiyun, and Xiaomin also arrived. Shi Jiashu stood at the gate until the last shadow had passed, and there were no more people behind. Then he retreated a dozen meters, and reported the situation to Du Qian. Over 100 people had entered Pingcheng in the middle of the night, sneaking in through the eastern wall. They had passed by them, but didn't linger for long. Du Qian raised his glasses, and thought of a possibility. Did the old leader arrive early? According to the original plan, the old leader should arrive the day after tomorrow. But he knew that they definitely wouldn't go according to plan. After all, they already experienced 2 assassination attempts in Kyoto, not to mention the fact that they were leaving Kyoto now. These people were obviously skilled, and they shared the same aura as them. So Du Qian concluded that they were most likely going after the old leader. But the old leader didn't arrive today. At least when Wei Lichuan and Bai Li returned from Kangzhou, everything seemed normal. The most likely scenario is that the old leader might be entering Pingcheng now, or soon. They wanted to launch another assassination attempt the moment old leader Ouyang entered Pingcheng. Judging from the number of people they sent, they intended to kill him with a single strike, determined to pin the old leader to death in Pingcheng. If the old leader dies here upon arriving in Pingching. What a traitor, Bai Li frowned. My Luoluo is following them, but she's almost out of my reach. Should we go? Du Qian nodded without hesitation. Let's go! Having leader Ouyang in Pingching was something Jiang Minglang and Wei Lichuan had fought so hard for. How could it die before it even materialized? He raised his glasses again, a murderous look in his eyes. Pingching, are you going to let me break in so easily? He promptly called a group of men and left another to guard Yunqi village. Then he quickly returned to count the weapons, then opened the door and decisively stepped into the night. To prevent Luoluo from escaping Bai Li's range, Bai Yang, carrying his sister on his back, and 2 other speed-based psychics set off ahead of the others in pursuit. With Bai Li leading the way, it was easy for everyone to follow. Since this group was able to enter through the hidden gate in the east, they must have come here many days in advance to scout the area. And the few traitors Wei Lichuan had previously eliminated must have already passed along the route map to Pingching. That's why they had a clear goal of heading to Yunqi village first. However, this group was quite cautious. They didn't take any further action after arriving in Yunqi village, and even stayed more than 5 meters away from the green radish wall while observing. They must have known that this was a mutant green radish, and was aggressive. Besides, their goal tonight wasn't Yunqi village, they were just passing through and observing. Observe? Do you think it's that easy? Being woken from sleep, Bai Li was annoyed by these people. Old Du was right. Any intruder from Pingching, I don't care who you are, I kill you. After running north for almost 10 kilometers, Bai Li and the others were only 500 meters away from the black-clad men. Then they stopped. In the distance, headlights shone from the wide highway. 3 cars in total, moving at a moderate pace. Over 100 men in black cloaked themselves on both sides of the road, motionless, seemingly blending into the darkness. Bai Li silently unleashed dozens of vines, which crawled along the edge of the road and behind the men, encircling them. Since they were similar to Du Qian and the others, there were naturally some who were perceptive. Although the vines crawled silently, 2 of them eventually noticed them. However, before the 3 cars in the distance came into range, the 2 men remained motionless, relying on their instincts, aiming their guns in Bai Li's direction. Swish, swish, swish. Almost the moment they raised their guns, all the vines instantly grew thicker and larger, connecting and entwining. As they sensed something was amiss, a vast green net formed, enveloping them headfirst. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, flames flashed, and the clash of stone and metal mingled in between, creating a vibrant atmosphere in the dark night. Bai Li stood at the end, but her vines spread out, binding or affecting every single one possible. Of course some dodged, but that didn't matter. As long as she kept close, even if it was just a distraction, she could keep Du Qian and his men from attacking. With such a commotion, the 3 cars in the distance naturally stopped immediately. Wei Lichuan was in the same car with senior leader Ouyang, and after stopping, he immediately escorted him out. However, as he and his old leader hid behind the car, he suddenly tripped over something. Looking down, he saw a piece of green ivy wrapped around his ankle. Wei Lichuan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the old leader, saying, "There's Jiang Minglang's wife up ahead. I guess the people who wanted to kill you have been stopped by them." Although the old leader has the word old in his name, he's actually not very old. He's only 55 this year. It's just because he was so talented in his youth, rose quickly through the ranks, and held a high position for many years that they keep calling him old leader. In fact, he's 8 years younger than the deceased political commissar Xiao. Hearing Wei Lichuan mention Jiang Minglang's wife, he asked, "Her name is Bai Li, right? Is this little vine hers?" "Yes, it's a mutant green ivy. If we spread it out, it can help her gather information. It's very convenient." After saying this, Wei Lichuan instructed his 2 guards, "Go over and take a look. Be careful not to hurt any of our own men." The old leader had brought 10 guards with him, all of whom were now surrounding him, and remained motionless. Leader Ouyang said, "Xiao Lu, the other 6 of you go over there too. Help clean this up as quickly as possible." The 6 hesitated, looking at leader Ouyang. "But, no buts, this is an order. The people who ambushed me must have come from Kyoto. They're helping us, so why should we just stand here and watch? Go." "Yes." Wei Lichuan frowned. "You made a last-minute decision to come early, and your special car is still on the way. How did they know?" Sigh. The old leader sighed, and said to Wei Lichuan, "Just now you were asking me about Xiao Yi. Why didn't you come with us? Yesterday morning, I was already attacked on the road. We changed that route on the spur of the moment." Xiao Lu saw Xiao Yi marking the road. "Lichuan, Am I a complete failure? Even the guards, who have been with me for over a decade, can betray me. I thought I'd be safe once I dealt with that group on the road and entered Pingcheng. I didn't expect. Their ultimate destination for me is right here. Just by listening to the gunfire and observing the movement, one could tell how many people the other side had sent tonight. If Bai Li and the others hadn't noticed this beforehand, he'd probably have been riddled with bullets by now. After a while, the intense gunfire finally died down. When it finally died down completely, Wei Lichuan and his old leader got back into the car. Du Qian was counting the number of people, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found no casualties on his side. He turned to see Wei Lichuan's car approaching, the rear window lowered, revealing the kind face of Leader Ouyang. Chapter 195. Old leader, you must resupply us with guns tonight. Du Qian stepped forward and saluted Leader Ouyang, first asking for the loss, then smilingly said, "Welcome to Pingcheng. Don't worry, kid. I won't let you suffer any loss." Du Qian didn't take credit for himself. He spoke frankly, tonight's battle is all thanks to our sister-in-law. Without her green ivy, we wouldn't have been so successful. They had over 100 men. How many did they have? Including Bai Li and Bai Yang, there were 25 in total. The ability to follow silently and undetected was primarily due to Bai Li. During the final attack, the green ivy, which instantly grew like a dragnet and completely ensnared the enemy, was a spectacular sight, even more surprising. It was precisely because of this that they caught the enemy completely off guard. However, Du Qian understood that Bai Li was likely to have exhausted her supernatural power again. Indeed, not far away, Bai Yang was holding Bai Li's shoulders, looking at her pale face in the firelight, and asked worriedly, "Sister, how are you feeling?" "My eyes are blurry, and I want to sleep. I can't hold on any longer. Go tell Lao Du that I'm fine, and carry me back first." Two large nets of green vines instantly appeared on either side of the road, attempting to envelop over 100 people. If she hadn't unleashed all her supernatural powers, she wasn't sure she could have done it immediately. Not to mention that after she had created two large nets, she was still interfering with those escaping from them. It wasn't interference, she was going after them one by one, going straight for their lives. It was just that those people were nimble and quick to dodge, and her own people were also good at seizing opportunities. This caused the other party to panic and be overwhelmed. This was her first time facing such a direct battle between extraordinary individuals. It was, admittedly, quite thrilling. "Sister, bear with me for a moment. I take you back." Bai Yang didn't leave Bai Li, but called someone over and asked him to tell Du Qian. A moment later, Du Qian came running over with a speed-type psychic. Seeing Bai Li's almost transparent pale face, his heart skipped a beat. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Bai Li leaned against her brother's arms, her strength drained. She opened her eyes, took in the blurry figure before her, then closed them again, saying with difficulty, "Old Du, I have to go back now." "Okay, I go right back." "Wait a minute. I borrow Old Wei's car." Over 100 people hadn't been wiped out, some had escaped. Therefore, Du Qian couldn't let Bai Yang take Bai Li back alone. He asked Wei Lichuan for a car, and personally drove him back with a few others. Their men also assembled and immediately returned to the village. The remaining finishing work naturally fell to Wei Lichuan's men. Given the commotion here, Wei Lichuan's deputy captain had already dispatched 50 men, who had already arrived. Their old leader's safety was assured. After sending Bai Li home, Bai Yang watched his sister drink a bowl of brown sugar water prepared by his uncle, then lie down and close her eyes, seemingly falling asleep in an instant. He and his uncle stood by the bed for a moment, making sure she was truly asleep and safe. Then, they tiptoed out and closed the door. Bai Xiantian was deeply worried. After his daughter's powers were exhausted, she slept for a whole week without food or drink before waking. Although her powers had advanced since she woke, she had also lost a lot of weight. This time, the situation looks even more serious. I wonder how long I'd be dormant. Sigh. I need to find a pig. My daughter loves pork ribs and radish and bone soup. Sadly, I haven't encountered a single normal pig since the apocalypse. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something was amiss. While most families in the countryside, aside from pig farms, rarely raise pigs, some still keep 2 or 3 sows for the sole purpose of selling piglets. It's impossible that there aren't even a single one in the surrounding area. My grandson loves meat, so even before last year's heavy snow, Bai Xiangtian and Jiang Minglang had searched the area. They found some poultry like geese, ducks, and chickens, but no pigs. Not a single adult or piglet. During the previous heavy rain, There were reports of pigs being killed when the animals went berserk, but those were from Pingcheng, killed by Wei Lichuan's soldiers. I haven't heard of any in Pingcheng. Strange. Elsewhere, after sending Bai Li home, Du Qian arranged for a comprehensive defense of Yunqi village and the White Fruit Orchard to prevent any escapees from retaliating. He then led a few men in pursuit, following the path towards the eastern wall. He wasn't the only one tracking from the east. Wei Lichuan had also sent a small group, and even Mu Song and Ningen had 10 men. Likely referring to a situation where the lips and teeth are separated. If something were to happen to the eastern wall, it would be detrimental to them as well. So Mu Song knew full well that they weren't actually helping anyone, but merely protecting their own interests. It was already 4:30 a.m., and a faint light was visible in the distant sky. Bai Yang couldn't help but yawn. Shi Shuang turned to look at him, his eyes dark and bloodshot. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Why don't you go back and rest? There are so many of us anyway." She thought, one more or one less wouldn't make a difference, so there was no need to follow any further. Even though they'd been busy for most of the night, Bai Yang and Shi Jiashu had stayed up half an extra night longer than everyone else, because they happened to be on night duty. Shi Jiashu, walking ahead, curled his lips at Shi Shuang's words, thinking, what an outgoing girl. We're both on night duty, but this girl doesn't see that even he, her adopted brother, is tired too? He only had eyes for Bai Yang. I wonder what brother she will think when he returns and finds out Bai Yang has taken his cabbage. It's okay. We go back after we find him. He didn't want to go back mainly because Shi Shuang wanted to follow. When the men fled east, they didn't take the road at the entrance of Yunqi village, but Shi Shuang had been listening closely. When she heard footsteps, she followed them for a while, hugging the wall. Of course, she didn't leave the village, and the soldiers guarding it wouldn't let her out. But she could hear the general direction they were running from, the same road they were now taking. Look there! Someone shouted, and everyone looked up. They saw, about 100 meters from the west gate, beneath a wall, next to a crooked tree about as thick as a man, footsteps were scattered and the earth was collapsing. When they got closer and took a closer look, they realized there was nothing underneath the tree. From the base of the wall, a half-meter-high dog hole led directly outside. It was obvious that the gang had entered and escaped through this place. Shi Jiashu raised his hand and patted the crooked tree. With a snap, it fell to the ground. When the wall was first built, to prevent anyone from climbing in, there were no trees within 3 meters. However, there were quite a few trees 3 meters away. Perhaps because of this, the group didn't notice the clue and placed a tree nearby to hide the hole they had made. After finding the hole, Du Qian had Shi Jiashu notify Wei Lichuan, leaving all matters, whether chasing the suspect or otherwise, to him. They, along with Mu Song's men, notified Li Nan and searched Pingcheng thoroughly within 3 days. The suspect wasn't found, but patrols in Pingcheng became even stricter than before. Ouyang's team arrived in Pingcheng 2 days later and, on their first day, delivered 5 boxes of weapons to Yunqi village. At the same time, Jiang Minglang and his team, carrying 3 trucks of weapons, successfully made their way through the blockade of zombies and mutant animals in Ningcheng and reached Kongzhou. Driving from the highway towards Pingcheng, they all felt strange. Kongzhou seemed so quiet. What about the zombies here? They remembered clearly their initial trip to Ningcheng. To avoid attracting the zombies' attention, they drove at top speed once they got on the highway, even when being watched by countless mutant animals. Since sitting in the car, glancing towards the city, they could still make out quite a few figures. But now, Jiang Minglang glanced at Kongzhou, which was so quiet that not even a bird could be seen. He suspected that the zombies had been cleared out during their absence. Old Wei, so leader Ouyang had already arrived in Pingcheng. That wasn't right. According to the original plan, the old leader should have arrived today. If he had arrived today, he definitely wouldn't have had time to report here. 2 SUVs and 3 trucks rumbled through Kongzhou and into Pingcheng. From start to finish, everything went incredibly smoothly. Finally returning to Pingjiang Bridge, Wei Lichuan happened to be accompanying his old leader on an inspection tour of Pingjiang. Old Jiang. Having not seen Jiang Minglang for a few days, Wei Lichuan's face was practically blooming with smiles. His expression made him look like a family member who hadn't seen each other for years and missed him terribly. Jiang Minglang's arms were covered in goosebumps for no reason. He went to greet his old leader, dodging Old Wei's hand that was about to pat his shoulder. Why are you smiling like a nympho? Nonsense? Wei Lichuan's face darkened, and he glared at him. How can you be so insincere? I'm so happy to see you back alive. In reality, Wei Lichuan felt a little guilty. Bailey hadn't woken up in 3 days, since she exhausted her powers protecting her old leader that night. Although Bailey had volunteered to help him, and he hadn't asked for it, she had done what she was supposed to do. Someone was injured, and old Jiang was still gone, so he felt guilty. Wei Lichuan thought this because he had no idea how Bailey had progressed before. After all, none of his psychics had advanced by sleeping after their powers were depleted. So, hearing that Bailey hadn't woken up yet, he was quite worried. Jiang Minglang knew nothing about this. He saluted Leader Ouyang, exchanged pleasantries, and asked if the journey had been safe and when they had arrived. It's been 3 days. When your wife wakes up, bring her over. I treat you two to dinner. Take his wife to dinner? Jiang Minglang thought to himself that he was a senior leader after all, so polite, offering to treat them to dinner right after arriving. He didn't hesitate. He brings some extra fruit and other things to supplement their needs, and the senior leader's needs. But what did he mean by his wife woke up? He felt puzzled, a hunch that something was up, but judging by old Wei's expression, it wasn't a big deal. Since they were almost home, Jiang Minglang didn't rush to ask. After a few more words, Qiao Fei came over to say hello, and then the group rumbled back to the village in the truck. When they entered Yunqi village, Qiao Fei saw from a distance his sister and Song Huanyan weeding in the fields together, with someone picking up weeds beside them. And Zirwei? Qiao Fei frowned at the sight of his nephew. He didn't go over either, but waited for the car to arrive at the white fruit orchard, then went straight home to shower and change clothes. By the time he had finished and was drying his hair, Song Huanyan returned. She had actually already finished her work in the fields. Today, she was simply helping Qiao Wei. Want some buns? I made some with shepherd's purse. Qiao Fei's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. Yes, and could you make me some soup? Although Liuli had been the reason for his aunt, and needs to stay at his place in the first place, he was the one who ultimately benefited. It had to be said that Song Huanyan, who made wine and owned a hot pot restaurant, was a real culinary prodigy. Qiao Fei didn't cook much here before, he often went to Old Du's place for meals. Uncle Dong was a great cook, and he loved eating there. But ever since Song Huanyan came to live with him and started cooking, he rarely went there. It's fair to say that her cooking skills were on par with Uncle Dong and Grandma Bai, who cooked all year round, and even better. Most importantly, who wants to go out when they can eat warm food at home? Where's Liuli? Did she go to Baiguan with Xiao Xiao? Yes, I went to Grandpa Bai and begged him to let Xiao Xiao attend classes with him. As a reward, I helped him brew 2 jars of fruit wine. Song Huanyan used the tomatoes and eggs Xiao Xiao had traded for water to make Qiao Fei a quick tomato and egg soup. Then, she placed the heated buns on a plate and sighed, alas, I don't know when Sisterly will wake up. When she does, I make her plum wine. Qiao Fei had just taken a big bite of the bun when his hand paused. He looked up at her and asked, What do you mean? What happened to Bailey? 3 days ago, a group broke into Pengcheng. I heard they were trying to kill the new leader. Sisterly and Brother Du went to stop them in the middle of the night. Their powers were exhausted, and they fell into a coma when they got home. They haven't woken up yet. 3 days of sleep without waking up? Qiao Fei's eyes widened in surprise. Just exhausted? Are you injured? Song Huanyan shook her head. No. I asked Chi-Chi. Just exhausted powers, nothing else is wrong. Despite saying that, Qiao Fei still decided to go check on him after dinner, just to make sure he was alright. Thinking of his sister, he asked, What's wrong with Zirwei? Why did I see him following my sister just now? Oh, he's with Sister Wei now. We agreed that he visit his father and grandmother 1 day every 2 weeks. Aside from that, he can't even talk to them. Qiao Fei frowned. Did my sister set the conditions? Yes, during the few days you were away, and Zirwei came to Sister Wei crying every day, saying he missed her and wanted to be with her. After all, he's her biological son. How could Sister Wei be so cruel as to abandon him? Don't be so self-righteous, saying the child is useless, and there's no point in keeping him. But you have to understand, this is Sister Wei's biological son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Qiao Fei shut his mouth in frustration, swallowing the words that were about to come out. He asked, Then what? Then, as you just saw, when Sister Wei asked him to work in the fields, he had to follow along. It didn't matter if he didn't know how, she could teach him. After returning home, he had to sweep the floor, pump the water, and arrange the firewood neatly. He had to do all of that. Qiao Fei was silent for a moment, thinking that this was a good idea, but he wasn't sure if the boy could handle it. Song Huanyan seemed to know what he was thinking and said calmly, Sister Wei said if he can't handle it, he can go back to his grandmother and father, and never come to see her again. I think Nzirwe really wants to be with his mother this time, so he's working pretty hard. Chapter 196. The first thing Jiang Minglang did upon arriving home was to run to his wife's bedroom on the 3rd floor. Of course, he already understood the entire situation along the way. It sounded like the previous one, just her powers depleted, nothing else. Nothing? Pushing open the bedroom door and entering, Jiang Minglang's heart skipped a beat. The spacious bedroom's 2x2-meter bed was now swathed in green ivy, leaving only the pillow at the head of the bed, revealing his wife's tiny, palm-sized face. "Dad?" Chi-Chi ran upstairs, panting. At the door, he slipped and nearly fell. Jiang Minglang didn't even glance back before scooping his son into his arms. "Mom?" Taking a closer look at the scene inside, Chi-Chi quickly covered his mouth with his hands in shock. How could this happen? Clearly, when he and Grandpa came up to check before lunch, the room was fine, not a single green ivy in sight, and Mom was lying asleep as usual. And it had only been so long. It hadn't been like this before, during the advanced stages of her coma. "Dad?" Chi-Chi's voice was filled with tears as soon as he spoke. He wondered if Mom's behavior was normal, if anything was wrong. "Don't worry, Mom's fine. She'd be fine." Afraid of disturbing Bailey, Jiang Minglang didn't approach and quietly left the room with his son. In fact, green ivy had appeared in the room on the last day of their previous coma, but there weren't as many as now, and not all of them were on the bed. With so many, how could he sleep with his wife tonight? He didn't dare to push the green ivy away. He felt that the presence of so many green ivy was a form of self-protection on his wife's part. This was his first experience in a professional-level battle. He wasn't around when his powers were depleted, and there were still those who escaped and weren't caught. Jiang Minglang narrowed his eyes. Self-protection? He lowered his head to his son and said, "Don't go out today. Stay in the yard. And Grandpa and Grandma, keep an eye on him." Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." Although he didn't know what had happened, since his father had said so, he just had to do it. Jiang Minglang went back out to give his father-in-law a few words of advice, then quickly left the yard. Outside, near the warehouse door of the cold storage, Du Qian and a few others were still unloading weapons. "Old Du, come here." Jiang Minglang called Du Qian aside, and shared his speculation and intuition. "Are you saying they're in Pingcheng?" Du Qian raised his glasses. Although his question was a question, it didn't contain any doubt. Even after several waves of troops had turned Pingcheng upside down over the past 3 days, they hadn't found anyone. "I'm not sure if they're here, but I think someone with ill intentions towards the White Orchard came here today. Old Du, look at the wall." Du Qian turned his head, following the direction of Jiang Minglang's finger. Because this side of the wall is closer to the white lychee, any disturbance is usually more noticeable to the green ivy. For example, right now, the wall's emerald green leaves were once dotted with only a few white flowers, most of which were only the size of a palm. But at some point, the green ivy on the wall has become thicker and denser than before, with leaves as big as wash basins everywhere, and the white flowers are densely packed, blooming everywhere. From a distance, it doesn't look like a flower wall. It's clearly a sea of flowers. Most importantly, the circle of green ivy at the top of the wall showed clear signs of spreading outward. Jiang Minglang suspected his wife had noticed something, but since she couldn't wake up, she was using this method to warn, or perhaps protect, Yunxi village and herself. Go find Old Wei and tell him. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the night was as cool as water. The sickle-like crescent moon cast a distant and indifferent glance at the world. At this moment, only 2 places in Pingcheng, one in the south and one in the north, were still lit. The sentry post at Pingjiang Bridge and the guardhouse near the North Expressway intersection. "Begin!" With a command, tiny sparks of fire traced a parabola through the darkness, from outside the heavy stone gate to inside. Bang! With a loud explosion, the object with a tail of fire fell to the ground and exploded about 50 meters from the guardhouse. What's going on? What happened? What's that noise? The survivors camped outside Pingcheng, awaiting the interview, were startled awake by the explosion and were in a state of panic and bewilderment. But before they could react, a second explosion erupted. This time, it wasn't from Pingcheng beyond the city walls, but rather from the stone gate itself. The grenade exploded against the stone gate. With a loud bang, the stone gate trembled. A crater formed in the center where the explosion had occurred. The scattered debris struck some people, causing screams to emanate. Bang, bang, bang. Then a burst of gunfire rang out. The riders at the gate had no idea where the sounds were coming from, or who was hitting whom. In fear, They covered their heads, huddled in their tents, or wrapped their trembling bodies in blankets or cotton jackets. In any case, they dared not move. Fortunately, the commotion didn't last long. After just 5 minutes, everything quieted down, and the bombings and gunfire ceased. Then footsteps could be heard, and then they seemed to smell something burnt, something like burnt meat. Then, someone approached the stone gate. To their surprise, the small door on the side of the stone gate opened. When the survivors reacted and looked again, the small door had slammed shut again. Huh? What's going on? At the same time, 2 drones buzzed through the night, approaching the white orchard. In the flickering lights, something could be vaguely seen hanging from the drones. However, before they could get close, 2 bursts of gunfire rang out, and then the drones exploded in midair. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the roar of the explosions almost resounded through the sky, and flames erupted, illuminating half the sky. The next second, the blazing, descending fire suddenly froze. The beauty of the frozen orange flames flashed in Du Qian's eyes for a moment, but soon the flames fell, shattering upon landing into dazzling crystals. Good boy, good job. Let's go! Du Qian patted Chi-Chi on the head, then quickly pulled him away. 2 figures, one large and one small, vanished into the night. As for the hissing sounds, and the smell of blood emanating from the darkness, they also vanished into thin air as the flames lit up, fading into nothingness. Xiao Fei, Renbin, and Lao Sheng leaped out of the hills behind the white fruit orchard like 3 leopards, sprinting madly eastward. On a hidden road about 500 meters outside the eastern wall, 2 black commercial vehicles quietly started up. However, less than 10 meters away, a gunshot rang out, and the fuel tank exploded, sending the cars erupting into flames. The car door swung open quickly, and the people inside rolled on the ground as they jumped out, trying to avoid the barrage of bullets. Unfortunately, everyone was hit by 1 or 2 bullets, whether in the chest, shoulder, or thigh. Sensing the danger, several people turned around and tried to jump into the river about 10 meters behind them, fearless and reckless. Except for those who couldn't move, everyone else jumped. Jiang Minglang sheathed his gun and walked a few steps to the river's edge, staring coldly at the rippling water. Wow! About 2 minutes later, the first figure emerged from the water, swimming towards the shore in a panic. Wow! The sound of breaking water echoed one after another, and everyone who had just jumped into the river rushed out again. Unlike ordinary people who would instinctively scream, these people remained silent despite their panic. When a long black shadow approached, they all turned and stabbed with their daggers. But before they could strike, they were flung into the middle of the river by a tail. As their bodies sank, they saw those 2 cold, eerie eyes again. Gulyalu. One man couldn't hold his breath and choked on the water. He instinctively scooped his feet to float, but his waist and legs were suddenly entangled, and he was dragged under. The front of the car next to him was still burning. Illuminated by the flames, Jiang Minglang stood on the shore with a cold gaze, watching his former companions being dragged to the bottom of the river by the long, thick black shadows in the water. Was this hibernation awakened? This river is flowing water. If it goes south around the highway, it will merge with Pingjiang. So that black shadow just now. Was it the black python his wife had been keeping an eye on? It was dark, the river was deep, and the giant python hadn't emerged yet, so Jiang Minglang couldn't be sure it was the same enormous python that had jumped into Pingjiang. Of course, it might not be, because he always felt that the black shadow was much smaller than the giant python. It's the end of the world, and they're still jumping into the water. Luckily, it wasn't one of his soldiers, otherwise he'd have to retrain them. Old Jiang. When Xiao Fei and the other 2 ran over, the 2 commercial vehicles were still burning. Jiang Minglang handed him the few things he found inside. Ask old Du if he can confirm it's someone named Che. Leader Ouyang had used some trickery to get transferred to Pingqing, and before he arrived, he also tricked the enemy, luring Che Tao's father into a fight and crippling his leg. The original target was Che Tao's uncle, but the enemy was overly cautious and let their guard take the bullet instead. Amid the chaos, Leader Ouyang took advantage of the situation and immediately turned his attention to Che Tao's father. Although he didn't kill him in the end, his right leg was chopped off at the thigh. At least, old Xiao had at least achieved half of his revenge. The remaining half, there's still a long way to go. Jiang Minglang had initially disregarded the divisions of power in Kyoto and the sniper-killing dynamics, but he hadn't expected them to be so ruthless. The explosives carried by the 2 drones were enough to flatten the Baigua garden. Not to mention their target was the Bai family's villa. They were truly forcing me to rebel. A car roared out of the night, turning around as it approached Jiang Minglang. Old Xiao, I leave the house to you," Jiang Minglang said, slinging his sniper rifle across his shoulder, and got into the car. "Boss, are you really not taking me with you?" Old Sheng ran to the front of the car, looking at Jiang Minglang eagerly, and said, "At least take one of us with you." This was the car that had come to pick Jiang Minglang up. Inside were Ouyang's men. It wasn't that he wasn't familiar with them, but being familiar and being one's own were two different things. "No need. Just follow Captain Xiao and protect the family." Jiang Minglang slammed the car door shut. The soldier in the passenger seat waved to Lao Sheng, "Don't worry, we be good assistants to Captain Jiang." The purpose of this trip to Kyoto was to take care of Che Tao's uncle and father. Originally, they hadn't intended to avenge Leader Xiao, but now they had no choice. Of all the waves of forces in Kyoto, the Che family was the most jubilant, relying on their current control of Kyoto to do whatever they pleased. Thankfully, before leaving, Leader Ouyang made a big move for them, presenting him with evidence that Che Lao heir had forced and murdered the only daughter of another leader who had remained neutral. Although that leader hadn't made any moves yet, it didn't matter. They had to give him time to prepare, right? Jiang Minglang and his team were going there to take advantage of the chaos and attack them. This move was already part of the plan, but Jiang Minglang's sudden request to join gave Leader Ouyang a big surprise. He immediately sent a notice to his trusted associates lying in ambush in Kyoto, instructing them to hold off until Jiang Minglang arrived and follow his orders. So, both the driver and the passenger seat felt that Lao Sheng's worries were unnecessary. Didn't they realize how much the leadership valued Captain Jiang? As long as he arrived, they would undoubtedly follow his orders, assist him, and set up the ambush. Of course, the most important thing was that with Captain Jiang's participation, the success rate of this mission instantly went from less than 50% to 100%. After all, he was the best sniper in the army. To be frank, when it came to assassination, Captain Jiang was second only to none. They, along with their comrades still hiding in Kyoto, felt a sense of relief when they heard Captain Jiang had joined. They all secretly wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They could survive. No, their chances of survival had increased. Watching the car drive away, Old Sheng muttered in dissatisfaction, "Be a good assistant? Just be an assistant? Tacit understanding. Do you even know what tacit understanding is? Do you and our boss have that? This is truly something no one else can compare to." After all, they fought together, shared life and death for years. In any situation, especially when encountering unusual circumstances, they could understand each other's next move with just a glance, thus coordinating and fighting together. This saves time and prevents casualties and losses. However, Old Sheng also understood that Kyoto's forces were complex and interconnected. Even before the apocalypse, let alone the apocalypse, they had barely spent much time in Kyoto year-round, and were certainly not as familiar with the place as those people. And the boss hadn't taken them with him to avoid casualties. After disposing of the two vehicles, the three immediately returned to the village. Tonight's attack consisted of 3 waves. The first was at the stone gate at the Northern Highway intersection. That wasn't the primary target, it was simply to distract the patrol. Unexpectedly, the disruption was over in less than 10 minutes. Ouyang's men, stationed outside, dealt with the situation. The second round of attacks followed at Pingjiang Bridge. This time, they had a larger force, numbering around 20 or so. Thankfully, Wei Lichuan was well prepared, so the battle didn't last long, ending in a hasty quarter of an hour. However, because they were a bit close to the Tiger King's territory, Wei Lichuan was wary and refrained from firing freely. It was the psychics who used their powers to pin the 20-odd men to the ground. The third and second rounds took place almost simultaneously, marking their primary target for the night, Bai Guoyan. Fortunately, before they could reach the target, Jiang Minglang struck them midair, destroying their bombs midair. Chapter 197. After a night, when they woke up in the morning, several families living near the Bai family villa walked out of the main hall and turned to look, only to discover that the roof of the villa was completely covered with green ivy. At first glance, it looked like a lush green castle in the forest. A gentle breeze blew, and the luminous green leaves and white flowers swayed gently, creating a sense of comfort and vitality. The few people who had accompanied them on the mission last night took a quick look, and then looked away, their faces devoid of any surprise. Because the moment the 2 drones flew towards them last night, the villa's roof was covered with a thick and wide net of green ivy at a speed visible to the naked eye. They had already sighed. Sister-in-law is truly amazing. Not only can she advance her supernatural powers while asleep, she can also activate self-protection mode. They even suspected that even if the boss hadn't destroyed the 2 drones earlier last night, they might not have been able to damage Baiguan in the end. Perhaps the green ivy's web could have trapped them in midair. Of course, this was just a hypothesis. With human lives at stake, no one dared to actually try. After all, Bailey had entered a coma after exhausting her superpowers. While this could protect her, it wasn't suitable for excessive depletion. If she exhausted her superpowers too much, or if she exhausted them again, no one knew what would happen. And their leader wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. From that day on, Yunji village and Baiguan were under complete martial law, even forbidding villagers from leaving to gather firewood. Thankfully, almost every household had a backup. If they weren't allowed to leave, they could just stay in the village and quietly farm. No one would bother to make irresponsible remarks. Wei Lichuan had stationed a team near the eastern wall, so Qiao Fei and the others didn't have to worry. After this turmoil, perhaps because the enemy not only failed to gain any advantage, but instead suffered a significant loss, it was also possible that they were already overwhelmed by the situation in Kyoto, leaving them no energy to deal with Pingcheng. Therefore, for the next week or so, Pingcheng and its surroundings enjoyed a rare peace. After sleeping for over 10 days, Bailey still hadn't woken. On the 18th day of her slumber, the day Jiang Minglang returned from Kyoto, a green ivy quietly emerged from the top of the iron gate on the eastern wall of Pingcheng. Then, at a slow but visible pace, it spread and climbed to either side. The soldier stationed nearby immediately returned to report to Wei Lichuan. By the time he and Commander Ouyang arrived, the green ivy had already climbed nearly a third of the wall's length. And it wasn't stopping. It looked as if it would cover at least the entire wall. It seemed poised to reach the same height as Yunqi's wall. Leader Ouyang looked on in surprise. He turned and asked Wei Lichuan, "Is Xiao Zhang's wife awake?" Wei Lichuan shook his head, "I don't know. But she hadn't woken up when I asked her yesterday." He also set people to check on her every day, fearing that Bailey might get into trouble again after her power was exhausted. Just as Wei Lichuan finished speaking, there was a knock on the iron gate, followed by a soldier's surprised report, Captain Jiang and the others are back." From their departure to their return, it had been exactly half a month. Jiang Minglang lived up to everyone's expectations. He had been lurking in Kyoto for 10 days, and had successfully killed the Che brothers 2 days ago, saving Pingcheng from danger and avenging leader Xiao. As for the incident with Che Tao defending his uncle, everyone had different perspectives, so there was no need to give anyone a break or spare anyone else. Che Tao wasn't the target of this mission, so not killing him wasn't considered letting him go either. After a brief report, Jiang Minglang glanced back at the green ivy still growing on the east wall, then hurried back to the white fruit garden. "You said praying to Buddha isn't effective, so why do we have so many temples in our country?" "It's just a belief, giving people spiritual comfort." Song Xiaoxiao didn't understand what spiritual comfort meant. She only knew that she spent 2,000 yuan on a red string she obtained from a temple with her mother. Her mother was a Buddhist, and so was she. The little girl spoke confidently. "My mom said it cost 200 million to rebuild Xianling Temple. Is that a lot of money going into your family's spiritual home?" Jiang Qi, He stared at Song Xiaoxiao with wide eyes and asked, "Did it really cost 200 million? Song Xiaoxiao nodded. "Yes, 200 million. My mom said so. The Buddha statues are all made of gold. Real gold. And they're all huge." "Oh my god. Who did that? Is she that crazy?" His mom said that if his family had 10 million, she'd just lie down and do nothing. Of course, she hadn't worked much since he was gone, but it wasn't his mom's fault. She had to take care of him, after all. Besides, his dad said he could support them both. And Grandpa, his money was for them both. Even so, he knew his family didn't have 10 million. And 10 million to 200 million was a far cry from that. So a temple built with so much money should work, right? Seeing Jiang Qi still hesitating, Song Xiaoxiao grew impatient. She thrust the red string into his palm and said, "We know if it works after trying it. It's definitely good for Aunt Bai. Maybe she wake up as soon as you tie it on." "Nonsense. She wake up as soon as you tie it on. If your red string is so magical, why didn't you tie it on your parents to keep them safe?" Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart, not a word to Song Xiaoxiao's face. This little girl not only cries, but also complains. Last time, he didn't want to wear the red string, so he told her he'd lost it. Not only did she stomp on him in anger, she even went to complain to his grandmother and mother. This scared Gigi, who was about to imitate him, and throw the red string, so much so that he didn't dare to do it anymore. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't you want Aunt Bai to wake up soon?" Jiang Qi was furious when he heard this. "Nonsense. That's my mom. My real mom. Then put it on quickly. What are you wasting time on? Don't forget, this came from a temple worth 200 million yuan. Okay, for the sake of 200 million, just tie the red string around the green ivy on his mother's body. The two children trudged upstairs, and Jiangqi asked as they walked, Did you really go to the temple every year to worship Buddha? Yes, every year. My mom said it works that way. Jiangqi was curious. What did you ask for when you went to the temple? Song Shisha's voice was crisp. There's a lot. I can have all the chips I want, all the Coke I want, the latest Barbie dolls, the speakers that won't break when I dance, and I get perfect scores on my exams. Jiangqi, You ask for so much, and the Buddha can fulfill it? He only asked the last one, do you get perfect scores on every exam? My mom said the process is what matters, not the result. The two children went up to the third floor, gently opened the door, and tiptoed into the bedroom. Bai Li's bed was still wrapped in a cocoon of green ivy. The headboard, which had initially been exposed, had been completely covered a week ago, now completely invisible. Jiangqi hadn't seen his mother for a week, and every moment, he wanted to pull back the green ivy to see if his mother was really inside. But he didn't dare, fearing disturbing her. This was Song Shisha's first time in Bai Li's bedroom. It was not considered polite to enter someone else's bedroom. But Aunt Bai had been asleep for over half a month, and she was incredibly curious. Besides, her red string had indeed been consecrated at Xianling Temple. The old monk said it was incredibly effective. So, if he placed it next to Aunt Bai, she would surely wake up soon. Chi-Chi found a branch sticking out from the headboard and tied the red string to it casually. That was it. Just as he was about to pull Song Xiaoxiao out of her parents' bedroom, she shook him off and glared. Song Xiaoxiao gently walked forward, untied the red string Chi-Chi had tied, and then retied it with a beautiful bow. She stroked it, nodding with satisfaction. Jiangqi pouted. What's the point of being flashy? If Mom doesn't wake up in 2 days, he see what he say to her. What are you doing? A sudden noise from inside the room startled the two children, who had been holding their breath, so much so that they almost jumped. They looked around frantically before spotting their father standing at the door, watching them quietly. Dad, you're back? Jiangqi threw himself into his father's arms in surprise. Jiang Minglang lifted him up with one hand, weighed him, and said with a smile, You gotten heavier. After not seeing each other for half a month, both father and son missed each other quite a bit. Jiang Minglang was a very patient father. Although he wasn't home much in the past, whenever he was there, Chi-Chi was his care. Song Xiaoxiao looked back at the father and son hugging each other, feeling a mixture of envy and disappointment. Jiang Minglang glanced at the little girl and continued to ask his son, I haven't told you yet. What are you two doing? Song Xiaoxiao said she wanted to tie a red string for Mom. It was made at a temple with incense offerings, known as the 200 million temple, to bless Mom to wake up soon. Jiangqi emphasized the 3 words 200 million, implying that if it weren't for the huge sum of money, he wouldn't have agreed to her superstitious practice. It's called Linging Temple, not 200 million. Song Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Really, how tacky. Yes, it's called Linging Temple, not 200 million. Chi-Chi shrilled, imitating her in a coquettish voice. Jiang Minglang slapped him on the butt. Speak nicely. Don't bully Xiaoxiao. Who's bullying me, woo-woo? Jiangqi didn't finish his words when his father suddenly covered his mouth. The little boy, confused, grabbed his father's hand and tried to push it down, but the look in his father's eyes made him feel something was wrong. Following his father's gaze, Jiangqi's eyes widened. The cocoon of green ivy on the bed, which had been tightly wrapped and airless, suddenly began to move. Stalks of green ivy slowly shifted, then vanished, until the number of green ivy on the bed dwindling. When the innermost layer of green ivy parted, revealing Bai Li, wrapped in a quilt, she was staring at him and his son with her eyes open. The room was silent. The 3 of them, plus Song Xiaoxiao, stared at each other with wide eyes. Mom! Coming to his senses, Chi-Chi leaped off his father's arms, and was about to leap for his mother, when his father grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. A voice rang in his ear, Mom still weak after just waking up. Don't jump on her. After nearly 20 days without food or water, his chin had become pointed and his face was pale, evidently starving. Oh, I know. I won't. Chi-Chi broke free from his father, insisting on a hug with his mother. He rushed to the bedside and threw himself into his mother's arms. Mom, I miss you so much. Even though they saw each other every day, he couldn't see her every day, and coupled with the worry, he truly missed her terribly. Bai Li raised her hand and touched her son's head. After Jiang Minglang came over, half lifted her, and leaned her against his chest. She smiled and thanked Song Xiaoxiao. Thanks to our Xiaoxi's red string, and I might not have woken up today otherwise. She saw every move the two little ones made after they entered the bedroom. The small red bow tied to the green ivy looked delicate and beautiful. Bailey even heard the little girl earnestly muttering, Buddha bless you, Buddha bless you. As she tied it, Bailey looked at the serious little face, and almost laughed out loud. This was the youngest Buddhist she had ever seen, so she still had the green ivy tied with the red string. She hadn't put it away. After all, it was a gift from a child, so she had to keep it safe. I told you it was effective, and you didn't believe me. Song Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Qi, raised her chin, and gave a smug look that said, I was right. Yes, it works. You're right, everything is right. Okay. It was a lucky coincidence. But no matter what, waking up is a good thing. The two children ran downstairs first to inform everyone that they were awake. Song Xiaoxiao added, I tied the red string around Aunt Bai, so the Bodhisattva appeared and woke her up. Huh? She woke up because of a Bodhisattva? When Song Huanyan found out, she covered her face, not knowing what to say. This little superstitious kid really was. Shall I carry you down? Not really. Just hold me. This time, after waking up, Bailey clearly felt more energy within her, and she could control her green radish at a greater distance. For example, right now, while she was eating at home, she could see a young soldier patrolling near the east wall near Flower City, quietly picking his nose. And not far from him, a gray rabbit poked its head out of the weeds, drooling at her green radish. It's not the rabbit's fault. The previous heavy snowfall had chilled temperatures, killing not only trees in Pengcheng, but also the surrounding areas. Not only had many trees frozen to death, but even the weeds in the fields had been wiped out. Even now, even with the rising temperatures, the entire landscape was still barren, devoid of greenery, only withered, yellow, and dead grass. So, the sight of such vibrant green leaves suddenly made the rabbit's mouth water. Bailey's mouth was almost watering, too, especially at the thought of the spicy rabbit meat. The rabbit seemed relatively normal. When it quietly approached to nibble on the green radish, Bailey naturally tied it up. Not long after, the young soldier scurried to the gate of Yunqi village and handed the rabbit to Ren Bin, the officer on duty today. Everyone knew what happened to the green radish on the wall, so if Green Luo caught a rabbit, it was considered Bailey's. Oh, why didn't I think of this method earlier? This move seemed to open the door to a new world for her. Turning her head to look at the hill behind her, she saw that layers of green ivy had soon grown there too. Chapter 198. Huh? Where's Gigi? Why can't I see him? Bailey woke up 3 hours later, and ate 2 meals, and Chi-Chi followed her. When she was so full she had to stand up and go for a walk, Bailey remembered why the other of the two little ones, who were always inseparable, hadn't appeared yet. Had they had a fight? That wasn't likely. Although the two children were under 10, they were always emotionally stable. Even when they disagreed, they were always calm and reasonable. Neither of them had ever argued, either before or now. He has a fever, Chi-Chi said, feeling both happy and worried about her good brother. Uncle Du said he might have awakened a superpower, but it could also be just a common cold. Andy Shuang examined him, and didn't recommend taking fever-reducing medicine. Most importantly, the fever-reducing medicine was almost expired. Shi Shuang was originally a top student in medical school. Although she hadn't graduated, she had a year of internship, so she was no different from a normal doctor. Then let's go see him. Okay. Du Qian wasn't there. Qin Dong was sitting by the bed, watching over Gigi. Seeing Bailey and her son approach, he quickly stood up and gave a simple smile. After living together for over a year, Qin Dong doted on Gigi. Unmarried and childless, he truly treated him like his own grandson. Gigi now called him Grandpa, not Grandpa Dong. Whether it was sympathy or mutual comfort, the bond between people is built through interaction. I give my heart, and you return it with sincerity, that's enough. Bailey looked down at Gigi, who lay in bed. The little fellow had his eyes closed, his fair face an unnatural red, his brow furrowed, and it was clear he was sleeping restlessly. She reached out to touch his forehead, but just as her fingers touched a strand of hair, there was a faint but noticeable crackling sound, causing her to quickly withdraw her finger. Static electricity? A slight tingling sensation spread across the tip of her index finger. Bailey wasn't sure if it was static electricity or... Her eyes lit up. Could Gigi have awakened his lightning powers? Mom, what happened? The crackling was so faint that even Qin Dong and Chi-Chi, standing right in front of them, didn't notice anything. Bailey thought for a moment, and reached out to touch Gigi's forehead again. Crackling. This time it was louder and more noticeable than before. So not only Chi-Chi saw it, but Chen Dong saw it too. Mom, there's electricity on Gigi's head? Electricity on his head? That seems correct. Bailey said to her son, go call Dad and Uncle Do-Over. Keep your mouth shut, and don't tell anyone about Gigi having lightning on his head, okay? This was the first person with lightning powers here, and the first Bailey had ever seen. Wei Lichuan had previously told me that a lightning power user was discovered in Kyoto 6 months ago. Several factions scrambled to win him over, each trying to win him over. But in the end, he disappeared. Some say he was killed after their attempts to win him over failed. Either way, it was a bad outcome. So for Gigi, who was still a child, his powers had to be kept secret until he reached adulthood. Jiang Minglang, Du Qian, and Xiao Fei arrived quickly. They took turns testing Gigi's forehead and received a small shock. All three were thrilled. Now that his powers had awakened, there was no need to worry about the fever. The current concern is how to maintain secrecy while still providing him with adequate training. Although the threat from Kyoto has been temporarily resolved, Pengcheng now appears to be completely secure. At the same time, a number of people have recently arrived in Pengcheng, the team led by leader Ouyang, as well as new hires from Lingnan for Pengcheng's development, and recruitment is ongoing. With more people comes more diversity. While interviews can weed out some with ill intentions, no one can guarantee that everyone who enters will be flawless. Even among the brothers who followed Wei Lichuan, there were traitors before, weren't there? So, just in case, Gigi's ability must be kept secret. After another day of deep sleep, Gigi woke up the next afternoon. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Chi-Chi lay in front of his good brother, wanting to touch him, but not daring to. Yesterday, he had given him a shockwave when he touched his forehead. Although it was only a light, numb sensation, he didn't dare experience it again. After all, it was electricity, and it could kill. But Gigi didn't yet know he had acquired a superpower, and it was a powerful lightning power. He simply smacked his lips and said, bewildered, I don't know what's going on, but my mouth is a little numb. Remembering something, he looked at Chi-Chi and asked, did you stuff peppercorns in my mouth while I was asleep? It wasn't something he hadn't done before. Of course, he had also stuffed peppercorns in Chi-Chi's mouth while he was asleep. The two were equally mischievous, both quite naughty. Peppercorns? You're quite imaginative. If your mouth is numb, you probably electrocuted yourself. Chi-Chi was shocked by what he said. He looked at Gigi and called him by his name, Linja, you're not going to lose control of your superpowers and electrocute yourself, are you? Gigi, ? He ignored the last part, he only heard the word superpower. He quickly sat up and grabbed Chi-Chi, about to ask what he meant. Did he have superpowers? However, this excitement caused the energy in his body to burst forth. A small purple electric snake passed from his hand to Chi-Chi's, then onto his body, shocking Chi-Chi's body and making him tremble like a sieve. Finally, he rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Linja. Chi-Chi gritted his teeth, holding on to his paralyzed body, let go. Hearing Chi-Chi's words, Gigi instinctively let go. His heart was beating rapidly, and he stared at his hand in shock and fear. No, what kind of superpower is this? He used to envy his good brother for having both water and gold powers, even though his gold power was inconsistent and unstable. But his water power was amazing. Water turned to ice to water, switching back and forth freely. It was so cool. Aunt Bai's wood element, Uncle Daz's earth element. Either one, as long as they had one, he wasn't picky. But now, he was tempted to choose one. This power was terrifying. Just holding hands with his best friend could shock him and make him roll his eyes. What the hell? So terrifying. Gigi pouted, nearly crying from fear at his own power. When Du Qian entered, he saw two children, one sitting on the bed, staring down at his hands, about to cry. The other, sprawled across the bed, looked hopeless. He laughed. After understanding the situation, he was even more amused. He said to Gigi, your power has just awakened, and you just can't control it yet. Soon, this situation won't happen again. Uncle Du, what is this superpower I have? Thunder and lightning. Why did I awaken this superpower? That's a good question. Du Qian didn't even know why he awakened the water element. After dinner, to prevent himself from shocking his good brother when they were together, Gigi actively cooperated with Uncle Du, trying hard to control his superpower, finding the feeling, releasing it bit by bit, and then slowly withdrawing it. After the Che brothers stepped down, the power structure in Kyoto was reshuffled. In the past, Jiang Minglang hadn't paid much attention, but now, because he and his wife were repeatedly nominated in the superpower community, and for the sake of Pengcheng's stable development, He had no choice but to add fuel to the fire of this reshuffle. Although leader Ouyang had left Kyoto, his allies remained, and without the Che family, he still had a certain influence in Kyoto. However, after the apocalypse, superpowers were concentrated under 40. Leaders over 40 still had influence, but their strength no longer allowed them to forcefully intervene in certain areas. So, in the end, with the support of leader Ouyang and his allies, a fire-type psychic, previously of the same rank and age as Jiang Minglang, was promoted to the position of power. From now on, the world will always be ruled by the young. In fact, leader Ouyang preferred Jiang Minglang, though Qiao Fei or Du Qian would also be acceptable. Unfortunately, none of these three had ambitions for power, nor did they want to leave Pingcheng. It was so comfortable and peaceful here that he didn't want to leave. Jiang Minglang was happy to see this outcome. This fellow fire-type psychic was his college classmate from the military academy. Before the apocalypse, he was on missions just like himself, but unlike him, he immediately led his team back to Kyoto after the apocalypse, contributing significantly to the city's zombie eradication efforts. In terms of merit, he deserves full credit. And the reason those old men had the leisure to divide power and engage in intrigue was because his classmate was diligently ensuring the safety of ordinary Kyoto residents and the establishment and basic operation of the base. During this trip to Kyoto, Jiang Minglang secretly met with him. His old classmate looked helpless. If his wife and children weren't in Kyoto, he would have come to Pingcheng with Jiang Minglang. While Jiang Minglang had some selfish motives in pushing him forward, it was ultimately because he was the most suitable candidate. Now that the dust had settled in Kyoto, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and rest. As the temperature rose day by day, everyone in December, nearing the Lunar New Year, unexpectedly felt the long-unseen sense of revival. Because the cold weather lasted so long, and the temperatures remained low for too long, many trees had already frozen to death, even their trunks cut down and taken home for firewood. So, although everything is reviving across Pingcheng, there's very little green to be seen. If a tree manages to sprout again and grow emerald green leaves, beware, it's most likely mutated. Thankfully, there aren't many mutated plants like this, and so far, none have been found to actively attack humans. So, after discovering it, they didn't remove it for now, simply putting up a sign next to the tree that read mutated tree. Due to the severe lack of greenery, several groups of people discussed and decided to each send a few Wood-type members to stimulate growth. Around Yunqi village, Bailey, Gao Junyu, Ning'an, along with Professor Lang and Kan Wentao, were leading the grafted or nurtured seedlings, planting and stimulating them along both sides of the road from south to north. Ning'an, of course, couldn't stimulate buds, so he interspersed his peonies among the trees. Occasionally, he'd fill a flower bed with flowers. Watching him busily running around, Bailey envied Junyu's ability to stimulate buds. She wanted to tell him, "Your peonies aren't bad either. They're good for mosquito repellent, and they'd be very useful in hot weather." But thinking of Lao Du, and the others teasing his peonies, she kept quiet. Half a month passed like this, and by the end of the month, on New Year's Day, the entire city of Pingcheng looked even more vibrant with a new layer of green. "Mom, look over there, are they arguing?" Chi-Chi, Gigi, and Song Xiaoxiao, three children with nothing better to do, joined in the tree planting. Actually, the three little ones wanted to ride in the carriage and water the budding trees. Bailey hadn't been to the Sherman Gate near the North Expressway intersection for a long time. Today, since the saplings were planted nearby, she decided to take a stroll in the carriage. She saw someone arguing loudly at the gate. It wasn't that loud, after all. After all, this place had been taken over by Ouyang's men, and Li Nan and his Yunqi village no longer needed to send patrols. The feeling of a regular military was different. Therefore, the people queuing outside for interviews every day were unusually quiet, following the proper procedures. Even if they were rejected, no one dared to act rashly. But today, Bailey stopped the carriage because the children were too curious and wanted to see if the quarrel would break out into a fight. It's women arguing, so if they were fighting, they'd pull hair and pick noses. Song Xiaoxiao said this, and she even told the two boys, "I seen it." That should have been exciting. Gigi tiptoed toward the center of the action, then felt a little regretful. No fight. Chi-Chi also felt regretful, but he said nothing. Gao Junyu stood behind the three children, speechlessly adding, "What boring little brats." After seeing who was arguing at the door, Bailey immediately lost interest in watching the fun, feeling only bad luck. But the three children wanted to watch, so she didn't take them away immediately. She just sat on the edge of the car and casually glanced in. "Your father and I worked so hard outside looking for you, and now you're in here, and you don't even say a word. What's going on?" Lu Su, Lu Ying, am I not your biological mother? So what if you're our biological mother? We don't have the final say in Pingqing. If you want to get in, you have to follow the normal procedures. There's an interview over there, see? Lu Su, is this how you talk to your mother? And you, Lu Ying? Let go first. Why are you holding on to Cherry? I'm the one talking back to you, not her. How could I hold on to her? I can't even stand. Can't you let her help me? I can't even stand, and your shouting can be heard 2 miles away. How can you be so unstable? Lu Su, I can hear you. No need to be so loud. You already scratched Cherry's arm until it's bruised. Can't you just let go? And you still say she's our mother? What kind of mother would treat her daughter like this? Lu Su was furious. They were responsible for maintaining order during the interview, but they had no idea they'd run into Zhou Mingxiang and Zhou Lin's gang today. They hadn't expected them to come to Pingqing. Even more outrageous, upon seeing the siblings, Zhou Mingxiang rushed over and grabbed Ying Tao's arm. Fearing her from childhood, Lu Ying didn't dare move. The soldiers nearby wanted to chase Zhou Mingxiang and the others away for making such a fuss, but when they heard her say she was the Lu siblings' biological mother, and saw that Lu Ying refused to break free, they decided not to force her out. Lu Su scratched his head, spinning in circles. Suddenly, a sudden pause struck him. He pointed in Bai Li's direction and said to Zhou Mingxiang, "So what if you're our biological mother? You're such a weird person. You rather raise other children than your own. See? That's your biological child too. Did you raise her? Does she acknowledge you? If she doesn't, why should we, her brother and sister, acknowledge her? Do you truly love us, or are you really that good to us?" Following Lu Su's finger, everyone saw Bai Li and fell silent. Bai Li, She clenched her fists and looked up at Lu Su with narrowed eyes. When Bai Li's gaze fell on him, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Lu Su's back, followed by a shudder. Oh no! How could this thought have come out? He took 2 steps back, wondering if she would beat him to death today. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhou Mingxiang also staring at Bai Li in a daze. He quickly seized the opportunity to reach out and pull her sister towards him, then turned and ran. Watching the 2 figures scurry away, Bai Li laughed in anger. Kunzi, the interviewer, tactfully ran up to her and whispered, "Sister, should we send them away?" Bai Li said yes without hesitation. Chapter 199. How many years have passed? Watching Bai Li's back as she drove away without hesitation in her carriage, Zhou Mingxiang felt a wave of daze. She seemed to have just realized how many years it had been since she last saw her eldest daughter. It seemed as if she had left when she was 3, and she hadn't seen her since. When Lu Su and Lu Ying were born, she had called her. Although she knew the Bai family wouldn't give her to her, she still held out a little hope. She wanted to ask if she missed her mother, if she wanted to live with her mother, and have younger siblings, or so she said. Li Ji was only 6 at the time, but she rejected her without hesitation. She simply said no, and then hung up the phone. She didn't think that was the opinion of a 6-year-old. It was clearly the Bai family who had taught her to disown and hate her. Although Zhou Mingxiang subconsciously believed that Mr. and Mrs. Bai wouldn't do such a thing, the child's rejection of her was so obvious that she couldn't think of any other reason but to blame her parents. So Lizzie's hatred for her must have been taught by the Bai family. When she asked her mother and her brother's family to visit her, she had suggested bringing Lizzie along, but her mother had flatly refused. But no matter what, she hadn't said she didn't want Lizzie. On this point, Zhou Mingxiang didn't feel she had done anything wrong. After all, she had given Lizzie the choice, and it was she who had listened to others and rejected her mother. Thoughts raced through her mind, and by the time she came to her senses and wanted to call out to Bai Li, the carriage had already vanished. Zhou Mingxiang stood there, feeling frustrated. She hadn't even noticed what she looked like now. Her childhood face was a miniature version of Bai Xiantian, nothing like her. Now, she still seems like her father. I heard she had a son after getting married, and just now, there seemed to be 2 little boys standing next to her. Before Zhou Mingxiang could think any further, she, Zhou Lin, and the few people they brought with them were already being driven out of Pingqing's gates. "Aunt, go back," Zhou Lin whispered. "Now that we know Xiaoxiu and Ying Tao are here, and we know they're doing well, that's enough. And we need to find another way out." As a vested interest, Zhou Lin had no right to judge his aunt's behavior. Anyone could say she was unfit to be a mother, but he couldn't. Originally, they hadn't intended to enter Pingqing, but someone under Uncle Lu Su's command said they had seen Lu Su and his sister here and wanted his aunt to call them back. Lu Su wasn't very obedient, but he was capable. Lu Ying's abilities were even more impressive. So their purpose in coming here today wasn't to enter Pingcheng at all, but to see how the brother and sister were doing here. Of course, this wasn't Zhou Mengxiang's idea, but the result of Zhou Lin's persuasion all night. He knew the character of the eldest uncle and his children. Lu Su and Lu Ying's return wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all, they were his cousins. They wanted freedom, wanted to escape the Lu family's control, so he would grant their wish. After all, if they were well, it wouldn't hurt him. He was a fire type, and his abilities had improved over the past year. Regardless of anything else, protecting his aunt and uncle wouldn't be a problem. He just didn't expect to see his eldest cousin. He was only 3 years old when he left Pingcheng, and he had no memory of Bai Li. Seeing her again now was a complete stranger, and she must have felt the same way, considering he hadn't even glanced at his aunt just now. But did Lu Su choose to join Pingcheng because of his cousin? But judging by their behavior just now, it didn't seem like they recognized each other, let alone why they recognized each other. Zhou Lin couldn't figure it out. Elsewhere, Lu Su and Lu Ying, who had quickly escaped the main gate, had just turned a corner and reached a deserted area when they felt something tighten around them. Looking down, they saw they were bound tightly, starting at their ankles, in the blink of an eye. His face paled, and he was about to call for help from his sister when the vines moved upwards, binding his mouth as well. Lu Ying, startled, was about to approach, but in an instant, she too was bound like a mummy, just like her brother. The siblings fell to the ground, staring at each other with wide eyes. Lu Ying didn't know what to say to her brother. He was clearly terrified of Bai Li, yet he kept his mouth shut, spouting everything. Now, the two of them were tied up here, and there was no telling when they would be discovered. She also had a new understanding of Bai Li's abilities. Truly, they were far superior to hers. She could actually control them from such a distance. Lu Ying tried to communicate with the green ivy on her body. Although it looked slightly different from hers, it was still a green ivy after all. What if it could listen to her? However, the idea was beautiful, and the reality was cruel. It would have been fine if she hadn't tried to communicate. Once she did, the green ivy tied around her body tightened, nearly choking her. "I'm dying." Meanwhile, the children in the carriage weren't quite sure what had just happened. After all, it happened so quickly. Before they could react, Bai Li had shoved them into the carriage and turned away. Everyone looked at each other, then at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi scratched his head, bewildered. Little boys aren't that perceptive. At least he never considered his grandfather's lack of money or a wife. Now, having suddenly heard some inexplicable words, he finally understood what they meant. Junyu, after all, was a grown-up kid, and knew that this kind of thing might be taboo for Aunt Bai, so he changed the subject. On February 3rd, Pingcheng welcomed the second New Year since the apocalypse. This year's New Year celebrations were more lively than the previous one, because electricity had been connected. It sounded easy, but the actual implementation was incredibly arduous. Everyone knew the thermal power plant was close to Linan, and everyone was hopeful that the electricity would be generated quickly. When he heard everyone's urging, Linan wanted to curse. Whether it was the zombies at the beginning, or the mutants going berserk later, the damage to the machinery inside the thermal power plant was severe. Even the distribution room and cables were completely destroyed. Repairs required both technical personnel and tools and materials. Tools were easy enough. They could be found by rummaging through the thermal power plant. But somehow, all the materials stored at the thermal power plant were damaged. A citywide search yielded no suitable supplies, and even in surrounding cities, only a few bundles were found. It was only later, when Jiang Minglang and his team went to Ningxing to retrieve weapons, that they brought some back. At first, the technical personnel weren't particularly specialized. A few electricians could repair the distribution room and connect the cables, but they were helpless against the severely damaged generators inside the power plant. It was only with the arrival of several highly skilled personnel recruited in recent months that the thermal power plant was gradually restarted, and the cabling and distribution room playing began. The city was practically uninhabited, so there was no need for electricity. However, the power lines to the garrison base and Yunqi village had to run from west to east, around almost the entire city. What? The old lines? There were, but they were all down. Even so, finally having power throughout the city was a good thing. The next step was to restore communications. Linan was incredibly busy right now. Not only did he have to keep an eye on these things, but the relocated paper mill also needed to be restarted in a few days. He didn't have the energy to inquire about the greenhouse area, leaving it all to Kunzi. Lu Su and the others had been with Kunzi for over a year. Now, with Leader Ouyang's arrival, they were no longer needed for patrols, and they no longer had to worry about security in the city. Coincidentally, Kunzi was short on staff, so he asked them, brother and sister, to help manage the greenhouse area. It was mainly because they had spent so much time together that they had developed a mutual trust. Besides, they could all see that Bailey didn't care about them at all. Of course, that was as long as they stayed out of trouble. On the night of the 15th day of the first lunar month, Bai Yang went to see Shi Shuang, carrying a red lantern she had made herself. She was dispensing medicine to an elderly man at the village clinic. With everything back on track, the Yunxi village clinic reopened. The doctors were Shi Shuang and Xia Min, and the nurse was still Jing Lan. As for the medicine, they were all herbs collected from the nearby mountains, so the variety was definitely incomplete. Fortunately, Shi Shuang found some seeds in a laboratory at Pingcheng Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. She asked Professor Lung to help cultivate them, and after some stimulating labor, they managed to gather a considerable amount of medicine. Does Shi Shuang know traditional Chinese medicine? She had taken it as an elective at school, and now she was forced to study it. She went to the city library and the hospital to find many books to study. She even brought in all the books from the library of the neighboring Huacheng College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and she and Xiaomin read them day and night. Learning about herbs, decoctions, acupuncture points, pulse diagnosis. Shi Shuang was fine. At least she gotten the hang of it back in school, and now she could quickly get into the swing of things. Xiaomin was in a terrible state. Just trying to identify herbs made her head spin. She even dreamt about them at night, memorizing their names, waking Zhang Xiaodao up several times. Oh, and they got married. Due to the special circumstances, they couldn't get a marriage certificate, so they held a simple wedding before the Lunar New Year, witnessed by Xia Yonghua, Bai Xiangtian, and a few other elders. Bai Li and Cheng Xian helped decorate the bridal chamber, putting up wedding signs, finding 2 romantic landscape paintings, and digging out the bright red bed covers they brought back from the mall. In short, they made it as festive as possible. 5 tables were set up, and the chef was Song Huanyan. Everyone was impressed by the former hot pot restaurant owner for the first time. Not only did he make wine, he was also a real culinary pro. Grandma Bai and second aunt's home-cooked meals were fine, but for a banquet like this, they were definitely not as good as Boss Song, who had learned through formal channels and devoted himself to the craft for a long time. Song Huanyan also provided the wine, though it wasn't brewed long ago, it tasted quite good. During the meal, Su Bo joked to Qiao Fei, Captain Qiao is really lucky. Qiao Fei was offering Liuli a chicken bone with plenty of meat on it. He didn't hear Su Bo's words clearly, only hearing the word lucky and nodded. Yes, Liuli and Xiaowu are both lucky today. It was a rare opportunity to have some meat, so he gave them enough bones, and gave the rest to Xiaoheng and Xiaoha. Nothing was wasted. Everyone at the table couldn't help but laugh, but they were also speechless at Qiao Fei. Such a beautiful woman was living at home, and he had no idea. Is it because he's been single for so long that he's had some problems? He'd rather be interested in dogs than people. If that's the case, is there something wrong with his body? Suddenly, several people looked at Qiao Fei with strange eyes, and Su Bo, who was standing right next to him, even moved aside. Qiao Fei, having recovered from feeding Liuli, noticed everyone's strangeness and laughed angrily. After the banquet, he dragged a few people to the training ground for a fight, even beating Su Bo up. The sweetness of marriage hadn't in the least alleviated Xiaomin's pain in memorizing herbs and learning acupuncture points. When Bai Yang arrived, she was watching Shi Shuang dispense the herbs with a bewildered look on her face. Don't rush. Take your time. Like I told you before, identify the herbs according to the prescription first, one by one. Then, boil them a few times like I did, and you naturally get it. Shi Shuang always spoke slowly and unhurriedly. The key was her excellent memory, and she learned very quickly. Xiaomin was deeply impressed. She was truly a top student. Seeing Bai Yang enter, she snatched the prescription from Shi Shuang's hand and urged her, go light the lanterns. I take care of the rest. Shi Shuang looked up at Bai Yang, who was holding up the rabbit lantern in his hand. It was lifelike, vivid, and beautiful. Lighting lanterns. It had been so long since she'd done something like this. She remembered doing it before she was 10, when her parents were still alive. The lanterns she bought back then were battery-powered. Pressing a button would light up the small light inside, accompanied by music. It seemed beautiful and pleasant, but in reality, it wasn't very interesting. As her brother had said, it was more fun with a candle inside. Bai Yang held the lantern in front of her, tilting it slightly towards her, so that she could clearly see the slender red candle stuck inside. She couldn't help but smile, revealing a dimple on her cheek, looking sweet. Xia Min was so fed up with them that she forcibly pushed them out of the clinic, telling them to leave. From about 10 meters away, she could hear Bai Yang asking, "I made this myself. Does it look good?" "It looks good. Here you go." Ah. Young people talking about love is truly enviable. In her emotional state, Xia Min had forgotten that she was actually the same age as the two men. It wasn't her fault for forgetting, it was mainly because Zhang Xiaodao kept saying to her, "When I first met you, it felt like we'd known each other for a long time. Do you think we were a couple in a past life? If that were the case, wouldn't we have already spent a lifetime together, like an old married couple?" She could only say that this was a different kind of love that belonged to her and Zhang Xiaodao. Their courtship was simple and straightforward, and they had confirmed their relationship in a daze. Then, with his daily care and love, they entered into marriage, as naturally and smoothly as an old married couple. Her own personality wasn't as cool and delicate as Shi Shuang's, so she certainly wasn't capable of a long-term, steady relationship. Just like her special ability, it was meant for speed. "Wife, look what I got you." Xia Min was lost in thought when a loud voice suddenly rang out from the clinic, followed by a dark-faced man, excitedly running over with a lantern shaped like a large rooster. "Look at this rooster. I snatched it from Chi-Chi. Play with it for a while, and I give it back to him later." Xia Min, Thank you. Time flew by, and soon it was March. I had thought the temperature would continue to rise, perhaps even reaching its initial high of 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Unexpectedly, after reaching 20 degrees, it suddenly plummeted. Chapter 200. The sudden drop in temperature completely disrupted everyone's planting plans. Thankfully, the first crop of wheat and dry rice has matured and been harvested. Perhaps due to the supernatural water added during irrigation, or perhaps due to the supernatural seeds mixed in, the wheat yield per moo is surprisingly higher than before the apocalypse. As for the dry rice, due to the high temperatures, only half of it has matured, the other half has shriveled. Even so, it's still much better than Professor Leng had expected. After all, the weather these days is incredibly unpredictable, with the added worry of rain and snow. You know, farmers used to rely entirely on the weather for their crops. If the weather was bad, they wouldn't have anything to eat. He was currently discussing with Bai Xiangtian whether they should also find materials to build a few acres of greenhouses in Yunqi village and Baiguan. Otherwise, a few more rains and snows would make the land completely unusable. Bai Xiangtian immediately took action, asking Jiang Minglang to contact Li Nan to exchange some steel, covering, and insulation materials for the greenhouses. Early on, when Li Nan first took over the greenhouse operation, he had been collecting as many raw materials as possible. This was partly to prevent damage to the existing greenhouses, and to provide supplies for repairs. It was also driven by his own ambition to expand the greenhouse operation. He did eventually expand, though not much. After all, the country wasn't stable yet, and trading methods hadn't yet been established, so how could he conduct business? For his own consumption, this was more than enough. Not only that, but there was even some left over to trade with Wei Lichuan. So, for Li Nan, Wei Lichuan was now his biggest client. Jiang Minglang came to discuss the materials needed to build 3 greenhouses. Just as they had finalized the exchange, someone arrived at the door with a message saying that Leader Ouyang was looking for them. The temperature was still 25 degrees Celsius the day before yesterday, but it plummeted to minus 10 degrees Celsius yesterday. The guards at the stone gate reported that 10 bodies were found at the gate this morning, all frozen to death. Although death had become almost commonplace after the apocalypse, seeing them frozen to death right before his eyes still weighed heavily on Leader Ouyang, who couldn't help but sigh. Pengcheng's reputation had spread far and wide. Although it had previously absorbed many people, especially survivors from the surrounding areas, almost all of them had moved into Pengcheng. Many survivors still flocked to the city daily, drawn by its reputation. Those who arrived late would simply spend the night at the gate. The nearby zombies had long been extinguished, but mutant animals still occasionally appeared, either in small groups or in packs, causing frequent bites and fatalities. However, there were troops stationed at the gates of Pengcheng, so the mutant animals generally didn't dare approach. So, survivors seeking refuge, unable to enter, would generally choose to stay at the gates for a night or a few days. He hadn't expected the temperature to drop so suddenly, by over 30 degrees Celsius, without even a break. So, Leader Ouyang suggested setting aside a small area within the city to house all the survivors who had come to seek refuge. While this would impact public security within the city, after all, with the city open to the elements, there would likely be all kinds of people there. It was necessary nonetheless. After all, Their existence was to provide a safe haven for the survivors. Thankfully, the Pengcheng Base Management Office had already been established. He had brought in someone to head the office, making him the base commander. Jiang Minglang and Li Nan served as deputy base commanders. Li Nan would be responsible for the base's upcoming industrial development and the greenhouse area's food and vegetable production. Any future external business would also fall under his purview. Jiang Minglang was still responsible for guarding and defending. Base Commander Ouyang had fully delegated his authority and leadership to the garrison, but he hadn't officially assumed his duties yet, using the excuse of needing a break. Otherwise, the team leader in charge would have already gone to report the situation at Shermin on the highway. More people meant more trouble. Fortunately, Su Bo had previously handled all the chores surrounding Jiang Minglang, and now he was thrown to him. With the addition of Old Du, the two of them were more than enough. Lift it up a little, don't press it down. Over there, prop that stick up there. Oh, I said prop it up there, not there. Xiao Fei twitched his lips. Where? Song Huanyan turned helplessly to the white lilies growing in the half-acre field behind them. Sisterly, help me put the plastic film on them first. Otherwise, they might freeze to death here before you finish. She then turned back to Xiao Fei and began to shoo him away. Go do what you need to do. Stop helping me. The disdain on her face was almost overflowing. Bailey was also quite disdainful. She walked to his left, picked up a small wooden stick about an inch long, and propped up a corner of the film. She then covered it with a few large clods of earth. That was it. If you can't even do something so simple, what else can you men do besides fighting? That's right. Xiao Fei sat on the edge of the field, feeling hopeless, watching the two women push and push this way and that. They never mentioned a specific direction, yet they did it with perfect precision and tacit understanding. It was so confusing. How on earth did they understand each other so well? It suddenly occurred to him that Bai Li and Cheng Xian had spoken in the same way. He was completely confused, but old Jiang remained calm and composed, as if he understood. No, I have to ask old Jiang someday how he understood this way of communicating between women. Despite being despised, Xiao Fei didn't leave. He watched the two women cover the half-acre of seedlings here, then start to stimulate the other half-acre, which was uncovered. Song Huanyan was planting glutinous rice on this acre. Bailey had provided her with the seeds, a collaboration between them. They had agreed to use half of the harvest to make rice wine. Unexpectedly, just a few days after the seeds sprouted, the temperature plummeted, and within a day, all the seedlings wilted. Seeing they were about to freeze to death, Song Huanyan was heartbroken. She called Bailey over, and the two of them discussed and decided to stimulate the growth. The seeds had already been planted, they couldn't let them go to waste. So today's scene unfolded. One of the two women had a wood element, the other a strength ability. It was only 1 acre of land, so it didn't seem that difficult. Of course, if there was any difficulty, it was because there were too many seedlings, and Bailey couldn't stimulate them all at once. So their plan was to try to force half the glutinous rice to mature today, cover the remaining half with a roll of film Song Huanyan found in the yard's utility room, and continue the work tomorrow. Xiao Fei, having nothing else to do, volunteered to help, only to be met with a look of disdain before he could even begin. But at least he could still help. The glutinous rice plants forced to mature by the white lychees were not to be harvested, nor were they to be carried home to dry after harvest. So in the end, the carrying work was his. Luckily, the amount of energy required to mature each glutinous rice plant wasn't very high. After the white lychees had matured half an acre of land, they consumed about 70% to 80% of their energy, which was just right. It would help with recovery without being too uncomfortable. In the other field, Gao Junyu was also helping his father with the upland rice and the cotton planted by Yiming. Fortunately, we planted cotton. Otherwise, if the temperature dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius again, even with a charcoal fire and now electricity, without warm quilts to keep warm, it would be difficult to survive the coming cold weather. Bai Li's family harvested an acre of cotton last month. Although they had enough quilts and cotton clothes, there was still more than enough after paying for the soldiers. Just to be on the safe side, Bai Xiangqian planted some in advance. Even if he didn't need it himself, he could trade it for something else later. That evening, Jiang Minglang, who was about to go upstairs to rest after dinner, was called out by Xiao Fei. Why are you here when it's freezing? Why aren't you going home? I just checked the thermometer, it's already minus 15 degrees Celsius. It's getting even colder. Hey, when Bailey was talking to you, she was talking about this and that. How did you understand? Jiang Minglang looked puzzled. What this and that? Xiao Fei was surprised. You don't understand? Jiang Minglang was speechless. You didn't even explain clearly. What the hell do I understand? It's like, when she told you to put it over there, and you didn't put it right, she said it wasn't over there, it was over there. How did you understand? Jiang Minglang still didn't understand what he was asking and wanted to kick him and tell him to get out. He patted him on the shoulder. Brother, if you're bored, go home and have some fun with Liuli. Or maybe chat with Miss Song. Don't be bored and act like a hysteric here. Let's go home and sleep. Xiao Fei scratched his head and left in a huff. Leaving the white fruit orchard, passing by the clinic, he saw Bai Yang and Shi Xuan walking out side by side. Perhaps they only had eyes for each other, so neither of the young people noticed Xiao Fei standing in the shadows on the side of the road. After leaving the clinic, Bai Yang naturally grabbed Shi Xuan's hand and tucked it into the pocket of his down jacket. The two figures, close together, gradually overlapped in the dim light. Xiao Fei couldn't help but sigh. When young people fall in love, they're really in a trance. He seemed to see two even younger figures, walking just like that on their way home late at night, sitting on the back of bicycles, passing through the city streets and alleys, the crisp sound of bicycle bells ringing in his ears. Long-lost memories suddenly flooded his mind, leaving Xiao Fei stunned for a moment. His childhood sweethearts, who had grown up together, had confirmed their relationship in high school and promised to get married after graduation, but ended up succumbing to a long-distance relationship that didn't even last 2 years. On Christmas of his sophomore year, he wanted to give him a surprise, but instead, under the beautiful snowfall, he saw her hugging and kissing another boy. Or maybe people say it's best not to throw surprises, because they might just end up being a complete shock. Exactly. That was his first love, so profound that for years, he was afraid to even think about love again. Only after gradually forgetting it did he begin to let it go, trying to accept blind dates arranged by his boss or family. And then, he got cheated on again. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei couldn't help but reach up and touch his head. What was going on? Was this head so susceptible to cheating? He wasn't stupid. Could he not see that everyone was trying to match him up with Song Huanyan? That's right, a little hesitant. After being cheated on twice in a row, he really didn't dare get involved with women anymore. But Xiao Fei was also torn. If the two of them were just sharing a common household, the next time the weather warmed up, Song Huanyan would definitely move out of his yard and find somewhere else. No, she actually already had a place in mind, but because the house was too damp, she wanted to let it air out for a while, scrape the peeling walls, and then clean it up. Ideally, she could repaint it, and put up some old newspapers, or find some wall coverings. He had promised to help her, but he hadn't started since then. First, he couldn't bear to leave Liuli, and second, he couldn't bear to leave her cooking. Sigh, this was a bit of a dilemma. Xiao Fei wiped his face with his hand, thinking as he walked, if there was any way to have the best of both worlds, to let both his aunt and niece stay, and Liuli, while preventing others from thinking that their relationship was that way. But even after entering the house, he hadn't come up with a good idea. But Shisha's words from inside the room startled him so much that he almost jumped up. Aunt, look, isn't Liuli's belly a little big? Could she be pregnant? A baby? Liuli is pregnant? Xiao Fei was immediately shocked by the news, his worries vanishing. He rushed open the main room door and rushed in, asking Xiao Xiao in surprise, Liuli is pregnant. The little girl was wearing pink coral fleece pajamas, which made her face look even more delicate and fair. She squatted beside Liuli, her eyes shining. She touched Liuli's belly and said, Uncle Xiao, feel it. Is it bigger than before? Liuli lay on her back on her cotton mat, her entire belly exposed. Her 4 legs were bent, her mouth open and her tongue hanging out, as she laughed at them. Compared to when she first arrived in Yunxi village, Liuli had gained a lot of weight, her fur was shiny and smooth, and she looked even more handsome. Xiao Fei's large hand carefully stroked its belly for a while. He didn't know if she was pregnant, but she was definitely more fleshy than before. Song Xiaoxiao looked at him expectantly from the side, asking, Is it true, Uncle Xiao? Is Liuli pregnant? Xiao Fei was thinking too. He was practically going crazy wanting a fire-type puppy. But he wasn't a veterinarian. Liuli's belly wasn't noticeably large, so how could he tell just by touching her twice? After a moment's thought, he asked Xiao Xiao, Before this, did Xiu and Liuli have a fight? Song Huanyan, wearing the same coral fleece pajamas as her niece, had been casually leaning against the bedroom doorframe, watching the two of them speculating about Liuli's chubby belly. But when she heard Xiao Fei's words, she was startled. Then she kicked him in the butt and angrily exclaimed, What nonsense are you talking about? Sent down to the ground by the kick, Xiao Fei didn't get angry. Instead, He gave a somewhat guilty smile. Liuli is with Xiao Xiao every day. I was just asking. I didn't mean anything else. You almost said it outright. Song Huanyan glared at him in dissatisfaction. Xiao Fei touched his nose, not daring to ask any more questions. Song Xiaoxiao, who was standing beside her, was confused. The little girl blinked and said, "No, they didn't fight. Xiaowu is such a badass. He thinks Liuli is no match for him, so every time he sees Liuli, he turns his nose up at her. He's so arrogant and idiotic. He's so annoying." After a pause, she added, "He's even worse than Taidan. Taidan is now Liuli's best friend." Taidan? The little teddy bear with horns and healing powers? No way, no way, Liuli isn't with Xiaowu, but with Taidan? But this. Their bodies aren't even equal. Chapter 201. Xiao Fei, can you think straight? Song Huanyan knew what Xiao Fei was thinking by looking at him like that. He was so infuriating she laughed. This guy was really imaginative when it came to wanting puppies. Liuli just ate too much tonight. She's not pregnant. Xiao Fei looked at Song Xiaoxiao, and both sighed. Ah. Ah. Song Huanyan rolled her eyes, and poked her niece's forehead. Why are you so eager for Liuli to have puppies? Aren't you afraid your Uncle Qiao will snatch them away? Song Xiaoxiao said without hesitation, no need to fight. There's no difference between Uncle Qiao raising puppies and me raising puppies. We don't live together. The little girl didn't know her aunt had already found a house, and assumed they would live together forever. Xiao Fei, pretending he didn't know, agreed that's right. We raise it together when the time comes. Song Huanyan glanced at him speechlessly, didn't argue, and turned back to the bedroom. I don't want to bother with you. Xiao Fei and Song Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, and both smiled. He had to admit, compared to his nephew, and Zirwei, he found Xiaoxiao much cuter, and her personality more compatible with his own. The little girl was bold, daring, and kind-hearted. Most importantly, he loved her unyielding spirit. She was a water element. Before coming to Yinchi village, she could only release water. But after witnessing Chi-Chi transform water into ice, she devoted herself to learning. Her clever little brain had been learning from Du Qian for 2 months, and after repeated practice at home, she could now actually transform water into ice. Not bad. He was hoping Liuli would soon conceive Xiaowu's puppies, but before she could, it was revealed that Xiaofeng had laid an egg. The first person to notice Fengbao had laid an egg was the Bai family's grandfather. He frequented the front yard's pet kennel most often. Every morning, as soon as he left the house, he strolled there to check if the pets had any water left and whether they needed to change it. This morning, upon entering the kennel, he noticed something was amiss. Fengbao wasn't standing on her standing pole as usual, but was squatting in her unused nest. The grandfather was puzzled. Why was she squatting in her nest today? He approached, wanting to take a closer look, when Fengbao tilted her head back, opened her mouth, and fluttered her wings twice before standing up. As she stood up, the grandfather immediately spotted a tiny, rosy white egg beneath her buttocks. It was slightly smaller than a quail egg, spotless and flawless, so white you could almost see the liquid inside. The grandfather didn't touch the egg. Instead, he turned and called Chi-Chi over. Chi-Chi was shocked. He looked at Fengbao and muttered, "How did you lay an egg? How did you lay an egg when you don't even have a boyfriend?" He didn't understand it at first, but it was only after Uncle Qiao kept trying to get Liuli to marry Xiaowu that he finally understood a little. However, Chi-Chi himself had probably forgotten that when his mother read him a different Carmela in kindergarten, the hen, Carmelo, laid an egg on a boat. At the time, his mother had explained that such eggs were unfertilized, and would not hatch into chicks. The same thing happened with birds. But now, with Xiao Fei's interruption, he had forgotten. The old man was about to explain, but was interrupted by the old woman, who took the egg and examined it carefully. Huh? There seems to be a dot inside. Is it fertilized? Has a pig really taken possession of their Fengbao? The old lady, worried she couldn't see clearly, asked Chi-Chi to go back inside and bring a flashlight. After shining it for a long time, she finally confirmed that it was indeed a fertilized egg. The whole family was shocked. Their bird was no ordinary bird, it was a queen. So could any male bird be considered a match for her? More importantly, Fengbao was a cockatiel, and in their family, or even within a 10-mile radius, they had never seen a parrot of the same species, let alone any other kind. So how did this fertilized egg even come to be? Bailey, wondering what was going on, slowly turned her head to look at the row of crows perched on the wall of her house. Jiang Minglang, standing beside her, followed her gaze and fell silent. No way. Leave this egg here for now, don't move it. The old lady placed the egg back in the nest, and said gently to Chi-Chi, "Birds don't usually lay just one egg. Let's wait, and see how many she lays." "So after she finishes laying, will she have to incubate the eggs? That means Fengbao will be a mother soon, right, Grandma?" "Maybe. Generally speaking, she incubate them after she finishes laying them. But our Fengbao isn't an ordinary bird, so Grandma can't say for sure." As Bailey had been caring for Fengbao, she had naturally researched the relevant information. "Chi-Chi, when Fengbao incubates the eggs, maybe you know who the father is. Because cockatiels take turns incubating the eggs, the male and female take turns. That guy isn't here now, but he might show up in a few days." Occasionally, Fengbao would go out, but never for long. It never spent the night outside anyway, and would always return that evening. So, that male bird was out flirting with their queen. Bailey still couldn't bring herself to put Fengbao with those giant mutant crows. It was such a mismatch. Her bird wasn't that picky. Perhaps because she laid an egg today, Fengbao didn't go out with the old man for a walk. Instead, she stayed quietly in her nest, a rare occasion, perhaps to protect the egg or perhaps to hatch the next one. The next morning, a second egg appeared beneath Fengbao. The third day, she didn't lay anything, and still only laid 2 eggs. The fourth day, she didn't lay anything, and still only laid 2 eggs. The fifth day, she did the same. After 3 days of no eggs, it was almost certain that Fengbao had laid 2 eggs on her first try. They used a flashlight to examine the second egg, and it was also fertilized. 2 fertilized eggs could potentially hatch 2 parrotlets. But after she stopped laying eggs, Fengbao unexpectedly stopped squatting in the nest. She abandoned her eggs and resumed her usual life on the pole, even going for walks with the old man every morning. She held her head high and her chest puffed out. When she met someone she knew, they greeted her, but she didn't even glance. She was truly as arrogant as a queen. She had 2 eggs in her nest. If Xiaowu passed by and accidentally glanced, she would be slapped in the face with her wings. This stinky bird never showed mercy to Xiaowu. Chi-Chi ran to her nest 800 times a day, but each time she only saw 2 eggs. The egg's father, who was supposed to be there to incubate them, was nowhere to be seen. On the 12th day, after Fengbao laid her eggs, just as everyone's interest and enthusiasm for them were gradually waning, something new occurred in her nest. Chi-Chi crouched at the doorway to the pet room, stunned to see a pure white cockatiel that had appeared in the nest. Unlike Fengbao's pale yellow fur and blush, this cockatiel was completely snow-white, from the dense alopecia on its head to the tufts on its legs. It could be said that every feather on its body was a single color, white. Snow-white, dazzling white. It was a size larger than his own Fengbao, with even longer tail feathers. It lay motionless on the 2 eggs Fengbao had laid. Even though it knew someone was watching it from the doorway, it didn't move. At the time, Fengbao was out for a walk with the old man and hadn't returned yet. Chi-Chi quietly called his mother over, and the mother and son squatted at the doorway to the pet room, staring at the white cockatiel in amazement. It's almost certain this is the father of their queen's cub. Bailey thought, as she said, her Fengbao is an ambitious and attractive bird, and it seems only a parrot this beautiful could be worthy of their queen. Mom, it's so beautiful. If he weren't unfamiliar with it, Chi-Chi would have wanted to stroke its snow-white feathers, completely forgetting his initial angrily vow to strip and boil the bird that had taken his cabbage. Ah! Mother and child were engrossed in watching when Fengbao returned. Then, upon spotting the white blackbird nestling in its nest, it fluttered over, raised one wing, and smacked the bird's head with a mighty smack. The blackbird's body lurched from the slap, nearly falling out of the nest, exposing its eggs. Ah! Ah! Not only did it slap the bird, it also barked fiercely at the white-black phoenix. Its aggressive expression made it clear it was cursing the bird, and its curses were quite vulgar. Surprisingly, after being beaten and scolded, the white-black phoenix neither fought back nor retorted. With its neck hunched, it quietly returned to its perched position on the eggs, clearly ready to take the beating and scolding. Old Master Bailey, and Chi-Chi were all stunned. Is this a fight between the couple? Is Fengbao scolding by Xiafeng for being late? In any case, the mystery surrounding the fertilized eggs has finally been solved. Once the 2 eggs hatch, who knows if the white-black phoenix will stay? For the next few days, the white-black phoenix practically lived in the nest, incubating the eggs. Even its food and water were brought by Chi-Chi, who placed them next to it. Fengbao paid it no attention. Aside from a beating and scolding the first day they met, it seemed to have ignored it after that. After a few days of wandering around, Chi-Chi finally touched its feathers. They were just as he imagined, soft and smooth, incredibly comfortable. The weather's getting colder now. Once you hatch the little parrot, stay here and take care of the babies. Don't go out. When he spoke to it, it would look at Chi-Chi, but he couldn't tell if it was listening carefully. Exiting the pet room, Chi-Chi glanced at Xiaowu, who was following him. He stroked his head and sighed. I originally wanted to find a wife for you, but you're such a loser. You still haven't managed to get Liuli. Alas, Feng Bao is about to become a mother. When will you become a father? Woof. Stop barking. Go play with Liuli. A half-month passed in a flash. By early April, the white-black phoenix was still lying in its nest incubating its eggs. Feng Bao, following her usual routine, ignored her and the eggs, not worrying about them hatching. At first, Chi-Chi was worried, because her grandmother said it wasn't the right weather for parrots to hatch eggs, it was too cold. But birds have mutated now, so it's possible they're different than they used to be. In mid-April, the temperature dropped to -25°C, and fluttering snowflakes filled the sky. In less than a day, Pingcheng was transformed into a world of silver. Thankfully, unlike the last time, the snow didn't last a month, it stopped after just a week. But even so, the snow was still half a man's height. On the first day after the snow stopped, almost everyone in Pingcheng, except the elderly and children, left their homes to begin clearing the snow. With the experience of the first time, the clearing process in Yunqi village and Linan's greenhouse area was effortless. After all, the temperature had dropped to -40°C the previous time, and now it was only -25. While still cold, it was much better. After clearing the snow in Baiguan and Yunqi village, Bai Yang led the villagers to clear the snow outside. Everyone knew that this kind of snow was seriously polluting the land, so everyone was pushing it into ditches as much as possible, allowing it to melt and evaporate naturally. Heading north, they reached a main road near the city center when they came face to face with another cleanup team. Bai Yang glanced at the group of about 30 people across from him. The long-faced man at the head looked unfamiliar, he had never seen him before. This wasn't surprising after all. Pingcheng had accepted quite a few people in the past 6 months. Almost every survivor who came to seek refuge was allowed into the city, and given a designated area to live in. As for what would happen after they moved in, there would definitely be unrest, such as robbery, assault, and bullying. Brother Su and Brother Du said that although they punished some and drove away others, they couldn't possibly cover every last detail, just like before the apocalypse. When laws and regulations were sound, some people still committed crimes. The situation is the same today. After all, where there are many people, there are more troubles. Bai Yang guessed that these people might be a group of survivors from certain areas that had entered. Clearing the snow wouldn't be in vain, at least they could earn points based on their labor, which would then give them priority for employment in the greenhouse area. Points were a new policy introduced by the management department. Bai Yang didn't want to argue. He turned to the people who had brought him and said, "All right, that's enough for today. We can go home." The people of Yunqi village worked voluntarily, and didn't need points. They had homes and food, and an agricultural professor to guide them in managing their fields, allowing them to grow more food and vegetables. This natural advantage made them unconsciously puff out their chests, as they faced the group of people across from them, who were obviously dressed in poor clothes and looked very poor. "What are you saying?" Bai Yang frowned, urging with a somewhat harsh tone, "I say it again, turn around and walk back." Bai Yang? Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd of 30 or so people across the street, timid yet carrying a glimmer of hope. Bai Yang paused, then turned and looked back. Because it was cold, everyone was bundled up tightly. And because the people across the street lived in difficult conditions, almost all of them, men and women alike, wore dusty, worn cotton jackets, various hats, and scarves. Attire like this made it difficult for him to recognize the person calling him. Chapter 202. Bai Yang, it's really you. Before the words fell, the speaker rushed towards him, their momentum startling Bai Yang. He dodged and retreated more than 10 meters, holding the wooden shovel across his body, staring at the woman, who was still trying to pounce on him with a wary look. The other person's voice was hoarse and familiar, but he couldn't place it. "Who are you?" "Bai Yang, it's me, he Ningzhu." The other person pulled down the tattered scarf wrapped around her face, revealing a face with a red nose and an oval purple frostbite on the left cheek. Also, the right cheek wasn't intact either, with a black spot the size of a 1 yuan coin, which he didn't know how it had gotten there. If she hadn't mentioned her name, Bai Yang wouldn't have recognized her as He Ningzhu, the once famous beauty from their university. However, although they were classmates, Bai Yang didn't consider himself familiar with her. Not only were they unfamiliar, but she had nearly tricked him once. His brother-in-law had gone to pick him up and help them escape school, but they had gone their separate ways and never saw each other again. Now they were meeting. No, it couldn't really be called a meeting, just a glimpse of acquaintances. He put away the wooden shovel lying across his body and gave her a faint nod. Long time no see. Then, without waiting for her to speak, he added, "It's cold, put on your scarf and get back to work." As an old classmate, he felt he was being considerate. Teams like Heatingju's, who had received missions, had to complete a certain section of the route to earn points. If they didn't, the agreed points would be reduced. However, his consideration didn't seem to be appreciated. Not only that, Heatingju was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with a face full of grievance and resentment, choking back tears as she said, "Bai Yang, we haven't seen each other for so long, and you haven't. How could you, how could you?" She hesitated, and, between tears and tears, left the others with endless speculation. Everyone looked at Heatingju, then at Bai Yang. Someone teased, "Bai Yang, is this your ex-girlfriend?" Everyone in Yunqi village knew that Bai Yang was currently dating Dr. Shi, so everyone knew who his current girlfriend was. There was no hidden agenda in asking this question, it was just a joke out of boredom. "Shut up." Bai Yang glared at the joking villagers, then turned to look at Heatingju with a slight frown. Really? She'd been so inexplicably clinging to him before the apocalypse, and now her words were so incoherent. Bai Yang didn't think he ever given her any false impressions before. He couldn't even remember talking to her before the apocalypse. Perhaps because his sister had been quiet since childhood, he always kept a distance from chattering girls. Bai Yang wanted to turn around and leave, ignoring Heatingju. But he glanced at the mostly male team across from him and, suppressing his temper, asked, "Who's the captain?" Even makeshift teams have captains, and their strength is inevitably the strongest. For those like them who were assigned to a separate area after arriving, prestige was naturally non-existent. Whoever had the strongest fist had the final say. This was the case for most teams. "I am." A thin, muscular man stepped out of the team, first glancing at Heatingju, then at Bai Yang. Before the two teams collided, the man could tell that Bai Yang and his group were locals from Pingcheng. Looking at the direction they were coming from, and the person Xiao He had called, it seemed his surname was Bai. It was surprising that the unassuming Xiao He actually knew someone from Bai Guan. "She's my college classmate. I'd like to talk to her privately. It'd only take a few minutes, is that okay?" Although he deeply desired to no longer have any contact with Heatingju, they were classmates after all. If he just left like that, she a girl. Bai Yang didn't mind offering a small favor, but only this once. Sure. Of course." The man gave Bai Yang a flattering smile, and took the opportunity to introduce himself. "My name is Ma Yuanhang. You can just call me Xiao Ma. Our team arrived in Pingcheng last month, and currently lives in the Pengwan Lake community just up the road. If you need any work in the future, feel free to contact us. Pingcheng has two well-known areas, Yunqi Village and the Greenhouse area. The Greenhouse area, needless to say, is Mr. Li Nan's base, where workers are recruited at any time. There used to be a factory, but it's been suspended since the cold weather, waiting for the temperature to rise before reopening. This is the place most eagerly awaited by the survivors who have arrived. Yunqi Village, however, is different from the Greenhouse area. I heard that the village is strictly managed, and the villagers are self-sufficient, never worrying about food and clothing. They also never recruit workers, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The White Fruit Garden is a special place in Yunqi Village, and one could even call it its leader. Ma Yuanhang knew that Yunqi Village and the White Fruit Garden weren't hiring, but what if they were all lucky enough to have met the Bai family? It was just a matter of a few words. Even if there was no work, it wouldn't have delayed them. If this leaves a lasting impression on someone, they might think of him first if something ever comes up. It's better to give it a try. Bai Yang glanced at Ma Yuanhang with a hint of surprise, thinking that he was quite a shrewd person. However, he didn't mind it. He wasn't getting something for nothing. He was just saying a few more words just to stay alive. It was nothing. He nodded slightly. "Ma Yuanhang, right? Okay, I remember you. I'll let you know if I need anything." Ma Yuanhang was immediately flattered, his face, pale from the cold, flushed with excitement. He thanked Bai Yang profusely and assured her, "Xiao He and his family live next door to me. I take care of their safety from now on. Don't worry. Xiao He, chat with your classmates. There's no rush to work. There's no rush." After that, he immediately made room for them, and led his men to shovel snow on the other side. Bai Yang turned and told the people from Yunqi Village to go back first, and he followed immediately. After making the arrangements, he turned to look at Ningju, only to frown again as she burst into tears. Ningju, as a classmate, I don't mind giving you some help within my ability, but that's all. He paused, looking at Ningju, whose tears had wiped away half the dark spots on her face, revealing a hint of fairer skin. He was slightly surprised, then understood. To have come up with this method to protect herself, Ningju wasn't exactly stupid. She made herself look ugly, then worked alongside a group of men. Compared to her delicate appearance at the beginning of the apocalypse, Bai Yang felt that she looked more pleasing now. But no matter what, this had nothing to do with him. After all, to him, she was just an ordinary college classmate. Seldom, he wanted to have any contact with her again. Bai Yang. I miss you so much. Ningju's sobbing voice frightened Bai Yang so much that she took 2 steps back and even wanted to turn and run. No, Ningju, I just helped you. You can't repay kindness with hatred, right? Repay kindness with hatred? Ningju was stunned, her tears stopping. What did she mean? When had she ever repaid kindness with hatred? Bai Yang followed up with a flurry of words. You know how easily your words can be misunderstood? And just now, you were talking to me halfway, leaving the other half for others to interpret. Is this your habit? If so, I advise you to change it, because it's a really bad habit and can easily lead to misunderstandings. Just like just now, my companion misunderstood me. What if he goes on to tell my girlfriend? I'd be in trouble even if I jump into the Yellow River. Ningju, She didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. Only the word girlfriend exploded like thunder in her ears, buzzing and hurting her eardrums. After a while, Ningju finally seemed to recover. Standing in the snow, her body frozen stiff, the warmth that had surged through her heart upon seeing Bai Yang vanished in an instant. Her lips trembled as she muttered, girlfriend. Looking at Ningju's distraught expression, Bai Yang felt something strange. In all honesty, he and her had never had any relationship, so why did she look so miserable, as if she had been abandoned? Okay, since you have a new girlfriend then. Let's just be strangers when we meet again. Bai Yang, What the hell are you talking about? He couldn't stand it any longer and said bluntly, Ningju, we weren't close before, were we? I remember back in school, I never spoke to you more than once, so why? You sent me so many notes, and wrote me love letters, and I replied to one. On the first day of the apocalypse, I said I agreed to be your girlfriend. Bai Yang, now you're telling me we weren't close? You scumbag. Bai Yang, He nearly jumped up. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever pass you a note? When did I ever write you a love letter? I don't have any feelings for you. Only a fool would do something like that. Dong Zimo stuffed it in my book. You two are inseparable. Do you dare to say he's not helping you? Why shouldn't I dare say anything? Just because he passed you a love letter doesn't mean he likes you? Just because we're inseparable, he has to help me pass my love letters? You're out of your mind. How is that possible? He looks like that, and he dared to write me a love letter? Don't deny it. It's yours. Bai Yang fell silent. He looked at Ningju with a cold gaze. No wonder she kept pestering him the day after the apocalypse. It turned out she mistook Zimo's love letter for his. She had a pretty good idea. Bai Yang scoffed. What does he look like? What does Dong Zimo look like? Is he so ugly that he doesn't deserve to like you? He and Dong Zimo were both college friends and fellow villagers, but they hadn't seen each other since they went their separate ways back in Pingcheng. Later, when he and his brother-in-law went to the city to clear out the zombies, they specifically went to his neighborhood to look for him, but couldn't find him. It seemed like a bad omen. His best friends were gone, and the girl he once loved was saying this about him. Bai Yang felt deeply sorry for Dong Zimo. He wasn't a talkative guy, but he was incredibly talented, writing poetry, prose, and novels. So when Ningju mentioned the love letter, Bai Yang knew it must have been written by him. Because it seemed like no one else used such an old-fashioned way to woo a girl anymore. Bai Yang couldn't remember Dong Zimo's expression when Ningju pestered him on the day of the apocalypse. Forget it, it didn't matter anymore. Now that everything was clear, Bai Yang stopped arguing with Ningju. He picked up his shovel and turned to walk away. He was 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, so fast that Ningju didn't even realize it. By the time she realized what was happening, Bai Yang was long gone. Xiaohe, so your classmate is in the speed department. Seeing Bai Yang leave, Ma Yuanhang immediately ran to Ningju's side. He turned his gaze from afar with envy, but froze when he saw Ningju's tear-stained face. Ningju quickly lowered her head, covering her face tightly with her scarf again, and pulled her hat down to partially obscure her beautiful eyes. 2 years after the apocalypse, She was no longer the naive little girl she once was. To survive, she would do anything except sell her body. For example, acting. The excitement she felt when she just seen Bai Yang was half real, half acted. She truly missed him. The heartache she felt when she heard he had a girlfriend was also real. But so what? Compared to living, love and romance mean nothing. Of course, if one could live a good life and have the love one dreams of, that would be perfect. But if she had to choose between the two, she would choose living without hesitation. He Ningju felt that she had at least achieved half her success today. Because Bai Yang had told Ma Yuanhang that she was his college classmate, based on that one sentence alone, she believed that their family would be much better off in the days ahead. An old classmate, it was already good enough for her to help her this far. Even if Ma Yuanhang saw her true face, he wouldn't do anything to her. When they first arrived in Pingcheng, their family wasn't even in line to live next door to Ma Yuanhang, but she had contrived a trick and finally got the chance to live next door to him. This man had both fighting skills and a clear-eyed gaze. Living next door to him was definitely better than living on the periphery. At the very least, as a neighbor, even though she was a weak woman, Ma Yuanhang would give her priority when they went on missions. Now with Bai Yang's support, He Ningju believed their family would be able to weather the cold snap and hold out until the weather warmed up, then find a suitable village and cultivate the land. As for that flicker of emotion from their youth, for the boy she once cherished, she could only suppress it deep in her heart, never to see him again. Sorry, Dong Zimo. There was no such thing as a love letter. I never had one. I just made it up just now, because I wanted to say a few more words to Bai Yang. I had originally wanted to say that when Dong Zimo gave her the love letter, he said it was for Bai Yang, but changed his mind before he said it. It was clear that Bai Yang didn't want anything to do with her anymore, so be it. No matter what, he was the boy she once cherished and held dear, and she didn't want to make a worse impression on him. My girlfriend. I really envy that girl. I wonder who she is, but isn't she beautiful? Giving one last glance in the direction Bai Yang had left, He Ningju took a deep breath, gripped the shovel, and resolutely turned to follow Ma Yuanhang toward the snow-covered area. Chapter 203. Bai Yang quickly caught up with the main group along the cleared road, and returned to the village with everyone else. When someone asked about He Ningju, he casually explained, he's just an ordinary college classmate. I'm not sure where he's from, but he came to Pingcheng last month. As an outsider, life must have been tough, so seeing a familiar face was definitely a bit too exciting. It made sense, anyone would probably be like that. No one teased Bai Yang about his ex-girlfriend anymore. After all, that girl was nothing compared to Dr. Shi. Besides, survival in the apocalypse was tough, so it wasn't uncommon for a young girl to flirt with a well-off male classmate and exchange a few words. This little incident passed unnoticed by anyone. After returning to the village, everyone went home and carefully inspected their fields after lunch. Before the heavy snow, Yunchi village had also built 2 greenhouses on uncultivated land. But because there were only 2 plots, each household was allocated only one, with Professor Ling guiding everyone on what to plant. How much land should one plot be? It wasn't much. Where there were women in the household, they left it to them. Besides clearing the snow, the men checked for the mutant plants that had sprouted in the fields. Any plant that could emerge from the soil in such low temperatures must be something extraordinary. While it wasn't clear what harm they might cause, growing them in the fields was definitely not acceptable, so they were immediately eradicated upon discovery. Some grew not far from the green ivy wall, requiring little attention. Once they emerged, the green ivy vines plucked them up completely and flung them onto the concrete path outside the wall, their movements smooth and unrestrained, a truly impressive display of power. Look, this is the green ivy protecting them. Proud as they were, no one was so blind as to lean against the wall. They all lowered their heads, doing what they were supposed to do, looking very obedient. In the afternoon, with nothing else to do, Bai Yang watched his sister make fruit tea and thought about filling a thermos with it and sending it to Xiao Shuang. Also, he wanted to ask his sister if he should confess to Xiao Shuang about He Ningju. Although he maintained his innocence and that nothing had happened between them, sometimes misunderstandings started with some inexplicable rumors. Regardless of Xiao Shuang's personality, he was just afraid she would misunderstand. He Ningju? Bai Li was slicing peaches with a knife. When she heard Bai Yang's words, her hand paused. She remembered that on her way back, she had heard a few girls mention Bai Yang at a service station. At that time, she had deliberately glanced at the girl they and her brother had grouped together. Now that she thought about it, she had forgotten what she looked like. She only vaguely remembered that she seemed quite pretty. It's just that her words were so fake, it was hard to like her. At the time, she thought she asked Bai Yang when she saw him, wondering if he was actually dating a girl like that in school. But then, she got busy and forgot about it. She asked Bai Yang, "Are you really okay with this girl?" "Absolutely not." Bai Yang felt so wronged. He held up his right hand with 5 fingers spread out. "In 4 years of college, plus 6 months of graduate school, I didn't talk to her more than this number of times." "You mean, you were in the same class with her for both undergraduate and graduate school?" "We were in the same class for undergraduate, but not for graduate school. There were 5 people from our class who got into graduate school at our university, Dong Zimo, her, and 2 other boys. But only Zimo and I were in the same class. She and 2 other boys were assigned to other classes. Girls studying physics are definitely smart, and Bailey believes Heeningju is no different. Not stupid, but perhaps just love-struck." Bailey glanced at her brother's handsome face, with its rosy lips and white teeth, and tooted in disdain. This kid has the potential to be a disaster. Every day, Jiang Minglang toils him around, either running, training, or patrol duty. Before he was with Xishuang, his second uncle couldn't bear to see him idle, so he dragged him to work whenever he got home. They only stopped torturing him recently, giving him more time to spend with his girlfriend. Even so, his face remains white and tender, never tanning or drying. So it's no wonder Heeningju fell for him. Bailey placed the sliced peaches into a measuring cup and said to Bai Yang, "It's not a big deal. Just tell Xiaoshuang the truth. As for Heeningju, you don't have to avoid her if you see her again. Just greet her normally. I don't think she really wants to pester you, otherwise she wouldn't have just exchanged a few words this morning." She glanced at her brother. "Pingcheng's population will only grow in the future. With your looks and our family's reputation and status in Pingcheng, you have to stay in the village the whole time. If you do go out, there's no guarantee that someone won't be targeting you. What happened with Heeningju today should serve as a warning. Be more careful when you go out in the future, and don't get tricked without realizing it." Bai Yang, No, after his sister's analysis, why does he think the outside world is so dangerous? How about staying in the village and not going out from now on? Bailey scoffed coldly. "You think it's possible? That's definitely not possible. Not only does his age require extensive training in all areas, but even Jiang Minglang had long planned to cultivate him into a well-rounded talent like Du Qian. So Jiang Minglang's next step was to send him out to serve as old Du's assistant. Bai Yang knew he definitely wouldn't be sitting idle. His brother-in-law was such a cunning fellow, how could he possibly let him sit quietly in Baiguan, doing nothing? After delivering the fruit tea to Xishuang, Bai Yang readily confessed that he run into an ordinary college classmate that morning. Then, with a piercing gaze, he asked, "Xiaoshuang, let's get married." Xishuang? ? She wasn't quite sure. Just talking about running into a college classmate, how did it suddenly jump to marriage? Is there any connection between the two? She didn't rush to ask, first taking a sip of the sweet fruit tea, then asking, "Are you being pressured into marriage by your classmate?" While the question sounded a bit strange, Xishuang couldn't think of any other connection. Or, your classmate is married? And she despises you for being single? Bai Yang, She should have thought of it. His girlfriend wasn't the type to overthink things. Even if she did, it would be an equation with an equal sign. He said helplessly, "It has nothing to do with my classmates. I just want to ask you, when can we get married?" Xishuang knew the answer, and she answered seriously, "My brother said we need at least a year to be together." That's it, they only been together for 2 months. Bai Yang stood up and said, "You go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to chat with brother Yu." After dinner, Bailey went to the pet room as usual. Bai Xianfeng was still crouched in her nest, the 2 eggs beneath her intact, showing no signs of hatching. Calculating the time, it had been in the nest for 45 days, almost 20 days longer than the normal incubation period. From the looks of it, it still had time to incubate. Perhaps it was really too cold, so the incubation time was more than double compared to usual. Bailey yawned and decided to wash up and go straight to bed. After 2 years in the apocalypse, she had long since adapted to the age without electronics. Every day after dinner, she would go for a walk, then wash up and go to bed. She didn't go for a walk when it was cold, and went straight to bed after dinner. She used to read a book before bed to help her sleep, but now she still does, but it's just habit. She wouldn't finish a single page before she curled up under the covers and fell into a deep sleep. Today, she barely picked up the book, barely even opened it, when she yawned profusely. Tears welled up in her eyes as she put it down and closed her eyes. Bailey had already been asleep for almost 2 hours when Jiang Minglang returned at 8:30. He stood by the bed, observing his wife's peaceful sleep, feeling surprised. This afternoon, she only napped for 2.5 hours, and it was only so late, and she was already asleep again. Has his wife been sleeping too much lately? He lowered his head and took another close look at Bai Li's face. Under the light, her skin was fair and smooth, her cheeks tinged with a healthy rosy glow. Someone who didn't know her well, judging by her appearance alone, would never guess she was over 30, with a son already 10 years old. Thinking of his son, Jiang Minglang, having already had this experience, felt a pang of anxiety. He remembered that when his wife was pregnant with their son, she often felt sleepy in the early stages, sleeping day and night, seemingly never getting enough sleep. At that time, her appetite was poor, and she vomited for a full 5 months. While others gained weight during pregnancy, she lost nearly 10 pounds. She barely regained some weight until her last month. She suffered so much. So from then on, they always took precautions, and were very good at preventing it, and it never happened again. But this time, remembering something, Jiang Minglang reached into the drawer of his bedside table and pulled out the box of condoms. Sure enough, they were expired. This was back at the beginning of the apocalypse. They raided 2 pharmacies, not really raids, as they'd taken everything they had home. Oh, everything. Did they also have pregnancy tests? Throwing the expired condoms back into the drawer, Jiang Minglang got up and went downstairs. He searched the utility room late at night, and finally found a box of pregnancy tests. But they were also expired. Let's try it first, and see if it works. I have Xishuang take her pulse again tomorrow. The next morning, Bai Li woke up when Jiang Minglang whispered in her ear, "Wife, did you miss your period this month?" He remembered it was around the 20th last month, but it was already the end of the month, and she hadn't seen her using a sanitary napkin. Bai Li was stunned. If Jiang Minglang hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have remembered it. It wasn't her fault. It was mainly because she'd been sleeping for days on end while advancing her superpowers over the past 2 years, which had disrupted her endocrine system and made it inaccurate. So when Jiang Minglang asked, she didn't pay much attention. She yawned, closed her eyes, and tried to go back to sleep. Yes, it hasn't come yet, but it should be soon. My stomach feels a little heavy. Do you want to take a test? What? Could you be pregnant? Bai Li's eyes flicked open, and she turned to look at Jiang Minglang. His large hand caressed her belly, and he said in annoyance, "It's all my fault. I should have been more careful." Bai Li, She rolled over and turned to him, not quite understanding why he was so certain, considering she herself hadn't felt anything. But Jiang Minglang had a point. You were sleepy even when you were pregnant with Chi-Chi. Even in the early stages, before the pregnancy test showed anything, you said your belly felt a bit heavy, like your period. Think about it, isn't that very similar to your current state? Bai Li finally dropped her nonchalant attitude, her expression slowly becoming serious. She remembered that she had indeed been sleeping quite well this past week, which was completely different from a menstrual irregularity. No way, is it really happening? 5 minutes later, Bai Li walked out of the bathroom with a pregnancy test stick with 2 lines, and reluctantly handed it to Jiang Minglang. Although it is expired, the accuracy is still somewhat high. After speaking, she sat down on the edge of the bed, lowered her head, and caressed her belly. The look on her face was indescribably gentle. She does not object to having a second child. When she was a child, she was envious of other people having older siblings. There was a time when she regarded Bai Wei as her biological brother, and was very kind to him. But later, when she found out that he was unreliable, she beat him up and never called him brother again. Then came Bai Hua, who treated her as if she were her own sister. Bai Hua also liked to follow her. For a few years, the two of them could wear the same pair of pants and were inseparable all day long. But later the eldest aunt had to step in and instigate Bai Hua to deceive things from her. After taking her things, Bai Hua treated her better out of guilt, but it was still tinged with emotion, less pure than it had been. So, the two of them gradually drifted apart, their relationship becoming ordinary. It wasn't until second aunt gave birth to Bai Yang that she truly felt like a big sister. So, she had always wanted to have another child, so Chi-Chi would have a sibling and not be so lonely. Originally, her plan was to have a second child after Chi-Chi started elementary school. By then, she had already agreed with her grandparents to come to Suzhou for a few years to help her out. But plans can't keep up with change. Who could have foreseen the apocalypse? Let's not talk about it for now. Wait until Xishuang takes your pulse and confirms everything, then we tell everyone. Bai Li nodded. She looked at Jiang Minglang's furrowed brow, raised her hand to smooth it, and said, "Don't worry too much. I already given birth to one child. so I'm sure I have experience with another. Besides, we still have Xiaoshuang and Xiaomin. We still have nearly a year left. Let them study hard and research. Maybe they'd be more than capable of helping me deliver the baby when the time comes. Xiaomin, in particular, had studied obstetrics and gynecology. Although she hadn't graduated and hadn't had many internships, she had a firm grasp of the basics. With more time for practical experience, Bailey believed she could become a qualified obstetrician and gynecologist. However, Jiang Minglang wasn't as optimistic. Giving birth was like stepping into the gates of hell, and he wasn't comfortable leaving his wife in the care of two inexperienced medical students. Base Commander Ouyang has 5 military doctors with him. I ask which one specializes in obstetrics and gynecology, so Xiaomin and Xishuang can learn from them. Also, we need an ultrasound room and a delivery room here. As for the equipment, I get the people from Pingqing Second Hospital here. Jiang Minglang was consumed with thought at that moment. For his wife's safe delivery, he was even considering building a hospital in Yunqi village. In fact, Base Commander Ouyang was also planning to reopen the First People's Hospital. He was currently counting the survivors in Pingqing to see how many of them were medical staff from before the apocalypse. Chapter 204. Jiang Minglang was a rare absentee from training this morning, leaving the rookies like Bai Yang feeling a bit out of place for a moment. They thought they could take a break and relax, but that distraction earned them a penalty of 5,000 kilometers run by Deputy Captain Su. Jiang Minglang ignored the groans and sighs on the training ground. He had intended to help his grandmother and second aunt make breakfast in the kitchen so he could eat quickly and accompany his wife to have her pulse checked. But the two elders, disliking his size and being a nuisance, swiftly kicked him out. There was nothing they could do but wait patiently. Although it hadn't snowed in the past few days, the temperature hadn't risen, still hovering over -20°C. In such cold weather, only Bai Guan had a group of energetic young people training. In Yunqi village, most families were still tucked in, sleeping in. After all, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, Jiang Minglang and Bai Li strolled out of the white fruit orchard and headed for Yunqi village. The clinic was naturally closed at that hour, so they went to Shiyu's house. Having just returned from training and washed his face, Shiyu, who hadn't even started eating yet, stared blankly at his boss, who had disappeared all morning, and then walked straight into his yard with his sister-in-law. Xishuang had no habit of sleeping in. She was a quick learner. From not knowing how to use a wood stove at first, she now could cook noodles with ease, and even used a large pot for pancakes and porridge. Even now that electricity was available, she still used the wood stove, which was more delicious. So when Bai Li and Jiang Minglang entered, they were greeted by the aroma of sweet potato porridge and the distinctive flowery fragrance of scallion pancakes wafting from the kitchen. The sweet potatoes they ate now were mostly grown with white lychees, and they were even more delicious than those grown in the fields. The green onions were watered in the greenhouse with supernatural water, and they also tasted better than before. The resulting porridge and noodles were naturally even better. Except for the lack of meat. Boss, sister-in-law. You eat your own food. Your sister-in-law and I have something to ask Xiaoshuang. Xishuang was called into the main room. Jiang Minglang didn't explain what was wrong with Bai Li, but simply said, your sister-in-law is feeling a little unwell. Take her pulse and see what's wrong. Xishuang didn't ask specifically what was wrong. She simply took out her homemade pulse pillow and had Bai Li place her left wrist on it. She carefully felt for 3 minutes, then switched to her right hand. Shiyu couldn't eat in this state. He grabbed a piece of bread and ate it as he approached the door, whispering, what's wrong, sister-in-law? Jiang Minglang ignored him. Xishuang's pulse-taking skills had only been honed in the past 6 months. After all, it was just an elective course, having studied it for 2 years as a hobby. But Chinese medicine is vast and profound. Honestly, except for the gifted, 2 years wouldn't reveal much. Xishuang was certainly no genius, and she also had her own specialized courses, so she only learned the basics of Chinese medicine in those 2 years, and only the fundamentals of pulse-taking. Now, having picked it up again, even though everyone had helped bring over a large number of medical books, it wasn't something that could be learned overnight simply by reading. Thankfully, she was patient and practiced by constantly taking everyone's pulse. So much so that now, without Bai Li saying anything, she had actually detected a pregnancy pulse. It's not very obvious, but I think it's definitely there. Xishuang looked at Bai Li and said affirmatively, sister, you're pregnant? She then added, it's only been a little over a month, but her pulse is healthy. The couple felt relieved, and Bai Li praised her generously, I told you, Xiaoshuang is the right choice. She's amazing. Xishuang blushed slightly. From the time she took over the Chinese medicine practice until now, she couldn't count how many times Bailey had praised her. Sometimes, when she heard her praise, it felt like she was praising the children, because Bailey did the same thing whenever Chi-Chi and Gigi did something. It was a subtle feeling, after all, who doesn't like being a child? After blushing, Shi Shuang assured Bailey, needing no further explanation, "Don't worry, sister. We have plenty of books on obstetrics and gynecology here. Xiao Min and I will study them thoroughly. Also, during my internship, I assisted a pregnant woman with post-brain surgery care with my teacher, so I have some understanding of pregnancy." She spoke a lot in one breath. In the past, she would have been shocked, but now he was no longer surprised. "But, sister-in-law is pregnant?" Before swallowing the biscuit in his mouth, Shi glanced at the boss, thinking that he finally understood why he hadn't gone to the training ground to mess with them this morning. "Don't tell anyone about this. Keep it a secret for now." Bai Li's wood element was known to almost everyone in Pingcheng. Her reputation was no less than his, but she rarely left the house, let alone took action. Furthermore, due to his deliberate suppression, her reputation remained relatively low, and her name was rarely mentioned. Even so, there are still a small number of people in Kyoto and other areas who know some of the details, thanks to Che Tao and his group who once visited Pingcheng. Therefore, for safety's sake, Bai Li's pregnancy was best kept secret. However, Shi Shuang had no problem consulting obstetrics and gynecology books, as Yunqi village already had 2 pregnant women in their second trimester. Xiao Min had even given them a prenatal checkup a few days ago. A prenatal checkup consisted of just feeling their bellies and listening for their heartbeats with a stethoscope. Nothing else was possible. However, to ensure the 2 pregnant women's safe births, Xiao Min had been diligently brushing up on her knowledge of all aspects of obstetrics and gynecology. But Shi Shuang felt that this alone wasn't enough. They needed to practice outside, to see more patients and pregnant women, so they could effectively respond to emergencies or special situations. Certainly many survivors had arrived in Pingcheng in the past 6 months, so there were bound to be many patients and pregnant women. There was just one problem. Without medicine, would treating patients simply be a matter of looking in? What difference would there be between seeing and not seeing? It might even lead to unnecessary resentment. It was impossible to bring medicine with them. After all, the Chinese herbs they had painstakingly cultivated might not even be enough for their own family, let alone for outsiders. Even if there were extra, they couldn't just give it away for free. Shi Shuang's idea was a good one, but the moment she spoke it, Jiang Minglang and Shi Yu simultaneously rejected it. Bai Li disagreed. If they wanted to practice and interact with patients, they could at most go to Li Nan's greenhouse area. As for the other newly arrived survivors, Shi and Xiao Min weren't advised to interact with them. Who knew if there were any infectious diseases? However, the family's original stockpile of medicine needed to be disposed of. It had been 2 years since the apocalypse, and most of the medicine they had scavenged had expired, and the few that hadn't were nearing their expiration dates. Perhaps because of the second child, Bai Li thought the medicine was just sitting there anyway, and since it could still be used, why not let Shi Shuang and Xiao Min take it out for some practice? It would be a good deed and a way to gain experience, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's go to the greenhouse area. Dazi is off today, so let him and Bai Yang go with you. Keep it a secret, even among family members. Old Mrs. Bai and second aunt were thrilled when they heard about it. Just over a month later, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were already discussing the baby's bottles and clothes. The old lady was a thoughtful person. Having taken pity on her granddaughter and grandson-in-law, she personally prepared all of Chi-Chi's childhood clothes and accessories. Later, she washed and stored many of the smaller items. Well, she didn't agree to give away anything under a year old, so she folded them and stored them in the closet in her and Grandpa's bedrooms. In fact, when she left the little clothes behind, she had been thinking of letting her granddaughter have another. After all, 1 child was too lonely. With a sibling, Chi-Chi wouldn't be lonely anymore, and they could discuss everything together. How wonderful! Look, these clothes are being used now. The old lady boasted to her granddaughter and daughter-in-law. I told you that Chi-Chi's clothes shouldn't be given away. What do you think? Was I prescient? Yes, you're the best. You're the mastermind, planning everything. Our family wouldn't be able to leave you. Second aunt winked at Bai Li, smiling and praising the old lady profusely. Bai Li smiled back, that's right. When Chi-Chi was born, no one in our family dared to hold him. It was you who dressed him and changed his diapers. When the second child comes out, I need you, Grandma, to help take care of him. The old lady agreed with a smile. Okay, Grandma will help you. In the 2 years since the apocalypse, Grandpa and Grandma have been well protected, eating food induced by supernatural powers, and drinking Chi-Chi's supernatural water. As a result, not only have they shown no signs of aging, but their previous high blood pressure and high cholesterol have also disappeared. They look even younger and healthier than before the apocalypse. Bailey was raised by her grandparents. If possible, she would certainly hope that the two elders would live to be 100 years old and stay with them forever. The 3 generations of grandparents were chatting and looking through Chi-Chi's childhood clothes when second uncle Bai Xiangqian walked in and called second aunt, Xiao, come out. What are you going out for? Is there anything you can't say in front of Mom and Lizzie? Second aunt was busily rummaging through small clothes, thinking of asking Grandma and Lizzie to keep them after they had been used by the second child, perhaps for her grandchildren. So, she sat in her chair, unwilling to move. Of course, she primarily believed her husband was fine. Even if he was, her grandma and niece were not outsiders. What was there to hide? Bai Xiangqian looked at her and said, "It's your brother." His family returned to Pingcheng and found this place. Second aunt's smile froze, then darkened, her once bright eyes turning cold. She remained seated, asking, "Is he outside the village?" "Yes, Xiao Yang was with Xiao Shuang, and we ran into him at the gate. Your brother stopped Xiao Yang and told him he wanted to see you." "Want to see me?" Second aunt felt as if she had just heard some utterly ridiculous joke. She curled her lips and scoffed, "You want to see me now? Why? Wasn't it him who said he cut ties with me? Go tell Xiao Yang that he's not his uncle, and he doesn't have one. Go ahead and try to push him around. Go ahead and do whatever you want. It would be best if he were beaten to death. Since Bai Yang said word, it means he's obsessed with that so-called uncle. Since she doesn't even acknowledge having a brother, her son naturally doesn't have an uncle either." With the siblings having come to this, the old lady listening nearby couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Second aunt turned to look at Bailey, a hint of discomfort on her face. She said, "Lizzie, don't overthink it. Brothers and sisters are generally closer than outsiders. That person and I are a special case. We don't count. Look at our family. Your great-grandfather and your grandfather have such a deep bond that they're willing to give everything for each other. Your father and your second uncle are the same. When the second child comes along, Chi-Chi and him will definitely be the closest siblings in the world." "I didn't think much of it, second aunt." Bailey shifted her hips, leaning closer to second aunt, and asked softly, "Do you still hate him?" Second aunt and her brother severed ties because of their mother. Back then, her mother fell ill and could barely walk on one leg. After she was discharged from the hospital, her second uncle and second aunt took her to their family compound in town. Her second uncle was always good-tempered and patient with the elderly, so for the next 6 months after her discharge, they cared for her well, and she even regained feeling in her paralyzed leg. Seeing her condition improve, her second aunt's eldest brother suddenly returned from out of town and said he wanted to take their mother to his house to take care of her. Considering her infirmity, she initially refused. However, she didn't expect this would lead to criticism from her brother and sister-in-law, who accused her of pretending to care for their mother and only wanting her savings and pension. Before retirement, their mother had a good job, so her monthly pension was quite generous, even higher than her second aunt's normal salary as a teacher. So, when her eldest brother and his wife saw she disagreed, they simply accused her of such a blaming accusation. Second aunt was furious. She hadn't expected her sincere feelings to be seen in such a way by her own brother. Pension? From the time her mother was hospitalized until she was discharged, she hadn't taken a single cent from it. Although medical insurance generally covered everything, didn't food, groceries, and egg whites cost money, she had never considered it, so she hadn't mentioned it to her brother, and she certainly didn't expect him to use it against her. The siblings had a huge argument over this, and in the end, the old woman herself asked to leave. She felt that her daughter and son-in-law had taken care of her for the better part of 6 months, and it was her son's turn. So, she chose to go to her son's house, giving them some time to relax. Of course, before she left, the old woman had made it clear how her pension would be handled. Since her son was so concerned, she might as well make it clear. The monthly pension would go to whoever's family she lived with. She also allowed her daughter to withdraw the money she hadn't withdrawn in the past 6 months. Finally, at the old lady's insistence, second aunt withdrew 66,000 yuan. After that, her mother's paycheck was handed over to her sister-in-law. She didn't care at all, as long as she and her husband could take good care of her mother. However, second aunt never expected that separation to be a final farewell. Just 3 months after her brother and sister-in-law took the old woman in, they returned her to Pingcheng with a cold body. The reason is heartbreaking. Because of her brother and sister-in-law's inadequate care, the old woman's illness relapsed. In that situation, they didn't take her directly to a nearby hospital. Instead, after confirming with the hospital that the medical expenses would be difficult to reimburse, they drove her back to Pingcheng. She died on the way. Chapter 205. I say it again. My mother and you have severed ties. We're no longer siblings. So let go and stop pestering me. Bai Yang was almost annoyed by the middle-aged man clinging to his arm. His grandmother's death was so tragic, and it was a good thing his mother didn't split up with him and his wife. Yet, she had the audacity to come after him. Where's his face? If it weren't for the fact that this uncle had shown some affection for him when they were children, he would have had his head chopped off long ago. How could this man have become so ruthless after not seeing him for so many years? Xiaoyang, you can't treat your uncle like this. I'm your uncle, your dear uncle. Uncle Li burst into tears, clinging tightly to Bai Yang's arm, refusing to let go. He cried and seemed to be confessing, your grandmother is my biological mother. Do you think I want her dead? I don't either. Go tell your mother I regret it, I really do. She can beat me or scold me, but she can't disown me. I'm her brother, her biological brother. Bah! Call her biological brother? Do you deserve that? Bai Xiangqian emerged from the village, nearly spitting in Uncle Li's face. He looked at him with disdain. You killed the old lady, and then threw dirty water on Xiaoer. Why didn't you say you were her biological brother? It's too late to try to gain a connection now. The foolish and greedy couple, unwilling to bear the infamy of having killed their own mother and mother-in-law, found an excuse after returning to Pingcheng, claiming that his sister, Li Xiao, had deliberately called to lure the old lady back. Although they didn't want to, their biological mother cried and made a scene, so he had no choice but to drive her back overnight. Unexpectedly, his illness relapsed midway through the journey, and he passed away. The couple cried and blamed Li Xiao, demanding to know why she had bothered to send the old lady back to Pingcheng. Second aunt, known for her straightforward nature, fainted from rage. That wasn't all. The shameless couple, under the guise of a grand funeral, asked second aunt for the old lady's savings. Second aunt's father had passed away a year before the old lady fell ill. After the funeral, she divided the family savings equally between her brother and sister. She still wanted to live in the house in Pingcheng, and hadn't given it to anyone. Of course, that was just a formality. In reality, the old lady intended to give it to Bai Yang, her grandson, who had grown up with him. She felt closer to him than to her granddaughter, whom she only saw a few times a year. The house was nearly 200 square meters. Although nearly 15 years old, it was well maintained, and the community management and property management were excellent. So second aunt's eldest brother was determined to get the house. He hadn't considered that his mother would consider giving it to his sister. After all, he was the son. But as soon as the family left, the old lady quickly processed the property deed change and transfer registration. At the time, she figured, since she was still in good health and had a generous pension, even if she gave the house to her grandson, she would still be living there, so he wouldn't get it for a while. Any remaining savings would go to her granddaughter. It seemed fair. But plans can't keep up with change. 6 months later, a serious illness cost her a leg. During the 2 months she was hospitalized, her son visited her 3 times, each staying less than a week in total. She only appeared briefly in her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, and then disappeared until she was discharged. Although Bai Yang was studying, she spent every weekend at the hospital to take care of her. Although they hired a nurse, her daughter and son-in-law still took turns keeping watch every night. At that moment, she was inwardly thankful that her earlier decision had been the right one. As for the savings she planned for her granddaughter, forget it. With her current health, even with a high pension, she wasn't sure she could save enough. Old Mrs. Li was a shrewd woman, but even she could never have imagined she'd one day die so miserably in her son's car. Second aunt, whenever she thought about it, she wanted to tear her eldest brother and his wife apart. The real severance of ties occurred after the old lady's funeral. Uncle Li wanted to sell his parents' house. He then learned that it had been transferred to Bai Yang's name, making him unable to sell it. At that time, he and his wife even took second aunt and Bai Yang to court, hoping to reclaim the house that rightfully belonged to him. Of course, they lost the case. Uncle Li was furious and, even before leaving the courthouse, he was already shouting that he was severing all ties with second aunt. Second aunt couldn't have wished for more. Since then, the two families have had no contact. Counting the time, it's been exactly 3 years now. During the 2 years since the apocalypse, although my second uncle and second aunt had been constantly at Baigua Garden, they were constantly busy, having long since forgotten about this family. Why didn't they die out there? It truly lived up to the saying, misfortunes last 1,000 years. The past flashed through his mind, and when Bai Xiangqian looked at Uncle Li again, his face was filled with disgust. He said to his eldest son, "Your mother said she has no brothers, and you have no uncles. If anyone tries to stop you, you can do whatever they want." With that, he turned and walked back, stepped through the iron gate, and slammed it shut. As for the mother and daughter standing behind Uncle Li, he never even glanced at them. The message was that it was up to Bai Yang to decide how to proceed. If he didn't do it right, his mother would punish him. "Let go, or I be rude." With that, Bai Yang skillfully broke free from Uncle Li's grasp, then dodged to the car, opened the passenger door, and quickly got in. Zhang Xiaoda, who had been waiting in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot onto the road, speeding away at lightning speed. Uncle Li, thrown off, was furious, but because this was Yunqi village territory, he could only curse inwardly, not uttering a single word outwardly. "Dad, what should we do?" Uncle Li's daughter, Li Yulan, tightened her worn-down jacket around her, hunched over, and asked tremblingly. She was a year younger than Bai Yang, but since they hadn't interacted much since childhood, the cousins, who should have been close, were actually strangers. Li Yulan looked at the car disappearing on the highway, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. She had just seen clearly that there were two women in the car. They were clean and respectable, with clean, smooth faces. It was obvious that they lived a comfortable life. And Bai Yang too. But her cousin never glanced in her direction, and his face towards her father was full of impatience. What's so arrogant? Although she felt aggrieved, Li Yulan knew that her aunt's family, once the country folk she looked down upon, now held a position they could never surpass in Pingqing, the city they had finally entered. "Dad, you shouldn't have let go just now. Hold on to Bai Yang. Even if your aunt doesn't recognize you, even if you can't enter Yunqi village, she can still help make our family's stay in Pengwan Lake more comfortable. Just like that college classmate of his." Uncle Li said angrily, "You think I want to give up? Can't you see he has superpowers? I can't catch him at all. So what do we do now? How should I know what to do? You're already an adult. Can't you figure it out on your own?" Uncle Li glared at his wife again, and said bitterly, "It's all your mother's fault. If she hadn't said she wanted to send your grandmother back to Pingqing for medical treatment, she wouldn't have died on the way. If your grandmother had lived, I wouldn't have had a falling out with your aunt. Even the severance of ties was instigated by your mother. I'm so unlucky to have married your mother, such a stupid, greedy, vicious woman." Emily looked up at Uncle Li in shock. She hadn't expected him to settle this score with her. It was all her fault, wasn't it? "Li Jingcheng, you're bullshitting. You're still listening to me? Why didn't you just go and eat my shit when I told you to? It was clearly you who didn't want to spend the money to get your mother killed, yet you're blaming me. Did I even get a penny of your mother's pension? You took it all to pay off your debts. You're talking nonsense." The once close couple, now at the gate of Yunqi village, the two men were hurling accusations and insults at each other, giving Li Yulan a splitting headache. She ignored them, and sprinted back down the road. She had to go back to Heningzhu. Since Bai Yang had shown so much concern for her, a college classmate, he would definitely visit her at Pengwan Lake someday. She had to keep a close eye on her, only then could she reach Bai Yang and convince him to help her cousin. The conflict between the elders was theirs. It had nothing to do with a junior like her. That was right, it had nothing to do with her. She was her grandparents' only granddaughter. Even for the sake of those two elders, Bai Yang couldn't possibly ignore her. Thinking this way, Li Yulan felt hopeful about her future. Although she couldn't run fast due to hunger, she still ran back without hesitation. Bai Yang had no idea what Li Yulan was planning, and even if he did, he would have dismissed it with a sneer. What the hell, he was thinking to himself, hoping his uncle would have self-awareness and not appear before him again, or else he might actually expel them from Pingqing and never let them in again. He spent 2 minutes pondering Uncle Li and his family, then felt disgusted and simply put it out of his mind. The snow on the road had been mostly cleared. They reached the greenhouse area, didn't see Li Nan, and found Kunzi to explain their purpose. What the hell? A free clinic? Kunzi, thinking he misheard, widened his eyes in surprise. What are you doing? Idle? He was about to say that, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Actually, they had doctors here, regular doctors from the pre-apocalyptic hospital. Like Yunqi village, they had built a clinic. However, they didn't prioritize the clinic as much as Yunqi village did. They searched for and cultivated herbs from all over the place, and even collected various books on traditional Chinese medicine. They basically didn't care. The doctors taking turns seeing patients was just a formality. Without medicine, even if they could diagnose a patient, they couldn't cure him. So, most of the time, the doctors took turns growing vegetables in the greenhouse. After all, the pay for seeing patients was pitifully low. It wasn't enough to fill their stomachs. Kunzi knew it was wrong for them to neglect medical care, but there was nothing they could do. Their staff was large and diverse, and managing the entire greenhouse area kept him busy like a spinning top, leaving him with no energy to spare for medical care. Of course, the main reason was that these people with special abilities rarely get sick, so they didn't need doctors or medicine for the time being. Why bother wasting time on something they didn't need? Besides, didn't the management department post a notice? The city's first hospital will reopen soon. The city will have a regular hospital, so there's no need for them to do this. So, when Kunzi heard Bai Yang and Zhang Xiaoda say they were coming for the free clinic, he felt they were simply bored. But it was a good thing after all, especially in their greenhouse area. Not to mention, they had medicine with them. It would be a fool not to take advantage of a good opportunity. Announce that there's a free clinic at the clinic today, with priority given to women and children. Kunzi called 2 people over and told them to go and announce it while he led Bai Yang and the other 3 to the clinic. It was called a clinic, but it was actually just 2 empty rooms with a table and 2 single beds. There was a medicine cabinet against the wall in the back room, but it contained only a few bottles of disinfectant and some gauze and alcohol, nothing else. This is what you call a clinic? Shi Shuang and Xiaomin exchanged glances, each convinced that their clinic was more presentable and luxurious by comparison. While their medicines weren't comprehensive, at least they had a full selection of herbs to treat colds, fevers, and even pneumonia. Not to mention the past, Shi Shuang had cured 6 pneumonia patients in the past month alone, 2 children and 4 elderly people, all ordinary people. It's no exaggeration to say that if Shi Shuang hadn't prescribed medicine for those 6, they wouldn't have survived this cold snap. And here, with such a crowded and mixed environment, the number of people falling ill would likely be even higher than in Yunxi village, where conditions were better. Perhaps many died. How many of you didn't make it through this temperature drop? Shi Shuang was thinking this when Bai Yang asked Kunzi. About 20 or so. There's nothing we can do about it. We don't have medicine. If you get sick, you just have to endure it. If you can't, there's nothing we can do. Kunzi thought this was quite good. After all, those over 60, the most vulnerable to the cold, were given nice houses, plenty of charcoal, and plenty of food and vegetables. Thanks to the dual guarantees of environmental and material conditions, no one over 60 fell ill during this temperature drop. Instead, it was the younger people who fell ill and didn't make it. About half an hour later, people began to trickle into the clinic. Shi Shuang, with a hearing aid hanging around her neck and a pulse pillow on her desk, took the pulses of each patient, while Xiaomin sat beside her, taking notes. They brought 3 large bags of Western medicine that were still 6 months old. 2 hours later, only a few boxes of medication for rare cases, such as Sorolin, were left in the 3 bags. While Shi Shuang was taking the patient's pulse, the doctor who was seeing her today sat next to her. He watched her carefully while she took the pulse, and then reviewed Xiaomin's notes. After the patient finished and left, the middle-aged doctor, Su Yinxia, asked Shi Shuang, "What did you find wrong with those 2 pregnant women?" He saw Shi Shuang frown slightly as she took the pulse, then whispered something to Xiaomin beside him. He was a little puzzled, wondering if this young woman could tell from taking the pulse that the 2 women had malpositioned fetuses. Not only that, they both suffered from gestational hypertension. While the condition didn't seem that serious, it was only 6 months, the 2nd trimester. If they had hypertension in the 2nd trimester, what would happen in the 3rd trimester? It wasn't clear if the city hospital could reopen before they gave birth. If not, they would likely face a near-fatal death giving birth in the greenhouse conditions. This completely aligned with Shi Shuang's assessment. A flicker of admiration flashed in Dr. Su's eyes. He'd been able to diagnose the 2 pregnant women's conditions entirely based on his 20-plus years of clinical experience. But how old was this young woman? The way she felt their pulses, she looked like a seasoned Chinese medicine practitioner. At least she'd been a student of Chinese medicine before the apocalypse. What department did Dr. Su specialize in before the apocalypse? Su Yinxia could sense Shi Shuang's extraordinary abilities, and Shi Shuang, likewise, could sense her vast experience. Obstetrics and Gynecology. Chapter 206. Su Yinxia is 48 years old. Before the apocalypse, he was the director of obstetrics and gynecology at a women's and children's hospital in Jiancheng. After the apocalypse, he and his family fled north and passed through Pingcheng. Exhausted and unwilling to continue, they settled in Linan's greenhouse area, where they proudly became farmers. It's not that being a farmer is bad, but it's always a regret to not be able to put your life's knowledge into practical use. Shi Xuang offered him a sincere suggestion. Dr. Su, have you signed up? Base Director Ouyang is recruiting doctors. You can go and sign up. I already signed up, but I don't know when we'd be able to open. With the continued development of Pingcheng, in addition to agriculture, talent from various industries is gradually returning to their respective positions. Therefore, the greenhouse area is constantly attracting people and hiring workers from time to time. Today's free clinic was highly rewarding for Shi Xuang and Xiaomin. Although the number of patients was higher than initially anticipated, thanks to Kunz's prior agreement and his presence, everyone lined up in an orderly manner, with maternity and children's care prioritized. When the medicine ran out, everyone dispersed without a commotion. The management of the greenhouse area was much better than they had anticipated. Of course, the most important thing was the discussion with Su Yinxia about difficult and complicated maternal illnesses. Xia Min, a specialist in this field, occasionally chimed in during Shi Xuang's discussion, asking detailed questions and taking careful notes. Before leaving, Xia Min asked Su Yinxia, Dr. Su, when Pingcheng Hospital reopens, can I be your assistant? My assistant? Su Yinxia was surprised. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his medical skills, but rather that the woman was from Yunqi village and, as Kunzi called her, De Ji's wife. Apart from anything else, Xia Min's status is evident from Brother Kun's attitude towards that brother De. He's here to be his assistant. If you have any concerns or requests, please let me know. I sincerely want to learn from you for a while. Seeing Su Yinxia remain silent, Xia Min quickly straightened her demeanor and adjusted her stance. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have even qualified to be a student under a director of this rank even if she were interning at a hospital. Even in the apocalypse, medical facilities haven't been fully reopened, and the corresponding medical staff haven't received sufficient attention. But the apocalypse isn't far off. Experienced director-level physicians, like Dr. Su, will only become increasingly popular. After all, when the apocalypse broke out, hospitals were among the hardest hit. Besides those resting at home, many medical staff didn't escape. Scarcity makes things valuable. Even with the existence of psychics, they aren't invincible, they can get hurt and fall ill. Furthermore, compared to psychics, there are still more ordinary people. No, 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 no. Hearing Xia Min's words, Su Yinxia waved his hands. He wanted to say, I love to, but it felt too forced. In the end, he just smiled shyly. Hopefully, that day will come soon. Xia Min was quite happy to have come out and found a teacher. Kunzi, who had been following them the entire time, was thinking something else. He winked at Zhang Xiaoda and whispered, level up? Zhang Xiaoda didn't say anything, but he winked back, which only confirmed Kunzi's suspicions. No wonder his wife wanted to be Su Yinxia's assistant, and inquired so carefully about the pregnant woman's condition. It turned out she was preparing for him. He thought Xia Min was pregnant. Zhang Xiaoda, on the other hand, was thinking, even if she wasn't pregnant now, if he tried harder, how long would it take for her to get pregnant? No wonder his wife was out doing the free clinic. It was a precautionary measure, preparing for their future child. At this thought, Zhang Xiaoda's heart burned, and his gaze blazed at Xia Min. It seemed he had to prepare well for tonight, too. Zhang Xiaoda's gaze was so intense that Xia Min couldn't help but notice it. She turned her head, perplexed. She glared at him quietly, then packed up with Shi Xuang and prepared to return to the village. Zhang Xiaoda hurriedly followed, helping them carry their bags and belongings. He hadn't known his eldest daughter was pregnant with her second child yet, and he assumed they were asking so much about the pregnant woman's condition, partly to broaden their experience and knowledge, and partly to prepare for their future. Bai Yang hadn't yet known his sister was pregnant, but he didn't think as much as Zhang Xiaoda and Kunzi. He simply assumed Shi Xuang and the others were trying to expand their medical skills. That wasn't surprising, as doctors, they were expected to be rigorous. As they headed home, approaching Yunqi village, Shi Xuang's ears twitched. She turned to look out the window, her eyes widening as she instinctively asked, is the village on fire? From a distance, they could clearly see a column of black smoke rising into the sky. Judging from its location, it must be the village entrance. Thankfully, there was only black smoke, no flames. It seemed the fire had been extinguished, preventing widespread damage. Zhang Xiaoda, with his sharp eyes, almost immediately deduced that it was Qiao Fei's house. He was immediately amused. Could it be that Liuli was burning something and accidentally set the house on fire? When they returned to the village, they didn't even have time to go back to Baiguan. They parked their car directly in front of Qiao Fei's house and rushed inside to watch the excitement. What's going on? Although the fire had been put out, quite a few people were still standing in the yard. Their expressions were a bit strange, as if they were trying to hold back laughter. The fire was in the tool room. Because the walls were made of blue brick and cement, the burn wasn't widespread. The entire door was burned, followed by a wooden beam near the door. Black smoke was mostly coming from the half-burned beam. Xiao Fei was sweeping the burnt-to-ash wooden door with a broom. Song Huanyan stood not far behind him, watching coldly. Song Xiaoxiao, curled up in a ball, seemed to be standing in the corner as punishment. The little girl stood straight, her hands pressed against her thighs. A little ash clung to the tip of her nose. She faced forward, her eyes rolling. Lioli stood close to her calf, head and tail drooping, as if she'd done something sinister. Not far from the child and dog stood another child and dog, Chi-Chi and Xiaowu. Huh? Is Xiaowu involved here? That's impossible. If this was Xiaowu's fire, there wouldn't be any smoke. It would have instantly turned to ash, leaving you no chance to react. Renbin was gloating over his misfortune. Seeing his brother coming over, he whispered to him. Captain Xiao saw that Xiaowu and Lioli weren't clicking, so he got anxious and coaxed Xiaoxiao and Chi-Chi into locking Lioli and Xiaowu in the tool shed. Duh, you know what it's like, a man and a woman alone in the same room, it's like a firefight. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Xiaodao gave him a disdainful sidelong glance. Renbin rubbed his nose sheepishly. It's a metaphor, it's just a metaphor. Captain Xiao meant it. He wanted to leave them alone in the room to see if they could get it going. But when the door was closed, Lioli got pissed off. She barked, and when no one opened the door, she blew fire and burned the door down. Ha 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 ha. Lao Sheng and the others nearby also chuckled, not even stopping when Xiao Fei glared at them. Who could have imagined that a captain would do such a childish thing? In truth, Chi-Chi and Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand the reason for their actions. Uncle Xiao simply said he could help Lioli conceive a fire child, and they happily followed his instructions. But who could have imagined that upon entering the enclosed space, Lioli would become so irritable, burning the wooden door without a word. Xiaowu, on the other hand, remained calm. After the door was ablaze, they found him squatting in the corner farthest from the door, staring at Lioli expressionlessly. Xiao Fei couldn't help but complain to Chi-Chi, "How old are you? Why haven't you learned yet? If you keep this up, you'd be dead." Song Huanyan couldn't help but say, "Xiao Fei, if you keep teaching Chi-Chi this, I tell sisterly." "Really? Day by day, you're corrupting both of these children." Bai Li was speechless about Xiao Fei. This guy was truly obsessed with having a fire-type puppy. He was capable of such a thing. She didn't even consider why Xiaowu, almost 3, hadn't shown any signs of sexual activity. If he hadn't, then he hadn't. What was the reason? Couldn't it just be that he was late in developing feelings and slow in understanding them? What's wrong with her Xiaowu just not wanting a wife? Can he be forced? But when would her Fingbao's puppies be born? Perhaps because she was pregnant, Bai Li was now constantly running to the pet room morning and night. She wanted to see for herself what it looked like when a bird hatched. Bai Xiefeng had become familiar with them now. At least he no longer pecked her hand viciously when she touched his belly to look at the eggs. Another half-month passed. During this time, Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaodao brought some medical equipment back from the second hospital in downtown Pingqing. They also renovated 4 empty rooms behind the clinic, installing a brand new operating table in one room to serve as an operating room. One room served as an ultrasound room, another was dedicated to blood tests, and the innermost room was intended to be a laboratory. Each room was meticulously furnished with appropriate equipment, resembling a miniature hospital, complete with both Chinese and Western medicine. A little over 10 days later, Jiang Minglang led his men out of Pingqing. Half a month later, he returned with a 60-year-old man with a sloping foot. With him was an 18 or 19-year-old girl with a thick, long scar on her face. He settled the grandparents and grandchildren in a house next to the Shiyu siblings' residence. Sure, Jiaxue and Kong Erbao had previously lived there, but they had temporarily moved in with Lao Sheng and Renbin. On this trip, Shiyu and Zhang Xiaodao were both injured. Thanks to proper care and bandages along the way, their wounds looked less severe by the time they returned to Baiguan. However, they were still very serious. Seeing her brother injured, Shi Shuang's first reaction was to jump up, examine him, and apply medicine. But Jiang Minglang took them back to his own home. A short while later, Bai Li carried Tai Dan into the living room. She rubbed the little teddy bear's head. Without further ado, Tai Dan aimed his horn at the knife wound on Shiyu's shoulder. Enveloped in a soft white light, Shiyu felt as if the sun was illuminating the injured half of his shoulder, warm and cozy. The initial tearing pain gradually faded. When he regained consciousness, his shoulder was completely healed. Aside from the remaining dried blood, there was no trace of the injury at all. Is Tiedon's horn so magical? Since I learned of Tiedon's healing powers, I only seen him help save Zhou Lei's little white cat. Since then, he's lived a low-key life, rarely noticed. There are many dogs in the house, but Tiedon is so small, and he never barks, making his presence very low. Even though I don't usually communicate with him, now that I brought him to save someone, he's incredibly smart, and knows what you want him to do. This dog is so sensible that it's heartbreaking. Zhang Xiaodao suffered a gunshot wound in the chest, almost to the heart. When his clothes were unbuttoned, revealing the wound, Xia Min's eyes immediately turned red. It's okay. Elder Hua performed surgery on the spot to remove the bullet. Now I only have a superficial wound. Seriously, honey, I'm fine, don't cry. Shut up. Not okay yet? Do you look like you're okay? Xia Min glared at him fiercely, then supported his shoulders, letting him half recline against her. This also made it easier for Tiedon to treat him. Like Shiyu, enveloped in the warm white light, the wound, made by the bullet, slowly healed from the inside out, leaving even the slightest trace of the bullet. Shi Shuang admired Tiedon. This was truly a boon for those with superficial injuries. Perhaps because Tiedon hadn't used his powers much, after treating the two of them, he lay exhausted in Bai Li's arms, motionless. Bai Xiantian quickly went to the kitchen, fetched 2 boiled eggs, peeled them, and fed them to him. He's Mr. Hua? After everyone left, Jiang Minglang took a shower, and returned to his bedroom. While drying his hair, he replied, Yes. Do you know what those people wanted him to do when we found Mr. Hua? Bai Li pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Hua is a leading figure in the medical field. If this were an above-board matter, there'd be no need to lock him up and hide him. So, they don't want Mr. Hua to study. Humans, do they? To be more precise, a person with superpowers. But Bai Li was just guessing, not completely certain. After all, anyone with such an idea wasn't human. Yes, that's what they thought, but Mr. Hua has his limits, he wouldn't agree to it. That's why they severed the tendons in one of his feet to prevent him from escaping, and threatened him with his only granddaughter. See the scar on that child's face? Those people did it. Luckily, we got there in time, otherwise they would have threatened Mr. Hua with Huasian's finger. The reason Jiang Minglang was able to accurately locate Mr. Hua and rescue them was because of the information provided by Base Commander Ouyang, who also dispatched a 20-man elite team to accompany Jiang Minglang on this mission. Base Captain Ouyang narrowly escaped death after being injured last time, but thanks to Elder Hua's dedicated efforts, he was finally brought back from the brink of death. After settling down in Pengcheng, he immediately sent someone to Jinbei to retrieve Elder Hua, believing he would enjoy the place and would definitely want to live there. However, the person he sent back reported that Elder Hua had disappeared. Chapter 207. Mom, the eggs cracked. The eggs cracked. Hurry up. The little bird's about to come out. Early in the morning, just as the sky was breaking a faint light, Bai Li was huddled in bed, sound asleep, when Chi-Chi suddenly came running upstairs, shivering and bursting into the bedroom. Mom, wake up! Wake up! Jiang Minglang had already gone to the training ground. If he were there, he would have thrown his son out. The first trimester hadn't yet passed, a time when one couldn't be frightened or exposed to the cold. Fearing the child's mouth would become limp, the Bai family hadn't yet told him that Chi-Chi was going to be a big brother. Mom. Bai Li opened her eyes and saw her big son. His little face, pale and tender, lay cool against her pillow, his dark eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Seeing his mother open her eyes, he hurriedly said, Didn't you say you wanted to see the little bird hatch? Then hurry up and get up, or you'll be late. Bai Li wanted to say, If you can't make it, then forget it. It was simply because her bed had a magical power that wouldn't let her go. But the words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. First, she really wanted to see what the little parrot looked like after hatching. Second, she couldn't go back on her word, or else the example she had painstakingly set for her son would be shattered. Alas, being a mother is so hard. Sighing inwardly, she fought the bed spell over her. She reluctantly reached out from under the quilt, took the coral fleece home clothes her son had so thoughtfully handed her, and then sat up and quickly put them on. Is it really cracked? Of course it is. I heard a few cracking sounds as soon as I entered the pet room. I squatted by the nest, and saw that one of the eggs was completely cracked. Bai Li was amused by what she heard, and even chuckled, as if she actually heard it. Mom, when the little parrots hatch, what powers do you think they have? Well, how would I know? After all, we don't even know what their father's powers are. The white cockatiel had been incubating eggs since it arrived in their home. Every day, it spent nothing but incubating, never moving from its nest. No one knew whether it had any special powers, or what they were. The mother and son quickly went downstairs to the yard. Gigi was standing at the window of the pet room, peering in intently. You should go inside to see what you're doing standing outside? The eggs they had just discovered together had cracks. Chi-Chi went upstairs to call his mother, but Gigi remained in the pet room. Seeing him standing outside now, she was puzzled. What's going on? Can it see more clearly from outside? Gigi said with a gloomy face. It nags me the moment you leave. Xiaofeng, too, won't let me in there. Huh? Chi-Chi paused, then remembered something and asked, Did you sleep with Xiao again? Birds and cats are natural enemies. Even though they mutated and become more intelligent, every time Shuai comes over, Feng Bao and Bai Xuanfeng are on full alert, their hair standing on end, their eyes glaring at Xiai, as if they pounce and bite her if she dares enter the pet room. In fact, there was a fight, but it wasn't between the parrot couple and Xiai. Instead, Xiaofeng called over a few crows that roost on their wall, and they attacked Xiai with a barrage of bites. It almost drove Xiai crazy, but it ended with Xiaofeng slapping one of the crows unconscious. The big orange cat squatted in the yard, shook off the messy yellow fur on its huge body, stretched out a paw and threw the unconscious crow to the door of the pet room, then glanced at Xiaofeng with a disdainful look on its face, as if saying, I don't want to fight with you, otherwise, the few pounds of meat on your bodies will not be enough to fill my teeth. Although they stopped fighting after that, they still had moments of intense resentment when they met. However, Parrot's sense of smell wasn't very sharp, so they shouldn't have been able to detect the cat scent on Gigi. But perhaps the mutation had sharpened their sense of smell. In any case, if Gigi slept with Xiao Ai the night before, Feng Bao would definitely not let him into the pet room the next day. Oh, Gigi sighed. Is this a bird? He's almost a dog. Woof. Xiao Wu barked nearby, clearly disagreeing. Gigi wanted to sigh again. Is this still a dog? He's almost a man. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, a distinct cracking sound emanated from the pet room. Chi-Chi's eyes widened immediately upon hearing it. He grabbed his mother's hand and repeatedly exclaimed, Listen, listen. That's the sound. The egg cracking. Bailey, It was really that loud. She was also startled. The parrot eggs laid by the little phoenix were so tiny, even smaller than quail eggs, and they looked so pink and tender. The shells were far from the word thick. So what was causing this sound? Because he had become so familiar with Bai Xianfeng, he ignored them while they squatted by the nest. He even moved the cracked egg aside and stared intently at it. This Xianfeng must have been a father for the first time. For some reason, Bailey saw a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The cracking sound reappeared. The little Xianfeng was pecking at the shell from the inside. The egg was so small, so the little creature inside was naturally even smaller. But I don't know where it got so much strength from. The sound of pecking at the shell was so loud that it echoed throughout the pet room. Even the old man, who was going to brush his teeth and wash his face, was attracted to it. Fearing the bird might be startled, the old man didn't come over. He just stood at the doorway, watched for a moment, and then left. I thought the bird would peck so loudly that it would soon emerge, but an hour later, the little creature was still pecking. It was that kind of pecking sound. 3 clicks, then a pause, as if it were resting. Then it would peck again after a while. Although the eggshell looked thin, it seemed remarkably strong. With every 3 pecks, only a tiny crack appeared on the surface. Adding what Chi-Chi had seen earlier, there were only a dozen or so cracks on the upper half of the shell. It was also strange that there appeared to be cracks elsewhere, but a closer look revealed that they were not caused by the pecks of the little creature inside. It was like a phone screen with a crack on the inside, while the outer membrane remained intact. So, those initial cracks seemed to be sending a signal, a sign that it was about to hatch. Bailey thought back to when she came to check yesterday and saw if there were any cracks on the egg. On that thought, she realized she had been so focused on the iron egg that she had forgotten to check it. Click, click, click. Even after breakfast, the little thing inside still kept on pecking. 3 clicks, then a pause, a continuous rhythm, almost like a lullaby, lulling people to sleep. Bailey checked the time. It was almost 3 hours already. She and Jiang Minglang had agreed to visit Elderhood this morning, along with base director Ouyang. They should have arrived by 10 o'clock. Let's go! Maybe it'd still be pecking when we get back. Old Sheng had already come to inform them that base director Ouyang had arrived at Elderhood's residence, bringing a number of gifts, some for him and some for his father-in-law. The old man was truly courteous. Every time he came, he'd bring something, often hard to get, and scarce. For example, cigarettes. His father-in-law wasn't a heavy smoker, but he couldn't quit. He felt sick without a cigarette for a while. For this reason, he and Zhang Xiaoda and the others all quit smoking, leaving their remaining cigarettes to him. Bailey stood up from the small stool and asked, "Do you want to bring Tide in?" Last night, the couple had discussed Mr. Hua's hamstring and the scar on Huaxian's face. They weren't fresh, obvious injuries, and they didn't know if Qian's unicorn tube would be effective. In the end, they decided to give it a try. If nothing else, for Mr. Hua's bottom line, it was worth a try. However, Qian's healing ability was currently known only to a small group of trusted people, and they had no plans to spread it outside. After all, this ability was incredibly rare. No one had ever heard of it being possessed by any other person or animal. Tidan was unique. Don't take her for now. We go back tonight when we're free. The two of them walked out, chatting. Bailey was wearing a long, thick, dark blue down jacket. She was almost 3 months pregnant, but her belly didn't show at all. Jiang Minglang glanced at her belly softly, whispering, "You vomited so badly when you were pregnant with Chi-Chi. How come you're not experiencing any reaction at all this time? Could it be a girl?" At the mention of the word daughter, his eyes brightened and softened. Song Xiaoxiao, that little girl, was pretty and sweet-spoken, not only pleasing to Xiao Fei, but also to grown men like them. Thus, Jiang Minglang particularly hoped that his second child would be a girl. She was so sweet and soft, and the thought of her being his daughter filled him with joy. Just because there's no reaction doesn't mean it's a girl. Although Bailey also felt very comfortable with this pregnancy, aside from feeling sleepy every day, she had no other reactions. It was completely different from the vomiting she experienced when she was pregnant with her own little boy. But it could also be related to her special ability. After all, her body structure had changed, so it wasn't surprising that the same thing would cause a different reaction. She also wanted a daughter, but she was afraid that the greater her hopes, the greater her disappointment. So, she couldn't get her hopes too high at first. Perhaps she'd be pleasantly surprised in the end. She held up her wrist to show him. "The red string Xiaoxiao gave me a while ago. I got it from the temple. It's very effective. From now on, I won't remove it until the baby is born. Maybe my dream will come true." Although Song Huanyan told her that the red string was sold by the dozen at the temple, her brother and sister-in-law bought 5 dozen, Xiaoxiao kept one, and they gave the rest away. It was Chinese New Year, and almost everyone they saw, whether adults or children, got one. They said they just treat it as a red envelope. That year, the children of the Song family and Xiaoxiao's generation all complained about her brother and sister-in-law being stingy. Bailey simply thought her brother and sister-in-law were a wonderful couple, so even if they bought the red string by the dozen, she was willing to trust it just once. When they arrived, Elder Hua was probably reporting his findings to Base Commander Ouyang, so the atmosphere in the main living room seemed a bit serious. "Xiaobai's here too. Come sit down." Every time Base Commander Ouyang called her Xiaobai, Bailey couldn't help but twitch her lips. Xiaobai, that name always reminded her of the kitten Zhou Lei had raised like a treasure for almost 2 years, yet it was still only the size of an adult's palm. "This is the freshly brewed black tea my father-in-law made. I make a pot for you too. Don't worry, let's hear what Mr. Hua has to say first." After the two sat down, Mr. Hua continued the previous topic. Since they were able to capture me, they naturally captured others as well. However, some people volunteered. Because they don't have superpowers themselves, they want to study people or animals with superpowers to see if they can give ordinary people without superpowers. For example, blood transfusions. Giving the blood of superpowered people to non-superpowered people. Or letting superpowered people eat the flesh of mutant animals. Bailey frowned slightly. She hadn't expected those people to not only study people, but also capture mutant animals. She had the most mutants at home, so she had to keep an eye on them, and not let them escape. Everything else was easy, but Feng Bao was the most difficult. Although the little bird didn't go out often, it would occasionally run away from home, fluttering away in a flash. Perhaps because the white black phoenix is incubating eggs lately, it's been staying home and hasn't flown out. So once the chicks emerge, should we try to keep the white black phoenix? They kept me captive for 2 months. For a while, I could hear the screams and howls of cats, dogs, wolves, and other animals almost every day. As for what happens after killing and eating animals, or whether ordinary people mutate, I'm not sure. But I don't think so. Old Hua resisted their actions not only because he had a limit and didn't want to do so, but also because of his own beliefs and ideas. This apocalypse is like a catastrophe bestowed upon humanity by heaven and earth, and the supernatural beings born from it are there to resist this catastrophe. Those under the age of 40 all mutate based on their environment and their physical constitution. While there may be patterns, they're not obvious, and accordingly, they can't be altered by external factors. At least in his opinion, it's definitely irreversible. So, no matter how hard those people try, it's all in vain and wishful thinking. We didn't see any mutated animals when we went there. Did they move? Jiang Minglang was confident that his investigation had been thorough. Furthermore, he was determined to rescue Mr. Hua, so he had to investigate thoroughly before taking action. I think they might have moved, or maybe eating meat wasn't working, so we just pause for now. After all, after the animals mutated, their intelligence was much higher than before. Their rampant killing of animals couldn't guarantee they wouldn't bear grudges and provoke retaliation from the animals. Once they start, it's almost impossible to stop them. So, to preserve their base, they'd likely move the animals underground to a more secluded location. As he spoke, Elder Hua's right foot, where the tendons had been lacerated, suddenly trembled. He instinctively placed his hand on his leg and frowned in pain. Elder Hua, your foot. It's okay. Since I made it out alive, even if my foot can't be cured, it's no big deal. Besides, if I can't do anything about my own foot, who else can? Elder Hua wasn't bragging. It was the truth. But besides humans, perhaps dogs could try. So, at night, when Elder Hua's ankle was enveloped by a ball of warm white light, he fell silent. Chapter 208. After leaving Hua's house, Bai Li hurried home in a hurry. As she walked, she urged Jiang Minglang, hurry up. I want to see it if you can catch up. The chicks from such a tiny egg must have been pitifully small, but it was amazing to think that her Feng Bao had grown from such a small child to this size. While humans can do the same, its egg was truly too small. Why rush? Isn't there another egg that hasn't hatched yet? Even if you miss this one, you can always wait for the next one. While his words made sense, Bai Li still wanted to witness the moment the first chick hatched. After all, she'd been watching all morning, and it would be a shame not to see it. However, when she arrived home and walked into the pet room, she was shocked to see two chubby little chicks lying in Feng Bao's nest, with half a shell still resting on their heads. This, not only has the first egg hatched, but the second one too? Mom, look. Xiaofeng's chicks have fur. One is egg yolk yellow, the other is white. Chi-Chi squatted in front of the nest, looking up at her excitedly. Don't one of them look like Daddy, and the other like Mommy? Bai Li recovered from her shock. She blinked before squatting down to examine the two chicks carefully. They were indeed tiny. Their pink bodies looked no bigger than her thumb. Their little heads swayed from side to side, their eyes half open. One chick had a wisp of yellow fur on its head, the other a wisp of white. There were also a few sparse wisps of fur on their tender pink bodies, but one was pure yellow, the other pure white. Honestly, these chicks are just like human babies at birth, ugly and fragile, yet somehow, they make one's heart soften, afraid to touch them. Feng Bao and Bai Xianfeng lay on either side, looking down at their chicks. For the first time in her life, Bai Li saw her usually unruly chick, her eyes filled with tenderness and surprise. She's finally a mother. Bai Li asked Chi-Chi, the second egg was still fine when I left. How did it come out so quickly? It had only been 2 hours since she left. She had lifted Bai Xianfeng's belly to take a closer look. The second egg was smooth and white, without a single crack. Even if it had cracked right after she left, given the speed at which the first chick pecked at the shell, it couldn't have come out so quickly. Chi-Chi said, Mom, as soon as you left, the first bird pecked through the eggshell. As soon as it emerged, the second egg reacted. But it's so smart. Mom, do you know how it pecked the shell? Chi-Chi pointed to the large eggshell that the second bird had left behind after it emerged and demonstrated to his mother, like this, a circle. It actually pecked a circle. Look here, the end meets the end. One crack cracked the whole thing, so it finally emerged with the shell on its head. Isn't that smart? Compared to the first eggshell, which was riddled with cracks, the second one looked much simpler. Aside from the cracks around the circle and the surrounding area, there were no other cracks. It was perfectly smooth. This shell. When Jiang Minglang crouched down, he towered over the people and birds in front of him like a mountain. The phoenix was fine, but the white-black phoenix suddenly bristled, appearing more ferocious than ever before. He turned his head and glared at them, his neck suddenly growing longer. However, before Bai Li and Chi-Chi and Gigi could even register their surprise, Feng Bao flapped his wings against their necks. Immediately, the slender neck snapped back into place. Bai Xianfeng turned to look at Feng Bao, then tilted his head to glance at Jiang Minglang. Seemingly still sensing danger, Bai Xianfeng moved closer to the two cubs and raised a wing to shield them. Jiang Minglang, Is he that terrifying? Of course, that's not the point. The point is that this Bai Xuanfeng's special ability is a long neck? What kind of special ability is that? Transformation? No, that's not the point either. Jiang Minglang turned his surprised gaze away from Bai Xianfeng and said to his wife and son in front of him, "Tell Feng Bao, if you don't need this eggshell, can you give it to me?" In fact, except for the eggshells on the two cubs' heads, Chi-Chi had already gathered the others to the edge of the nest. After all, the bird's skin looked incredibly tender, and he was afraid of hurting them further. Hearing his father's words, he was surprised. The chicks are already hatching. What does Feng Bao need the eggshells for? He felt they were completely useless to Feng Bao and Bai Xianfeng, and he was about to throw them away. Bai Li reached out and picked up a piece. A thin, white layer, seemingly fragile, but she turned her head and gently swiped it down the small wooden ladder she had made for Feng Bao. With a click, a small piece of wood fell off. The others looked at the fallen piece of wood in silence. They finally understood why each time the chick pecked at it, there was only a thin crack. The shells looked thin, but they were incredibly hard. Chi-Chi, regaining his composure, immediately reached out and picked all the eggshells from the nest, saying as he did so, "It's too dangerous. We can't leave them in the nest anymore. How could they survive if they touched the chicks? Feng Bao, give me the ones on your chick's head too." As if understanding Chi-Chi's words, Xiaofeng lowered his head and took the two pieces of flesh from each cub's head, then placed them in Chi-Chi's palm. Chi-Chi turned to his father and urged him, "Dad, go out. Bai Jun won't feel comfortable with you here." Bai Jun? Bai Li raised an eyebrow, glanced at Bai Xianfeng, and asked her son, "What name did you give it?" "Yes, Gigi and I just came up with it. It's June, meaning gentleman. Does it sound good?" "It doesn't matter if it sounds good or not, just be happy." After receiving the eggshell, Jiang Minglang stood up and said to his wife and children before leaving, "This Bai Xianfeng. Dad, its name is Bai Jun. You should find out what Bai Jun's special ability is. I don't think it can be tamed. If it flies away one day and discovers its special ability, it will be easier for us to find it. It's not safe outside these days for mutant animals." Even without his father's advice, Chi-Chi wanted to find out what Bai Jun's special ability was. Curiosity was the only reason. After his large father left, the small pet room suddenly felt spacious. Chi-Chi whispered to his mother, "Just now, Bai Jun's neck suddenly grew incredibly long, didn't it? Mom, did you see clearly?" "How long was it?" Because the lengthening and shrinking happened almost instantly, Chi-Chi felt like he was hallucinating. It was unreal. Bai Li thought for a moment and said, "It's at least 30 centimeters long. However, I don't think it's reached its limit yet. Maybe it can get even longer." "Longer?" Beside him, Chi-Chi swallowed and whispered, "Auntie, its special ability is to lengthen its neck for fighting? That's not much of a help, is it? A bird with such a small body and thin legs, what good would a long neck do?" Anyone's first reaction would probably be that it's not only useless, but also easily grabby. After all, a neck always feels so fragile. Bai Li thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps it's more than just its neck that's growing longer." Feng Bao probably stopped it not just to prevent it from transforming on its own, but also. Bai Li couldn't explain what else it was, but she trusted her bird. Since it stopped him, there must be a more compelling reason. Compared to Bai Jun's ability, Chi-Chi was more concerned about something else. "Mom, look, the chicks' mouths are open. Are they hungry? Should we give them warm water first?" It must be said that they are very considerate when it comes to their pets. When they found the cracked eggs this morning, they had prepared warm water in a thermos and placed it in the pet room. Chi-Chi had naturally put the water in, boiling it, and letting it cool to a certain temperature before adding it to the thermos. In fact, at the beginning of the apocalypse, they had passed by a bird shop specializing in parrots. With the idea of preparing for Xiaofeng, they cleared out almost everything except the birdcage and some unused toys. They had various bird foods and some powdered milk for the newborn parrots. However, the powdered milk was expired and definitely unusable now. The old man had helped make millet porridge and kept it in the kitchen, ready to feed the chicks. He also prepared boiled goat's milk. Bai Li intended to let Feng Bao choose which to feed, but she had no choice. After all, it was just the conditions. Whether the chicks could eat and survive depended on their parents. But since they had just hatched, they would definitely start by giving them warm water. She dipped a cotton swab in warm water and gently placed it near the chick's mouth. Watching it open and close its beak swallowing the water, Bai Li and the two children smiled happily. It drank it, this one too. Their mouths are still open. Should we continue feeding them millet porridge or goat's milk? No, they haven't even been hatched for 2 hours. We can't feed them now. Wait a little longer. Mom, do you think Feng Bao will choose millet porridge or goat's milk? Before Bailey could say anything, Gigi hurriedly said, I'm guessing goat's milk. Goat's milk tastes better. He couldn't help but lick his lips as he spoke. Bailey chuckled and reached out to scratch Gigi's nose. We have goat's milk every day. Aren't you tired of it? The sheep pen at Baiguan originally had only a dozen sheep, but now it has grown to over 30. 5 of them regularly give birth twice a year, but each time only produces 1 lamb, yet the goat's milk is surprisingly abundant. So, the excess milk squeezed out daily, filtered and cooked, went into the children's bellies. Over the past year or so, the 2 little brothers have grown at a rapid clip, and goat milk has played a significant role. But Bailey couldn't get used to it. No matter how hard she tried to get rid of the muddinesss, she still found the taste strange. Gigi chuckled and scratched her head sheepishly. Uncle Du had already reprimanded her once for getting a sore throat from drinking too much goat milk. No matter how good something is, it should be consumed in moderation. We must understand that too much is as bad as too little. Auntie, if Feng Bao chooses goat milk, leave it to them. I won't drink it anymore. How much can they drink? Why should you give them permission? You and Chi-Chi are both growing. 1 cup a day is the limit. So drink yours, and don't worry about the others. In fact, Bailey thought Feng Bao had a better chance of choosing millet porridge, since it loved millet. After feeding the chicks, the group relaxed again. Then, Chi-Chi turned his gaze to Bai Xian Feng. No, Bai Jun. Chi-Chi asked Feng Bao seriously, what exactly is your Bai Jun's special ability? Can you make him transform right now? Don't worry, Feng Bao, we're the only ones who know about it, and we won't tell anyone else. Dad and Grandpa weren't the only ones who knew. As Chi-Chi spoke, Feng Bao tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes dark, her thoughts unclear. Seeing Feng Bao didn't respond for a long time, Chi-Chi suspected it didn't understand. How could he put it? Although his bird and dog were both quite human and intelligent, they didn't always react when he spoke to them. 2 out of 10 times, they wouldn't react. Just like probability, 80% of the time, they understand. So Chi-Chi concluded that Feng Bao didn't understand this time. He decisively gestured, first pointing at Bai Xuanfeng's neck, then at his own. He then pinched his own neck with his 2 small hands and pulled upward, saying, just like that. Didn't Bai Jun's neck just get longer? Can you make it grow longer again? Feng Bao straightened his tilted head and looked at Bai Xianfeng, staring blankly at it. Then, Feng Bao did what he always did with Xiao Wu and the white Xianfeng. He spread 1 wing, circled around the 2 cubs cuddling together in the innermost part of the nest, and with 1 wing, he blew the white Xianfeng out of the nest. Perhaps because he used too much force this time, the white Xianfeng fell to the ground. If it hadn't been for the hay on the concrete floor, it would have certainly chewed a mouthful of dirt. After getting up from the ground, Bai Xianfeng turned to look at Feng Bao, her eyes filled with both grievance and resentment. Ah! Feng Bao stretched her neck and cried out, unmoved. Bailey couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, such a nice bird, how could it be raised so unladylike? She reflected on her 3+ years of bird raising. It was quite normal, but the next moment, Bailey stopped thinking about how she had raised this little bird to be so unladylike, because Bai Xianfeng had transformed. First, its neck grew rapidly to almost half a meter in length, and then its entire body expanded, with its claws and legs also growing larger and thicker. How do you describe that feeling? Just imagine this. A small bird that could easily fit on your finger, a tiny and frail bird standing at your feet, suddenly expands several times its size. As you looked at it, you began looking down, then slowly leveled, and finally up, the entire process taking less than a minute. The most outrageous thing was that its body visibly grew stronger as it expanded. If it were a human, Bailey had no doubt it had abdominal muscles. The bird's claws pressed against the ground like steel, its long nails turning black, their sharp edges gleaming in the light. Bailey couldn't help but stand up, only to discover that the white-black phoenix, after its transformation, was half a head taller than her. And that was even as it was looking down at them. Oh my god! Chi-Chi and Gigi were completely stunned, muttering a cry of surprise for a long moment. But before they could exclaim again, the black phoenix suddenly transformed back to its original form. Chapter 209. The white-black phoenix, transformed back into its original form, glanced at the 2 humans, one large and 2 small, before flapping its wings with a hint of displeasure. It then strolled back to its nest, and lay down beside its 2 cubs. Mom, get out first. Bailey interrupted Chi-Chi and quietly left the pet room with the two children. These two cubs are newborns. Even if Xiao Feng is very familiar with us, we need to give them a separate space. Because of the arrival of the white-black phoenix, Xiaowu and Tiedon's nests had been moved to the main hall, and they hadn't lived there for a long time. Then I go tell Dad first, Chi-Chi said, and he and Gigi scurried off. Bailey went into the kitchen, poured some goat's milk into a small pot, and set it on the stove. After the goat's milk boiled, she let it cool in a small bowl and brought it to the pet room along with the millet porridge. The two chicks had been quiet for a while after drinking water, but now, half an hour later, they were once again scrabbling about with their mouths open. Bailey thought for a moment, then squatted down again, dipped a cotton swab in water, and fed them. After they had drunk their fill, she pointed to two small bowls nearby and whispered, "You're the mother. Which one is best for them? If you need my help, call me." There were also various bird feeds nearby, reserved for Feng Bao and the white blackbird. With both parents present, she felt the chicks didn't need her to oversee them. She had seen some videos of wild blackbirds feeding their chicks, and they found that they needed food regurgitated by their mother for nutrition. But her Feng Bao wasn't wild, and she wasn't sure if this white blackbird was either, so she didn't dare treat them as wild birds and leave them alone. After feeding the birds, she sat in front of the nest for a while before leaving the pet room. At this time, Chi-Chi had already found her father at Grandpa Dong's house. He and Uncle Du were examining the eggshells of the phoenix cubs. Dad, do you know what Bai Jun's special ability is?" Chi-Chi was still in shock at Bai Xuanfeng's transformation. He thought this creature was simply amazing, like Spider-Man and Pigman, the Hulk, who could transform and then back again. It was so cool. "That's amazing," Gigi added, and Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Du Qian looked at Jiang Minglang and asked, "Who is Bai Jun? And his last name is Bai? Who is he?" Jiang Minglang's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, "The white bird that came to our house to hatch the eggs." Feng Bao laid 2 fertilized eggs, and soon after, a white-black bird arrived to hatch them. Everyone in the Bai orchard knew about this. Not only did they know about it, but they were also curious about when the eggs would hatch, and what special abilities the hatched parrot would have in the future. Even so, after hearing the chicks had hatched today, they didn't go over to see them. The weather hadn't fully warmed up yet, and although there was an electric heater in the cabin, it wasn't convenient to run it constantly. Besides, they were afraid the white bird would be frightened. Hearing that Bai Xianfeng also had supernatural powers, Du Qian became curious. He looked at the two children and asked, "What is it?" The two children had wanted to keep it a secret, but Jiang Minglang said slowly, "Don't keep it a secret, or you have to make up for the training you missed this morning tonight." The two little faces, originally excited, suddenly changed, and even their shoulders couldn't help but slump. "Dad, so boring," Chi-Chi mentally criticized his father, saying, "Not only does its neck grow longer, but its entire body grows larger. Dad, you never guessed that after Bai Jun's complete transformation, he's taller than my mom. The color of his legs, claws, and nails has also changed. They look incredibly hard. And his chest." Chi-Chi puffed out his chest and patted it, saying Mom said if he were human, he'd definitely have abs. "Anyway, the transformed Bai Jun is nothing like what you saw before. He's like a giant white beast, very majestic." Gigi added, "His wings have also grown enormous. If he spread his wings and flew, he could carry Chi-Chi and me." Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Oh, why hadn't he thought of that? It would be so cool to have Bai Jun carry him high into the sky. "It's still carrying you too, what's wrong? You two still want to fly?" Jiang Minglang slapped each of them with a slap, sternly admonishing, Bai Jun wasn't raised from childhood. Even if you're familiar with it now, you can't easily get on its back. Do you understand? As the two boys grow older, their superpowers grow stronger, and their corresponding courage grows. If they're not taught a lesson, they might actually dare to fly away on that white bird one day. After sending the two noisy children away, Jiang Minglang and Du Qian were both quite moved. Transformation. Another new superpower has emerged. Since the apocalypse, human superpowers have been relatively stable. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, plus the more common strength, speed, hearing, and the rarer power of lightning. So far, that's all. The age range has also been established, generally under 40. As for the differences between similar superpowers, it probably depends on each person's constitution and body elements. But animal superpowers are harder to pin down. There were giant pythons we encountered before, fire-breathing creatures like Xiaowu and Lioli, skinless cats that looked nothing like anything but whose eyes could control people's minds, and parrots like Fongbao that could control hundreds of birds. Now there's another parrot that can transform. Oh, by the way, in the area across from Pingjiang Bridge, there's also a tiger with a brain as evolved as a human's. As for the rest, aside from animals that have gone mad and are as red-eyed as zombies, we haven't encountered many. This is also because the animal species in their current city are relatively limited, pets, poultry, or those that have escaped from the zoo. Luckily, these animals were mostly raised by humans before the apocalypse. As long as they don't lose their minds, few will actively attack humans. In fact, most will even protect humans from the outside world. Of course, that's assuming they're not abandoned. For example, Xiao Ai Tai Dan. Forget it, animal matters aren't something we can control. Let's take good care of the ones at home and deal with the rest later. Regarding Jiang Minglang, they certainly wouldn't proactively provoke animals, lest they cause unnecessary trouble in the future. He said to Du Qian, the base commander will probably be organizing a major operation soon. I plan to take Ichichi and Gigi with him. You know, Gigi's abilities can't be improved by just training at home. He's always afraid of hurting others, so he has to hold back whenever he lets them go. It will not be good for him to continue like this. Lightning abilities are rare. Once people know about it, we can protect him, but the most important thing is that he has to be able to protect himself. His little brat was the same. Dual element abilities were rarer than lightning, but perhaps because Chi-Chi already had a relatively stable water ability, every time he released his second gold-based ability, his body would tense up, and his dagger would spin in front of him before falling. Forget fighting, he couldn't even control it smoothly. But his ability to occasionally transform ice into iron was his own invention, but it was also unstable, and the iron would turn back into ice after hitting the ground. After 6 months of careful training, it was still the same. Jiang Minglang realized that constantly training behind closed doors in their own small plot of land had left them with no sense of urgency, nor did they understand the true meaning of adaptability and giving their all. The training was truly fruitless. Both children were extremely gifted in martial arts, both physically and with their special abilities. Of course, even if they didn't have talent, he would train them to develop it. After all, they would shoulder the responsibility of leading Baiguan and Yunqi village, the most promising second-generation leaders. I have no objection, but old Jiang, how about letting me go this time and letting old Su stay? I've been in Baigua Garden for so long, I like to venture out and take a look. Before the apocalypse, Du Qian was a civilian. Naturally, his martial prowess was inferior to that of Jiang Minglang and Xiao Fei, but only slightly. Compared to ordinary psychics, he was still significantly stronger. But he had a high degree of education and a sharp mind, so Xiao Fei had almost always relied on him for military deployments. Jiang Minglang and his companions made their several trips safer with him at home. Alright, you go with me. I have Su Bo, and Shi you stay. Then, Bai Yang and the two little guys will go. Bai Yang had experienced many ups and downs within Pingqing, but he'd never been with him on an operation outside. Since they were planning to train the two little guys this time, they might as well take him along. After discussing the personnel for the next operation, the two men returned to discussing the eggshells they had. They were thin and sharp, practical, but so few. What a pity, adding any weapon to them was difficult. These two little parrots have incredible beaks, even though they can peck through such a hard eggshell from the inside. Jiang Minglang thought. He would wait until the two chicks were older, and have Chi-Chi give them a thin piece of iron to peck through, to see if they could. At this moment, the two chicks, well-fed and already asleep, had no idea that their joyful childhood would be filled with frequent clashes of iron and ice. Chi-Chi would let them peck at the ice first, then the iron, taking turns. Bailey, who had already gone to sleep in her room, had no idea that the two small bowls of goat milk and millet porridge she had placed in front of the bird's nest were completely gone. She didn't know if the chicks had eaten them all, or if Feng Bao and Bai Xian Feng had eaten them all. After waking up, Bailey went into the pet room to check on them. She stared at the two empty bowls in silence for a long moment. Then she glanced at Bai Xian Feng with a complicated expression. Feng Bao had been raised by her since she was little. How could she not know whether she liked goat milk and millet porridge? The chicks were so small, so no matter which one they ate, they'd probably be full before you could even notice a difference. It went without saying who drank the 2 bowls of goat milk and millet porridge. Never mind, let it drink. It's not like I can't afford it. She walked out of the pet room, empty bowl in hand. The moment the door closed, she saw Xiao Ai approaching with a lazy, cat-like gait. Recalling her past fights with Bai Xianfeng, Bai Li's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that Bai Jun couldn't defeat Bai Xianfeng, he was clearly teasing her. If Bai Jun really transformed and fought Bai Xianfeng, he'd probably be able to knock her down with one claw. She quickly stepped forward, bent down, and put her arms around Xiao Ai's neck, holding her hostage as she headed towards the backyard. Their chicks are just born. You're courting death if you go over there now, you know? Cats eat baby birds. Although Xiao Ai had been a pet cat before, and had never eaten him, this natural hostility didn't stop Bai Jun from treating her as an enemy. She didn't know why she hadn't transformed during their previous fights, but now, to protect her chicks, she'd likely expose her claws the moment Bai Jun approached the pet room. But this broken cat always likes to tease the two birds. Even though he knows that they don't welcome him, he still insists on hanging around the door of the pet room every day. Bailey had a hunch that sooner or later, this cat would be beaten severely by Mr. Bai. Meow. Xiao Ai didn't understand what Bailey meant, but she was very happy about her sudden closeness. It nuzzled into her arms, and then followed Bailey into the kitchen. When she saw it taking out an egg from the pot, its eyes lit up, and it meowed even more cheerfully. Finally, after eating and drinking enough, he left Bai's house, and returned to Gigi's place with satisfaction. As for teasing two birds, I have long forgotten. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Minglang and Bailey took Tai Dan to his hometown. The white light from the horn gently wrapped around his right ankle, and a hint of warmth seeped into the flesh through the skin. Mr. Hua, who was in so much pain that he couldn't eat, couldn't help but sigh in comfort. For the first time in 2 months, his ankle felt less painful. His dark skin glowed red, and the broken tendons seemed to be growing back. After a long moment, Kidon's powers were exhausted, and he reluctantly stopped. Woof. Little Teddy looked up at Bailey with a hint of guilt. His expression seemed to say, "It's not completely healed, but I don't have the strength anymore." Bailey stroked his curly head and said softly, "It's okay. We can continue tomorrow." She then pulled a can of ham from her pocket, opened it, and placed it in front of Tai Dan, saying, "This is all yours. Eat it." The next evening, at the same time, Bailey and Jiang Minglang returned to the Hua family home. However, Mr. Hua didn't let Tai Dan continue treating his foot. Instead, he pulled his granddaughter, Hua Siyun, toward him and said earnestly, "It's a miracle that my foot is healed to this extent. I have to limp for a while, as it slowly heals. So, there's no need for Tai Dan to treat me today. But could you please help with Xianyun's face?" "Grandpa, my face isn't a problem. You know, I don't care. But if your foot doesn't heal, it'd be a lifelong problem. Do you still want to be kept awake at night by the pain? It doesn't hurt anymore. It won't hurt if it's not completely healed. It's okay if you want it to heal slowly. You can't pretend to be lame forever. Then just say you used the herbs from Sister Shi and healed yourself. No one will suspect anything." Hua Siyun firmly disagreed with Mr. Hua giving her the opportunity to be treated. She truly didn't care about her appearance. Instead, she felt that being ugly was good. At least she wouldn't have those malicious eyes on her. Peaceful, the 19-year-old girl had short, sleek hair. On her palm-sized oval face, a centipede-like scar ran from below her left eyelid across her entire cheek. The injury, untreated and uncared for, had left the skin and flesh turned outward and solidified, a truly horrifying sight. Chapter 210. Although the scar has now healed and no longer hurts, Mr. Hua still feels a pang of pain and distress every time he sees it. The little girl he had raised with such care and love had, because of him, been slashed on the face with a knife. Not only was her face disfigured, but Hua Siyun also had numerous wounds on her arms and thighs. During those days when they threatened him, they knew that if they could bring their granddaughter out, there would be blood. But his little girl gritted her teeth and didn't even utter a sound. It was a shame that he had medical skills, but no power to even take care of a chicken. He couldn't protect his granddaughter, and yet he refused to compromise. Luckily, Jiang Minglang and the others arrived in time, otherwise, with nowhere else to go, he might have actually compromised. Bailey didn't know Hua Siyun was also injured, but she had planned to let Tai Dan try to heal her facial scar as well. So, the current show of humility between the grandfather and granddaughter was unnecessary. But she also understood that each wanted the other to heal first, so that the sooner the better, the less pain and suffering. "Mr. Hua, you should go first. We already started yesterday. Let's try again today to see if we can completely heal your injuries." This wasn't entirely an attempt to persuade Mr. Hua. Bailey wasn't sure how far Tiedon's healing abilities would reach. After all, this was his first time treating an injury that had been delayed for some time. However, Mr. Hua was more confident than she was. He was the patient, and during last night's treatment, no one could be more accurate than his sense. Sure enough, today, Tai Dan only treated him for about 5 minutes before Mr. Hua called out, "Stop!" He then lifted his right foot, first rotating his ankle, then stood up and stomped his feet in place. Finally, he looked at Bai Li and Jiang Minglang with a beaming smile. All done. Bai Li lowered her head and picked up Taidan, praising him generously. Our Taidan is amazing. Eat something, rest for a while, and then heal his sister, okay? Woof. Taidan raised his curly, horned head and barked happily, his tail wagging from side to side. Sister Bai, I prepared some food for Taidan. Grandpa Ouyang said it yesterday. Huasian opened the can of meat she had prepared, took out a small plastic bowl, poured the entire thing into it, and placed it on the coffee table in front of them. She thanked Taidan heartily. Thank you, Taidan. Woof. While Taidan was eating his can of meat, Huasian looked at Bai Li and Jiang Minglang and asked earnestly, Sister Bai, Captain Jiang, I have a request. I heard you have training every morning, and I'd like to join in. Is that okay? Why not? Jiang Minglang wished everyone living here would be self-reliant and strong, not just those with special abilities, but ordinary people as well. However, Huasian was no ordinary person. She possessed a supernatural power, a water-related one. But her supernatural power didn't begin at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was the day she and her grandfather were captured by those men, when water suddenly began to ooze from their fingers. Before they could even begin to revel in their surprise, the two of them were suddenly knocked unconscious and dragged away in a car. Old Hua, sensing something, urged her not to display her supernatural power and to act like an ordinary person. The next morning, while training with Captain Zhang's men at Baigua Garden, Huasian was deeply shaken. Last night, after finishing her treatment and seeing off Sister Bai and Captain Jiang, she congratulated her grandfather on her supernatural powers. After all, besides their powers, supernatural beings also possess superior physical fitness compared to ordinary people. Otherwise, wouldn't she, a newbie with no special abilities, be treated specially? Now it seemed. In front of these people, she was probably no different from an ordinary person without special abilities. No, even worse than the average person in Yunqi village. She was even worse than a child. Sister Bai and Captain Zhang's son, a 10-year-old child, like her, was a water type, yet he could instantly freeze the water she released. What's more, the child actually released water and threw ice, one ice ball after another. It was simply terrifying. I had originally thought that my special ability was just a supplementary one, enough for water, bathing, and laundry, but it wouldn't be of much use for anything else. At least not compared to offensive special abilities. But now, if anyone told her that the water type was supplementary and had no offensive power, she would definitely have Chi-Chi hit him with ice balls, letting him experience for himself whether the water type had any offensive power. From that day on, Huasian was like a chicken with a shot of blood. Every morning after her regular physical training, she would release water as hard as she could. Because her supernatural power was still at its early stages, she couldn't even release enough water, let alone turn it into ice. Instructor Du created a training plan for her to turn water into ice. The first step was to increase her supernatural power's water output. After this heavy snowfall, the field still needed to be watered at least 3 times with supernatural water before crops could be planted. However, the temperature hadn't fully risen yet, and the soil in the field was frozen solid, so watering hadn't started yet. But now, to prevent Huasian from wasting water, Du Qian simply designated an area for her and instructed her to water at least 1 acre per day. If she couldn't finish the watering in one go and her supernatural power was exhausted, she would wait until she had rested and recovered before continuing. In short, the entire acre of land must be watered within a day. After more than half a month, the results were noticeable, and Huasian's water usage increased dramatically. Song Xiaoxiao asked Xiao Fei curiously, Uncle Qiao, when I first started learning how to turn water into ice with Uncle Du and Jiang Qi, why didn't they let me increase the water usage like Sister Hua? Xiao Fei quickly raised a finger to signal her to be quiet, then whispered to Song Xiaoxiao, Your Uncle Du said Huasian's water is warmer than yours. Yours is icy cold, while hers is a bit warm. Turning it into ice, in this condition is nearly impossible. But she was very determined to turn ice into ice, and Uncle Du didn't want to discourage her, so he wanted to see. Will the temperature drop after adding enough water? Or perhaps you could find another way to attack from the amount of water she adds. Do you understand? I'm 8 years old now, not a child anymore. How could I not understand? The little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, glared at Xiao Fei and said, Uncle Qiao, if you keep doing this, I won't help you. Help me? Xiao Fei asked with amusement, What are you helping me with? Help me with my aunt and get her to marry you. Xiao Fei, Thank you so much, little ancestor. He asked, puzzled, Why did you come up with this idea? Or who told you that? Do I need someone to tell me that? You're a bachelor for 1,000 years, and you're letting my aunt, such a beautiful woman, live in your house. If you don't want her to marry you, what else do you want? After that, she rolled her eyes and muttered, every day when I get home, you ask my aunt what we're having for dinner, just like my dad asks my mom when he gets home from get off work. But my dad's better than you. He always asks mom what she wants to eat, then he makes it. My dad's a real good cook. My aunt even learned to cook from him. As she spoke, perhaps missing her parents, the little girl's voice grew quieter, and finally, with red eyes, she lowered her head. Xiao Fei, not caring about being called a Millennium Bachelor, quickly picked her up, coaxing her, and took her to the Bai family's house to see the birds. As for the topic, which had initially veered off from Wasiyun's water loss to her dad's delicious cooking, who would have remembered it? With the mission imminent, Du Qian, after confirming once again that Wasiyun's water was still warm, had no choice but to tell her the truth. Perhaps it's because Taidan treated you, or perhaps it's because you received too many injections when you were captured, causing changes in your body. The water you release is warmer than mine and Chi-Chi's. It's very difficult to turn it into ice in this situation. He had drunk the water Wasiyun had poured, and aside from the slightly higher temperature, it was indeed supernatural water. As for why the temperature was higher than theirs, Du Qian was more inclined to believe it was Tianan's treatment. The ugly, centipede-like scar on the girl's face was now only a faint mark, not very noticeable. This was the result of Tianan's 5 treatments. Bailey analyzed that the 5 treatments were probably because her injuries were so severe. The skin and flesh on both sides of the scratch had turned outward, and the wound, without sutures, had grown somewhat misshapen. There was even a patch of black flesh in the middle, which Elder was said was caused by infection. So, when he first treated Wasiyun, Elder Hui used a scalpel to remove the black flesh. Fortunately, Jiang Minglang had found some anesthetic when preparing the instruments, otherwise he would have fainted from the pain if he had just cut her. After the cut, Taidan immediately treated her. The fresh wounds healed quickly, but the remaining wounds didn't show much change. So, the protruding flesh needed to be cut off as well, and then Taidan would treat her again. This cycle repeated 5 times until her face was almost healed. After that, the wounds on her body were treated several more times. In total, Taidan treated her no less than 10 times without affecting her training. Du Qian had never been exposed to Tianan's white light, but he had heard from Shiyu that it felt warm when it shone on her. After the wounds healed, her entire body felt warm for several days, so comfortable that it made her want to sleep. He had only been exposed to it once, and it was still so-so. Wasiyun had been exposed to it over 10 times, so it was hard to say she wouldn't have been affected. As for the injections she received to control her during her captivity, Wasiyun didn't think that had anything to do with it. Because those people mistook her for an ordinary person, the injections had no effect on her. She was just playing along, pretending to be asleep. So, after listening to Du Jiao's analysis, she shared his thoughts. The high water temperature was probably due to Taidan. What a shame. No need to hit anyone. Feeling a little regretful, but not overly disappointed, the girl quickly cheered up and said, then I continue watering the fields. My water temperature is high, and it should soften the frozen soil. Sister Lung has already started turning the soil, so I continue watering the other crops. I expected her to be disappointed, but in less than a minute, she convinced herself and returned to her work with high spirits. Du Qian sighed to Elder Hua, you taught this child well. Earth-handed, Elder Hua's face lit with satisfaction. This child has an optimistic disposition, and has been like this since she was young. Besides, compared to her recovery, this little change is nothing. She can't turn water into ice, but she can control it. Before leaving, Du Qian redesigned her training plan. One of the exercises involved her trying to control the movement of water from one bucket to another. She could practice as many times as she wanted until she could completely control the movement of water without spilling a single drop. Chi-Chi demonstrated it first. The two stood face to face, and a wall of water suddenly appeared between them. It started as a thin layer, then thickened, and then even thicker. Chi-Chi then created a circle of water around her, completely enveloping her in water, yet not a single drop touched her. Wasiyun was stunned. A 10-year-old child truly knew much more than she did. Compared to Chi-Chi, she's nothing. She's no longer the medical genius her grandfather used to talk about when she was little. If the apocalypse hadn't struck, she would have already enrolled at a medical university and become a medical student. Forget it, there are no ifs. Better to hurry and start training according to the training schedule. After making all the arrangements, 2 years and 3 months into the apocalypse, in late July, when temperatures were still -10 degrees Celsius, Jiang Minglang received a mission from Base Commander Ouyang. He led his team out of Pingjiang Bridge, planning to take the highway to Kongzhou. Under the pretext of clearing out the remaining zombies in Kongzhou and Ningxing, they would eventually detour east and then north. To outsiders, Jiang Minglang had always been in Pingcheng, never leaving. Bailey was already 3.5 months pregnant, but because of her slender figure and thick clothing, no one would have guessed she was pregnant. The two chicks were already a month old, but Bailey still put goat's milk and millet porridge in the pet room 3 times a day, and each time they were eaten up, leaving not a single crumb. She had already seen clearly through the window that it was Bai Jun who had eaten them. The chicks were instead fed the bird food that Feng Bao had regurgitated. But no matter what they were fed, they continued to grow at the same rapid rate. By the time they were a month old, their feathers had grown thick, just like when they were born. One was pale yellow like Feng Bao, and the other was pure white, like Bai Jun. True, one took after the other. As for their special abilities, it was not yet known. But for the past month, Bai Jun had remained in the pet room, never leaving once. Bailey wasn't sure if it was the goat milk and millet porridge that had left it, or Feng Bao and the 2 cubs, or perhaps both. After Jiang Minglang and the others left, Bailey stood on the 3rd floor balcony, watching through binoculars as their car drove off Pingjiang Bridge and onto the Pingcheng Expressway. Then her gaze shifted to the desolate, dense forest across from Pingjiang. Yes, a forest. Once filled with houses, and a playground once used as a zoo, it had become completely transformed after more than 2 years of absence. First, a mountain appeared after the melting snow, then a vast forest flourished due to the mutated trees. Through the binoculars, they could see pine and poplar trees, and a few sycamore trees, but more were unknown trees, mutated into bizarre shapes, altering their original appearance. Besides the changes to their original appearance, they didn't know what else had changed. That was the tiger's territory, and they had an agreement not to invade or interfere with its territory. They couldn't investigate the naturally mutated trees. Crack! Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning flashed in the distance. It struck something, and a crisp crackling sound was heard. Is this what Gigi had unleashed? Chapter 211. Crack! Another flash of purple lightning flashed, striking a zombie about 10 meters ahead. With a crackling sound, the shrunken zombie, its clothes now colorless, twitched a few times before its charred head slammed to the ground. The dark head shattered into several pieces. See, I told you could do it. Chi-Chi stood behind Gigi, encouraging his friend, don't be afraid. Daddy said, of all the superpowers, yours is the most powerful. Gigi, tense, watched the zombies slain by his 2 lightning bolts. Listening to his boss's encouragement, his tense body relaxed slightly. Linja, keep going. Behind the 2 children stood Jiang Minglang and Xiaofei, respectively. A dozen zombies staggered down the desolate path ahead. This area still belonged to Pingcheng. Originally, they had planned to take the highway to Kongzhou, then turn onto the national highway, then make a half-circle east before heading north. But soon after arriving in Pingcheng, they spotted several figures moving on the small road below from the highway. Their clumsy gait indicated that these zombies hadn't completely thawed yet. Even so, their bodies had evolved compared to the previous zombies. After all, when they were frozen, they couldn't move at all. Most importantly, the zombies in Pingcheng had long since vanished after their initial cleanup, and after those killed by the survivors during the search. So, these zombies now had either come from Kongzhou, or from Ningxing further south, or even further south, from Bi City, Wu City, and Su City. They ran quite far. This also proves that, 2 years and 3 months after the apocalypse, the zombies still alive have evolved not only in terms of intelligence, but also in their bodies and brains, making them even more difficult to kill. Each of Gigi's lightning bolts packs a powerful punch. If it struck an ordinary person's flesh, even half the power would fry them completely. But this zombie needed 2 consecutive lightning bolts to barely scorch its head. Surprisingly, its mummy-like body remained unscathed. We should be thankful that these zombies, whose skins are nearly as thick as steel, still lack brains. Otherwise, even in small numbers, they would still be a significant threat to humanity. Crackle. After electrocuting 2 more zombies, Gigi felt increasingly adept at his duties. Even though his powers had largely been depleted, he felt a slight sense of fatigue. Xiaowu, let's go. After Gigi electrocuted 2 more zombies, Xiaofei took him to the back car to rest, while Chi-Chi and Xiaowu continued to deal with the next one. The corpses of the electrocuted zombies hadn't been cleaned up yet, especially Xiaowu's fire. He couldn't bear to waste it on the dead, so he had to kill the ones that were still moving first. Xiaowu, who had always been invincible at burning anything, didn't immediately reduce the zombie to ash when he first released his fire. Instead, it burned tenaciously for a full minute before collapsing and shattering. Xiaowu looked down at the fragments that hadn't turned to ash, his face suddenly serious. Jiangqi was also stunned, but after realizing what he was doing, he took the opportunity to lecture Xiaowu, using his father's words. Look, your fire used to be so powerful, but now it seems like it's deteriorated, doesn't it? Alas, Xiaowu, we've been staying in Baiguan all the time, never getting out to train, and we've fallen behind the times. But it doesn't matter, there's still time to work hard. You need to fight more, breathe more fire, and you'll be able to reach the same level as Mom. Your fire will definitely be even more powerful than it is now. Woof! Puff! Puff! Chi-Chi finished speaking, and Xiaowu yelled, leaping forward and dashing forward, dodging left and right as the zombies trudged toward him, spitting fire one after another. A fireball ignited each zombie, then charged straight down, charging down in one go. In the blink of an eye, all 10 zombies were transformed into flaming corpses. After burning for a moment, they collapsed one after another, their blackened fragments scattering everywhere. Qiao Fei was stunned, unable to help but give Jiang Minglang a thumbs up. Your son is amazing. His little brain is so good at fooling Xiaowu. Jiang Minglang's mouth twitched. This was exactly what he had told Chi-Chi before this mission. Because going out with him wasn't as comfortable as being with his mother, and it was still cold, washing, eating, and other things were difficult, Chi-Chi was initially reluctant to go out with him. He had used these words to convince him. Although his exact words differed slightly, the general meaning remained the same. Boss, I already notified the guards. At this moment, Old Shum came running from behind. He had returned to Pingjiang Bridge to inform Wei Lichuan about the zombies. Previously, the focus had been on clearing the city, with the surrounding suburbs and countryside largely ignored. Now, it seemed we couldn't just ignore them. While the temperature hasn't fully risen yet, we need to deploy more personnel to conduct a thorough search and clean up here as quickly as possible. Chi-Chi, get Xiaowu in the car. Looking at the fallen zombie fragments, Old Shung smacked his lips. Renbin, you're worse than a dog. When they first discovered the zombies, Old Shung came over and hacked at them with his knife. He used all his strength, but only managed to scratch the zombie's neck. Renbin tried to burn them, but they didn't die. Really, his fire wasn't as good as a dog's. After dealing with this wave of zombies, the two cars turned back onto the highway and continued their planned route, heading towards Connecticut. One advantage of the -10-degree weather was that most animals were still huddled in their dens. Even the birds in the sky were few and far between. So, after Base Captain Ouyang discussed it with him, they immediately decided to set off now. Look, it was completely different from when they passed through here last year. Back then, although there weren't any animals on either side of the highway, the feeling of being watched by countless eyes was incredibly distinct. Later, after enduring several waves of fighting, they finally reached Ningxing. But now, everything was completely silent. Not to mention being watched, not even a single breath could be detected. It was as if they were the only ones left in this world. The silence was unsettling. Chi-Chi was feeling uneasy right now. He sat by the window, staring out with wide eyes, his face filled with curiosity and shock. A city without a single human being for over 2 years couldn't be described as desolate and dead. The entire city had completely changed. Some tall buildings had collapsed, some walls had changed color, some areas were devoid of greenery, and others were covered with bizarre trees and plants. As they passed, the trunk seemed to move, branches darting towards them. Before they could get close to the car, Renbin hurled a fireball. The branches retreated, even the entire trunk retreated. Dad, that tree. It's a mutant tree. I don't know the exact species, but anything that actively attacks people needs to be eradicated. Renbin, be careful. Yes, boss. The car stopped, and Renbin and Lao Sheng got out. As if sensing danger, the large tree with strange purple leaves swung its branches wildly as the two approached. Lao Sheng approached to attract the branch's attention, while Renbin swished fireballs at the tree from the other side. Soon, the bizarre tree swayed in the wind and burst into flames. Chi-Chi was amazed. If this hadn't happened, he wouldn't have known that the mutated tree would attack people. This was truly bizarre. People who turned into zombies attacked people, animals whooshed and attacked, even those who weren't crazy would attack, and now, a mutated tree that had grown out of nowhere would attack people. Sigh. The 10-year-old boy couldn't help but sigh at this thought. Life is so hard. The adults in the car turned their heads and looked at him in amusement. Jiang Minglang, his father, knew what he was thinking and took the opportunity to lecture him again. So, before the environment gets too harsh, He must work hard to improve his strength. He must be able to suppress any changes in the plants and animals. Do you understand? I see. You just want to retire early, so I can take over. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Laughter rippled through the 7-passenger business car. Jiang Minglang couldn't help but laugh. He asked, "Then can you let Dad retire early?" "I try my best." After dealing with a mutated tree, they continued eastward without encountering any more mutated trees. However, they encountered 2 more waves of zombies, 7 or 8 each, not a large number. Gigi, having rested enough, got out of the car and continued using his lightning to shock the zombies. When his energy had mostly depleted, Chi-Chi asked Xiaowu to burn them. After repeating this process, Gigi's lightning skills became increasingly proficient. 2 hours later, the car turned off the national highway onto a bumpy road. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaodao was behind the wheel, and he instantly filled every pothole, large or small. This way, the car wasn't too bumpy, and there was no need to slow down. Chi-Chi concluded, "Taking Uncle Dazzy with you when you go out is like taking a smooth road with you." Zhang Xiaodao raised an eyebrow. "Chi-Chi, am I your uncle the most useful?" "Yes, I am." The words came out almost without thought, the compliment a bit perfunctory. It was mainly because the little guy still remembered the lantern that had been stolen on the 15th day of the lunar month. He had promised to return it after playing with it, but he had burned it. He was embarrassed to say that he, a grown man, could actually create fire by playing with a lantern. Luckily, he's married, otherwise who would want him? How childish. Dr. Xia, there's a doctor named Su outside looking for you. Is Sister Lizzie here too? Bailey had been called over by Shi Shuang to help her revive some newly grown herbal seedlings. Just as she was finishing up, Lu Er, who was guarding the main gate today, walked into the clinic. "Do you know him?" He said he's from the greenhouse area. Yunqi village was the most popular place, with people often arriving to claim kinship. Some were genuine acquaintances, but they'd been through countless twists and turns and hadn't been in touch before the apocalypse. They simply bumped into someone at a relative's house, or perhaps shared a common family and shared a meal together. In short, it was a mixed bag of people from all over the place. However, most of the villagers in Yunqi village were self-aware and knew they couldn't make decisions. Now wasn't the time to be polite or save face, so they flatly refused anyone who came. After that, the guards at the gate basically stopped notifying them. Of course, those were ordinary villagers, but people like Shi Shuang and Xiaomin were different. Also, Lu Er noticed that the middle-aged man who came today seemed different from those in the past. He even said he was a doctor. Lately, Shi Shuang and Xiaomin have occasionally left the village, sometimes for free clinics, sometimes to discuss case reports with other doctors. This wasn't a secret, many of them knew it. However, since Elder Hua arrived, the two of them had been out less frequently. Even so, if a doctor came to visit, there might be something serious going on. Dr. Su? Su Yinxia? Yes, he said his name is Su Yinxia. Bailey was washing her hands when she looked at Xiaomin. Where is he from? He's from Li Nan's department. He was the director of the Women's and Children's Hospital in Jiangcheng before the apocalypse. I told him last time that I'd be his assistant once the base commander gave the order to open the city hospital. After Xiaomin finished speaking, Shi Shuang stood up and looked at her. Let's go and take a look. Su Yinxia made a good impression on both of them. While he certainly wasn't here to discuss medical matters or other professional matters at this time, since he was here, it wouldn't hurt to meet him. After all, if Sister Li had any problems later, she might need his help. When they reached the door, Su Yinxia was standing about 5 meters away with his head bowed, lost in thought. Hearing the noise, he quickly looked up and saw the two figures. He hurried forward and greeted them. Dr. Shi, Dr. Xia. I already told you. Just call us by our names. Xiaomin interrupted Su Yinxia and asked directly, without beating around the bush, Dr. Su, what brings you to us? Su Yinxia's face flushed red as he uttered the first word, and he seemed to have difficulty finding the next words. Xiaomin and Shi Shuang exchanged a glance. Except for people she knew very well, or when discussing professional knowledge, Shi Shuang wasn't good at communicating with others on trivial matters. So in this situation, Xiaomin had to handle everything. But Xiaomin was actually a little unhappy at this moment. Although she had intended to take Su Yinxia as her disciple, she hadn't done so yet. And even if she did, she would have personally prepared a respectable gift. At any rate, she wouldn't let Su Yinxia suffer any loss. But he wasn't familiar with them yet. And to need their help when they weren't close. In her opinion, something difficult to bring up must be something serious. Could they help with this? Thinking this, she didn't ask any more questions. Like Shi Shuang, she stared at Su Yinxia quietly, waiting for him to speak. I'm truly sorry. We only met twice. Normally, I shouldn't come to you when I'm in trouble, but I'm truly desperate. I had no choice but to ask, do you still need a doctor? Can you take my family in? Want to come to Yunqi village? Xiaomin grasped the key words in his words. Desperate? Aren't Kunzi and the others very kind to you doctors? How could you be desperate? Did something happen? Did you contact Kunzi or Li Nan? Su Yinxia smiled bitterly and shook his head at the string of questions. I went to see Brother Kun, and he called the person involved over. But that person was a brother who had fought alongside him before the apocalypse. He said one thing to your face and another behind your back. It seemed like they reconciled, but in reality, he was retaliating even more fiercely. Chapter 212. After listening to Su Yinxia's story, Xiaomin initially thought he had offended one of Kunzi's men and was being secretly retaliated against, forcing him to stay. But in the end, she discovered that it was his son who had clashed with that man. I have 2 children, a twin daughter and a 16-year-old son. Last week, they were working in the greenhouse, and my daughter was groped by one of Kun's men. My son happened to see her, and he started a fight with that man. A 16-year-old child is no match for a grown man. My daughter, worried about her brother, started yelling and making a big fuss. But that only temporarily stopped them from beating my son, and they refused to admit to doing anything to my daughter. They were working in a corner of the greenhouse, where no one could see. He said he accidentally touched my daughter while passing by during his patrol, and others thought my son was causing trouble. That man. He had been with Kunzi and Li Nan before his death, and was one of their own. I had no choice but to accept this loss. But I didn't expect him to let my son go. He'd be beaten whenever he left the house. He wasn't seriously injured, but he kept getting minor bruises, and now there wasn't a single piece of healthy flesh left on his body. My wife, fearing something might happen to my daughter, hadn't dared let her out these past few days, and had kept her at home. But even so, the trouble kept coming. Last night, she woke up in the middle of the night, and found someone climbing into her room through the window. For the sake of his 2 children, Su Yinxia had finally sought help from Xiaomin and Shi Shuang, whom he had only met twice. He was completely helpless. He couldn't stay in the greenhouse any longer. Any further stay would ruin his son and daughter. After hearing Su Yinxia's words, Xiaomin's unhappiness had almost completely dissipated. For the sake of the child, it was understandable that he had come to her house and begged for shelter. Most importantly, Xiaomin deeply resonated with his words. In high school, her deskmate was bullied for rejecting a love letter from the vice principal's son. She had witnessed her deskmate's father bow and apologized to the vice principal on his daughter's behalf, but even then, the vice principal accused him of slandering his son. In the end, her father had no choice but to use his connections to transfer her to another school. At that time, they were already in their 3rd year of high school, with 4 months left before the college entrance examination. Her deskmate's grades had been affected by the incident, and her reputation had been ruined. As a result, few schools in downtown Pingcheng would accept her. She later found a school in the county below and repeated a year before taking the college entrance examination. While the circumstances were different, the nature of the situation was similar. Offending someone isn't scary. What's scary is offending a villain, someone with status, who deliberately manipulates people behind their backs. However, even so, admitting people to Yunqi village wasn't something they could decide. Shi Shuang was silent for a moment, then said to Xiaomin, I go back and ask Sister Li. Coincidentally, Bai Li was still at the clinic, so she had the final say on whether it was okay or not. Aside from anything else, she felt that a talent like Su Yinxia shouldn't be forced into a desperate situation. First, he was an experienced obstetrician and gynecologist. Second, while she wasn't good at communicating, thanks to the relatives she met after her parents' accident, she had learned at a young age to judge people by their eyes first. A clear, unwavering gaze was at least a 50% guarantee of good character. From high school to college, she always judged people this way. Whether it was 100% effective wasn't clear to her, but she avoided anyone with a flawed gaze or someone she disliked, giving them no chance to interact. Thus, while she had few friends and little social life in college, she never gotten into trouble, let alone been hurt. Bai Li was moved by Shi Shuang's words. Yunqi village wasn't barring anyone from entering. It was simply a signal given the current complexities of Pingcheng. But if someone was a good person and talented in a particular area, that was another matter. Come on, I go with you. Bai Li and Shi Shuang met Su Yinxia outside the gate. Their first impression was similar to Xishuang's, not bad at all. Around 45 or 46, he had a clear, honest gaze. Although he frowned, his face didn't betray servility. Instead, his every move exuded a refined and scholarly air. This wasn't surprising. For anyone studying medicine, a bachelor's degree wasn't enough, a master's degree was required at the very least. Not to mention that she was once the director of obstetrics and gynecology at Jiangqing's prestigious women's and children's hospital. Dr. Su wants to come to our hospital? After Xiaomin introduced Bai Li to Su Yinxia, she was stunned for a moment before she fully understood Bai Li's gentle question. She quickly said, "Hello, Miss Bai. I know my request is a bit presumptuous, but I believe I can be quite useful. I believe you already understand my situation, but I need to add a little more. I hold a doctorate from Kyoto Medical University. Since my wife is from Jiangcheng, I chose to work in Jiangcheng after graduation. Not only am I a doctor, but my wife is too. We went to college together, and her major was pediatrics." At the word pediatrics, Bai Li's eyes lit up. However, she then asked, puzzled, "You and your wife are both doctors. Haven't you applied for admission to the base commander's hospital?" "As far as I know, starting 5 days ago, the base commander has arranged for registered medical staff and their families to move to a residential complex he's designated. It's close to the hospital and convenient for work." She heard Su Bo mention this news over dinner a couple of days ago, but perhaps because of her pregnancy, she'd forgotten it the moment she heard it. Even when Xishuang had just told her about Su Yinxia, she hadn't thought of it. It suddenly popped into her mind now. But Su Yinxia looked bewildered after hearing this. He didn't know. He hadn't heard anything at all. Not only him, but the doctors who took turns with him at the clinic were still in the greenhouse area. None of them had moved out. So it wasn't just him who hadn't received the news, but perhaps none of them knew. "You don't know?" Bai Li didn't hesitate to speculate whether someone had deliberately stopped her, or the recipient had forgotten to notify her. After all, it had nothing to do with her, so she didn't need to dwell on it. "But, so now you're not left with nowhere to go. Instead, you have 2 choices. First, move to the hospital's family quarters, as arranged by the base commander. Second, come to our Yunqi village. Which one do you want to choose?" "I choose Yunqi village." Su Yinxia had no idea that he, who had been desperate, now had 2 choices. But when he heard Bai Li's question, he didn't hesitate at all, almost making his decision without a second thought. What about the future, the hospital's future, the first hospital the base commander would reopen? Nothing was more important than the safety of his family. He now asked for nothing more than for his 2 children to live and grow in a stable and positive environment, and for the family to be together. That was enough. Bai Li's lips curled slightly, a smile appearing on her face. She said to Su Yinxia sincerely, "Welcome, Dr. Su, to our Yunqi village." Su Yinxia suddenly felt a sense of relief, and with a long sigh of gratitude he said, "Thank you, Miss Bai, for giving me this opportunity." Bai Li interrupted him. "Just call me Bai Li." Those 3 words sounded a bit awkward. Su Yinxia paused, then finally complied. "Okay, Bai Li, don't worry. I do my best to ensure everything goes well with your prenatal checkups and delivery." "Huh?" Xiaomin and Xishuang were both stunned. When Bai Li looked over, they both shook their heads. "We didn't tell Dr. Su." Su Yinxia hurriedly said, "That's what I noticed. Probably between 3 and 4 months. Judging from your complexion, the fetus should be healthy." There was something else he didn't dare to say. Judging by the smell of Bai Li's breath as she spoke, she wasn't experiencing morning sickness. But that wasn't important, and there was no need to say it. Bai Li and Xiaomin were both astonished. Just by looking at her, he could accurately determine the month of her pregnancy. Are all experienced obstetricians and gynecologists this skilled? Xishuang was fine. Her expression remained calm, as she had encountered such experienced and discerning doctors during her internship with her teacher. After years of interacting with pregnant women, even if a pregnancy wasn't obvious, one could tell from their complexion or gait. With a talent for medicine, coupled with theory and practice, it is entirely possible for one's eyes to be so poisonous. Bai Li was even happier. This proved that the talent she had recruited was truly remarkable, and well worth the effort. At this point, she had almost forgotten that the person had come to her on their own initiative. "Now that you made the decision, let's go move now. Is there a lot of stuff? Are 2 cars enough?" "Yes, yes, yes." "You want to drive to help him move." This offer was completely unexpected for Su Yinxia. Then Bai Li instructed Xiaomin to go back and find someone free to drive 2 electric cars with her. She had to go with them. She had to personally check in with Li Nan. Besides the greenhouse area, This guy now operated 2 factories, a thermal power plant and a paper mill. The thermal power plant was already running smoothly, so that was fine. But the paper mill was having trouble with the raw material, and the production line was running intermittently. He was currently having a headache with this. But that had nothing to do with Bai Li. After all, no matter how busy you were, you had to make sure that everything was done properly. If Kunzi couldn't manage the greenhouse area properly, then someone else would be in charge. What do you mean by I've been with them for so long, and if they can't do the job, then I just get out? Pingcheng is now seeing a growing population, and she doesn't want one of their 2 major areas to be the first to erupt in chaos. Jiang Minglang holds the position of Deputy Base Commander, and while she doesn't hold it, Base Commander Ouyang has said that she can take over temporarily when Jiang Minglang is away from Pingcheng. Of course, even if Jiang Minglang is there, she can still take over if she wants. Li Nan knew this too. Deputy Base Commander Bai. Sounds like a good position. While waiting for the car, Bai Li ran into Bai Wei and a few other villagers returning from collecting firewood. Want to go out? Bai Wei greeted Bai Li. Yes, the yard next to yours is still empty, right? Bring a few people to help clean it up. This is Dr. Su. His family of 4 will be moving in soon. Bai Li turned and introduced Su Yinxia. This is my cousin, Bai Wei. When we move in, you can live next door to him. Su Yinxia quickly reached out to shake Bai Wei's hand. Hello, my name is Su Yinxia. Don't bother us. We clean up afterward. Bai Wei paused for a moment, then snapped back to his senses. He shook his hand, saying, It's okay, Dr. Su, you're welcome. Did Lizzie just call him cousin? Oh, it's been ages since I called him that. It's still a little strange to hear it. Soon, 2 electric cars pulled out, one behind the other. The driver of the first car was Kong Erbao. Bai Li glanced back and saw that the driver of the second car was Chung Siyun, with Xia Min sitting in the passenger seat. Bai Li said nothing, telling Erbao to follow. She knew it must have been Su Bo's arrangement. She opened the back door and got in, while Su Yinxia sat in the passenger seat. As luck would have it, Li Nan wasn't at the paper mill today. He actually returned to his residence in the greenhouse area. Bai Li asked Chung Siyun and Xia Min to go home with Su Yinxia to move their belongings, while she took Kong Erbao to find Li Nan. Hey! Sister Li, what brings you here? Li Nan had a rare half-day off, and had just taken a hot bath, and was about to get some sleep when someone knocked on the gate. Of course, he wasn't alone in his yard. There were 4 other psychics. Bai Li didn't trade pleasantries. After sitting down, she told him directly about Su Yinxia's situation, then said, I'm a little confused about your thinking. You were so busy recruiting highly educated people and technicians before, but aren't doctors considered highly educated? Even the base commander has designated a separate area for doctors and their families to reopen the hospital, and those who came from outside have already moved in. And yet, you haven't even received a notification. If you wanted to keep them for yourselves, that would be fine, but the truth is, you don't take doctors seriously here. Li Nan's expression turned slightly sour, but not at Bai Li, but at Kunzi. But not wanting Bai Li to misunderstand, he explained, Sorry, Sister Li, I didn't handle this properly. Before I left, I did want to build a small hospital here. I even counted all the medical staff living here, and there were 12. But then the thermal power plant and paper mill took up too much of my attention, and I had no time to focus on it. Then the base commander also mentioned reopening the city hospital, and I lost interest even more. One hospital is enough, there's no need for duplication, right? But I told Kunzi to sign up all 12 doctors, and have them work at the hospital when the time comes. Later, I stopped paying attention and thought. He was too embarrassed to explain the notice about moving the medical staff to the family quarters as a misunderstanding, saying Kunzi might have forgotten in his busy schedule. Forgotten? Even if you say it wasn't intentional, you have to believe it. Li Nan called someone over and said sternly, Tell Kunzi and Lu Ping to get out here immediately. Lu Ping, the man who had touched Su Yinxia's daughters but worked as a security guard at Li Nan's company before the apocalypse, and worked his way to Pingcheng afterward. Although he'd been with Li Nan all the way, Li Nan didn't really think much of him. He simply didn't have the ability to use him well. However, because of his good relationship with Kunzi, he mostly ignored him, and let him work with Kunzi to manage the greenhouse area. He figured that even if he couldn't handle big things, he could still do small things like watching people grow vegetables. I hadn't expected him to be so capable as to do something he always strictly forbidden. Chapter 213. Because Li Nan had tasted the benefits and convenience of working with Jiang Minglang, and because he came from the military, to maintain a long-term relationship, he established strict rules and regulations for both the greenhouse area and the two factories. Even before Wei Lichuan arrived, after their first collaboration, there were clear rules, especially regarding bullying men and women, but he hadn't expected Lu Ping to dare to do such a thing, and even more so, he hadn't expected Kunzi to indulge him. Is it okay with me taking Dr. Su and her family away? Would he dare object? Seeing Bai Li finish a few words, and then stand up to leave, she had no intention of interfering in their affairs. She seemed to have merely mentioned Lu Ping, not asking for specific instructions. Sisterly. Bai Li raised her hand to interrupt him. You can handle your people as you please, but Dr. Su and his family entered Yunqi village today. From now on, they belong to Yunqi village. If anyone touches them again. No, absolutely not. Don't worry. Li Nan repeatedly assured him, we are one family. There will be absolutely no personal retaliation. Bai Li ignored his assurance, simply smiling softly. I'm just telling you, if there is a case, that person's body will only serve as food for my green ivy. As she finished speaking, Kunzi opened the door breathlessly, and all he heard was the phrase corpse serves as food for green ivy. He froze for a moment, looking at Bai Li blankly, not quite understanding why she would say that to Brother Nan. Where's Lu Ping? Li Nan glanced behind him, seeing only him, and his expression immediately fell. Didn't I ask you to bring him along? We're not together, but I sent someone to get him. He'd be there soon. Kunzi's heart was pounding. He didn't understand what had happened. What trouble had Lu Ping gotten himself into? But seeing his boss's gloomy face and his unusually harsh tone towards him, and Bai Li here, had Lu Ping offended someone from Yunqi village? That couldn't be possible. That kid wouldn't have the guts. Of all the people here, although Lu Ping had been with him the longest, he had no special abilities or skills. He couldn't even get into the security team Brother Nan had requested. In the end, he was assigned the task of inspecting the greenhouse vegetables. He was constantly roaming around the greenhouses. What trouble could he possibly cause? Kunzi had forgotten the previous conflict between Lu Ping and Dr. Su's son. At the time, Lu Ping had been very polite, admitting he accidentally brushed against the little girl while passing through the ridge, but he was in a hurry to get to the other greenhouse, and didn't apologize to the girl. The misunderstanding was his fault. So Kunzi didn't take the matter to heart, instead thinking that Dr. Su and his son were overdoing it. It was just a misunderstanding, so why would they keep dwelling on it? Then he simply forgot about it. So even if he racked his brains, he couldn't possibly remember that Brother Nan was looking for Lu Ping because of Su Yanxia. Brother Nan, Lu Ping was beaten by Sister Bai's people. The psychic who had been sent by Li Nan to call Kunzi quickly returned with a report at Dr. Su's house. After saying this, he glanced up at Bai Li. Bai Li had been planning to leave, but upon hearing this, she quickly left Li Nan's yard with Kong Erbao. Li Nan followed closely behind with a dark look on his face. Kunzi, after a moment's pause, quickly followed. He was a speed psychic, and had intended to ask Li Nan to go ahead and take a look, but he was stopped. Kunzi's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Was Brother Nan keeping him from going ahead because he was wary of him? Su Yanxia's house wasn't very close to Li Nan's. Although they were all psychics, Bai Li didn't walk very fast. After all, they were pregnant, so they went slowly and steadily. After all, it wasn't Cheng Xiyun and Xia Min who were at a disadvantage. After turning two corners, they saw two cars parked in front of a house in the distance, surrounded by a crowd of people. Cheng Xiyun, how could you just come up and hit someone without saying a word? What's so great about your strength? Brother Ping followed Brother Kun and Mr. Li all the way here. Even for Brother Kun and Mr. Li's sake, you can't do this, right? I'm fine. Go ahead and hit me. I was blind and didn't see Sister Cheng, but I have a terrible stomachache. Could you please just let me go? Cheng Xiyun, are you deaf? Brother Ping said he won't bother with you, so why are you still stepping on me? Wang Yunyang, please be polite. Sister Cheng belongs to Sister Li. It's okay, Brother Ping. She's my ex-wife. Although Bai Li didn't have special hearing abilities, she was more perceptive than most. Even from a distance, she could hear two male voices, one louder and one softer, coming from the yard. When she heard the words Wang Yunyang, her brows furrowed slightly. Not only her, but even Li Nan frowned. What the hell? Whose ex-wife is Cheng Xiyun? Wang Yuliang's ex-wife. This person was one of the earliest survivors they recruited, and she even showed him the way when he first arrived in Pingching. So this guy is Bai Li's best friend's ex-husband? Li Nan couldn't help but wipe his face. What the hell? The Jiang family who had fallen out with Captain Jiang, Sister Li's half-siblings, and now, Chung Si-yoon's ex-husband. Why did they all end up here? Thinking of this, Li Nan was at a loss for words. Those who knew him would know it was a coincidence, but those who didn't, would they think he was just acting on his side with Captain Jiang and Sister Li? Sister Li, is Wang Yuliang really Sister Cheng's ex-husband? Yes. Li Nan sighed. My luck is really. Bailey didn't respond, because they had already reached Su Yinxia's door. The crowd gathered to watch the excitement, seeing Li Nan approach, made way for him. When Bailey entered, she saw Chung Si-yoon, standing in the middle of the yard, with one foot on a man's back, forcing him to lie prone and unable to move. This man must be Lu Ping. There were 3 other people beside Lu Ping, one of whom she recognized. It was indeed Wang Yuliang. In front of the other 2 stood Xia Min, her long knife drawn. Though seemingly pointed at no one, it carried a warning: strike anyone who moved. Chung Si-yoon ignored Wang Yuliang, who was thrashing about. She didn't know where he got the nerve to think he had any respect with her, even pushing through the crowd to try to mediate. There was a commotion in the main room. Su Yinxia's family was packing things. Seeing Bailey enter, Chung Si-yoon pointed at the person below and said bluntly, he came here to harass Dr. Su's daughter again today. The child's arms are covered in pinch marks. The same thing happened to Dr. Su's son. Xia Min had already examined him. Aside from his face, there wasn't a single piece of healthy flesh on his body. Li Nan, you still want to keep this scum? Before Li Nan could say anything, Kunzi's face changed drastically. He stared in disbelief at Lu Ping, who was nearly dying from being trampled by Chung Si-yoon. This bastard. He actually lied to him? Li Nan turned his head and glanced at Kunzi. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Ping, his face flushed red from being trampled, turn his head and try to defend himself with his arms. No. I didn't. Brother Nan. Chung Si-yoon, don't talk nonsense. Brother Ping was standing at the door like us. He saw 2 cars approaching Dr. Su's house, and curiously came over to ask what was going on. But you grabbed him and beat him up without saying a word. Erbao, throw him out. Before Wang Yuliang could finish his words, his body suddenly soared into the air, slamming into the wall of a house in front of him. He fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Okay, now it was quiet. Even Lu Ping, who had tried to defend himself, stared in astonishment, unable to utter a word. Su Yinxia then emerged from the main hall and respectfully greeted Li Nan. Mr. Li. No matter what Lu Ping had done to their family, he remained grateful to Li Nan for providing a stable home for ordinary people like them at the beginning of the apocalypse. So, if he felt any anger, it would only be directed at Kunzi. He couldn't harbor any resentment towards Li Nan. Dr. Su, did you receive the notice from the base commander ordering you all to move to the family quarters behind the hospital? Su Yinxia shook his head. No, no one ever told us. Kunzi's expression changed again. He knew about the notice, but hadn't he already arranged for someone to notify the 12 doctors? How could he not know? Thinking of something, Kunzi once again looked at Lu Ping, lying on the ground, his teeth chattering. This bastard. Having been brought here by Bailey and Li Nan, he no longer dared to think about the misunderstanding he thought he resolved. What misunderstanding? It was clearly something he'd done. Looking at Bailey and the others' demeanor, it was clear that Su Yinxiao was moving to Yunqi village. If this was because Dr. Su's medical skills were being sought after by Sister Li, it would be a good thing for them. After all, they didn't intend to keep these doctors. When the city hospital reopened soon, they would all move there. Kunzi wanted to slap himself, blaming himself for not recognizing Lu Ping's changed character and neglecting these doctors, who were destined to leave sooner or later. He should have personally notified them, instead of letting Lu Ping deceive him. Go get the other doctors. Li Nan instructed the psychic who had run his errands earlier, then said to another of his men, tie those 3 up for me. After giving his orders, he followed by Li and Su Yinxia into the main hall. Sui-jo, lift up your clothes. Su Yinxia called his son out from the bedroom, where he was packing his things, and in front of Li Nan and Bailey, he showed them his bruised stomach and back. The young man was tall and thin, about 1.8 meters tall. When his clothes were lifted, large patches of bruises and scars could be seen on his fair skin, some new, some old, as if the old ones hadn't healed before the new ones had already covered them. That Lu Ping knew how to make people suffer in silence. His blows didn't draw blood, and they weren't on obvious parts of the body, so they weren't serious, at least not enough to cause serious injuries. Yet, he kept pestering you, keeping you restless. This guy's mentally disturbed. I'm a boy, so getting beaten up isn't a big deal, but my sister, that pervert always finds a way to sneak into our house. We can't stop him no matter what. He almost hurt my mom. After the presentation, Suijo put down his clothes, eyes reddened as he said to Li Nan, "Mr. Li, he's forced us into a corner." Li Nan didn't say anything like it was his fault. After all, it had already happened. He didn't care, so there was no point in saying anything. After comforting the Su family, he turned and ordered some quilts and cotton clothes, as well as daily necessities like oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and so on, to be loaded into the 2 cars that arrived, as compensation for the Su siblings. By then, the remaining 11 doctors had all arrived at Su Yinsha's courtyard. Li Nan told everyone the base commander's notice. The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted in excitement. Someone asked, "Mr. Li, have you been to that community? What's the environment like?" Li Nan hadn't been there, but he knew some details. All the houses were recently renovated, with central heating. There are soldiers guarding the entrance, so it's very safe. Everyone's faces lit up, and they were even happier. Someone else asked, "Do you know when the hospital will reopen?" "The plan is in 2 weeks, but it might be earlier." Everyone asked a slew of questions, including one asking if they could still work in the greenhouse after moving out. After all, the world is vast, and food is the most important thing. If one person in the family works at the hospital, the others can't sit idle either. It's better to work hard than to be new. Since they already have jobs in the greenhouse, there's no need to quit. You know, the new survivors outside are vying for a place in their greenhouse. Li Nan nodded in agreement, saying he would still accept the work as long as he arrived on time every day. Finally, he added, "Give everyone half a day to pack up tomorrow. I send someone to drive you all there in the afternoon." A car? Everyone was even happier when they heard this, and they all expressed their gratitude to Li Nan. After arranging matters here, Li Nan took Kunzi, tied up Lu Ping and the others, and left. This was also by Li's request. How to deal with them was his business. She had come here today to inform him, and take the Su family away. "Dr. Su, are you moving out now?" The remaining doctors hadn't left yet. They didn't live nearby and didn't know what had happened at Su Yinsha's house, but after seeing the people tied up in the yard, they had a rough idea. That Lu Ping was absolutely a hypocrite. Although he appeared cheerful, he was actually very sinister. He had raped a widow who had just lost her husband, but many people outside said she was trying to curry favor with him and seduced him. Following the principle of less is more, everyone just listened and let it go. No one dared to really ask. Later, someone else said someone was trying to curry favor with him, deliberately leaning against him as he passed by. One case might be fair, but 2 or 3, then his thighs were really thick. He was only about 1.75 meters tall, his features weren't exactly regular, and his face was dotted with pimples. He smiled a little, but it was a fake one, as if everyone was stupid and couldn't see his true face. But what did it matter if they knew? Everyone knew he was Kunzi's good friend, and Kunzi was Mr. Li's right-hand man. Even though they knew he was just bullying, no one dared to say a word. But now, everyone really wanted to ask how Mr. Li had caught Lu Ping, but watching the Su family busily loading their belongings into the car at the door, and the important man in the main hall. Finally, someone couldn't help but grab Su Yinsha and ask, "Old Su, are you moving to the family quarters at the city hospital?" "They're moving together tomorrow afternoon, so why can Su Yinsha leave today? And more importantly, when did he meet the person in the main room? Some have seen by Li, some haven't." But even if they haven't, Li Nan's greeting before leaving, "Sister Li," is enough to tell anyone who's not stupid. Su Yinsha thought for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. "Our family isn't going to the family quarters. We're going to Yunqi Village." Chapter 214. Yunqi Village? The crowd, originally excited and eager to move to the centrally heated family housing complex in the city center tomorrow, suddenly fell silent. They couldn't explain the feeling. It was a sour one. Even though they knew their new home would have soldiers assigned by the base commander guarding the gates, they expected security to be safe. But that was only a rough estimate. How could it compare to the impenetrable Yunqi Village? As for the person sitting in the main hall, I heard that the green radish wall she had mutated had the ability to attack automatically. Any living creature within 3 meters of the wall would be entangled and strangled. That was truly 360-degree, all-round protection. Not to mention Captain Jiang and his army of soldiers. It was truly enough to wake up laughing even while sleeping there. Unlike them, although the greenhouse area had security patrols, it was still a far cry from Yunqi Village. They had to remain vigilant even at night, just in case something unexpected happened. While the probability isn't high, it's not impossible. Another crucial point. The people of Yunqi Village reportedly all have their own land, with agricultural university professors guiding their farming. The crops they grow are theirs, completely different from the food and vegetables they earn working in greenhouses. Even if they were to return to their jobs, they wouldn't be able to compare to a place like this. This Su Yinxia, nobody knew how he hooked up with the Bai family. Everyone, feeling a pang of envy, smiled at Su Yinxia, promising to keep in touch. Then, with envy and resentment, they watched the family depart. 3 days passed in a flash. To conceal their whereabouts, Jiang Minglang and his group traveled through mostly uninhabited areas. The cities and villages they passed through were either lifeless, overrun by mutated plants, or overrun by mutated animals. The more desolate the place, the more common these phenomena are. Every time they passed through such places, Jiang Minglang and his companions were fine, but Chi-Chi always had the illusion that humanity had vanished, leaving only these dominant plants and animals. It was terrifying. But in reality, they hadn't experienced many battles while passing through these places. Perhaps it was because their aura was so strong, and the plants and animals all had a natural tendency to seek advantage and avoid harm. So, apart from the zombies, the only ones who actively attacked them were a few arrogant individuals, or those whose bodies had mutated but not their brains. But there weren't many zombies left. 2 years and 3 months into the apocalypse, the culprits, who had initially disrupted human order, had become the first to perish. With only the last 50 kilometers to their destination, they passed a villa complex. Having already passed it, Jiang Minglang ordered the car to reverse. 5 minutes later, 2 black commercial vehicles pulled up at the complex's gate. But no one got out of the car, and no one spoke. Even the 2 children, Chi-Chi and Gigi, breathed very softly, imitating the adults, straining their ears to listen. Faintly, the sound of crying seemed to come from deep within the neighborhood. No, not just crying, but also the meowing of a cat. After confirming their presence, Lao Sheng and one of Xiao Fei's speed-based psychics glided in like the wind. Jiang Minglang and Xiao Fei followed suit, leading the 2 children and Bai Yang out of the car. This had been their usual routine all the way here. They agreed to train Jiang Qi, Linxia, and Bai Yang, so there was no way they'd be left safely in the car if something happened. In that case, it would be better to stay put in Baiguoyan. The people inside were extremely alert. Lao Sheng and his companions thought they were being careful enough, making no noise while walking. However, just as they were about to approach the villa where the noise was coming from, they were noticed and quickly fled through the back door. The speed was incredibly fast, almost as fast as Lao Sheng's. It was obvious that this person was also a speedster. Lao Sheng didn't catch up, but he did see who it was. He really wanted to tell them not to run. We just heard the child crying and came in to check. But the woman, holding the child and a black cat, was running so fast that he couldn't catch up. I couldn't see her face clearly, but from her figure I could tell she was a young woman, carrying a backpack on her back and holding the child in front. The cat with her was also running very fast. She didn't even look back, like she was being chased by a dog. Jiang Minglang, who was listening to Lao Sheng's report, looked up at him with an expression that was hard to describe. If you can't speak, then don't. I report you to Captain Jiang next time. The comrades chasing him were also speechless. If they wanted to be dogs, they could do it themselves, don't drag him along. The reason they chose to come in to investigate after hearing the baby's cry and the cat's meow was because they were afraid the cat had taken the child. Now it seemed that this was definitely not the case. The black cat was clearly that woman's. The door to the villa opened, and the smell of wood smoke wafted out. A small fire burned on the living room floor. 3 bricks were stacked in a triangle, and a small milk pot sat on top. The water inside was boiling, bubbling and bubbling. Someone was boiling water, but they seemed to have scared them away. Jiang Minglang and the others glanced at the door, but didn't enter. He turned back to Lao Sheng and said, "Go back to the car and get a bag of noodles and a bottle of sesame oil." It was an apology for accidentally disturbing them. I just wonder if the woman will return with the child. She probably will. Judging by the furnishings here, it looks like she's been here for a while. After all, it's freezing cold, and finding a place isn't easy. After dropping off their belongings, they set off again. This time, they didn't delay any further, only finding a secret place to park the cars when they were only 5 kilometers from their destination. After everyone got out of the cars, they pulled down the invisible canvas attached to the roofs. With a flick of a switch, the 2 cars vanished from their original positions. The place where they had rescued Mr. Hua the last time wasn't the group's base camp. After all, Mr. Hua refused to join them, so they didn't take him to the secret base camp, but instead placed him at the first experimental base. That place had been blown up during their previous rescue attempt, and now lay in ruins. The people imprisoned there had also taken the opportunity to escape. This place was now their true core laboratory, discovered only after Base Commander Ouyang had mobilized all his connections. 2 days later, in the middle of the night, dozens of purple lightning bolts suddenly crackled and flared in a heavily guarded small northeastern base. Following the lightning, ice balls and metal spheres of varying sizes streaked through the air. For a moment, the crackling and banging sounds echoed endlessly. Alarms blared, and dozens of submachine guns immediately emerged from the walls and rooftops. But before they could fire, lightning struck again, first precisely striking the submachine guns on the rooftops, then the walls. A sniper locked onto the psychic, who had unleashed the lightning, then froze in shock the moment he fired. Why? A child? Fearing he'd seen it wrong, he double-checked, but the child had vanished. The sniper immediately went on alert and searched everywhere. Then, his rifle locked onto another individual, the psychic who'd been hurling ice and metal balls at the base. But his finger on the trigger couldn't help but pause. Why another child? Or was it the same one from before? When the alarm sounded, the sentry's headlights also came on, but before they lasted a second, they were extinguished with a bang. In the dim light, the two children the sniper had seen wore identical clothes and black masks. So he suspected it was the same child. Possessing both lightning and ice powers? Oh my god, dual powers? The sniper was excited. So far, their leader had only found 2 people with dual powers, one of whom was both water and wood. Unfortunately, he became weak after just a few blood draws, and then developed a persistent high fever, dying soon after. Another possessed both speed and rare self-healing abilities. After artificial insemination, she became pregnant, but she escaped just before giving birth and has yet to be found. With one of the 2 dual ability users dead, and the other escaping, the lab now has neither one to research. Thinking of this, the sniper quickly asked his companion to inform the leader that the attacker was a child, possessing both lightning and ice abilities. Compared to support abilities, the leader and his collaborators were more interested in offensive abilities. Furthermore, this child was a more researchable child. Don't get hurt then. I gathered the men to capture him. He used the intercom to notify his superiors and the surrounding companions, urging them to be careful not to injure the child. After receiving the notification, the sniper's companions immediately and excitedly left their hiding place, intending to personally capture the dual-element child. No, perhaps even more than dual. Through the telescope, the sniper observed the child running at an incredible speed. He circled the base's walls from one point to another, releasing purple lightning and then hurling ice balls into the air. He was swift and frantic, his energy seemingly endless, as if it were never-ending. What did this mean? It meant he might also have a triple-element ability, and a high-level one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown any signs of fatigue after all this time. Good, very good, the first triple-element psychic ever discovered, and a half-grown child who showed up. Thinking of this, the sniper quickly picked up the intercom and began to warn, everyone, be careful. This kid is running very fast, very likely a 3-element psychic. Upon hearing that it was a 3-element psychic, the 3 base leaders, who had been staying in the secret room, closely escorted by their guards, excitedly emerged from the inner chamber and informed the people below, use the net to catch him. Be careful, don't hurt. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 gunshots, 3 holes appeared on the foreheads of the 3 founders of the psychic research base. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they fell backwards to the ground simultaneously. The 8 guards on the scene reacted quickly, each seeking cover or using their Earth-based psychic powers to instantly erect a wall in front of them. However, after the 3 gunshots, the laboratory entrance seemed to return to calm, with no movement at all. Not only was there no movement, but even the 3-element psychic child who had been causing trouble outside the base wall had vanished. For a moment, the entire base was so quiet that only the breathing of these people could be heard. As if nothing had happened here, there was no attack, and there was no child with 3 types of superpowers. Except for the 3 top leaders of their base lying on the ground. After waiting quietly for another 5 minutes, making sure the attackers wouldn't attack again after killing the base leaders, the guards emerged from their cover. A man, seemingly the captain, opened his mouth to say something when a sudden, loud bang erupted. Bang! In the flames, flying metal and wood flew into the air. There was another crash, as if windows were shattering, and then the piercing alarm wailed again. But it only lasted a dozen seconds before abruptly fading. Then another explosion rang out, and the moment the flame shot up, a rip opened the pitch-black night sky. 2 explosions erupted in 2 different locations, blowing open 2 doors. When the flames dissipated, someone ran out of the door, a panicked, stumbling figure still clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown. They hadn't gotten far when someone, carrying 3 large bags, sprinted up to them like the wind. They opened the bags, pulled out cotton jackets, and threw them at them. If you don't want to die, put them on quickly. The parking lot is to the left. Here are your keys. Hurry up and get in the car. We're going to blow up the gate now. Before anyone could react, he left a pile of car keys and bolted away again. From beginning to end, no one saw his face clearly, they only saw a dark hue. Boom! Boom! When the explosions rang out again, everyone who had escaped the lab had already gotten into their cars. Those who knew how to drive, along with those who couldn't, floored the accelerators and rushed forward with a fierce momentum. With the 3 leaders of the experimental base dead, the hundreds of guards were leaderless and had lost their will to resist. They each sought shelter, allowing the experimental subjects and the still living mutant animals trapped in the basement to escape. By daybreak, Jiang Minglang and his group had already retraced their steps and arrived at the villa complex on 50 Highway. However, this time, they didn't sense anyone inside. Perhaps it was because the woman they spooked during their previous exploration hadn't returned. It was just a minor incident, and none of them took it seriously. After all, the mission had been completed surprisingly smoothly, in just 2 hours, with no casualties. For a moment, Lao Sheng and Renbin wondered if they come to the wrong place, or if the guards were fake. How could they be so cowardly? Even with their leader dead, no one dared to confront them head-on. Unlike the last time, that battle had been truly difficult. The enemy had numerous psychics and even more weapons, leading Shiyu to accidentally get shot. Now, they'd taken care of them all with just the 2 children. Thinking of this, Jiang Minglang glanced back at the rearmost seat. The 2 children were slumped there, their heads touching, soundly asleep. 2 hours later, everyone stopped for a break and a bite to eat. This time, they also brought a pot with them. Each of them cooked a bowl of noodles tossed in chili sauce, which was fragrant and delicious. Unexpectedly, their noodles and chili sauce attracted a thief. While the noodles were cooking, Chi-Chi, who couldn't handle spicy food, reached into the trunk of the second car to get the scallion sauce that his grandmother had prepared specially for him. He first opened the bottle cap and sniffed it, finding it much more fragrant than the chili sauce his father and the others had. Then he closed the lid without even checking to see if the trunk was securely closed. He turned around and ate his noodles. Behind him, a pitch-black claw quietly reached into the trunk. Chapter 215. After everyone had their fill and were about to leave, they carefully inspected the car, its undercarriage, and its tires, as was customary. This inspection revealed the problem. A can of scallion sauce and a bag of noodles are missing from the trunk. There are fresh cat paw prints here. There are also fresh ones in the trunk. Look here, right at the entrance to the sauce box. What does that mean? It was a cat that stole the noodles and scallion sauce. This analysis instantly unnerved everyone. A cat had quietly stolen a bag of noodles and a can of sauce, and they hadn't even noticed. Had their victory inflated their confidence? Let's look for it. We definitely find it by following the footprints. That's right. The noodles and sauce were heavy. How could a lousy cat have stolen them? Of course, it must have taken them with its mouth. Look here. Aren't the front paw prints more obvious? They wanted to find the cat that had stolen their things. It was truly audacious to steal from them. Uncles, why don't we just forget about it? Chi-Chi squatted in front of the cat's paw prints not far from the trunk, scratching his head and whispering, it must be extremely hungry to steal. Just give it to it. They had brought quite a bit of food, just a bag of noodles and a can of sauce, nothing special. Okay, then, let's listen to Chi-Chi. We won't take it, and give it to it. I hadn't really wanted to argue with a cat, I just thought, with so many of them, no one had noticed. Isn't that embarrassing? Everyone knew Chi-Chi was friendly with animals, so naturally, they went along with him. So, the group stopped dwelling on the issue, and happily got into the car. As the car started, Chi-Chi casually glanced out the window. Just as he was about to look away, he froze. The place where they stopped to cook and rest wasn't the wilderness, but rather the edge of a deserted city. Not far away stood a sizable farmhouse. Even if smoke rose into the air, cooking fires wouldn't arouse suspicion. Since the apocalypse, while most people have chosen to rely on bases of varying sizes for survival, there are still some solitary individuals who avoid them. These people usually possess some real talent. Seeing them often enough, they're no longer surprised. Chi-Chi was looking towards the farmhouse, but because it was still some distance away, he couldn't see inside. He could only see two pairs of eyes peeked out from behind a large tree not far from the weed-covered gate. A pair of eyes, above them, looked at them warily yet indifferently. That wasn't a big deal, it was the apocalypse, and who wouldn't be wary of strangers out there? But the key point was that those eyes, unlike the black eyes of Asians, were a brilliant blue, like the vast ocean. They were truly beautiful. There was another pair of eyes right next to him, also blue. They were cat eyes, a crystal clear blue, and equally beautiful. Much prettier than Xiao Ai and Xiao Bai's. One person and one cat. When Chi-Chi tried to take a closer look, the car had already started moving, quickly leaving the two pairs of eyes behind. Looks like the cat stole noodles for its owner. If Chi-Chi could see them, how could Jiang Minglang and the others not notice? Since they had said they wouldn't pursue the matter, they pretended not to notice. So only Chi-Chi looked intently at the two pairs of blue eyes. No one else turned their heads. When he told his father this, Jiang Minglang was stunned. Blue eyes? A foreigner? Zhang Xiaoda said, it's not impossible. The apocalypse came so suddenly that whether you're settled in our country or on a business trip, you might not have time to return. However, even if you leave here and return to your own country, you still face the same situation. After all, this disaster is global. Lioli, where are you going? The evening sun blazed like fire, painting half the sky red. Bailey looked up, wondering if there was something wrong with the sun. Would it heat up rapidly in a few days? She was just pondering this when she heard Xiao Xiao yelling and running towards them. Woof! Lioli ran up to her, circled her inexplicably, and then sprinted towards the gate. Bailey was standing not far from the gate. She had noticed some movement from the green radish and came to check. But why was Lioli running here? Auntie Bai. Song Xiao Xiao was running out of breath. Bailey reached out and tugged at the girl's pigtails. They were soft and delicate, and felt wonderful to the touch. What's Lioli doing? Who knows? It's been like a freak these past few days, running to the door every day at this time. I don't know what it's looking for. Looking for what? Bailey raised an eyebrow and asked, do you think it's looking for something? Song Xiao Xiao gasped, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and hesitated, or maybe. Seeing Uncle Qiao hasn't been home for so many days, is it looking for him? That can't be right. Uncle Qiao used to go out often, and I never saw it looking for him. Besides, although Uncle Qiao usually fed it, it didn't seem to be very close to him. Bailey turned to look at the gate, and saw Lioli wasn't trying to leave. Instead, he barked through the crack at the outside. What exactly he was barking at, no one could tell. The two guarding the gate, Hung and Ha, probably annoyed by the noise, took 2 steps forward and barked at him. Lioli turned to look at Xiao Hung, whose previously restless face instantly calmed down. However, unexpectedly, he opened his mouth and spit a ball of fire at Xiao Hung, then turned and ran away. Although Xiao Hung was large, he was very agile. Although caught off guard, he dodged to the side. However, his action was unconscious, and he forgot that there was a gate in his way. So, with a clang, his whole body collided with the iron gate. The fire grazed his belly, singed a few strands of his fur, and finally landed on the green ivy next to the gate. This was a serious matter. The green ivy on the wall had long since mutated, and it didn't need Bai Li's instructions at all, it would resist the attack. Xiao Ha, standing nearby, was also furious when he saw his brother's fur singed by Lioli. So, after dodging the fireball, the 3 green ivy, freed to their own ends, stretched out their vines with fangs and claws, and together with Xiao Ha, they aggressively pursued Lioli. Bai Li and Song Xiao Xiao, watching this scene from a distance, were stunned. The elder and the younger both thought, Lioli is finished. The troublemaker Lioli scurried behind Bai Li. Yes, behind Bai Li, not behind its owner, Song Xiao Xiao. So, this Ba** is so cunning. Knowing that the green ivy belongs to Bai Li, Xiao Hung and Xiao Ha didn't dare act presumptuously in front of Bai Li. But if it were its owner, they'd probably get beaten up along with it. As expected, Xiao Ha stopped in front of Bai Li. He looked up at Bai Li, then bared his teeth and barked at the treacherous man hiding behind his master. Finally, he turned back to the gate unwillingly. 3 green ivy plants wanted to leap over Bai Li, tie up the wretch, throw him to death, and bury him under their roots as nutrients. Unfortunately, a single look from Bai Li sent them retreating uncontrollably back to the wall. Seeing the threat was gone, Lioli poked her head out again and barked twice at the departing Xiaoha and Tingman, as if to say, come on, if you dare. Lioli. Song Xiao Xiao took 2 steps forward, grabbed the dog's ears, and scolded it harshly. Are you out of your mind? Are you having a seizure? How dare you spit fire at your own family? Do you want to die? Xiaoheng and Xiaohao will tear you apart if they get the chance. And Luoluo, if you dare mess with them, I wonder if you ever leave the house again? The little girl scolded her furiously, but Liuli just blinked at her, trying to be cute and ingratiating. Bai Li, amused by this, stopped Song Xiaoxiao. Forget it. Liuli might be missing Xiaowu, so she's running to the door to look for him. She just said it casually, because she couldn't figure out why he kept running to the door for no reason. Then, as soon as she finished speaking, perhaps the dog understood the word Xiaowu, it suddenly turned its head and looked at Bai Li, its eyes blinking with a look of both aggrieved and pitiful. Bai Li, is this a correct guess? So Liuli is in heat now, or is it because she's been spending so much time with Xiaowu that she's developed feelings for him, and is simply missing him? The second scenario wouldn't be so bad, but the first would be truly. Xiaofei had tried everything to bring them together before, but couldn't, and now he only been away for a few days. If Xiaowu's estrus period was over by the time he returned, Xiaofei would probably cry his heart out. Bai Li wanted to laugh at the thought. Song Xiaoxiao was furious again. Missing Xiaowu? How can you be so kind? You ignored him when he was around, and only discovered his good qualities after he left. You know what that's called? Chasing your wife to the crematorium. No, chasing your husband to the crematorium. You worthless. Bai Li stared at the little girl in front of her, speechless. Who had she learned that from? After sending the child and the dog home and getting away from the little girl, she repeated her previous words to Song Huanyan, then glared at her teasingly. Song Huanyan's face darkened. Don't look at me like that. I didn't teach you that. My brother and sister-in-law used to be a bit unreliable. They discuss a romance novel for ages in front of Xiao Xiao, completely clueless about what to say and what not to say. That's why that little girl often says things you wouldn't expect. Just before, she told Xiaofei he was a bachelor for 1,000 years. Bai Li was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. A bachelor for 1,000 years? That's so descriptive. That guy's about the same age as Jiang Minglang, 35 or 36, so he's definitely a bachelor. She teased Song Huanyan, honestly, you two are quite. No, stop it! Song Huanyan didn't wait for her to finish, quickly raising her hand to signal for a stop. She said righteously, even though it's the end of the world, I don't want to just get along. Let's not talk about what will happen in the future, but right now, neither of us has feelings for each other. So, sisterly, see if you can go out with me tomorrow. I want to find some wood and make some furniture. As soon as the weather warms up, I find a house and move out. Before, I had the will but not the means. I even borrowed seeds for my crops. But now, with my debts paid off and food in stock, it's time to consider finding a new home for them. Okay, if you want to go, I go with you. Do you want 2 more people to help? No need. I can carry the wood myself. You just need to stay with me and keep watch. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor, but she had become quite familiar with Bai Li. She often helped her brew wine, cook a few of her signature dishes, and even had her own special hot pot base. Of course, Bai Li never let her get away with anything. But regardless, after a few visits, the two of them had become quite close. However, she didn't know Bai Li was pregnant. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have called her. Her belly, already almost 4 months pregnant, was barely noticeable beneath her loose-fitting down jacket. Plus, she didn't have morning sickness, and her diet was no different than usual, so to outsiders, she looked the same as always. Others can skip it. Let Chung Si-yun come along. The 3 of them got along quite well, and Chung Si-yun loved rice wine and fruit wine. She would be more than happy to help Song Huanyan with the work. Okay. At worst, I could brew some more fruit wine for Sister Chung later. This amount of compensation is still within her means. With that, Bai Li turned back and headed home. She strolled into the white fruit orchard and spotted 2 people standing on the training ground from a distance. They were Shi-yu and Hua-si-yun. She paused, narrowing her eyes as she looked over. Hua-si-yun was practicing military boxing, with Shi-yu correcting her. This girl had recently become obsessed with training, and she had to pester Shi-yu into coming over to coach her. She did physical training with them at 5:30 a.m., an extra hour at noon, and another in the afternoon. In short, every day, she was either training or on the way to training, either slacking off or training her water abilities. She also set a goal. She must quickly develop into a capable warrior, capable of protecting herself and her grandfather. Well, this girl is quite good, she doesn't expect to rely on others. Although old Master Hua was somewhat frustrated that his granddaughter had given up on medicine, Hua-si-yun confessed her true feelings to him. She didn't like medicine, not now, and never had. She had followed her grandfather since she was a child because none of her brothers and sisters had studied medicine, and he felt regretful, feeling uneasy that no one was carrying on his legacy. She hadn't known what she loved before. She didn't particularly enjoy studying medicine, but it would make Grandpa happy, so she could study. But now it was different. She had found her passion, martial arts, superpowers, and becoming powerful. Oldwa wanted to say that the two didn't conflict. She could study medicine while also learning martial arts. But after experiencing a life-or-death situation, he no longer wanted to force his granddaughter. If she didn't want to study medicine, then she didn't have to. It wasn't a big deal. Bailey watched the young woman diligently practicing martial arts in the setting sun. Her beautiful oval face was rosy, her eyes bright, clear and dazzling. She looked quite a good match for Shiyu, standing tall and graceful beside her. Hiss! Why was she trying to match people up again? Bailey didn't know if it was because of her pregnancy, but her mind couldn't help but try to match people around her. For example, Lung Hanyu had asked her twice when Lao Du would return, and she couldn't help but wonder if this girl was interested in Lao Du. Then think of the two of them standing together, one elegant and sturdy, the other cool and handsome. They seemed quite a good match. Chapter 216. As Bailey had suspected, the next day, even before dawn, even those who were used to rising early could sense something was off about the room's temperature. When she opened the door, she wasn't exactly hit by a wave of heat, but the warm air carried by the wind still gave her a startling sensation. This was a stark contrast to the minus 10 degrees Celsius yesterday. This had to be 20 degrees Celsius, right? Had promised Song Hwanyan she accompany her on a wood hunting trip today. Bailey didn't break her promise just because the temperature rose. Thankfully, she had a slender figure, and although she'd eaten more since her pregnancy, she hadn't gained much weight. It had to be that way. She was one of those people who could eat anything without gaining weight. But precisely because she wasn't fat, her belly was immediately noticeable when she wore thin clothing in the heat. She changed out of her cotton coat and put on a loose-fitting gray hooded sweatshirt underneath, and a black, half-length down vest on the outside. It was neither too hot nor too cold, and it perfectly covered her belly. She usually wore loose-fitting, dark-colored clothing, so this outfit was quite ordinary and wouldn't draw attention. Su Bo wanted Kong Erbao to come with her, but Bailey disagreed. They wouldn't go far. They just go to the back mountain and pick a few usable trees to chop. The weather had suddenly warmed, and the once dull yellow back mountain had suddenly taken on a hint of green overnight. But that unnatural green must be removed. The green ivy on the wall closest to the back mountain had been stirring since midnight last night. Bailey was so sleepy that she only glanced at it and ignored it. But even if she hadn't agreed to Song Hwanyan's request today, she had to go over there and take a look. Perhaps because of her wood element, she could sense and accurately locate even those unfriendly mutant trees at a relatively close distance. Auntie, I promise I won't cause any trouble. I be obedient and help you keep watch with Lioli. Seriously, I'm very useful. Song Xiaoxiao was choking. Jiang Qi, also a water element, could go on missions with Uncle Qiao and the others, but why did she have to stay in the village, unable to do anything? The little girl expressed her dissatisfaction. So this morning, when she heard Annie mention going to find wood, she wanted to tag along. Song Hwanyan didn't want to take her with her. The weather had suddenly turned warmer, and there was no telling what might happen outside. Although the little girl had abilities, she lacked experience, and her physical fitness and other aspects were no match for Chi-Chi and Gigi. After all, her morning training was only for 3 days, and then 2 days. Unlike those two kids, who barely missed any. It's okay, take her along. She and Lioli might be able to help. Yes, thank you, Andy bye, thank you, Andy bye. So, the 3 women, carrying their children and dog, axes and saws, rode out on their electric tricycles right after breakfast. However, as they passed through the gate, Xiao Hung and Xiao Ha, still remembering yesterday's embarrassment, barked their teeth at Lioli on the tricycle. Woof woof woof. Lioli showed no fear at all. Standing on the tricycle, she barked at them with a show of strength. She was about to spit fire, but her owner, Song Xiaoxiao, grabbed her mouth and scolded, still spitting? Do you think you can? Do you want me to throw you down and fight them? Lioli immediately lay down obediently and remained silent. Humph. Song Xiaoxiao snorted and released her mouth. Having witnessed the dog's cunningness yesterday, Bailey didn't take it too seriously. Song Hwanyan, as if aware of the situation, didn't even glance at it. Chung Siyun, driving in front, didn't see what was happening behind her. She only heard a few barking dogs, but paid no attention. The tricycle left the village, got on the road, and turned toward the back mountain. Bang! Before they reached their destination, a gunshot rang out. Chung Si-yoon instinctively released the throttle to apply the brakes, then half-crouched down with Bai Li and Song Hwan-yin. Lychee. At the top of the mountain. There were 2 mountains behind, separated by a road, and the gunshots had just rang out from the other mountain to the north of the road. After the gunshots, debris rolled down from the top of the mountain, leading her to surmise that someone or something was there. The shooter was Shiyu. A moment later, he and Kong Erbao and a few others rode electric bikes quickly over. Upon seeing them, he immediately said, "Sisters, go back. Someone was just spying on the mountaintop, and I shot him in the arm. We go find him, and you guys go back to the village first." Of course, in times like this, they just did what they said. Bai Li wasn't one to show off, nor was she competitive. "Oh, I can't chop wood again." Song Hwan-yin sighed. She didn't know how it could have been so coincidental. The last time she wanted to chop wood and paint the walls, the temperature suddenly dropped and it started snowing. She had no choice but to put it on hold. She had planned to go out today, and luckily the temperature rose. She had already decided on the thickness and type of tree trunk she wanted, but she hadn't expected this kind of mishap. As the tricycle turned back, Song Xiaoxiao muttered softly, "Why do we have to move? Aren't we living perfectly fine like this now? What a fuss." Song Xiaoxiao. Song Hwan-yin poked her head with her index finger. "Do you want me to give you to your Uncle Xiao?" Song Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide and said innocently, "Why should I give it to you? Isn't it good for us to be family with Uncle Xiao?" Song Hwan-yin, She laughed in anger, but before she could say anything else, the little girl counted on her fingers and enumerated the benefits. "Look, Auntie, Uncle Xiao's house has 2 floors. He lives on the 2nd floor, and there's just the 2 of us and Lioli on the 1st floor. It's not even full yet. If we leave, he'd be so lonely and pitiful. Not to mention, he's often away from home, leaving the house cold and deserted. How awful. Uncle Xiao said even if he can't be my uncle, he can be my roommate. There's really no need to move, right?" Song Hwan-yin's face darkened. "Xiao Fei told you we could be roommates?" Song Xiaoxiao blinked. "He didn't say that, but I think he meant it." "You think so? Then tell me, what exactly did he say?" "Here's what he said. I don't think your aunt has any feelings for me. I touched her hand the other day, but her face remained calm, not even a blush. Do you know what this means? Either she doesn't see me as a man, or she doesn't fancy me. Xiaoxiao, a forced marriage won't be sweet. Stop trying to get me to your uncle. If I can't be your uncle, I can be your dad. He's trying to get me into trouble. I don't want him to be your dad. But if he's your dad, he has to take care of me. Isn't that the same as being your roommate?" "Right, aunt." "Bullshit." Song Hwan-yin's face darkened completely. That was so careless with his mouth, saying whatever he wanted. And he even wanted to be Xiaoxiao's dad. How could he be so happy? Bai Li and Chung Si-yoon both laughed, but the laughter didn't last long. Chung Si-yoon reminded Bai Li, "Take it easy." Bai Li forced herself to stop laughing, grasping the key point of the joke, and asked Song Hwan-yin, "You two held hands? You really don't have any feelings for him?" Song Hwan-yin was speechless. She didn't even remember such a thing happening, and he even touched her hand. When had he? Suddenly, her face froze. It seemed like it really had happened. One time, she was cooking over a fire, and when she was taking the wood out of the stove to put it out, she accidentally got a spark on her hand, burning it and causing a big blister. At the time, he had gone to Sichuan to get a box of medicine, and he had held her hand while applying it. She had long forgotten whether she felt anything or not, because the pain was so intense when the medicine first hit her hand, so she hadn't really cared about it. "Oh, that's really the case." Bai Li understood immediately from her expression and teased, "You really don't think of him as a man?" Song Hwan-yin secretly resented the jerk for saying anything to a child, but she pouted, "He's so childish. How can you think of him as a man?" Chung Si-yoon objectively commented, "Aside from trying to match Xiaowu and Lioli, Xiao Fei is actually quite manly otherwise." This statement was undeniable, so Song Hwan-yin remained silent. As they were approaching the village, Lioli suddenly jumped off the tricycle and ran south. Song Xiaoxiao, startled, shouted, "Lioli, Lioli, what are you doing? Come back. Auntie Chung, stop the car. Lioli's gone." Chung Si-yoon, startled, slammed on the brakes, stopped, and turned to look back. "Don't get out. Tell Aunt Chung to turn around and chase after her." Seeing Song Xiaoxiao trying to jump out of the car, Song Hwan-yin frightened her and quickly hugged her, yelling at the fleeing dog, "Lioli, come back here. Bailey threw out a piece of green radish and scurried off in the direction Lioli had gone. The little dog, for no apparent reason, sprinted all the way to Pingjiang Bridge, then ran to the middle, barking at the high wall separating it from Pingcheng. The soldiers guarding the bridge were baffled, but they all knew Captain Zhang's son had a fire-type Shiba Inu, and later rescued another from Pingcheng, coincidentally, also fire-type. The guards were envious, eager for the Shiba Inus to produce puppies. It was unclear whether this was Captain Zhang's sons or a later rescue. But whichever one it was, it had to be cherished and not touched. They followed the direction the dog had come from, glancing toward Yunqi village. They vaguely saw an electric tricycle approaching. Hey, whose dog is this? It looks fat. A group of 10 people on bicycles arrived. One of the men in the middle looked at Lioli with envy, almost drooling. The dog looked normal, and normal meant edible. Meat. It was dog meat. You can't touch this dog. Don't try to touch it. This was a civilian team that had just arrived in Pingcheng less than a month ago. A soldier came over to check the group's passes. They were applying to cross the bridge to clear out zombies and mutant plants and animals from Pingcheng or Kongzhou. Points and supplies would be awarded based on the number of zombies they cleared. Lioli wasn't afraid of them. She just barked at the high wall. It was still barking when Bai Li and the others arrived. Song Xiaoxiao was so angry that she jumped off her tricycle and ran towards the bridge, shouting, "Lioli, get back here!" Because Lioli was standing at the foot of the wall, the young soldier was afraid it would escape. So, after checking the team's passes, he didn't dare open the gate for them, intending to wait for the people from Yunqi village to arrive and take it away before opening the gate. Song Xiaoxiao sprinted up the bridge like a cannonball, ran over to Lioli, twisted her ears, and pulled her back. Seeing how she distorted the dog's ears, the young soldier pleaded with concern, "Be gentle, be gentle." If their guards saw this, they'd definitely tell the little girl, "If you don't want it, give it to me. Don't mistreat it." Their boss was practically going crazy wanting a mutant animal. When Bai Li and the others approached, the soldiers on the bridge greeted her. Though curious about the dog's movements, they didn't ask any further questions. Song Huanyan called to Xiao Xiao, "Hurry and bring it here." "I want to too, but it won't leave." Bai Li thought for a moment and asked the soldier on the bridge, "Is there anything unusual on the other side?" "No, sister-in-law, it looks the same as before." She looked down at Lioli, wondering if it was because Shiwu had left this way that it came here to find him. Is it really in heat? Huanyan? Before she could speculate further, a surprised cry echoed from the crowd near the high wall. As Song Huanyan approached, she noticed several glances glancing in her direction, but she didn't look up or pay any attention, wanting to let Xiao Xiao take Lioli away first. When she heard her name being called, she looked up in surprise, then froze. But her stunned expression was fleeting. Soon, her expression returned to normal. She nodded calmly to the person who called her, then lowered her head and threatened Lioli, "If you don't leave now, you stay here. Xiaowu might not come looking for you when he returns." It's unclear which of these two words worked, but Lioli immediately stopped barking and, with her little master pulling her ears, obediently walked back. Song Huanyan turned and followed them. "Huanyan, Song Huanyan." The man who called her seemed caught off guard by her cold attitude. Angered, he emerged from the group and strode after Song Huanyan, reaching out to tug at her arm, but Song Huanyan dodged. The man looked at her, a look of hurt on his face. "Huanyan, don't you recognize me?" Song Huanyan sneered. "Didn't you say, since we've broken up, we should just pretend we don't know each other when we meet again? In that case, why are you greeting me again?" "That's right. A good ex should consider themselves dead." "Annie, go away. Ignore this scumbag." Song Xiaoxiao had been so preoccupied with Lioli that she hadn't noticed someone calling her auntie. Now that she saw someone, she was so angry she wanted to pound him to death with ice. "Huh? Pound him with ice? Why didn't I think of that? I'm a child, and I have special abilities. It's not illegal for me to pound him. I could even have Lily burn him to death with fire." The little girl acted immediately. Before the onlookers could grasp what was happening, a barrage of ice balls suddenly pelted the man, shouting, "You stinking scumbag, two-timing, bullying my aunt. I smash you to death, I smash you to death." The man was startled, dodging and shouting, "Xiao Xiao, you can't be so rude. Have you forgotten how much I love you? Huanyan, tell her to stop." Song Huanyan stepped back a few steps to make room, snorted at the man, then turned and called to her niece, "All right, stop wasting your powers and go home." Song Xiaoxiao paused, snorted at the man, and suddenly asked, "What powers do you have?" Song Xiaoxiao. Song Huanyan called out to her sharply. All right, You don't have to tell me. Maya doesn't care what powers you have. Then she turned and continued walking back, dragging Lioli by the ear. Chapter 217. The little girl was huffing and puffing. Seeing her aunt's ex-boyfriend, she seemed even angrier than her aunt herself. Song Hwanyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not really. It was hard for her to remember the guy even after 2 years, even at her young age. Remember, she was only 6 years old 2 years ago. Little kid, don't meddle in adults' affairs. Song Xiaoxiao pouted. I was beating him up for my dad. Dad said I'd smash his head in the next time I see him. Even though her dad was gone, she could do it for him. Thinking of this, the little girl turned around to glare at Chiyu, but she froze as she turned. The bad guy had followed her again. Hwanyan, I'm just going to say a few words to you, just a few. Xiaoxiao, can you please stop making a fuss? Chiyu didn't want to argue with a child, especially one he watched grow up. After all the life and death he experienced, he was already overjoyed to see them both alive. Seeing the little girl about to throw another ice bomb at him, he quickly raised his hand and lifted a fireball, saying helplessly, Xiaoxiao, Uncle is a fire type. Can you please be quiet? What's wrong with being a fire type? You're so great about being a fire type? I'm just a dog, I'm a fire type. Why should I be afraid of you? Woof. Lioli spit him. Puff. Lioli opened her mouth and spit a fireball almost as big as the one in Chiyu's hand. Unexpectedly, his free hand caught it, then casually tossed it to the ground, where it extinguished with a puff. Song Shishu's eyes widened, stunned. Could this be possible? Although he had the fire under control, Chiyu still glanced at Lioli in surprise. He knew the Shiba Inu was a New Year's gift from Hwanyan to Xiaoxiao during the spring festival before the apocalypse. When the apocalypse arrived, this dog was probably less than 6 months old. He hadn't expected it to have superpowers. Even more unexpectedly, its powers were the same as his own. But now wasn't the time to think about the dog. He had to ask Song Hwanyan where the others lived so he could find her when he returned from his mission. So Xiaoxiao, can I have a few words with your aunt now? There's nothing to say. Song Hwanyan pulled her niece and Lioli back, glanced at Chiyu calmly, and said emphatically, no need. With that, she grabbed her niece and the dog and tried to leave quickly. She truly didn't want to even look at him, let alone talk to him. After being rejected repeatedly, Chiyu couldn't pursue him any further. After all, there were still so many soldiers on the bridge, and his teammates were standing there. Brother Yu, we should go. A crisp female voice echoed, and a young woman in her early 20s from the team took 2 steps toward him, calling softly, it's getting late. The other teammates behind him exchanged silent glances and teased. As Chiyu approached, one of them couldn't help but ask, Brother Yu, is that your ex-girlfriend? She's so beautiful. How could he bear to let her become his ex? Of course, this also just goes to show how charming their boss is. The one he cheated with might have been even prettier than his ex. Of the 10 people in their team, aside from the young woman who called out to Chiyu, the remaining 8 looked at him with gossip, eager to join in the fun. Go after him. It was just a mission. There was no time or early, so they could wait a little longer. Chiyu ignored his men and returned to the team with a stern face. When the young soldier opened the door, he couldn't help but ask, Brother, you know my girlfriend, right? Where do they live? He heard the soldiers there greet the woman walking with Song Hwanyan with respectful courtesy, clearly familiar with her. The young soldier glanced at him indifferently, didn't respond, and simply said, as usual, come back before 6 p.m. Be careful. Good luck. Then, expressionless, he stood by the door, unwilling to speak to them again. Inwardly, he despised Chiyu. Your girlfriend? He asked, do you think they're deaf? Didn't they hear the words ex and scumbag uttered by that little girl? How shameless. Although this attitude irritated the group, they dared not say anything, let alone provoke him. Let's go, Brother Yu. We talk when you get back. That's right. As long as you're in Pingcheng, you run into each other again someday. That's right, you definitely run into each other again. Everyone tried to persuade him, almost suggesting how he could win back his ex-girlfriend. Only the young woman from before walked beside him, her lips pursed, silent. Her thoughts were similar to the young soldier's. Isn't she an ex? How could she still be his girlfriend? Fortunately, that woman didn't seem to be pretending. She genuinely didn't want to bother with him. She glanced up at Chiyu, then turned away, her eyes lowered. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Under by Li's teasing gaze, Song Hwanyan finally gave in and raised her hands in surrender. I'm saying it, okay? Chung Siyun, who was about to start the tricycle, didn't. He turned around and looked at her with bright eyes, listening intently to the gossip. Song Hwanyan glanced at her talkative niece again and sighed helplessly. Actually, it's not what you think. We were brought together by our family elders. His mother and my mother were classmates. Seeing that we were both of age and still single, they told us to stay together and get married if it worked out, but forget it if it didn't. I had no feelings for him, so it didn't matter to me. But he said he liked me, and we could get married first and then cultivate our feelings. I didn't agree. I told him at the time that if he really wanted to get married, he could find someone he was interested in, and I'd forget about it. After all, we hadn't gotten along well yet, so I didn't think it was necessary to establish a legal relationship. Finally, he compromised and agreed to give me some time to try it out, saying we get married as soon as we felt the right situation was right. He was very thoughtful. He took me out to dinner and movies every week, sent me flowers every month, and threw lavish parties for Valentine's Day and my birthday. Since he had plenty of money, he prepared expensive gifts. He also took great care of my family. When my mother died of illness, he ran around and helped with the funeral. My brother and sister-in-law were very pleased with him at the time, and I thought he was a good person too. We decided to agree to him and get married. Later. At those two words, they knew the drama was about to begin. Bailey and Chung Si-yoon stared at her intently, excitedly waiting for her to continue. Xiao said he was two-timing, which meant he was cheating. Sometimes, my best friend quit her job and had nothing to do. My bar happened to be short of staff, so I asked her to come over and help out for a while. Chi-yu, that's my ex-boyfriend. He loved wine and was always talking about business. He come to the bar every now and then to pick up a few cases of wine. Then things got a bit more dramatic. They ended up together. Well, that's how, Song Hwanyan said, spreading her hands. We broke up. She spoke lightly, as if she were discussing someone else's affairs, none of her business. Chung Si-yoon was dissatisfied. This was too general, lacking any details. She asked Song Hwanyan, he's dating your best friend. Did they confess to you, or did you find out? I mean, I just happened to see them sleeping together, ouch. Just as she finished her words, Bailey pinched her arm. She gave her a sidelong glance, and then pointed at Song Xiao beside her. Can't you be more subtle in front of a child? Chung Si-yoon rubbed her nose awkwardly. She shouldn't have let Song Hwanyan talk about it now. She should have gone back and talked about it away from this girl. However, Song Xiao didn't hear her last words clearly. The little girl stood on the tricycle, her hands on her hips, tiptoeing towards Ping Chung, her eyes darting, thinking about waiting for Jiang Qi and Lin Jie to come back, and then calling them together to put the sack on Qi the scumbag. She wanted to help him finish what her father hadn't done yet. She was going to beat Qi the scumbag into a pig's head. The little girl set this goal for herself with great ambition. Song Hwanyan said, my sister-in-law discovered it. She's very gentle and kind when things aren't going well, and everyone seems incredibly easy to talk to. But when things get serious, she can explode. She was alone at the time, and she beat Chi-yu and that woman so badly that they had to hide everywhere. Then she posted on WeChat moments, made phone calls, and asked my brother to go to Chi-yu's house. In less than 10 minutes, the situation had escalated, and without my knowledge. Do you know who told me? Chi-yu's mother. She thought I discovered it, so she called to comfort me and promised me she wouldn't let Chi-yu off, and would give me an explanation. Alas, hearing that was very troubling to me. The reason I didn't find a boyfriend or get married was simply because I found it too much trouble. I was willing to give it a try with Chi-yu largely because of his mother. After all, we known each other since childhood, and knew each other's personalities and temperaments. She wasn't a difficult mother-in-law. But when the relationship ended, I was actually relieved. It was then that I realized I still didn't want to get married. So, I wasn't hurt at all when Chi-yu cheated on me. Even if I was angry, it wasn't with Chi-yu, but with my best friend. After all those years together, I don't know what she was thinking. Is it worth it to betray me for a man? Especially since she borrowed 200,000 yuan from me, and hasn't paid it back. Of course, after this incident broke, I didn't tolerate her anymore. I gave her 3 days to pay back the money, and the car she borrowed from me. Well, that's about it. That's all. Can we go home now? Bailey and Chung Si-yoon were still unsatisfied. It was so melodramatic. Back in the village, Chi-yu and the others had also returned. Bailey asked, did you find them? Who were they? Chi-yu nodded and whispered, I don't know who they were, but they're dead. Dead? Bailey's eyes widened. How did he die? I hit him in the arm. I was probably too hasty and panicked when I ran, and when I fell, my head hit the sharp rock, protruding my brains out. Bailey frowned. What a coincidence. We searched the area again, and didn't find anyone else. But for safety's sake, sister-in-law, you two should stay indoors for the time being. Okay. And just like that, Song Huanyan's wish to build new furniture was dashed once again. But Song Xiaoxiao was delighted. She hadn't wanted to move in the first place, and it was even better that her aunt hadn't done it. The next day, somehow, Qiyu found out about it, but he actually showed up at Yunqi village. Song Huanyan was utterly annoyed. She really didn't want to see him. It was true she didn't care, but it was disgusting. If you want to say you're not suitable for me, just say it directly. How could I refuse? It's fine if you want to pursue my best friend. Just do it openly. Not only will I not stop you, I support you. But on the one hand, he confirmed the marriage date with me, and on the other hand, he was being nice to her. She still feels sick just thinking about it. So, for 3 consecutive days, Qiyu came 3 times, each time waiting at least 2 hours, but Song Huanyan didn't leave once. Song Xiaoxiao tried to hit him with ice, but she stopped him. During those 3 days, the temperature kept rising, reaching 30 degrees on the 3rd day. On the 4th day, Qiyu didn't come, but he didn't give up. 2 days later, he came back, and happened to run into Jiang Minglang and his team returning to Yunqi village after completing their mission. Again, let's talk about the experimental base they destroyed. After the 3 leaders were killed, the guards, having not fought tooth and nail, mostly escaped unscathed, along with the white-coated men. The next morning, the dejected group prepared to pack up and head to Jinbei to report to another influential figure involved. Unexpectedly, the mutant animals imprisoned in the basement returned, bringing with them a large number of companions and wreaking havoc on the white-coated men and the guards. Soon, the experimental base was a sea of red. Even though the 3 leaders were dead, their bodies had been gnawed to pieces by the mutants, and none of them had managed to escape. Much later, when Jinbei realized something was amiss and sent personnel, the area was already swarming with flies and maggots. The final investigation concluded that the experiments had triggered a frenzied retaliation from the mutant animals, resulting in no survivors. Who is this person? 2 cars arrived at Yunqi village one after the other. Zhou Lei, the on-duty driver, came to open the door for them, and Zhang Xiaodao casually asked. Zhou Lei glanced at Xiao Fei, who had just gotten out of the car, with a half-smile, and said deliberately, looking for Song Huanyan. I've been here many times. Xiao Fei, his butt numb from the car ride, got out early and was about to walk into the village when he heard Zhou Lei pause, then change direction and turn toward Qiyu. Are you looking for Song Huanyan? Xiao Fei, expressionless, quickly examined Qiyu. He wasn't as tall or strong as him, and his face was paler. He touched his face. The sun had been so strong these past few days that he had gotten a tan. Qiyu, tired from standing, was squatting on the ground. He had just seen 2 commercial vehicles approach, but he didn't think much of it, knowing that several important people lived there, and it was normal for cars to come and go. But he didn't expect someone to specifically approach him to ask about it. After all, he had been here so many times, and no one paid him any attention. Qi was also secretly observing Xiao Fei, unsure of his business, but a sense of wariness welled up in his heart. He stood up and nodded calmly, saying, I was her boyfriend before the apocalypse. If it hadn't happened, we would have been married long ago. Married long ago? Xiao Fei sneered. He stared at the pretty boy before him and asked, if that's the kind of relationship we have, why didn't she come out to see you? I came back late, and she's blaming me. Suddenly growing wary, Qiyu looked at Xiao Fei with a stern look and asked, Who are you? Xiao Fei didn't answer him, but turned and walked away, muttering to himself, I'm hungry. I want to go home. I wonder if Huanyan has cooked dinner yet. Chapter 218. Mom, Grandpa, Great-Grandma, 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 Great-Grandma. At the gate, except for Xiao Fei, who had gotten out of the car, no one else moved. Jiang Minglang and his companions even drove all the way to the Bai family's front door. Chi-Chi jumped out of the car and ran home, calling out to everyone as he ran. The weather was hot, and Bai Li was wearing a long black dress today, which was baggy and oversized. Even so, her slightly protruding belly was still faintly visible as she walked. After all, she was already 4 months pregnant. She came out of the main room, just as Chi-Chi ran into the yard. Seeing her mother, he tried to pounce on her, frightening Jiang Minglang so much that he quickly ran over and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Be steady. Don't pounce on Mom. Chi-Chi struggled, angrily saying, Daddy, let go. He hadn't seen Mom in ages. What was wrong with a hug? Dad was so annoying. Fortunately, Bailey had already come over. She took 2 steps forward, embraced him, leaned down and kissed his forehead, and smiled as she pinched her son's chubby face. "You've been running around outside for almost half a month, and you haven't lost any weight. Mom, I missed you so much." The mother and daughter clung to each other affectionately. Jiang Minglang complained, "Don't you mind that he's dirty? Let's go take a shower and change clothes first." Bailey pointed at the unknown liquid on their clothes and asked curiously, "What did they fight with?" "It's definitely not blood, so it can't be a zombie or a mutant animal, but a mutant plant. It's a mutant sycamore tree. It's so tall, thick, and fierce. Gigi, my uncle, and I worked so hard to rip it bare. Mom, you don't know, when the temperature suddenly rises, the road, which was once bare and devoid of any green, suddenly sprouts a lot of dangerous trees overnight. We fought all the way back. There weren't just mutated plants, there were also mutated animals. As the weather warmed up, they all came out of their hiding places. Perhaps they were starving, so some of them didn't care if they faced any danger from humans, and just rushed over without hesitation. So Chi-Chi was right. After completing their mission, they had indeed fought their way back. Not only that, as they neared Pengcheng, they even detoured to a few more areas to eliminate some newly emerged aggressive mutated plants. And Mom, we also encountered a black cat with blue eyes. It's a thief. It stole our noodles and scallion sauce. It followed us for a long distance, so I gave it 2 more bags of noodles and a can of scallion sauce, leaving Gigi and I with nothing but chili sauce. And you know, its owner is a foreigner. Okay, take a shower first. Talk to Mom later." Jiang Minglang couldn't help himself and took his talkative son by the scruff of the neck into the bathroom. Bailey smiled and went back to the room to help them get their clothes. Xiao Fei left a message for Chi Yu at the gate and leisurely strode through. When the iron gate clanged shut, he immediately quickened his pace and whizzed home. Song Huanyan was helping Song Xiaoxiao with her homework in the main room. Half an hour had passed, and she hadn't finished a single page of calculations. She was furious. "Song Xiaoxiao, Jiang Qi and Linja aren't here, so there haven't been classes these past 2 days. So you're just slacking off on your homework? Addition and subtraction within 20. Do you know how long it took you?" Song Xiaoxiao remained silent, her eyes fixed on the remaining 10 problems, her mind racing with the question of when she could get out and beat the up. The steamed buns were steaming in the pot. "Wait until my aunt came to see what was going on, and then I'd take the opportunity to run away." So, she didn't hear her aunt scolding at all. Song Xiaoxiao. Song Huanyan finally realized she was distracted. Angrily, she raised her hand and slapped the coffee table. With a crack, the solid wood cracked. Oh no, she forgot to slow down. Song Xiaoxiao came back to her senses and stared blankly at the crack. The little girl suddenly grinned, "Ha, Auntie, you cracked Uncle Qiao's coffee table." That gloating expression made Song Huanyan want to hit her. Just then, the 2 doors opened and Xiao Fei stepped in. Sniffing as he walked, he exclaimed in surprise, "What's that? Steamed buns or dumplings?" The familiar voice startled the aunt and nephew in the main room. Song Xiaoxiao reacted quickly, leaping up and running out. "Uncle Qiao." Xiao Fei smiled and picked up the little girl who rushed over. "Do you miss Uncle Qiao?" Song Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. "Yes." She thought, if you don't come back, we might have to move. Although she hadn't been able to cut wood for furniture, her aunt had a new idea. She asked Captain Shui, the village leader, if they could move some usable furniture from an unoccupied house. Captain Shui agreed. So her aunt had been looking for some for the past 2 days, planning to put a set together and put it in the yard to dry. Once it was done, they could move in. She was so anxious, she hoped Uncle Qiao would come home and stop them. "What are you 2 doing?" Xiao Fei carried Song Xiaoxiao into the house. He first looked at Song Huanyan. Seeing her grim expression, his heart skipped a beat. Because of that man outside, he wanted to ask directly who that was, and what his relationship was to her. However, it's best to lay the groundwork a bit, otherwise it seemed too abrupt. Song Huanyan raised her chin and pointed at the workbook on the coffee table, scowling. "It's been half an hour, and there are 20 questions on a page, and she's only done half. She's even zoned out when I talk to her. Look at her attitude." She was so angry she wanted to beat the girl up. It was so infuriating. Xiao Fei's mouth twitched. He watched Song Xiaoxiao do her homework before, and that was truly a real test of one's patience. He decisively changed the subject, deciding not to lay the groundwork any further. "Well, just now when I came in, I ran into someone at the gate. They said they were looking for you. Why didn't you go out?" Song Huanyan's face darkened further when she heard this. Just as she was about to say she didn't know him, her niece said to Qiao Fei with a sly look on her face, "Uncle Qiao, go beat him up and run away. He's your rival." Song Xiao. Song Huanyan was truly furious. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed over. "You're not going to behave until you get a beating today, are you?" Seeing her aunt's genuine anger, Song Xiao turned and ran. Before she knew it, Lioli had slipped out. At that moment, in the backyard of Baigua Garden, a Shiba Inu was circling another Shiba Inu. The one being circled looked at Silly Boy with a cold expression, as he enthusiastically stuck out his tongue at it, remaining unmoved by its approach. After Song Xiao ran away, Qiao Fei grabbed Song Huanyan, who was about to chase her, and said helplessly, "Why are you so angry? Kids don't like doing homework. It's no big deal. I guide them later." Song Huanyan glared at him. "You guide them?" Qiao Fei choked and decisively passed the task to the respected old teacher. "Leave it to Grandpa Bai. He knows how to take care of children. Look at Jiang Qi and Lin's homework. How neat it is. Since they're back now, don't bother helping with homework anymore. Leave it to those two guys." After returning to the original topic, he looked at her and asked, "Is that guy at the door really your boyfriend?" "What a boyfriend. We broke up almost 800 years ago." Hearing what he wanted to hear, Qiao Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay if he's not. The rest doesn't matter. I heard this guy has been coming over a lot lately, and every time he comes, he claims to be Song Huanyan's boyfriend, even though she's never been out and hasn't admitted it. How could he be so shameless?" Qiao Fei thought for a moment and asked, "What do you think? He's always coming over, so annoying. How could I not be annoyed?" Song Huanyan rolled her eyes. She was practically pissed off. If that guy's ability wasn't fire-based, she wouldn't be able to defeat him, and would have beaten him to a pulp long ago. "How about this, let's? Don't tell me we're just pretending to be a couple, and then go out and piss him off?" Qiao Fei rubbed his nose awkwardly, wondering if that was a bad idea. Song Huanyan didn't bother to pay attention. She said, "Go shower and change. We have dinner later." Then she turned and went to the kitchen. What they didn't know was that before long, 3 little brats came clattering to the door, chasing Chi-Yu down in a panic. His fireballs were useless against Chi-Chi. He was frozen the moment he emerged, and then again, until even his hands were frozen. The little girl fiercely warned Chi-Yu, "Come to my aunt again, and I freeze you into an ice sculpture." Chi-Yu's expression remained unchanged, but he looked inwardly at the 2 little boys beside the little girl. He heard Captain Zhang's son was an ice type. So this must be him. He's only a little kid, but he can control his energy so freely and be so powerful. It seems Captain Jiang has specially trained him. There's another little boy. Although he hasn't unleashed his special powers, the speed and agility he just displayed rival those of his team's strongest players. Before leaving, he glanced back at Yunqi village. Surrounded by green walls, the village, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, curls of smoke rose from the chimneys, resembling a mysterious and beautiful paradise. How did Huanyan find such a place? And that man just now, who said he was going home and asked if Huanyan had cooked, what was their relationship? He didn't dare ask Song Xiao, fearing he'd get an answer he didn't want to hear. But things didn't go as he wished. This rascal not only wanted to drive him away, but also to extinguish his hopes. "I'm not afraid to tell you my uncle's back. Didn't you just run into him at the door? He's not only more handsome than you, he's even more powerful. If you dare come again, my uncle will definitely smash your head in." Chi-Yu paused, sighed softly, and even though he felt reluctant, he had no choice but to leave. "Actually, he's more handsome than Uncle Qiao." After they were far away, Jiang Qi offered an objective assessment. Linja disagreed. "He's only fairer than Uncle Qiao, not as tall or strong. He definitely couldn't beat him in a fight. Even with a fire element, Uncle Qiao could kill him in 3 moves. Handsomeness is directly related to fighting ability." Linja believed so. Song Xiao agreed with Linja. She felt Jiang Qi had poor taste. In her eyes, Qi was nothing but an ugly freak, ugly and a jerk. Qiao Fei, who was taking a shower at home at the time, didn't know that after the 3 children beat the man away, they compared him with Qi from head to toe. That evening, Bailey finished her shower and changed into a light, thin nightgown. She had just half sat down on the bed when Chi-Chi came running upstairs and knocked on the door. "Mom, I'm coming in." "Come in." He had agreed to tell his mother everything he's seen and heard before bed tonight, leaving out every detail. So now he was. But as he climbed into bed and was about to lie down beside his mother, his eyes glanced at her belly and he froze. Mom, have you gained weight? As Chi-Chi asked this, Bailey suddenly felt her belly move, as if something inside had turned over, from side to side. Even through the nightgown, the movement was clearly visible. Chi-Chi's eyes widened instantly, and he instinctively said, Mom, is your belly moving? Belly? That seemed right. Bailey took her son's hand and placed it on her belly, smiling, feel carefully to see where it's moving. She should have told Chi-Chi the moment she found out she was pregnant. He'd been longing for a brother or sister for so long. But Bai Xiangtian thought it was precisely because he'd been longing for a brother or sister that he was so excited and couldn't help but show off. Jiang Minglang was also going to be away for a while, so at least until he returned, he wouldn't go out again. That way, even if others found out, they wouldn't be so worried. The old man and the old lady believed that the first 3 months were unstable, and it was safer to wait until after 3 months. So, she planned to tell him when Chi-Chi returned. Now, the clever little guy understood immediately after hearing his mother's words. His eyes sparkled with incomparable excitement. Ah, Mommy, is that what I meant? I'm going to be a brother, right? I'm going to be a brother, right? Yes, you're a big brother now. She looked at her eldest son tenderly, watching him carefully place his hand on her belly and shout, Move for your brother, move for your brother. Bai Li's smile suddenly froze. She sat up, jerking her head to look out the window. At the same moment, a series of footsteps echoed outside. Jiang Minglang quickly returned to the bedroom. He pulled his sniper rifle from the closet and flicked off the light. As he left, he instructed mother and son, stay indoors. Chi-Chi, draw the curtains. Chi-Chi immediately jumped out of bed and scurried to the window, closing the curtains tightly. He followed the order with remarkable swiftness. However, after closing them, he didn't immediately return to bed. Instead, he crouched by the window, quietly peering out. Don't look. It's bats. In the darkness, swarms of mutant bats flew towards them. The leader was nearly the size of a full-grown eagle, its ferocious face a sight of uncomfortably sickening. Ah, at that moment, Feng Bao's high-pitched cry suddenly echoed from the yard. The crows that had been roosting on their wall took flight, forming a circle around the edge. Bailey frowned slightly. This time, there were an unusually large number of bats. While she didn't know where they came from, their numbers and size clearly made it too much for these mutant crows to handle. After raising them for so long, her family had developed a close bond with these black birds, and she hated to see them get hurt. 2 vines quietly moved over and stood upright behind the crows. Chi-Chi opened the door to the balcony and crouched quietly to the side, ready to freeze a few bats at a moment's notice. Chapter 219. Soon, a loudspeaker blared in the village, ordering all villagers to immediately turn off lights, close doors and windows, stay inside, make no noise, and keep weapons at hand. With these few simple words, 4 large lights on the utility poles affixed to the loudspeakers suddenly switched on, facing east, south, west, and north, shining diagonally upwards into the night sky. Normally, bats are nocturnal, active and foraging at night. They are sensitive to light and prefer darkness or low-light environments. However, if a light catches a bat's attention, it can sometimes be lured toward it. This can happen when bats are disturbed or chasing insects. The large number of mutant bats tonight is likely due to disturbance or some form of inducement. Of course, it's also possible that they've been hungry for too long in the cold, and when the temperature suddenly rises, their bodies recover and they eagerly pounce on dense human gatherings. Wherever the light shines, bats swarm densely, their faces resembling ghosts, making anyone's scalp tingle. It's disgusting. Where were these things hidden before? When the light shone over, there was nothing in any direction except the southwest. Gunshots had already been heard from Wei Lichuan on the Pingjiang Bridge. He had informed Li Nan, who was still unaware of the situation, to prepare and fight with all his might. Jiang Minglang had already reached the rooftop of the Bai family villa. Yunqi village and Baiguan were the most popular areas, with poultry and livestock, so with the rising temperatures, there were also more mosquitoes and moths. It's well known that bats prefer to eat insects. But mutated bats prefer to eat meat and drink blood. Mu Song and Ningen, who lived next door, had been attacked by bats before. Mu Song, in particular, had a piece of his flesh bitten off by a bat. He then suffered a high fever and fell unconscious for a long time. Upon waking, he gained fire powers. Of course, Mu Song's blessing in disguise was pure luck. The others bitten either died or became zombies. Few could survive like him. So this thing wasn't just disgusting, it was also dangerous. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the leading bat, as big as a giant eagle, let out a sharp, shrill cry under Jiang Minglang's precise gunfire, then plummeted downwards. The swarm of bats flying towards them paused for a moment, then scattered as if they had lost their target. But before they could react, a piercing, eerie squeak echoed through the night sky. It wasn't quite a squeak, it was neither. It was piercing nor unpleasant. But after hearing the cry, the scattered bats instantly gathered together and flew back towards Yunqi village. Through the scope, Jiang Minglang spotted a small bat with a head covered in red hair, hidden behind the swarm. He was certain that the cry had just come from its mouth. It was clearly a head, or perhaps a real head, and the large bat he had just shot down might also be one, or perhaps it was a pair. But the trouble was, this bat was cunning. He only caught a glimpse of it as it dispersed, and when he tried to find it again, he found it had been surrounded again, gone. But he didn't give up, lying on the roof and continuing his sights. At the same time, several green ivy branches crawled up from under his feet, twisting and tangling, slowly weaving a large green net in front of him, covering everything except his gun and face. Jiang Minglang's mouth curled up, his eyes fixed on the scope, his elbow raised slightly, touching the green ivy leaf next to him. All the balconies and windows of the Bai-family villa were similarly covered with a vast net of green ivy, ensuring complete safety. The bat arrived in an instant, a flash of purple lightning flashing in the sky. Chi-Chi, upon seeing it, immediately returned to the bedroom and asked his mother, "Gigi has already taken action. Can I go to the rooftop to find Dad?" Bailey thought for a moment and then said, "I go with you." Change into long-sleeved shirts and long pants. The mother and daughter changed their clothes and quickly ascended to the rooftop. This area was also covered with green ivy, forming a large net. The delicate fragrance of the green leaves lingered in the air, dissipating much of the heat from the scorching sun on the rooftop during the day. Jiang Minglang had stopped sweating by then. Chi-Chi, upon ascending, sighed in relief, "It's so cool." Jiang Minglang called to his son, "Chi-Chi, come here." He shouted, but his head remained still, his eyes fixed on the scope. If the red-headed bat appeared again, he would seize the opportunity to shoot. However, the red-headed bat's intelligence was clearly quite high. After the largest bat was killed, it continued to fly, but its speed had significantly slowed. But only it, and the bats surrounding it slowed, the others remained the same, now soaring above their wall. Du Qian deployed the troops from below. On the west side of Yunqi village in Baigoyan, 5 meters from the wall, 2 people were stationed every 10 meters, one defending and one attacking. But the bats flying low over the wall didn't need any attention. The vines of the mutant green ivy were truly formidable. They stretched out their claws and fangs in the air, swiftly entwining a bat and violently pulling it down to its base. The green ivy's roots immediately emerged from the soil, continuing to entangle the bat and pull it down. Before they could get it in and bury it, the bat had already shriveled. Bailey raised an eyebrow slightly. She sensed the mutated green radish's satisfaction and excitement after absorbing the mutant bats. They seemed to be internally shouting, "Nutrients, nutrients, come on, come on." Watching the green radishes frantically catching the mutant bats, the warriors, who were preparing to attack, fell silent. Was it their own stress response? Or was it controlled by my sister-in-law? Will there be any problems eating these disgusting things like this? Honestly, this was the first time these green radishes had caught mutant animals and buried them in their roots for nutrients. Before they mutated, my sister-in-law had always controlled them, catching the animals and setting them aside, waiting for them to come and deal with them. Now, under the illumination of the headlights, they could clearly see the mutant bats that had been thrown down being quickly pulled into the soil and disappearing. Everyone retreat 5 meters. If anyone has escaped, attack them towards the wall. Beside Du Qian stood Gigi. His lightning had become extremely proficient, and his ability level had increased significantly. With a crackling sound, bats fell like dumplings. Chi-Chi watched with envy. Unfortunately, the bats were flying in midair, he couldn't freeze them or hit them that far. The same thing happened with Xiaowu. His fireballs couldn't reach that high. This battle was so tiresome. Bailey pulled up a chair and sat down. With a slight sip of her eyes, she covered the chicken and sheep pens below with green ivy. Bailey's chicken and sheep populations had grown considerably, yet they still ate very frugally. How could she let these mutant bats harm something she wouldn't even eat herself? So, Bailey focused her attention on the livestock and animals in Baigua Garden and Yunqi village, to prevent those disgusting mutant bats from sneaking in and mauling them. Bang! Jiang Minglang, who had been concentrating on watching the swarm of bats, finally found an opportunity. When Gigi's lightning suddenly shifted and struck, he split open the bats that had been tightly surrounding the red-headed bat. Jiang Minglang seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger. As the gunshot fell, the red-headed bat's flapping wings froze for a moment, then, as expected, it plummeted downwards. 7 or 8 meters from the wall, it was tangled up by a green vine and yanked downwards. This time, the mutant bat swarm was in complete disarray, scattering and fleeing in all directions. Many foolishly tried to fly downwards, but the green vine showed no mercy, yanking them into their arms one by one. Soon, the mutant bats that had once dominated the southwest night sky were reduced to a sparse few, fleeing into the distance. Using Green Rose's perspective to scan the area, Bailey didn't notice the mutant bats that had intruded, but she sat up straight in her chair, narrowing her eyes slightly. Is Chen Feng's wife about to give birth? She saw Chen Feng hurriedly run out of the house, a machete in hand, but he ran quickly to Dr. Su's door and banged on it. Dr. Su, my wife's water has broken. Please go check. There are no bats outside. Please come out and take a look. He didn't dare shout loudly, but his voice was trembling. Perhaps out of fear, his wife's stomach began to react as soon as the announcement of the mutant bats began. She had thought even a contraction would take a while, but 20 minutes earlier, her amniotic fluid had suddenly begun to flow. At that moment, a swarm of mutant bats was about to reach their village. He even saw lightning through the window, knowing it was a psychic attack killing the bats. How could he go out when it was so dangerous? Seeing his wife gritting her teeth and enduring the pain, he was terrified. 20 minutes seemed like 20 days to him. Noticing the bats being repelled, he quickly grabbed his knife, opened the door, and ran out. His wife was nearly fainting from the pain. They had to call Dr. Su and Su Yanxia didn't waste any time. He told the 2 children to stay safe at home, then hurried to Chen Feng's house with his wife, Lin Wan. The couple, one in obstetrics and gynecology, the other in pediatrics, made a perfect match. As soon as they arrived at Chen Feng's house, Xia Min ran over with a medical kit. Chen Feng was stunned. Dr. Xia? How did you know? Stop talking nonsense. Go in and check on your wife. Xia Min was notified by Jiang Minglang, and of course, Bailey had told him to call her. Afraid of not being able to get the baby to the clinic's delivery room in time, he simply brought the medical kit with him. According to Dr. Su's examination of Chen Feng's wife a week ago, barring any unexpected events, a natural birth would be perfectly safe. But surprisingly, just a week later, the baby, which had been head first, had flipped over, legs facing downward. How could this be considered normal? Su Yanxia frowned, feeling the woman's belly, sensing the baby's heartbeat. Was the umbilical cord wrapped around her neck? He turned decisively to Chen Feng. Take your wife to the operating room. She need a C-section. Hurry! He then turned to Xia Min and said, go and get ready. We must deliver the baby within half an hour. Xia Min nodded, then turned and sprinted out of the yard in the blink of an eye. Dr. Lin saw that the woman in labor was already semi-conscious, her face as pale as paper, clearly in dire straits. If the baby were to be delivered by cesarean section, the adults would be in danger. She discussed with her husband, let Mr. Hu go too. If anything happens, he'd be there to handle it. Coincidentally, when they were studying at Kyoto Medical University, Mr. Hu was an honorary professor there. He would occasionally give lectures at the school for major events or special occasions. They never missed a single one. So in a sense, they were Mr. Hu's students. Moving to Yunqi village, the place they had longed for, and being able to work alongside their idol and teacher, initially left them awake for days. The day felt like a dream. Soon, everyone who could make it had gathered at the clinic. Bailey, no longer feeling sleepy, wanted to come over too. She was coming, and Jiang Minglang, of course, was accompanying her. Soldiers from Yunqi village and Baiguan were patrolling, and searching for any unnoticed areas where mutant bats might have found their way. This was especially true of uninhabited courtyards and houses. Even though Shui Deng was very responsible, leading his men to inspect uninhabited residences every 10 days or half a month, there was still no way to prevent snakes, insects, rats, or ants from making their homes there. They might have escaped from the fields, or perhaps mutated somewhere in the village. Even with a wall of green vines, some small creatures were still vulnerable. This meant we couldn't be careless at any time or in any place. When Bailey arrived, the operation had already begun. Thanks to Shi Shuang's tireless research on herbal remedies, she had developed several varieties of hemostatic agents alone. With the temperature rising, I wonder if the former medicine mountain will grow more varieties of herbs. Shi Shuang had originally planned to go over and take a look. Just over 200 kilometers wasn't too far. She could have her brother, and Bai Yang accompany her. But that was a plan from before today. Seeing so many mutant bats, She immediately scrapped the idea. It was too dangerous. Who knew what might be atop Medicine Mountain? Chen Feng paced anxiously, sweat dripping down his forehead. Half an hour later, a faint, cat-like cry echoed. Chen Feng stopped abruptly, his mouth open and eyes wide open, listening intently. After a moment, the crying stopped, and Chen Feng seemed to finally come to his senses. He turned and asked Bai Li in a trembling voice, "Lizzie, did you just hear that?" "Did you?" "Yes," Bai Li nodded. "Congratulations on becoming a father." But Chen Feng didn't smile. Dr. Su's stern face, as he had just escorted his wife into the operating room, was still fresh in his mind. He was afraid the baby would be delivered successfully, but his wife would be gone. He swallowed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked Bai Li in a trembling voice, "Lizzie, my wife, is she okay too?" How could she know? But with Elder Hu around, she felt it shouldn't be a big deal. Bai Li's guess was correct. Chen Feng's wife had indeed been saved by Elder Hu, but the experience had been quite risky. For example, the moment the baby was delivered, the mother stopped breathing. Even Elder Hu performed the operation himself, and finally, an hour later, the mother's heartbeat returned to normal. Chapter 220. The newborn was a girl, the firstborn in Yunqi village since the apocalypse. Bai Li looked at the wrinkled, closed-eyed baby and said to Chen Feng, tears streaming with excitement, "Congratulations." "Thank you, Liqi." This thank you came from the heart, truly heartfelt. He was the same age as Bai Li, and they had been elementary school classmates. When his parents were still alive, Chen Feng had been a lazy worker, often hanging around with Bai Wei. His work at the flour mill was intermittent. His first wife divorced him because she couldn't stand his behavior, and the woman who bore him his child was his second wife. When the apocalypse first arrived, he had been married for less than 6 months. True understanding and the responsibility of supporting the family were similar to Bai Wei's experiences. His parents were killed by 2 geese that went berserk in the family during a rainstorm. It was not until his parents' bodies turned to ashes that he finally understood that the sky that had always supported him was gone. Then he learned to farm and grow vegetables diligently, just like Bai Wei. When he first learned his wife was pregnant, he was terrified. Without a hospital and medicine, how could she give birth? So at first, he was like a headless fly, completely panicked. It was only when Bai Wei helped him find Li Ji and learned they were planning to open a clinic in Yunqi village that he felt a little more at ease. But even at this moment, holding his daughter in his arms, he still felt like a dream. He was going to be a father? After leaving the clinic, Bai Li spread out dozens more green ivy stalks, searching every household and every nook and cranny. He found 7 small bats, about the size of a palm, and tossed them against the wall to feed the green ivy. As for everyone's concerns about whether these mutated green radishes, accustomed to eating flesh and blood, will cause problems in the future, Bai Li believes they won't. They are now independent beings, with keen perceptions, able to judge likes and dislikes, and they recognize the people of Yunqi village. They need nutrients, but they can also identify them. For example, a few days ago, Lei Jia wanted to bury rotten vegetable leaves at the roots of the green radish to nourish it, but it disdained them, and dug them out, and threw them in his face, finally slapping him hard. Lei Jia was furious and frightened. After getting out of the green radish's hands, he immediately ran to Bai Li to complain. What could Bai Li say? It was all your fault. Why did you give it rotten vegetable leaves when it was perfectly fine? Look at how conscientious the villagers of Yunqi village are. They usually plant crops away from the wall, and try not to look at it when passing by. Lei Jia, on the other hand, would occasionally place a cactus there, and now he's gone even further, feeding it rotten vegetable leaves. If not you, who else should I hit? It was almost midnight when the couple arrived home and lay in bed. Bai Li was so sleepy that tears streamed down her face. Within 2 seconds of her head hitting the pillow, she was fast asleep. Jiang Minglang draped a thin blanket over her belly, thinking of Chen Feng's wife's C-section tonight. If this had been in a hospital before the apocalypse, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But with the current conditions, even if they tried to replicate hospital-style arrangements, it was still very limited. The main problem was the scarcity of medicine. Old Hua and Shi Shuang seemed to have mentioned a place called Yaoshan a few days ago. Because it was so common there, the mountain was fenced off before the apocalypse and used for lectures for students at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Shi Shuang wanted to go and take a look. Maybe they could dig up some rare herbs. Well, that can be incorporated into the plan. We also need to discuss with Dr. Su whether we need to hire another obstetrician and gynecologist with similar experience. It's better to be prepared than to put all your eggs in one basket. Bailey didn't think much about Qin Feng's wife's C-section tonight, but Jiang Minglang did for the better part of the night. The next day, at first light, the villagers, anxious all night, got up with machetes and searched every corner of the yard. After finding no bats, the neighbors gathered and went to the fields together. The weather has been hot these past few days, and some mutated insects we haven't seen before have appeared in the fields, such as mole crickets. They used to be the size of a thumb, but now they're at least as thick as 3 fingers. These creatures are very destructive, eating seeds and seedlings. So, after turning the soil over and before planting again, all these mutated mole crickets must be removed and killed. No, they be used as food for the green ivy. So, early in the morning, soldiers patrolling the field saw villagers using long pliers to find mole crickets or other fleshy insects, pick them up, and throw them against the wall. The leaves of the green radish swayed slightly, and the roots moved vigorously, causing the soldiers squatting in the fields to swallow and mutter to themselves, "It's a hearty breakfast, full of protein." Suddenly, there was a slap on the back of the head. Xiao Fei approached from behind and scolded him. "What are you mumbling about? Go back and eat, and then go find Sanpao. Your team will go on patrol today." This was a soldier he had brought back from his last trip to Jinbei, nicknamed Lu Tiao. "Boss, you must have remembered it wrong. The roster says tomorrow. It's changed. Connor Bao and his team were investigating all night last night, and need to rest today, so it's your turn." "Okay, I'm leaving then." Lu Tiao stood up, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly squatted down and leaned over to Xiao Fei, whispering, "Boss, look over there. And Zirwei is catching bugs. He's changed a lot lately. He works in the fields with Sister Wei every day, working hard, and he's not as spoiled as before. Just say something to him when you see him." Lu Tiao wondered if their boss had noticed, but every time he ran down the street with Song Xiaoxiao in his arms, and Zirwei looked on eagerly, his expression pitiful. After all, he was their captain's nephew. Even if the captain was angry and ignored him, they had to pay him a little attention and care. Thankfully, without his grandmother's doting, Sister Wei could be more ruthless, and the boy had improved a lot recently. As long as he could correct his behavior, he could still be given a chance. Without saying anything, Lu Tiao dashed off to Xiao Fei's house for dinner. Song Huanyan's cooking was delicious, and they had all gotten used to eating at her table lately. Xiao Fei looked up at the fields about 20 meters ahead. His sister, Xiao Wei, was looking for insects within Zirwei. Compared to his once fair, smooth skin, and Zirwei was now much darker and thinner, but also more robust. He wore long pants and a long coat, holding a plastic bucket in one hand and a pair of pliers in the other. While his mother was plowing the soil in front, he was behind, searching for insects, scooping them into the bucket. His expression was focused and calm, without a trace of fear. He was completely different from the Zirwei of 6 months ago, who would throw a tantrum and cry at the slightest provocation. Xiao Fei had indeed neglected his nephew for a long time. Firstly, he was busy and had no time. Secondly, he disliked him, deeply repelled, and refused to pay any attention to him. Seeing it now was quite surprising. And Zirwei, having probably collected enough in the bucket, told his mother, and carried the plastic bucket toward the wall, stopping only at the green radish. He then dumped the worms in the bucket at the base of the wall, before returning. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. He wasn't afraid of the mutant green radish. What Xiao Fei didn't know was that Zirwei wasn't afraid because he'd been saved by a mutant green radish before. Before the last cold snap, he and his mother were weeding the fields. When they ran out of water, his mother went back to get some, and he continued weeding alone. Then, out of nowhere, a colorful little snake appeared. Or maybe it wasn't a snake, but it might as well have been a bug. Either way, it was very long and slender. Thankfully, he noticed it early enough to avoid being bitten by the snake or bug, but it kept chasing him. In his panic, he couldn't even scream, so he just ran away, not noticing he was heading towards the wall. Then, just as the slender worm chased after it, it was tangled up by the green ivy and dragged into the soil. Although Zirwei was frightened at time, he was no longer afraid of the green ivy. He felt a sense of closeness to it. So, while others didn't dare get too close, he did. Thankfully, he always just brought food to the green ivy, and didn't do anything else. Over time, while the mutant green ivy didn't show any particular affection for him, it didn't hit him either. They lived in peace, so to speak. Xiao Fei didn't know this though. He only knew that his once spoiled nephew had indeed improved considerably. He was not only more capable at work, but also more courageous. Glancing around, he saw nothing amiss in the fields. It was quite peaceful. Xiao Fei stood up and walked towards his sister. Let me do it. You take a break. Xiaowei looked up and saw it was Xiao Fei. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, then she smiled. No need. I'm used to this job. You might not be able to do it. She stopped digging the soil, leaned in close to her brother, and asked in a low voice, How are you and Song Huanyan doing now? Xiao Fei's face darkened. Why are you asking me this right when we meet? Xiaowei raised her hand and slapped him, angrily saying, I can't ask. Do you know how old you are? You always think you're capable. If you're capable, why don't you just get her? We live under the same roof, and you're still so hesitant. What do you want me to say about you? Xiao Fei turned and started to walk away, but stopped after a few steps. He turned and looked at Nzirwei, who was returning to the field with a small bucket. The 10-year-old boy looked at him timidly, clearly afraid of him. Xiao Fei asked, Why aren't you talking to your uncle? Huh? Nzirwei was stunned. Was his uncle talking to him? He remembered that in the past, his uncle would ignore him and ignore him. But today, Xiaowei looked at her son with a complicated expression and whispered, Say hello to your uncle. Uncle. The voice was soft and trembling. Xiao Fei said to him, Starting tomorrow, let Uncle Lu Tiao take you to the training ground for a run. You have to get up at 5:30. Can you make it? Nzirwei was stunned again, but quickly realized what was happening and nodded. Yes, I can. He knew exactly what the training ground was for. He also knew that Linjia, whom he had once bullied, and Jiang Qi trained there every day. Even Song Xiaoxiao, Bai Duoduo from Yunqi village, and her brother Bai Shi would go there. Many people say it's a place for training warriors. He hadn't thought about it before, but now, he wanted to be a warrior. Coming out of the fields, Xiao Fei saw from a distance Jiang Qi and Linjia, carrying Xiao Wu and a thermos, clattering towards the clinic. Song Huanyan and Song Xiaoxiao also came out of their homes, and headed that way. Oh, I remember. Chen Feng's wife gave birth last night, a girl. So they're going to see the baby? Sure enough, Xiaoxiao waved her hand and called out, Uncle Qiao, we're going to see the baby. Do you want to go? What's so good about a little brat? Xiao Fei glanced disdainfully at the niece and nephew and replied, yes. Chi-Chi was carrying boiled goat's milk, which his great-grandmother had sent him to feed the baby. She looks quite unusual. Ugly rolled around in his mouth, but Chi-Chi swallowed it back, then changed it to describe Uncle Chen Feng's little sister. Chen Feng, who was holding his daughter and feeding her goat milk, twitched his lips. He heard what the boy hadn't said, rolled his eyes, and said, What do you know, little brat? All newborns look like this. They grow up to be pretty in a few days. They look like this right after they're born? Chi-Chi muttered to himself. That's impossible. When his brother or sister is born, they'd definitely be prettier than this ugly baby. He had just shared the good news of his mother's pregnancy with his best friend. He told him he was going to be a big brother. Gigi was also delighted. Chi-Chi's brothers and sisters were also his brothers and sisters, so he, too, was going to be a big brother. Song Xiaoxiao was equally delighted when she heard the news. She was certain that Bai Li's baby was a little sister, and she was going to be a big sister. After the three children emerged from the clinic, chattering non-stop, Bai Yang came to find Qi Shuang and was stunned. No, Chi-Chi is going to be a brother? What does that mean? Bai Li is now 4 months old. For the first 3 months, besides Qi Shuang, only Jiang Minglang, Bai Xiangtian, the old man and his wife, and Bai Xiangqian and his wife knew. I didn't tell Chi-Chi then, because I was afraid the child would get too excited and accidentally tell others. And Bai Yang's lack of knowledge was purely accidental. Qi Shuang assumed his family would tell him, so she didn't mention it to him. To prevent Chi-Chi from finding out, they didn't mention it publicly during the family dinner. As for Bai Yang, they assumed Qi Shuang would tell him. After that, he went out on a mission with Jiang Minglang and the others, and didn't return until yesterday. So, he had no idea his sister was pregnant. After a moment of confusion, Bai Yang picked up his nephew and asked, What did you just say? Who's the older brother? You? Chi-Chi nodded frantically. Yes, I'm the older brother, and you're the uncle. Congratulations, uncle. Bai Yang, Is your mom pregnant? Yes, she is. When did it happen? Last night, Mom told me last night. They just found out yesterday, so it's okay. Bai Yang put his nephew down and went to the clinic with a calm expression. When Qi Shuang finished her work and stopped to rest, Bai Yang leaned over and asked, My sister is pregnant, right? Did you or Dr. Su do the check? Is everything normal? Qi Shuang nodded calmly. Everything is normal. We did an ultrasound, and it's good. The ultrasound was done the day before yesterday, and it was indeed normal. Bai Yang was relieved. However, after dinner that night, Bai Li showered and changed into her nightgown. When her grandmother called her down to drink oat milk, Bai Yang's eyes widened at the sight of her belly. Is her belly this big right after pregnancy? Chapter 221. What do you mean? You knew everything, but you kept it from me? Bai Yang wasn't stupid. How could he not see that his sister had been pregnant for months? Combined with the unsurprised expressions on his family's faces, he was the only one who hadn't found out until now. After figuring it out, he exploded. Bai Xianqian heard him yelling and slapped him on the forehead, scolding, "Who are you yelling at? Your sister's home every day. It's not like you haven't been watching her. Who can you blame for not noticing?" So it was his fault then? Bai Yang wanted to get angry, but he couldn't. No one in the family stood by him. They all looked at him with indifference, as if it was truly his fault that he didn't know his sister was pregnant. He was being unreasonable. He was about to say something else when Lao Sheng's voice came from outside the door. "Bai Yang, there's a mission." In the afternoon, Jiang Minglang was called away by the base commander's men and hadn't returned yet. Before dinner, Du Qian told him that many more survivors had arrived at the gate at the North Expressway intersection. While survival in severe cold isn't easy, it protects against attacks from animals and birds. As long as you can withstand the cold, you can at least survive. Now that temperatures are rising, while the risk of freezing to death has been mitigated, dangers are lurking everywhere. Starving mutants, both above and below ground, could easily prey on you. In these times, even those survivors living alone, no matter how much they no longer want to rely on any base, are forced to pack up and seek reliable shelter. For the sake of their own lives, they generally choose whichever base is closest. If they're caught between two bases, they weigh the pros and cons before deciding which to go to. Pengcheng wasn't completely lost anymore. At least many people, choosing between Kyoto and Pengcheng, chose Pengcheng. Although compared to the four major bases in the east, south, west, and north, Pengcheng was unremarkable. Jiang Minglang frowned as he watched the throng of people outside. It was already completely dark, but the crowd outside was still growing. Even though they were being arranged to enter the city in batches, the flow remained steady. At first, they lined up quietly and orderly, each entering the city in their turn. But as the day wore on, something seemed to be approaching beyond the range of the sentry's headlights, and many panicked. Those at the back desperately pushed forward, while those in front blocked their path. The shoving and pushing eventually led to a fight. The patrol team originally maintaining order at the city gate had to send some of their troops back after hearing the commotion. However, Jiang Minglang had stipulated that even for maintaining order, they couldn't stray too far from the city gate. They had to protect the survivors as much as possible while ensuring their own safety. They couldn't blame them for those they couldn't protect. Therefore, the patrol said back only advanced 50 meters. Within the range of the sentry post's searchlight, they urged the survivors to remain silent and form up, while keeping watch with their rifles raised. Though the mutant bats had been repelled last night, some were inevitably missed. Furthermore, besides the mutant bats, the number of animals attacking humans has increased with the arrival of night. Once outside the walls of Pingcheng, constant vigilance is required. Bai Yang, who had been temporarily recruited by Old Sheng, was assigned to help guard the gates upon their arrival. In the areas beyond the searchlight's reach, pairs of gleaming eyes could be vaguely seen approaching, then stopping at a certain spot, motionless. Because the outermost patrols all pointed their guns at them, the psychic even held a large fireball in his hand. So, even though there were survivors on the road approaching from behind, the animals didn't rush to attack. Instead, they hid outside the road, watching silently, waiting for their chance to strike. The survivors coming from behind panicked and pressed forward. The patrol, about 100 meters away, simply stayed quiet. Those who heard it listened, and those who didn't listen didn't. They didn't ask any more questions, only keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Those entering the city from the main gate could only go through a small gate, one by one. The main gate was closed. Inside, there were 2 tables on either side. For recorders were recording names and assigning areas, working in an orderly, if not fast, manner. As Bai Yang followed Lao Sheng and the others out, he paused as he passed the 4 recorders. He turned to look at 2 of them, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It was He Ningju and Deng Bo. He Ningju had seen this woman before. She'd been a bit cunning, nearly making him jump with rage. She managed to sneak into the base office and become a recorder. Perhaps now that the environment had stabilized, He Ningju had washed off her ugly makeup, revealing her true face. A beautiful, fair oval face. Bai Yang's gaze passed from her to their squad leader, Deng Bo. When had this guy arrived? Both were busy and didn't notice Bai Yang. Bai Yang didn't even say hello, following his squad out the small door. Can you hurry up? Can't you just open the main door and let us in first? That's right, open the gate. Shut up. Anyone who doesn't want to queue leave now. The crowd immediately stopped shouting, but they were still unwilling to accept the situation, grumbling quietly to express their dissatisfaction. Old Sheng and Bai Yang ran from the gate to the end, flashing their powerful flashlights. Old Sheng shouted sternly to the crowd, "Those with children go first. Hurry, go to the side." At this news, the crowd erupted in excitement. Those with children happily pushed forward, while those without children grumbled in frustration, "Why?" and secretly stretched out their arms and legs to block the flow. Old Sheng, seeing this, furiously drew his knife, pointed it at the crowd, and sternly said, "Anyone who wants to enter the city, behave yourself. If you don't want to, get out. If you keep talking nonsense, I throw you under the highway." The restless crowd suddenly quieted down, everyone obediently shutting up, not daring to utter another word. Bai Yang led 4 families with children forward. Yes, 4 families. Among the hundreds of people behind, only these 4 families had children, 2 around 3 or 4 years old, 1 about 5 or 6, and 2 more who looked 7 or 8. That's 5 children. Bai Yang sighed inwardly, pulled a handful of cherries from his pocket, and in the darkness, stuffed a few into each child's hand. Then, muttering, "Follow me," he turned and walked away. The adults with children, upon seeing what was being stuffed into their children's hands, quickly put them in their pockets, then, holding their hands, followed closely behind Bai Yang. They wanted to say thank you, but feared getting in trouble, so they remained silent. He led them all the way to the gate, having only brought 15 families with children. After leading the 15 families inside, Bai Yang had them line up. He then gently tapped the recorder's desk and said calmly, "Deputy Base Commander Jiang said families with children will be given priority for registration and arrangements." Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Ding Bo and He Ningzhu looked up suddenly. They were stunned for a moment at the sight of Bai Yang, then a flash of surprise crossed their faces. I say flash because before their smiles could even spread, Bai Yang had already turned and left. Their smiles froze. They exchanged a glance, sighing helplessly before lowering their heads and returning to their work. I had originally thought the animals wouldn't attack, given the large number of people. Besides watching, they seemed to assess the situation. But as the last wave of people approached the sentry post's headlights, a roar echoed from the darkness, and something rushed recklessly towards a group of people that wasn't quite at the end of the line. Yes, it bypassed the last few people in the line and attacked the men alone. After Lao Sheng and Bai Yang took the family with the children away, they retreated. Like the patrol, they were about 50 meters from the gate. Thus, there were no patrols at the rear of the group. After hearing the screams, the patrol rushed to the rescue, and the men at the rear took the opportunity to squeeze to the front. Lao Sheng's flashlight illuminated the animals that attacked the men, 3 large wolfhounds. They were enormous. Each one was as big as the white tiger across from Pingjiang Bridge. Their sharp teeth dripped with blood and flesh, a terrifying sound. They didn't attack anyone else, only the 6 men. "Don't shoot." A patrolman raised his gun and aimed it at one of the wolfhounds, but was stopped by Bai Yang. Having followed his nephew and been quite familiar with dogs, he sensed they were seeking revenge. Though the 3 wolfhounds were large, they were quite swift. If they had been faster, firing a gun wouldn't necessarily hit them, and would only irritate them. With so many ordinary people still outside, if they didn't kill them and provoked a frenzied counterattack, who knows how many people would die today. Old Sheng usually enjoyed feeding the 2 generals, and considered the dogs his own. He shared Bai Yang's sentiments. The 3 wolfhounds had attacked with purpose, not with intent to attack anyone else. Since that was the case, they immediately organized everyone except the 6 to move forward, while they stood guard and issued warnings. The 6 men screamed in agony, but none of them were dead yet. It was obvious that all 6 of them were psychics, one of whom was a speed type. However, as he dodged, he was also clawed by the wolfhound several times, his clothes tattered and his upper body almost stained with blood. As he dodged, he angrily berated the patrol, "What kind of soldiers are you? How could you stand by and watch someone die?" Within 10 seconds, his words became, "Help! Please save us, let us pass." Several times, he tried to run toward the patrol, into their protective circle, but every time he made that move, he was immediately intercepted by the smallest and thinnest wolfhound, forcing him back. The 3 wolfhounds worked together to push the 6 men further and further away from the group. However, one of the 6 was a fire type, and because of his presence, the 3 wolfhounds were unable to kill them all. But they were also extremely clever, always staying within a reasonable distance of the fire-type user. This allowed them to avoid his fireballs, while simultaneously draining his energy, waiting for him to run out before delivering the fatal blow. Bai Yang saw through the wolfhound's tactics and sighed inwardly. Fighting such creatures was too dangerous. He coldly asked the six, "What did you do? Why are they attacking you and not the others?" It was obvious. After all, these six weren't the last in line. There were people in front and behind them, yet the wolfhounds ignored everyone and only attacked them. To say there wasn't something fishy going on was absurd. "What are you asking? They're just animals. Do they pick on people?" The fire type answered Bai Yang. To protect his companions, he continuously fired fireball after fireball. If he had been even slightly slower, one of them would have been struck by the wolfhounds. "Son of a bitch!" This insult was directed at both the wolfhound and Bai Yang and the others. He hated them for their cold-blooded indifference and inaction. Bai Yang snorted coldly, saying, "Since you won't tell the truth, then you can handle it yourselves. Dead or alive, don't even think about entering Pingcheng again. We posted a notice at the gate long ago prohibiting unwarranted provocation of animals, especially large dogs like wolfhounds." After he finished speaking, the group in a horizontal formation began to slowly retreat. Because of the unrest here, the speed of the people entering the city had increased. The last group was now over 50 meters away from them. Therefore, they too had to return to the city. When the six saw that Bai Yang and his men were serious and had truly abandoned them, one of them became anxious and, while frantically dealing with the wolfhounds, said, "Come on, big brother, I'm telling you, isn't that enough? Old Wang, what are you yelling at me for? What's the point of yelling at me? Don't you see how formidable these three dogs are? We can't defeat them." "Well, little brother, the truth is, we didn't do anything special. We were just starving, so we caught a wolfhound and cooked a pot of dog meat." Before he could finish his words, Bai Yang sheathed his knife and turned to leave. The others reacted quickly as well. Although they still held their knives and guns, they retreated very quickly, following closely behind Bai Yang. He leapt as soon as he said to. If they really had to shoot, the three wolfhounds could certainly have been killed, but the question was, why? What's wrong with them avenging their own child? The patrol team was Wei Lichuan's subordinates, and their boss was desperately seeking a fire-type puppy. The tiger and its minions across the Pingjiang Bridge occasionally crossed paths with them, but they lived in peace and harmony. Thus, they shared a certain affinity for intelligent animals that didn't actively attack humans, just as they did for the people of Yunqi village. Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Old Wang, who had just confessed, saw that the soldiers had completely ignored him after hearing what he had said, and he became anxious. "Didn't we say we help? How can you go back on your word?" Because his concentration was affected by talking, a wolfhound seized the opportunity to bite his arm. With a snap of its teeth, it ripped the man's arm clean off. A fireball hurled itself at the wolfhound, but it deftly dodged it. After an unknown amount of time, as screams echoed one after another, the fiery battlefield slowly fell silent. The next morning, the soldiers on duty at the sentry post, observing through binoculars, found only a few scraps of cloth and long-dried bloodstains on the ground. The 6 men were completely gone. Chapter 222. After completing the final registration task the previous day, Ding Bo and He Ningzhu, though exhausted, still wanted to talk to Bai Yang. However, it was too late, and the timing wasn't ideal, so they had to return to their residence. After all, these survivors were only being initially resettled. They would have to return tomorrow morning to conduct the detailed division. They had finally secured this job after 3 rounds of interviews at the management office. So, no matter how hard or tiring it was, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. Of course, this kind of hardship was nothing compared to the starvation and cold, and the life-threatening dangers outside. Ding Bo had actually arrived in Pingcheng 2 months before He Ningzhu, but his previous relationship with Bai Yang was superficial, so he hadn't realized he was from Pingcheng. Furthermore, after arriving here, he was so busy making ends meet that he hadn't noticed that the Baigua garden, as everyone was talking about, was actually Bai Yang's. It was only later that he heard the management office was hiring, and when he went to register, he happened to see Jiang Minglang striding past with several soldiers, and he was stunned. Jiang Minglang's aura was so powerful that it was unforgettable at first sight. Not to mention, he had gone to Ningqing University to pick up Bai Yang, and had also helped them out of a difficult situation. So he immediately recognized him as Bai Yang's brother-in-law. When he inquired further, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. When he ran into He Ningzhu during the second round of interviews, he learned that she had already met Bai Yang. Of course, He Ningju would never tell him about the seemingly misunderstandings that had arisen. Thankfully, Dingbo didn't care about this. His focus was entirely on work and daily food and drink. After all, he had parents and a younger brother to support at home, and the pressure was immense. A few days later, Dingbo ran into Bai Yang again at the registration desk at the main gate. He was standing in front of a car, seemingly about to leave. Dingbo had just stopped to rest and hurried over to greet him. Bai Yang. Bai Yang turned around. They exchanged a few words, and then, unexpectedly, Bai Yang learned news about his good friend Dong Zimo. He wasn't dead. He had gone to Kyoto with his parents and his third uncle's family to find his second uncle. Before the apocalypse, his second uncle worked in a government department in Kyoto and was said to be quite capable, holding a high position. The family probably felt it was safest to seek refuge with the most capable member of the family. Dingbo had met Dong Zimo and his friends by chance at a service area on their way to Kyoto. The apocalypse had only just begun, less than 6 months earlier. Jiang Minglang and Li Nan hadn't completely cleared Pingcheng. Zombies roamed nearly every neighborhood, and some were confined in their homes, their daily roars incessant. Coupled with the attacks of mutant bats during thunderstorms, the entire city had become terrifying and horrifying. So, leaving for the north in search of a reliable base was the choice made by many Pingcheng residents at the time. But when they left, they probably never imagined that one day Pingcheng would become a highly sought-after base. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as Dong Zimo was still alive, it was all that mattered. Dingbo, knowing his own limitations, didn't ask Bai Yang what he'd been up to, nor did he inquire about his and He Ningju's current situation. It was a good thing he didn't ask, because before leaving, as Bai Yang opened the car door and got in, Dingbo caught a glimpse of a young girl inside. He couldn't quite make out her face, but when Bai Yang got in, the girl didn't move. He sat practically next to her, and the two looked incredibly close. Dingbo's eyelids twitched, and he knew He Ningju's plan had failed. Back in school, the class beauty was aloof, looking down on almost everyone except Bai Yang. But this boy remained indifferent, leaving the boys in their class fuming with envy. The beauty from the foreign languages department had once asked Bai Yang out for dinner, but he refused, saying, "We're not familiar." To be honest, at that time, all the boys in their class wanted to cover him with a blanket and beat him up in the middle of the night. It was a scorching heat. After all, in the physics department, 90% of the boys were bachelors. So who could possibly understand their feelings? Dingbo watched the car drive out of the gate and shook his head in amusement. Bai Yang, who they had always called slow and unintelligent, had finally come to his senses. He turned back to his work, not taking the incident to heart. "Was that your classmate just now?" Shi Shuang, overhearing the two talking about school and their classmates, curiously inquired, "Is that the girl named He you told me about who liked you? Were they together?" Bai Yang was startled and quickly explained, "What do you mean by liking me? That's not true. My sister said she just wanted to use me." After saying that, he subconsciously turned to look at Shiyu, who was driving. When Shi Shuang had just said the words "I like you," the older brother had given him a sharp look through the rearview mirror. So scary. He quickly changed the subject to Dingbo. He was the class president in undergraduate school. Later, in graduate school, although we weren't assigned to the same class, we were next to each other and took many open classes together. He's a nice guy. During our 4 years in college, he helped 3 needy students in our class apply for grants. I don't know about other classes, but the students in our class who received grants were truly needy. Sure enough, this topic successfully diverted Shi Shuang's attention. She said, "The class monitor is really good. I remember a girl in our class got a new phone as soon as she received the grant, even though her old one was less than 2 years old." Many people knew there was a problem, but no one said anything because she was dating our counselor. After hearing his sister's words, Shiyu's first reaction was, "That little girl is talking so much this time. Why doesn't she talk so much when she's with me normally?" His second reaction was, "Is this the main reason she insisted on taking the postgraduate entrance exam before her junior year? Studying medicine is already challenging, so Shiyu hadn't considered letting her skip a grade. He just let her study and progress slowly. There was no need to overwork herself. But Shi Shuang used to be really quiet. Every time Shiyu called, she would ask questions and give brief answers. She said she was fine, nothing was wrong, and that he didn't need to worry. Until the second semester of her sophomore year, he was told. He found time to visit the school and help her apply for an early postgraduate entrance exam. Shi Shuang could have done it herself, but their class counselor wasn't exactly kind. Determined not to cause trouble for his sister, Shi Yu gave him a 20,000 yuan card. After Shi Shuang was admitted to graduate school and left her class, he immediately returned during his vacation to gather evidence. He then sent an anonymous letter of complaint to the director of the school office. He also found a computer-savvy buddy and hacked into their campus forum, posting all the evidence on the front page, the kind that couldn't be deleted. Later, the counselor was naturally fired and expelled from the school. However, Shi Yu only knew that the guy was greedy and dishonest, but he didn't know that he had been having an affair with a young girl in his class since his freshman year. Luckily, he didn't touch Shi Shuang otherwise. Talking about the gossips of college, the two of them seemed to open up, talking back and forth in an extremely heated discussion. As they talked, their hands clasped together, and their bodies leaned closer. Renbin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, shouted, "What are you doing? Can't you see there are two other people sitting up there? Be careful of the impact." Shi Shuang blushed and tried to pull her hand away from Bai Yang's, but Bai Yang held on tightly. Bai Yang said to Renbin, "Last week I saw Lu Er's cousin come to see you again. What did she give you this time?" Shi Yu was shocked. A woman would come to see this guy? What's that look? He stared at the road ahead, and before Renbin could speak, he asked Bai Yang, "Which one? Does Lu Er have another cousin? Is he blind?" "Yes, Lu Rongrong, I'm telling you, Renbin. Rongrong is very smart. Before the apocalypse, she was a senior in high school, and the top student in my dad's class. If there hadn't been the apocalypse, she would have definitely done well on the college entrance exam." Shi Yu was shocked again. Is such a smart kid blind? What's the reason she's attracted to this guy? Has she become stupid from studying, and can't tell the difference between beauty and ugliness? Bai Yang nodded seriously. It's possible. Kids, it's not surprising they make mistakes. Renbin opened his mouth several times, but was interrupted by the two of them. He stared blankly at them, staring at them, clearly talking about his business, but unable to get a word in. Until this moment, he finally couldn't help it and shouted angrily, "That's enough, you two. You think I'm stupid and can't hear you? And you say I'm ugly, but how am I ugly? Xiaoshuang, tell me, am I ugly, your brother Bin? I'm very handsome, okay? Lu Rongrong came to me, which shows that she has good taste." After saying this, he smoothed his short, shaved head, then turned guiltily to look out the window. In reality, Lu Rongrong discovered she had superpowers, fire-related, but the flames were very small, just a tiny sliver each time they appeared. Even when she exerted all her strength, it was still just a tiny sliver. She didn't know whether this really counted as a superpower or not. After all, it was a world apart from the fireballs Renbin so easily unleashed. So she didn't dare tell anyone else. Finally, after some thought, she decided to ask Renbin for advice. Besides Xiaowu and Liuli, the only fire-related people left in Yunqi village were Renbin and a warrior that Xiao Fei had brought with him. But compared to that warrior, the villagers of Yunqi village were more familiar with Renbin. After all, he had been here longer. Lu Rongrong asked Renbin to keep it a secret and, in his free time, to help her research how she could develop superpowers like his. To put it bluntly, this was all a beautiful misunderstanding, but Renbin couldn't confess. Even after a month of training, the little girl still produced a tiny flame. It wasn't even as big as the flame from a match. Lu Rongrong felt embarrassed and didn't want to make it public. Since the girl herself didn't want to talk about it, Renbin certainly wouldn't say anything. Besides, it wasn't a big deal to him. It was just helping to train someone with similar abilities. What was the big deal? He hadn't anticipated the misunderstanding that would ensue after being seen. What he didn't know was that Bai Yang's description was a good one. Two villagers were convinced that the Lu girl was trying to hook up with Jiang Minglang's soldiers. He felt a certain amount of contempt, but more jealousy, and a bit of pity that his own family didn't have a daughter. "Hey! Lu Rongrong really has a crush on you." Bai Yang had been joking, but he hadn't expected Renbin to actually admit it. That girl wasn't particularly pretty, but she was certainly good-looking. Among the students in this class, Bai Xianqian thought she had the most potential. She was just a little dull, a bookworm's dullness. That was the same word Renbin was thinking at that moment. That girl was so dull, and she had no talent for supernatural powers. How could she be as good as Bai Yang said? Of course, he hadn't meant to create such a misunderstanding with her. Just now, he had just said something out of the blue to save face. So now he realized it and immediately explained, "No, I was just joking. She's looking for me for serious business, not what you think." Shi Yu and Bai Yang were still trying to tease him when the car driven by Xiao Fei and Zhang Xiaoda suddenly stopped. Xiao Fei was leading the team on this mission, and the destination was Yaoshan. Otherwise, Xuan would have come along, because there were so many herbs, and no one knew her except her. I actually knew Old Man Hua's granddaughter was Siyun. We originally agreed to let her tag along before this trip, but she overtrained, and after depleting her superpowers, she felt completely unwell. She couldn't muster a single ounce of strength until they set off. There was no other way, the plan couldn't be altered, so we had to exclude her. Not many people were traveling this time. The first car contained Zhang Xiaoda, Qiao Fei, Jiang Qi Linjia, and Xiao Wu. Yes, those two little guys were brought out again. Since they said they wanted to train them, they couldn't do it all in one go. Thankfully, the two children weren't afraid, and they followed their parents' instructions with remarkable composure. At this moment, Zhang Xiaodao lowered the driver's window and glared at the person blocking the road ahead. "Excuse me, how far is it to Pingqing?" Because the weather was getting hotter, they didn't want to waste any more time on the road, so they chose to take the highway, a direct route to Yaoshan. The distance was 200 kilometers, and if they were on their best, they could reach the mountain in 3 hours. If all went well, they planned to finish collecting the herbs and return before dark tomorrow. Of course, that presumed there were still healthy herbs on Yaoshan. "Get out of the way!" Zhang Xiaodao didn't respond, only uttered these two words coldly. Blocking the car were two young girls, and the person asking for directions was a mature woman in her 30s. Also, 3 people, all women, were standing on the highway nearby. They were neatly dressed, and didn't look sallow and thin from days of starvation. This suggested that life after the apocalypse was not bad, or at least they hadn't suffered much hardship. People like them probably wouldn't go to the base. Even if they wanted to, there was no need to stop their car. This highway goes directly to Pingqing. Didn't they know that before they set off? Handsome guy. I say it again, get out of here. Zhang Xiaodao's patience had reached its limit. Jiang Qi, in the back seat, rolled his eyes before leaning over to whisper something in Linjia's ear. Linjia nodded, and quietly lowered the window halfway. Then, 2 subtle crackling sounds were heard, and the 2 young women blocking the road ahead suddenly shook violently several times, as if they were having a seizure. Afterward, their heads were completely black, their hair scorched and their faces pitch black. It wasn't just them. The woman trying to get close to Zhang Xiaodao and talk to him was also affected. Chapter 223. Before the women could grasp what was happening, they were struck by an inexplicable lightning, collapsing on the ground. Because it was daytime, strands of white lightning flickered from Gigi's small hand, resting on the car window, but no one noticed. Of course, it could also be because the women were focused on Zhang Xiaodao, who was in the driver's seat. He rested one arm on the car window, his dark face cold as ice, his eyes like sharp blades glancing at them. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply and looked at a mound below the highway. Jiang Qi leaned against his good brother. As his uncle Disease gaze shifted, he gestured to Ji without hesitation, "Hit that mound." Crack! This time, the lightning was thicker and brighter than the one that struck the 3 women. The moment it struck, a scream rang out, "Ah!" The 2 men then tumbled out from behind the mound in a panic. Even after their escape, a plume of black smoke continued to rise from behind it, along with the same odor of burnt hair and, moreover, a faint aroma of roasted meat. Gi's lightning struck the person behind the mound, who hadn't escaped in time. It was unclear if it was 1 or 2, but they were likely knocked unconscious by the shock and unable to get up. A smile flashed in Zhang Xiaodao's eyes, and he glanced at the 2 brats in the back seat. Ji, this kid, is worthy of being the boss's biological son. He's so wicked, he doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He just kill anyone who's not good for him. Gigi and he cooperated perfectly, hitting wherever he told them to. Zhang Xiaodao withdrew his gaze, then looked back at the group of men and women, his eyes cold as ice. This place is about 80 kilometers from Pingqing, but they weren't planning on going there at all. Instead, they were stationed here, setting up a trap to rob anyone passing through on their way to Pingqing. Perhaps it wasn't just robbery. The number of lives they'd taken was unknown. He opened the car door and got out, followed by Bai Yang and Renbin from the car behind. As soon as the 3 of them found their footing, the ground beneath them gave way, and they looked like they were about to sink into the earth. But in an instant, it returned to its original shape, the ground beneath them solid and untouched. When the man using his earth power saw it wasn't working, the other man, who hadn't yet risen from the ground, immediately hurled a massive fireball at him with all his might. However, just as the fireball neared Zhang Xiaodao, it suddenly stopped in midair. The flames remained, but they were encased in a ball of ice. Then, with a snap, it fell, the brilliant orange ice flower shattering into pieces. Electrocute him. Gigi didn't even bother trying to hide. He stuck his head out the window and flicked his hand. A flash of purple lightning shot out. The lightning spread from the man's head like a dragon, and without a sound, he collapsed to the ground. Whether he was dead or not was unknown, but it looked like he was finished. The two children, feeling unsatisfied in the car, opened the door and jumped out, calling to Zhang Xiaoda, "Uncle Dazi, leave it to us." With that, they rushed down the highway, leaping over the guardrail with a single, effortless leap. And before the Earth-type psychic could react, the two little ones had already rushed over him. Chi-Chi waved his hand to freeze the man's arms and hands first, then raised his foot and kicked him hard in the heart. Before the man fell to the ground, Gigi's lightning arrived immediately, and there was a crackling sound. The man's whole body shook 3 times, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, foaming at the mouth, and a charred face. The entire process took less than half a minute, and even the women standing by the highway didn't react. It wasn't until Chi-Chi and Gigi went around the small mound to investigate that the group of women, after a cry of awe, all ran forward. Even the 3 scantily clad women, who had been knocked to the ground by Gigi's electrocution, scrambled to their feet and ran. Zhang Xiaoda frowned, turned to Qiao Fei, and asked, "Captain Qiao, what should we do with them?" Whether the 2 men were dead or not, Rinbin had already gone to burn the bodies, but these women couldn't be killed too? It was either being soft-hearted or just annoying. He didn't even bother to ask if they were being coerced by the men. Perhaps they had used that excuse many times when dealing with tough guys like them. Let them go. Don't worry about it. At this moment, Chi-Chi and Gigi discovered 2 people behind the mound. They had been knocked unconscious by Gigi's earlier lightning strike. They exchanged glances, just as they were trying to figure out how to handle the situation, when Rinbin, who had just arrived, hurled 2 fireballs at them, effectively burning them to ashes. He explained to the 2 children, "Do you know what these guys' tactics are? They make the women act weak or try to scam people, while they wait in the wings. In a good scenario, they rob people and let them go, but in a bad scenario, they kill them. So, there's no telling how many lives these people have on their hands. If you encounter them, you must show no mercy. Do you understand?" The 2 nodded. "I understand." It was just a robbery, yet they made it so complicated. 4 men and 6 women, all the men killed, all the women ran. Back in the car, the group watched as the women ran a distance ahead, jumped over the railing and into the ditch, quickly disappearing. They were speechless for a moment. After all, there were children in the car, so Qiao Fei and Zhang Xiaoda exchanged a glance and said nothing more. Shi Yu and the others in the car behind were less concerned. Rinbin started by asking, wouldn't there be some small base in the direction they were running from, and then they go to the 8 Great Hutongs? Shi Shuang had always been a good student, always asking when she didn't understand something, "What are the 8 Great Hutongs?" Rinbin, he answered without hesitation, "It's the red light district." However, Shi Shuang remained completely bewildered after hearing this, and Bai Yan laughed. It seemed his girlfriend had truly been a nerd, with few friends and a dislike for hanging out with strangers. Therefore, she seemed completely unfamiliar with common terms that everyone else understood. Shi Yu glanced expressionlessly at the rearview mirror. He knew that his sister's naivete was largely due to his strict control. In the years immediately following her parents' death, he had been both brother, father, and mother, ferrying her to and from middle school and high school every day to prevent her from falling in love. He had warned almost every boy who approached her back then. Later, when she entered university, she chose the arduous and difficult medical course. Every day, she would go back and forth between the dormitory, classroom, library, and cafeteria. Even when it came to buying clothes for the changing seasons, he, as her older brother, would go shopping with her whenever he went on vacation to visit her. Not to mention the early postgraduate entrance exams, which left her with no time to focus on other things. So he wasn't surprised that Shi Shuang didn't understand the meaning of the 8 Great Hutongs and Red Light District. Bai Yang explained quietly, "Brothel." Shi Shuang was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "Ah!" She turned back to look in the direction the women had fled, frowning. "Is this considered part of the Kyoto area, or does it fall under the jurisdiction of our Pingcheng?" Now that the overall situation has been determined, in addition to the 5 major bases in the southeast, northwest, and Kyoto regions, each of these major bases has 4 smaller, formalized bases like Pingcheng. Beyond each of these smaller bases are also designated areas that aren't part of the base itself, but are nonetheless under its jurisdiction. In other words, security in certain areas outside the bases also falls under the base's jurisdiction. This policy has only just been announced, and many people haven't taken it seriously yet, nor have they implemented it. But Bailey, with nothing to do the other day, actually, she has nothing to do every day, took the new base manual and read it through with Shi Shuang and the others at the clinic, emphasizing this point. She said it was essential, after all, a safer perimeter ensures a safer base. However, the patrol personnel must be carefully selected, and they must include several highly skilled individuals. Just a few days after Bailey made this statement, Shi Shuang personally encountered a group of criminals. Shi Yu and the others hadn't noticed this point, but considering the distance, it seemed very likely that this area would fall under Pingqing's jurisdiction. It seemed they would have to report this to their superiors upon their return. The rest of the journey didn't involve any more mindless robbers, but there were plenty of people traveling with backpacks. Almost everyone looked sallow. Some were traveling in small groups, while others were traveling with families. Their destination was, without exception, Pingqing. It seemed they preferred Pingqing to Kyoto and other small bases. Chi-Chi also saw through the car window a little boy who looked about his own age, but was so thin that his neck and head appeared large. His limbs were also long and thin, and his t-shirt, now colorless, clung to his body, revealing his ribs. Gigi blinked at the child, then glanced at the few people beside him, then turned his head nonchalantly to look ahead. The car sped past, quickly leaving the travelers behind, and within seconds, it was completely out of sight. Jiang Qi keenly noticed a change in his good brother's mood. He thought for a moment and asked, "Did you see anyone you know just now?" Xiao Fei, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned to look at the two of them. He asked Gigi, "Who did you see?" Gigi looked at Xiao Fei, pursed his lips, and whispered, "My uncle and his family, but I didn't see my grandparents." The little boy was his uncle's son, half a year older than him. His cousin, who had always been half a head taller than him, now seemed shorter. Clearly, during the past 2 years of the apocalypse, their family hadn't been doing well. Of course, that wasn't the point. What about his grandparents? Even though his grandparents had abandoned him, they were still his mother's parents, beloved elders before the apocalypse. Even if they weren't living together, Gigi hoped they could live well. But now it seemed. He turned his head to look out the window, his eyes racing with thoughts. 2 more of his blood relatives were gone. Or rather, they were gone. He didn't like his uncle's family, so all his relatives were gone, all dead. Xiao Fei's eyes chilled as he thought of the heartless family who had sent Gigi there. But he said nothing, turning back to look ahead. The kid had his own ideas, he didn't need to say anything. Chi-Chi noticed his good brother was in a bad mood and decisively changed the subject. He sighed, I wonder how Yaya and Aunt Xiaolin are doing. I wish they could come to Pingqing. That way, Mom wouldn't have to worry about them so much. As expected, Gigi pulled herself away from the sadness of her grandparents' passing and comforted Chi-Chi, "Don't worry, they be fine. After all, Aunt Xiaolin is no ordinary person. She even dared to chop off her ex-husband." Chi-Chi nodded seriously, "That's true. Aunt Xiaolin is very tough. She'd definitely be able to protect herself and Yaya." "Gigi, do you miss Yaya?" "A little. She definitely misses you too. She once said she'd marry you when she grows up." Zhang Xiaoda and Xiao Fei, sitting in the front, question mark. Aren't all the topics kids talk about so fiercely these days? The 2 adults still shrugged off the fact that Aunt Xiaolin was no ordinary person and dared to chop off her ex-husband, immediately started talking about Chi-Chi getting married. Xiao Fei wanted to ask, "Have you told your mother you have a wife?" Zhang Xiaoda, on the other hand, was thinking, in these 2 kids' minds, isn't being ordinary enough to be brave enough to chop up your ex-husband? While the 2 were still pondering these words, they heard the topic change again, seamlessly transitioning to Xiaowu and Liuli. "Last time I took Xiaowu out for a while, and when I came back, I saw Liuli clinging to him all the time. I saw it too. Did they kiss?" Swallowed by the words, Xiao Fei turned his head abruptly. There was a click. He seemed to have twisted his neck from turning so hard. After the click, the car fell silent. Jiang Qi and Lin just stared at Xiao Fei, with their eyes wide open and their mouths open. The 2 children were extremely nervous. After a while, they asked weakly, "Uncle Xiao, are you okay?" Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but laugh beside him. Xiao Fei said angrily, "Shut up." He raised his hand and rubbed and pinched the back of his neck. When he felt a little better, he turned his neck again. Then he returned to the topic of concern. "Did you 2 see clearly? Liuli and Xiaowu really? Were they lying together? I mean, were they, stacked on top of each other?" The 2 children nodded and shook their heads, then looked down at Xiaowu lying at his feet. Xiao Fei was anxious. "What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Is it true or not?" Chi-Chi replied seriously. They weren't stacked on top of each other, but their butts were touching. They didn't kiss, but they were kissing their buttholes. He scratched his head in confusion as he spoke, not quite understanding why a dog kisses its butthole. But as he finished speaking, Uncle Xiao's eyes lit up, and a bright smile spread across his face. He reached out and stroked Xiaowu's head, praising him. Good job, Xiaowu. You're so capable. By the time they got back, maybe Liuli would already be pregnant. Chi-Chi, ? Uncle Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Fei was about to speak when Zhang Xiaodao beside him coughed lightly and said, You better be careful, or your sister-in-law will beat you if she finds out when you get home. Xiao Fei immediately turned around and sat down, remaining silent. Bai Li's beatings weren't just for show now. He was afraid she'd tie him up and throw him over the wall in the middle of the night. That would be too embarrassing. Chapter 224. Shortly after Shi Shuang and the others set off for Yaoshan, Yunqi village welcomed 3 uninvited guests. They were Jiang Minglang's father, his uncle, and Jiang Minglang's cousin, Jiang Sikong. They seemed to know that no one would see them, whether they approached Jiang Minglang or Bai Li. Therefore, the 3 Jiang family members pleaded to see Bai Xiangtian. Shirwei, for the sake of our village, I beg you, please help me. Unfortunately, the person on duty at the gate today happened to be Yan Shirwei, Jiang Minglang's childhood friend. Yan Shirwei hated everyone in Fengqiao village, especially the Jiang family. Back then, Jiang Jijia had returned to Fengqiao village with a group of security guards and forced his father to lead the charge to clear the zombies, where he was accidentally bitten. Later, his cousin Yan Zhu was nearly insulted by that group. If he hadn't had the good fortune to run into Jiang Minglang in the city, his family would have been ruined. Therefore, no matter how much Jiang De and Jiang Er pleaded with him, he always said, Uncle Bai is busy. He's also said he won't see the Jiang family. It's unclear whether he said that, but he wouldn't go in to pass on the message. Besides, knowing Bai Li, he knew she really didn't want to get tangled up with the Jiang family. So why bother with Uncle Bai again? After saying all the nice things, seeing Yan Shirwei still unmoved, Jiang Sikong flew into a rage. He pointed a finger at his nose and cursed, You think you're so great just being Jiang Minglang's watchdog? Yan Shirwei, who do you think you are? Jiang Sikong cursed profusely, but Yan Shirwei remained expressionless and unmoved. He was about to curse again when Xiao Heng, who was lying on his side inside the gate, suddenly stood up and growled at him. Jiang Sikong was startled and didn't bother to scold Yan Shirwei anymore. He quickly pulled Jiang De away from the gate and retreated more than 10 meters. Jiang Lauer knew he would return empty-handed today, with no way of meeting anyone. He quickly explained his purpose to Yan Shirwei. We're not here to seek refuge with Minglang. Cindy is missing. Sikong and Jijia have searched everywhere they could, but there's no trace of her. Since Cindy is his cousin, I'd like to ask Minglang if he could help find her. Before Jiang Lauer could finish his words, Yan Shirwei scoffed. He looked at Jiang Lauer with disdain. For the sake of your cousin? Cousin? Uncle Jiang, are you kidding me? Why didn't you consider raising Minglang before, considering he's your son? Why didn't you call him when Grandma Jiang was dying, considering he was her grandson? Why didn't you just be so heartless as to sever ties with him? And now you want to use him, and now you're bringing in your cousin? He thought the Jiang family's minds were completely incomprehensible. There was something fishy going on. Jiang Er's face also turned red and white at Yan Shirwei's criticism, looking incredibly ugly. His already hunched frame now looked even more exhausted. He turned and left, passing by Jiang Laoda and Jiang Sikong, who kept calling out to him. You can't just leave like this. Cindy's whereabouts are still unknown. What will happen to her if you leave? I do whatever I have to do. I done my best. What do you mean I done my best? You haven't even asked Jiang Minglang for help yet. The 3 of them gradually walked away, and Yan Shirwei snorted coldly. Jiang Cindy is missing? Serves you right. He turned and walked through the small door, intending to return to the cabin, but he stopped dead in his tracks as soon as he entered. Yan Shirwei looked at Bai Li, who was standing nearby, in surprise. His first question was, How long have you been here? The second question was, Did you hear everything? Bai Li smiled. I heard Jiang Cindy's missing. She then waved to Yan Shirwei and turned back. She hadn't come here specifically. She had just been to the clinic to see Chen Feng's daughter and noticed the commotion. Curious, she wandered over to see what was going on. After all, it had been almost 2.5 years since the apocalypse. Previously, the Jiang family had preferred to go to Li Nan's place rather than to Yunqi village to ask Jiang Minglang for shelter. Now, suddenly coming. When she heard they were here about Jiang Sini's disappearance, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Ever since she contacted Li Nan about Dr. Su's case, she heard he'd done a thorough job of rectifying things. The greenhouse area was no longer under Kunzi's control, having been handed over to another water-based psychic promoted by Li Nan. It was said that every aspect of the operation was moving towards military-style management. Jiang Sini was from the greenhouse area. If her disappearance had been reported to Li Nan's defense team, they wouldn't have ignored it. Now that she had come to this point, it meant the defense team had taken action, but they hadn't found the person. Bai Li had no good feelings towards Jiang Sini. What happened to her was none of her business, so she forgot about the matter soon after returning home. However, Bai Li didn't know that Jiang Sini's disappearance was actually related to her. She approached Jiang Minglang twice, and Bai Li once, but they both ignored her, no one paying any attention. Jiang Sini was furious, often cursing Bai Li and Jiang Minglang in her heart. As she cursed more and more, she could occasionally speak out loud. 5 days ago, a middle-aged woman who worked with her heard others talk about Bai Li, the mistress of the White Fruit Orchard, and how powerful her wood-based abilities were. Not only could she induce labor, but her combat prowess was also unprecedented. A group of people worked, gossiping with envy and admiration. Jiang Sini, caught in the middle, felt a surge of jealousy like boundless weeds, igniting at the slightest whiff. She held it in for a while, but finally couldn't, and spoke up. "You all know Bai Li's husband is Jiang Minglang, right?" Many of the workers were new, and didn't know her last name was Jiang. Of course, even if they did, they wouldn't have associated her with Deputy Base Commander Jiang. So, everyone nodded subconsciously. Everyone knows that. It's common knowledge, right? Then you certainly don't know that Bai Li instigated Jiang Minglang to sever ties with her in-laws. She was shrewd enough not to point out that she was Jiang Minglang's cousin. Using her status as Jiang Minglang's villager, she fabricated a story about how Bai Li seduced Jiang Minglang into marrying into the Bai family, and then, because she couldn't get along with her mother-in-law, she forced her husband to sever ties with them. She even went on to say that even when her mother-in-law was seriously ill and wanted to see her son before her death, she was prevented by Bai Li. Anyway, they kept on going on and on, blaming Bai Li for Jiang Minglang's severing of ties with the Jiang family. Everyone loves gossip, especially when it comes to gossip about prominent figures in Pingcheng. Whether true or false, they all relish it. Of course, some people question Jiang Minglang's ability, wondering if he simply did whatever his wife told him to do, lacking any judgment. He was a soldier, after all. At this point, Jiang Sini curled her lips, saying he wasn't a good person either. He married a wife and forgot his mother, and he was just after the Bai family's money. Before the apocalypse, Bai Li's father had a white fruit orchard and was making a lot of money. Jiang Minglang and Bai Li's house in Sucheng was bought entirely with Bai Li's father's money. This was sheer nonsense. Although Bai Xiangtian had indeed prepared the full payment for Bai Li's house purchase, Jiang Minglang refused it. He wasn't completely unable to afford a house. But Jiang Sini had long harbored resentment towards the two men, and she didn't care about the facts. She fabricated a story without end, even going so far as to say that Bai Li had been two-timing in high school. Whatever she wanted to say was offensive. The people listening to her had never met Bai Li. It was just gossip, no matter if it was true or not. Jiang Sini was talking animatedly, but she didn't notice the man and woman standing not far behind her. They were Lu Su and Lu Ying. Both siblings looked grim. Who was this woman? She wasn't doing her job properly, so she made up stories like that? And why would she start a rumor about Bai Li? She wanted to die. Lu Su and Lu Ying were thinking the same thing at this moment. That woman was their sister. Whether they acknowledged her or not was their business. But that didn't mean anyone could throw dirty water at Bai Li in front of them. Just like how, even though he used to dislike Shou Lin, he wouldn't stand by and watch him get bullied. Lu Su stared at Jiang Sini and gave her a sinister smile. The next day, Jiang Sini disappeared. She and her daughter were living with her parents, brother, and sister-in-law. They'd spoken before bed the night before, but when they woke up the next morning, they couldn't find her. Jiang Sikong went to find Jiang Jijia, and they searched privately for a whole day. After finding nothing, they reported the matter to the security team. The security team didn't waste any time either, searching for 2 hours that night, and most of the next day. When they couldn't find anything, they gave up. After all, everyone was busy every day, and no one wanted to delay the overall progress just for one person. Moreover, Jiang Sini's disappearance was like a mystery, with no clues at all. No, it's not like there were no clues. The person who heard her gossiping about Bai Li and Jiang Minglang that day seemed to have vaguely guessed something. But he wisely kept silent. After all, it was said that the head of their greenhouse area had a close relationship with Deputy Base Commander Jiang. If he knew they were gossiping about Jiang Minglang and Bai Li while working, what good would that do to them? So, after hearing about Jiang Sini's disappearance, they all kept their mouths shut, not revealing a single word of what Jiang Sini had said the previous day. As for where Jiang Sini had been taken, of course, they killed her and destroyed her body. Lu Su wasn't a pushover, not since he was a kid. In elementary school, he nearly blinded a classmate in a fight. If his father hadn't had the money to settle it for him, he would have definitely ended up in juvenile detention. He got a little better as he grew up, but not much better. Anyway, saying he was vindictive was a compliment. Of course, he didn't dare retaliate when Bai Li hit him. First, he couldn't defeat her. Second, perhaps it was a bloodline repression. Every time he saw his half-sister, he was terrified and couldn't even look her in the eye. Even so, no one could slander Bai Li in front of him. Whether she was good or not was her own business. Who the hell are you to say that about her? Lu Ying held similar views to her brother, and her cruelty was even greater than Lu Su's. Thus, the siblings immediately sentenced Jiang Sini to death. Who had the time to slowly torture someone who just kept talking? Of course, they resolved the matter immediately. After dealing with Jiang Sini, the two of them went about their business, and the matter was quickly forgotten. If Jiang Jijia hadn't been asking around, the siblings wouldn't have known the woman they disposed of was Jiang Minglang's cousin. But knowing that wasn't a big deal. Even if she were Jiang Minglang's biological sister, she still needed to be dealt with. Who told her to let her mouth go? After taking a shower that evening, half lying in bed reading, Bai Li thought for a moment, and decided to tell Jiang Minglang about the Jiang family's visit that day. I heard it's because Jiang Sini is missing, and they want you to help find her. Jiang Minglang was drying his hair when he said casually, Jiang Sicom came to the management office to meet me this afternoon, but I refused. What does it have to do with me if someone's missing? Where can I go to find her? The main thing is, she doesn't want to look. Bai Li thought, Jiang Sini's mouth is so easy to offend. She's been missing for a few days, so she's probably gone. So what? It's her own fault. If you don't think before you speak, you have to bear the consequences. Jiang Minglang didn't want to mention the Jiang family at all. He occasionally thought of his parents, who had never raised him for a single day, and he could barely remember what they looked like. This was fine. If he wanted to break off the relationship, he could do so completely. By the way, guess who I saw today? Bai Li rolled her eyes at him. No guesses, just tell me. Jiang Minglang laughed. Lu Su. What's so strange about that? Isn't he on patrol over there? Listen to me. He was chatting up Bai Yang's classmate. The girl who claimed to be Bai Yang's girlfriend when I went to Ning University to pick her up. I think her name was He or something. There were still many survivors coming to Pingcheng every day. To prevent any trouble, Jiang Minglang would occasionally go over and take charge. Today, he happened to see Lu Su, intentionally or not, leaning towards He Ningju. They were both men, and the look in his eyes made it clear what he was up to. He Ningju wasn't above his approach, and in just a few minutes of rest, the two of them were already chatting animatedly. He didn't want to pay attention to them, but he couldn't help but be in the wrong place, and whenever he looked out the gate, his peripheral vision always caught that spot. Jiang Minglang knew his wife had hit Lu Su twice, and the boy had been sensible enough not to fight back. So whenever they saw him, he couldn't help but glance at him. Over the past year or so, because of their team's outstanding abilities, they even become a member of the patrol team, making a name for themselves and becoming a team leader. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he always felt that Lu Su was very honest whenever he saw him, never glancing sideways, never even glancing in his direction. Li Nan had previously lamented how surprisingly well-behaved the Lu siblings had become after staying with him, consistently completing their assigned tasks flawlessly. Unknowingly, they had become his capable subordinates. He even joked that perhaps it was because of their husband and wife's pressure that Lu Su and Lu Ying dared not act recklessly in Pingcheng. If they wanted to stay, they had to behave themselves. This was a good deal for him. He had two capable people. Are you talking about He Ningju and Lu Su? Bai Li was surprised for a moment, then sneered. The last time Xiao Yang met He Ningju, he made it clear to her that there had never been anything between them. I guess. She's come to terms with accepting Lu Su. That was good, as it saved her from pestering her brother and ultimately annoying Xiao Shuang. Chapter 225. Thinking of Bai Yang and Shi Shuang, I wondered if they had a smooth journey to Medicine Mountain, and whether they could make it back tomorrow. Also, due to the influence of the climate, many of the plants that survive today are mutated. This is naturally unavoidable with herbs, So when picking, extreme caution is required. Do not rip the roots and take the soil with you. This is because only in this way can they be replanted, watered with mutated water, and their medicinal properties finally revealed, even more potent than before. The seedlings stimulated by Bailey are even more so. This is the most surprising result, obtained after repeated experiments by Elder Hua and Shi Shuang. At this time, Shi Shuang and his group, whom Bailey had been keeping in mind, had already arrived at Medicine Mountain at 1 p.m. However, perhaps because the snow had fallen for too long, many herbs had frozen to death. Now, with the sudden return of temperature, the area is still completely bare, with only a hint of green to be seen. Even in the shade of Medicine Mountain, there is still a patch of snow that has not melted. This is very strange. The temperature was already over 30 degrees Celsius, yet the snow on the mountain hadn't melted yet. Something unusual must be wrong. Renbin was left at the foot of the mountain to watch the car, while the others followed Shi Shuang up the mountain to dig for herbs. Unfortunately, after searching the entire mountain, they only managed to find a dozen or so barely viable seedlings. Fortunately, 5 of them were relatively rare. If they could survive after transplanting them back, the trip wouldn't be in vain. Despite their meager finds, it still took them an entire afternoon. After all, the herb mountain wasn't small, and climbing it wasn't easy. In the end, they only left the shady, snowy area unexplored. Children are naturally curious, especially those of Jiang Qi and Lin Zhi's age, who are also known for their courage. The 2 cubs quietly crept to the shady side, wanting to see why the snow hadn't melted there. They also wanted to grab a handful to see how it felt. However, as soon as they stretched out their little paws to touch the snow, Xiaowu suddenly barked beside them. "What's wrong, Xiaowu?" Chi-Chi retracted his claws from the snow and immediately grasped the short knife at his waist, looking around. A moment later, his eyes landed on a sudden bulge in the middle of the mountain. Then, the bulge gradually grew larger and longer, and finally, snowflakes fell from it, and the bulge transformed into a huge white snake head. The snake's eyes shone with a cold, dark light, staring directly at Jiang Qi and Lin Zhi. The 2 children were stunned. They had never imagined that a snake could be hidden in the unmelted snow. Perhaps it was a stress reaction, but when Lin Zhi sensed the snake's hostile gaze towards them, he suddenly swung his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out. A purple beam of light, almost as thick as his arm, crackled and slammed into the massive white snake, which, even with its upper body raised, stood a full man tall. Now that his brothers had all taken action, Chi-Chi couldn't sit idle. He immediately pulled the dagger his father had specially made for him from his calf and swung it out. Though he was swinging the dagger, he was actually controlling it, indicating that his control over his second gold-based ability was now more stable than before. The moment the lightning flashed, the white snake's pupil shrank, and it quickly retreated, avoiding the attack. Crackling sounds echoed, and snowflakes fell in a flurry. Jiang Qi Lin Zhi. Noticing the commotion, Qiao Fei and Shi Yu, who were already not far away, along with Bai Yang and Shi Shuang, hurried over, carrying the herbs they had gathered. At this moment, Chi-Chi swung his dagger in front of the white snake, maneuvering it towards its neck. Qiao Fei and the others were stunned for a moment when they saw the snake. It was true, it was the end of the world, and all sorts of unexpected creatures were possible. Not only had the snow not melted, but the snakes hidden within hadn't even hibernated yet. Could there be something wrong with the snow? The adults, watching the 2 children show off their abilities and battle the giant snake with undefeated skill, didn't rush to help, but simply watched and watched. Shi Shuang watched for about 5 minutes, then whispered to Bai Yang, "Did you notice? Chi-Chi's dagger always gets deflected by the white snake's tail when it passes over that large rock, but everywhere else, it just dodges and doesn't strike." Bai Yang noticed this too. He squinted at the rock, remembering the fantasy novels he read before, and said, "Could there be some treasure behind it? Novels say that any rare treasure is protected by a rare beast. Never mind the fantasy aspect of it all. Doesn't it seem unrealistic that they have supernatural powers? In these apocalyptic times, nothing is impossible, only what you can't imagine." Shi Shuang didn't think as much as he did, she was simply curious about what lay behind that rock. At this moment, the white snake, attacked by both lightning and the dagger, was extremely annoyed. It stared at the 2 human cubs with cold eyes, its mouth wide open. It arched its back, then leaped again to avoid the lightning. Suddenly, its tail lifted high and slammed into the rock above Jiang Qi and Lin Zhi. Bang! Just as its tail was about to strike the rock, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the snake, sparking a burst of sparks before a dazzling red spray sprayed across the white snow. Bang! Without giving the white snake a chance to breathe, Xiao Fei fired his rifle again, this time hitting it at the 7-inch mark. However, the snake's skin was tougher than they expected. The tail could be broken, but not penetrated. At the 7-inch mark, the two shots landed on the ground, barely scraping the skin. Xiao Fei narrowed his eyes, a hint of excitement surfacing in his eyes. He sheathed his gun and casually drew 2 long daggers. He said to Jiang Qi and Lin Jie, "You two stop and watch from the side." With that, he leaped and rushed halfway up the mountain. Bai Yang tooted, thinking, old Xiao is really belligerent. Then he drew his own long knife and conferred with Shi Yu. "Wait until Captain Xiao leads the snake away. I go see what's behind that rock." Everyone had seen clearly just now. Even though the snake's tail had been hit, it had deliberately avoided the rock as it retreated, and even blocked the path when Xiao Fei fired a second time. What treasure was it so protective of? After 2 battles, even though its skin was as tough as iron, it was wounded, and its tail was bleeding. Seeing the white snake's strength gradually failing, Bai Yang dodged and scurried up the mountain. When he reached the back of the huge rock, he had just seen a whole half a man's height when he heard a hissing sound behind him. Without a moment's pause, he quickly dodged to the side. The moment he dodged, the snake's head struck the spot where he had been standing. With a thud, snow and gravel flew everywhere. Bai Yang came up with a plan. He suddenly leaped onto the boulder, then leaped twice on it. The white snake was now truly frantic. It didn't care about Xiao Fei's dagger, which was aimed at its vital point. It rushed towards Bai Yang with its mouth wide open and hissing. The snake was fast, but Bai Yang was equally agile, dodging it before it could reach him. At the same time, before it could struggle or dodge, a knife finally pierced its skin. Although the penetration wasn't deep, it had pierced through the snake's skin. Xiao Fei, known for his strength, seized the opportunity as the white snake recklessly charged at Bai Yang, grabbing the knife and slashing downwards from its 7-inch point. With a thud, the dagger buried itself completely within the snake's flesh. Hiss. Perhaps a final roar of resignation, the white snake's head opened its maw and let out a mournful wail, tilting its head to the sky. Not long after, the white snake collapsed into the tangled snow motionless. Jiang Qi and Lin just stood beneath the snow, staring blankly at the blood-stained white snake. No, after 2 rounds of fierce fighting, the snake was no longer completely white. Its skin was stained black from Gigi's lightning strikes, and red from Uncle Qiao's gun and dagger. From head to tail, it was all black and red, its original pure white skin gone. Alas, how pitiful. If it hadn't initially intended to attack them, they wouldn't have attacked first. After all, its eyes were so cold, and it looked like it wanted to devour them alive, which frightened the brothers. Jiang Qi felt that although the snake had mutated into pure white, and looked beautiful, it wasn't very smart. So stupid. They were just trying to grab some snow, and weren't climbing up. Couldn't you just stay put? Why did you have to expose yourself? It wasn't as smart as the big black snake in Pingjiang. His mother had gone to the river so many times to investigate, but the snake just stayed hidden. Xiaoshuang, come quickly. There's something here. In a split second, Bai Yang was standing behind a large rock, where he spotted 3 blooming white flowers. Because the rock had always been protected by the white snake, the snow still lay there, and the eerie, snow-white flowers nestled amidst the snow, a scene of beauty and purity. With Shi Yu's help, Shi Shuang quickly climbed to the rocks halfway up the mountain. The half-man-high cave was empty, but on one side, 3 white flowers, clearly newly blossomed, were startlingly beautiful and eerie. What shocked Shi Shuang even more was that these flowers— Snow lotus, she murmured, her face filled with disbelief. Snow lotus flowers mostly grow on the snowy plateau. They stand tall and graceful, resembling lotus flowers, and are as white as jade, hence the name snow lotus. But why is this here? It's a snow lotus? If it's a transplanted flower, can it survive? Bai Yang's words brought Shi Shuang back to her senses. She turned to look around, then at the giant white snake that was clearly guarding the snow lotus. She wondered if the snow hadn't melted because of the snake or the snow lotus. But whatever the reason, these 3 blooming snow lotuses had to be removed. They were already mature and blooming, so it didn't matter whether they survived or not. Thinking of this, Shi Shuang quickly took out a shovel and began to dig up the flowers. Down below, Xiao Fei and Jiang Qi Linjia were circling the giant white snake. We can peel off the snake's skin and make 2 sets of protective clothing for you too. It was incredibly tough. The base commander had a skilled craftsman who could peel it and send it over, providing them with supplies to help them process it. Protective clothing made from snake skin? Can it be worn? Linjia was a little reluctant. He was actually quite afraid of snakes. He had just fought that battle with a brave face. There was no other way. His special ability was suited to long-range attacks, and he had to protect his brothers. To be honest, his legs went weak the moment Uncle Qiao killed the white snake. He was only able to climb up now because Chi-Chi supported him. So now, he was sitting on a rock some distance away from the white snake. After hearing Uncle Qiao's words, the thought of wearing the snake's skin made his scalp tingle. Uncle Qiao, can you not wear it? Are you sure you don't want it? It's a rare thing. Protective clothing is like bulletproof vests, it can protect you. Despite this, Linja still didn't want it. Xiao Fei didn't force it. After Shi Shuang dug out the 3 snow lotus flowers, he rolled up the white snake and carried it down the mountain. Because of the scorching heat, they couldn't let the dead snake go. So, even though it was almost 6 in the evening, they decided to rush back to Pingcheng overnight. So, after a quick bite, the group immediately drove back the same way they come. Fortunately, it wasn't completely dark yet, and the first hour had been uneventful, with no encounters with mutant animals or humans. But what Xiao Fei and his companions didn't expect was that shortly after dark, they encountered another gang of robbers. Unlike the previous group, which used women as vanguards, this group appeared to be composed entirely of psychics with considerable fighting abilities. At 5 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, 2 somewhat shabby cars arrived at the entrance to the Pingcheng North Expressway. One of the teams on duty the previous night happened to be led by Lu Su. Hearing the knocks at the door, he initially ignored them, thinking they were early survivors waiting in line. That was until his men trotted over to report that it was Captain Qiao and his group, with 2 children in the car. Lu Su, who had been dazed, suddenly regained consciousness. He immediately emerged from the duty room and trotted to the main gate. The gate had already opened, and Zhang Xiaoda and Shi Yu slowly drove into Pingcheng, one behind the other. Seeing Lu Su, Zhang Xiaoda stopped the car first. Lu Su hurried forward. He first glanced at the back seat and saw that Jiang Qi was fine. Then he surveyed the car and looked at Zhang Xiaoda, asking as if he knew him well, "What's going on? Who's so blind?" Zhang Xiaoda glanced at him sideways, his tone businesslike. 80 kilometers north of the highway, 120 kilometers north, and 30 kilometers west, there are 2 small gangs that specialize in robbing survivors who come to Pingcheng. Go and file a petition, and have the management office send someone to clear them out. In reality, they had already nearly wiped out the gang, but they felt it was too much trouble to go and finish the job. So anyone who went there wouldn't be considered a cleanup, they'd be considered picking up the slack. Lu Su immediately grasped Zhang Xiaoda's implication, his eyes lighting up. Who should be sent to clear out the enemy? Of course he should be. So, when it came to applying, he definitely requested his team go. With such a boon being offered, he'd be a fool not to take the initiative. Right away, right away. Thanks, brother. See you later. Before Lu Su finished his words, Zhang Xiaoda had already started the car and left. See you later? Forget it. Letting Lu Su take advantage of this benefit wasn't really about him. No matter who was on duty today, he would tell them the truth. After all, they had fought them, and they couldn't let anyone else take advantage. And Yunqi Village and Bai Guoyan didn't care about these supplies. Lu Su didn't care about Zhang Xiaoda's attitude either. Seeing that there was still half an hour before the shift change, he gave his men a few instructions, telling them to drive and prepare their weapons, then hurried back to the duty room to write the application. Chapter 226. Early in the morning, Bai Li was still half asleep when she heard a commotion, mixed with the familiar cries of her beloved son. What was Chi-Chi calling out? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she suddenly opened her eyes, stunned for about 3 seconds, then threw off the thin blanket and got out of bed. This snake looks normal. Should it be edible? We know after we try it. Then let's skin it now. It's been dead all night. If we wait any longer, the skin won't be easy to peel. Wait a minute, wait a minute. My mom isn't down yet. Let her take a look before we peel it. Then put 2 more ice cubes here. Bai Li walked out the backyard gate and saw a group of people gathered on the flagstones in the open space in front. They were clamoring, and it was unclear what they were looking at. Seeing her come out, Chi-Chi immediately ran over with his eyes shining. Mom, come quickly, come see what we brought back. Bai Li's eyes flicked to her son's grimy body, but to avoid spoiling the fun, she said nothing. He led her to the stone slab. She was stunned when she saw a large white snake, about 7 or 8 meters long, lying on the slab. The white snake, which Chi-Chi had washed with water, hadn't lost its luster even after its death. Instead, it glowed with a faint silver light in the morning light, creating an indescribable beauty. This snake. It wasn't particularly large or long, but at least it was much smaller than the black snake we seen in Pingjiang. It was just that this skin was incredibly rare. But Bailey didn't dwell on it, simply asking, "Where did you find it?" "Yaoshan?" Yes, Mom, you can't imagine there's still snow on that mountain." Chi-Chi chattered away, telling her mother in detail how she discovered the white snake, how she fought it, and how Uncle Chiao beat her to death. Then he said, "Uncle Chiao said the snake's skin is tough, and can be peeled off to make protective clothing for Gigi and me." Using snake skin to make protective clothing? Bailey raised an eyebrow in surprise, then looked up at Jiang Minglang, who nodded and said, "Yes, we can." At that moment, he was thinking, if he ever came across something like this again, he would make one for his wife. He lowered his gaze to Bailey's slightly bulging belly and added, "And a daughter." A few days ago, during the B ultrasound, Dr. Su revealed that the baby was a girl. Jiang Minglang was delighted. With a son and a daughter, his life couldn't be more complete. When my wife was pregnant with Chi-Chi, she suffered from severe morning sickness, which continued throughout the birth. He didn't even bother to worry about the baby's gender. He was only focused on delivering the baby quickly, so she could feel better and less miserable. It wasn't just her who suffered during that time, the whole family suffered. So, after Chi-Chi was born, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally delivered the baby. As for the boy or girl, it wasn't that important. Now, I don't know if my daughter is more sensible and feels sorry for her mother, but now, for months and 1 week later, she hasn't vomited once. They say daughters are their parents' little cotton-padded jackets. They're just better than sons. Thinking of this, Jiang Minglang glanced at his son with disdain, then saw his grimy clothes, and suddenly couldn't stand it. She took 2 steps forward and lifted him up. "Stop clinging to your mother. Go take a shower and change your clothes. Don't you see how dirty you are? Wash later." "I want to watch Grandpa Dong peel a snake." "Go wash first." "I don't want to." Mom. Grandpa, come quickly." Bailey ignored the father and son, and didn't watch the snake peeling. She went back to her room, washed up, and went to see Xishuang about the snow lotus she had picked. Just as she emerged from the white fruit orchard, she suddenly looked up at the easternmost wall of green ivy across the street. The mutated green ivy vines were rearing up and slapping the ground. No, not slapping the ground. They were fighting with the peonies planted by Ningen next door, just 3 meters away, at the base of the wall. Bailey closed her eyes slightly, then was surprised to find that the row of peonies Ningen had planted at the base of the wall had grown to over 1 meter tall. Not only tall, but also fierce. When the green ivy whipped at them, they would open their maws and bite. Although they could only bite a single leaf at a time, they still opened their mouths and bit whenever the green ivy whipped at them, giving it a rather piranha-like vibe. So these peonies have mutated too? Of course, the fight between the two plants wasn't just noticed by her, it also alerted Ningen, who had just woken up. He ran over with his hair in disarray to investigate, and was stunned by what he saw. He knew Sister Bai's green ivy wasn't a proper green ivy, but who could tell him when his peonies had become so powerful? Is this still the noble, elegant, and beautiful peony he nurtured? When did it mutate? After about 10 seconds of silence, Ningen finally reacted with a howl. Looking at the peony petals scattered to the ground after being whipped by the green ivy, he spat blood in pain. Stop it, we're all family." He ran to the center, trying to stop Luoluo from beating him, but it clearly wasn't paying attention. Not only did it hit harder, it also started hitting him too. Finally, Ningen was screaming in pain, unable to help but shout towards the white fruit orchard, Sister Bai. Take care of your Luoluo, take care of her." Bailey said nothing, but she turned back to the white fruit orchard, found a bicycle, and slowly rode out of Yunqi village. Then, turning left, she quickly reached Ningen, who was still clutching her arm and crying out, Sister Bai. As soon as he saw Bailey approach, Ningen, regardless of the pain in his arm, rushed to her and pleaded, Please, stop them for a moment, please stop." He pointed at the peony, which had only a few leaves left, and said tearfully, "I worked so hard to grow these mutant plants. Please don't let them all be destroyed." God knows how much he envied Sister Bai's mutant green ivy. Although it was ferocious and dangerous, it was still capable, and gave him a sense of security. Both of the wood element, Sister Bai could do anything, while he could only produce a few flowers. He couldn't even compare to Lei Jia, who could only produce flowers. After all, the cacti she produced also had attack power. But what about him? The peonies he produced were just for show. It was the end of the world. No matter how beautiful his flowers were, who would have the heart to appreciate them? Now, his peonies had actually done their job. I just carefully counted, and there are 5 plants that dare to fight the mutant green radish. 5 mutant peonies. Help, help, Sister Bai. Please ask your Lolo to show some mercy. Ningen was so anxious, he was practically incoherent. Bailey found it amusing, but the peony had indeed been ripped apart by the green ivy, leaving only a few petals. It was indeed a bit excessive. So, just as the 2 vines were raised high again, she controlled them, and stopped them. Ningen breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried over to comfort his peonies, like a treasure. He even tried to force them to bloom a few more flowers, but Bailey stopped him. Since they already mutated, you don't need to force them to bloom. Don't you see the buds down there? They bloom soon. It was hard to say what this guy's abilities were. She was afraid he might have good intentions, but end up doing something bad, and that if he forced them to bloom, the mutated peonies would lose their effectiveness. It was better to let nature take its course. After all, the peonies he had sent to Bygwood Garden were initially effective at catching mosquitoes, but when some withered and he asked them to force them to bloom, the ones that emerged lost their effectiveness, becoming mere ornamental peonies. It was quite confusing. Ningen's outstretched hand paused, as if remembering this, and he withdrew it with a hint of resentment. But he didn't give up, and instead went to investigate the other peonies, hoping to see if there were any more mutated plants like this. But at the same time, he asked curiously, Sister Bai, why do you think they're fighting? Before these flowers mutated, your green ivy didn't reject them. Why are you intolerant of them now that they mutated? Is it because there's no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, and the green ivy is the only mutated plant in this area? Bai Li's lips twitched, and she said calmly, you have a vivid imagination. What else? Why do you think they're fighting? I don't know, but it's definitely not what you're saying. She turned the car around, intending to go back. Ningen inspected 3 plants in a row, finding nothing unusual, and hurriedly stopped her. Hey, Sister Bai, don't go yet. You need to have a good talk with your green ivy. Stop getting so angry and hitting people. We're all neighbors, we can't discuss everything. Hey, Sister Bai. Bailey didn't bother listening to him. These green ivy plants had actually been quite well behaved since their mutation. Generally speaking, they wouldn't hit anyone unless they were provoked. For all that time, they had never hit anyone in Yunqi village. Except for Lei Jia, who had asked for it. So there had to be a reason for today's fight with the mutated peony. Sister Bai, wait for me. I'm going to find Lei Jia. Ningen couldn't wait to share with Lei Jia that not only his cactus had mutated, but his peony had too. Ever since Lei Jia moved to Yunqi village, they've been spending time together, slowly becoming good friends. With Lei Jia's help, they also reclaimed a lot of land. Sister Bai, do you think I should encourage more peonies to grow? Wouldn't that increase the chances of mutation? It's like casting a wide net. Also, by the easternmost wall, south of the Pingjiang River, should I encourage some to grow as well? Just in case a mutated one shows up, wouldn't that be a small help? Although Ningen wasn't sure what his mutated peonies would do, that didn't stop him from imagining them. They could even bite off a leaf from a mutated green ivy in one bite. That's impressive. Ningen felt proud. Planting a row of them by the Pingjiang River. Bailey thought about it, and decided it was a good idea. Whether or not they mutate into those 5 carnivorous plants, it would be good to kill mosquitoes. With temperatures rising, there will undoubtedly be more mosquitoes and moths. For example, the mosquitoes that have just emerged are 2 to 3 times larger than before the apocalypse, making them quite frightening. If a normal person were to be attacked by one of these mosquitoes, it wouldn't matter if they were attacked by more than one, but if they were attacked by more than one, they wouldn't survive. The base management office has also noticed this problem, and is reportedly discussing the production of protective clothing with Linan. They are also issuing a comprehensive warning to residents, urging them to wear long sleeves and long pants until the protective clothing is available. Before going to bed at night, check your home for mosquitoes and keep doors and windows closed. In short, the impending threat of mosquitoes cannot be ignored. With this in mind, Bailey said to Ningen, I ordered 200 plants from you. Tell me what you want. Ningen's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, Sister Bai, are you serious? You really want to trade with me? Of course, it's not just me. You go find your brother Jiang later, and the base management will definitely trade with you too. Bailey smiled and said to Ningen, get ready. Your peonies are going to be a big hit. This guy was actually quite careless. He didn't discover that his peonies could eat mosquitoes, but Lei Jia couldn't help but tell him. But he didn't realize the significance of this at the time. He just thought it was no big deal if his tacky flowers ate mosquitoes. But if they could eat mutant mosquitoes, that would be a big deal. So it wasn't until this moment, after Bai Li's words, that he realized that his peonies were no longer just for show, as they had been before. Shi Shuang had already handed the 3 snow lotuses to Elder Hua. She didn't dare handle such an important herb herself, lest it spoil. Bai Li was amazed after seeing it. Old Hua said it was similar to the ones he seen years ago, brought back from the snowy plateau. No, it seemed even larger and more beautiful. He was also impressed to find snow lotus here. It seemed like Yaoshan might reveal more unexpected herbs in the future. Pengcheng also had several untouched, barren mountains, which might hold unexpected surprises. She decided to visit those mountains when she had time. After breakfast, Lei Jia rushed to find Bai Li. Sister Bai, Ningyan and I are going to Pingjiang to help the peonies and cacti grow. Would you like to come with us? With your green ivy, we have 3 layers of protection, which should be even better. Bai Li nodded in agreement without hesitation. She had actually considered nurturing her green ivy by the Pingjiang River, but she was concerned about the giant black python within. She feared her green ivy would mutate easily, and she didn't want to accidentally anger the giant python and have it attack them. After all, the python was so enormous that even Jiang Minglang didn't have the confidence to subdue it. At the time, she thought that if conflict could be avoided, peaceful coexistence would be preferable. But a few days ago, she heard that 2 black pythons had been spotted in Shenglin Lake, east of the Pingjiang River in Flower City. One of them was over 10 to 20 meters long and thicker than an adult man. Such long and thick pythons couldn't be found everywhere, so it was most likely the giant python that had been lurking beneath the Pingjiang River. Now that they had left, they no longer had to worry. Instead, they had to be on guard against any further mutants emerging from the Pingjiang River, as well as the animals on the other side. Ningyan and Lei Jia were more proactive than Bai Li in nurturing their own specialties. As early as last year, Wei Lichuan erected a high iron fence on the bank of Pingjiang River. At that time, it was also to prevent anything from entering the river, so as to block it for a while. But now, it just happened to allow Bailey's green ivy to climb on it. Chapter 227. The citizens of Pingcheng soon discovered that, from the main entrance at the North Expressway intersection, through the city center, to the greenhouse area, to the management office, everywhere, wherever there were large crowds, along the roadsides and in the corners of walls, peonies were in full bloom, a dazzling display of color. Accordingly, Ningyan had recently become wealthy. Although his face had been pale and his body looked frail, as if pounced upon by a female ghost, due to excessive fertilization, he was in good spirits. Even when his legs seemed unsteady, he walked with a proud air, a self-satisfied and impressive demeanor. He was also prone to sniping at his brothers. Who said my superpowers were useless? Hey, why are you moving my flower? Didn't you find it an eyesore? A broken flower, you can't eat or drink from it. Why are you putting it in your bedroom? Mu Song, looking at him like he deserved a beating, understood that he had been severely insulted, and didn't blame him. Half a month passed in a flash, and the weather had completely warmed up, with the temperature slowly rising from a high of 30 degrees Celsius to 38 or 39 degrees Celsius. During this period, several minor and moderate disturbances broke out both inside and outside the city, all caused by mosquitoes, rats, and ants that had recovered from the rising temperatures. Although Pingcheng began taking countermeasures as soon as the weather warmed up, and the peonies of Ningyan played a significant role, some uninhabited villages in the corners of Pingcheng's urban area were inevitably neglected, triggering waves of mosquitoes, rats, and small animals. Thankfully, the casualties were minor, and everything remained under control. The largest outbreak came from outside the city. Everyone on duty at the city gates remembers that day vividly. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, before anyone could be seen, screams were heard in the distance. A swarm of mosquitoes stretched as far as the eye could see, chasing a group of fleeing survivors towards the city gates. Thankfully, Jiang Minglang had dispatched several fire-powered psychics to guard the gates and help maintain order. So, even though the mosquitoes were swarming like crazy, they were quickly consumed by their fire. Most importantly, they successfully prevented the mosquitoes from entering the city. Even so, many people fell on the highway at the city gates. Counting all the way north, the final casualties are the figures above. Thankfully, the city was not endangered. And it wasn't easy for mosquitoes to get into Pingcheng. For the past 2 weeks, Pingcheng, including Pingjiang in the southernmost part, had been encircled by a 5-meter-high screen. While no matter how high the walls are, they can't completely shut out the mosquitoes outside, it's undeniable that the combined walls and screens are sufficient to keep out about 80% of them. The remaining ones, as well as those within Pingcheng, are eliminated daily by patrols in protective gear. Combined with Ningyan's peony, Pingcheng remains relatively stable overall. This explains the constant stream of survivors seeking refuge in Pingcheng. In the past 2 weeks, however, many survivors have arrived with wounds, and even worse, some have even managed to hide mosquitoes under their clothing, undetected. It's not that they weren't discovered, but rather that the bites were so severe that their entire bodies were paralyzed, nearly unconscious. Finally, medical personnel, examining them at the city gate, used tongs to remove the swollen, blood-soaked mosquitoes from their backs, killing one with a pinch, leaving a pool of blood. Ever since the mosquitoes became rampant, the registration office staff have moved from the city walls to the outskirts. A medical team is also assigned to examine survivors before they register. After the examination, those with no injuries can register and enter the city directly, where they will be resettled in designated residential areas. Those with minor injuries can also enter the city, but must first recuperate in a temporary tent area not far from the city gates. Once recovered, they can be resettled in residential areas. Some minor injuries worsen, and are forced to return to the outskirts of the city to stay with the more seriously injured. An area has been cleared near the city gates, where several tents have been erected, surrounded by peonies and cacti, specifically to house the most seriously injured and dying survivors. Although medical staff are available to help treat and clean wounds, bodies are inevitably carried out for cremation almost every day. There's no other way. Without sufficient supplies, and when the after-effects of wounds fester and become inflamed and uncontrollable, death is the only option. Many were already covered in bite wounds on the way here, their blood running dry. They managed to reach Pingcheng with only their last breaths, only to be left with their dying breaths. The oppressive atmosphere at the city gates had also created a sense of gloom within Pingcheng itself. Survivors who had previously dismissed mosquitoes were no longer clinging to their hopes, now maintaining a vigilant and alert posture every day. The screening within Baiguoyan and Yunchi village was even more rigorous. Because protective suits had not yet been released, everyone tried to wrap themselves up tightly in their own old clothes, covering themselves from head to toe with only their eyes visible. It was incredibly hot, but at least it was safe. Bailey was almost 5 months pregnant, and her belly was already quite noticeable, similar to the early stages of pregnancy. She was feeling fine, with no discomfort. Even so, she mostly stayed home these days, rarely leaving the Baigua garden. She was conservative at heart, and wouldn't joke with her body. But her son and Gigi were taken out daily by Jiang Minglang and his family to kill mosquitoes. Sometimes they were in the village, sometimes they were out and about. In short, they were definitely not left idle. No matter what this apocalypse brought, they had to face and adapt to it. Xiao Fei sometimes took Song Xiaoxiao with him when he went out. Although the little girl was fair, tender, and cute, and suitable for pampering, she certainly couldn't be treated that way. So, after discussing it with Song Huanyan, they decided to let her exercise like Gigi and Gigi. It was just that Xiao Fei was worried at first, so he would tag along. It was also for this reason that Song Huanyan felt that living with this person wouldn't be a bad idea. How can I describe their current relationship? At first, neither of them had any real intentions. One was genuinely staying over, the other was just looking after the dog. But as they lived together, amidst everyone's teasing, both of them gradually seemed to develop feelings for each other. It was mainly Xiao Fei, actually. Ever since he ran into Song Huanyan's ex-boyfriend, Xiao Fei had been feeling a bit uneasy. Add to that the constant house hunting and desire to move out, and he suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. After all this time, this place felt a bit like home, but once they and his aunt and niece left, wouldn't he be left alone again? He hadn't felt anything when he was alone before, so one evening after dinner, after Song Xiaoxiao had fallen asleep, he asked her, "Song Huanyan, can I pursue you?" As soon as he said this, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he dared not look Song Huanyan in the eye. He was a man in his 30s, and he'd been in love before, but at this moment, he was like a young man, his ears red with nervousness. This was something he had never experienced in his previous 2 relationships, and Xiao Fei couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. Although he only waited for Song Huanyan's answer for half a minute, it felt like a century, an incredibly long time. Upon hearing this, Song Huanyan was stunned at first, then her already large almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. She then calmly considered for more than 10 seconds before rationally asking, "Are you sure you want to be with me?" "It's not because of Lioli, it's not because of my cooking skills, and it's not because of my close relationship with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Fei, you have to think it over carefully. If it's just one of these 3 reasons, I can't possibly agree to you." To be honest, Song Huanyan had never been in a serious relationship in her life. Her ex-boyfriend was forced into a relationship by her family because she was old enough. As for the deep feelings, they weren't. So when he betrayed her to be with her best friend, she wasn't particularly heartbroken. The real heartbreak was the betrayal of her best friend. She thought her friendship was genuine, but she couldn't resist the temptation of a man. It was really funny. But she figured it out within a day, and then she just stood by and watched coldly as the two families beat up the two men. Then, after the two left Pingcheng, she was busy with her own hot pot restaurant and tavern every day, and soon forgot about the couple. Despite this, she still had some hope for love because of her brother and sister-in-law. But she also understood that relationships depended on fate, and if she couldn't find the right person, she shouldn't force it. Having come from a failed relationship before, she had no desire or willingness to settle for a second one. Thus, she had to make it clear with Xiao Fei before anything began. Captain Xiao, the steely straight man, seemed to suddenly see the light in the face of Song Huanyan's three questions. He looked at Song Huanyan with gleaming eyes and said, "You mean, if I simply liked you and wanted to be with you, you would agree? Is that what you mean?" Song Huanyan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, have you learned to interpret things?" She opened her mouth to say something, but then Xiao Fei said, "Those three reasons are just secondary. The most important one, of course, is because of you. So you agree, right? We can be together?" "Secondary?" Song Huanyan laughed in anger, forgetting to refute his subsequent remarks. She rolled her eyes and said, It's a good plan." "How can that be a plan? It should be a prerequisite for pursuing you. Look, you got Xiao Xiao and Liu Li with you. If I want to be with you, I have to accept them both. Otherwise, you wouldn't agree, right?" At this point, he automatically assumed Song Huanyan had agreed to date him, so he boldly grasped her hand and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, as long as you don't put a hat on me, I will treat you wholeheartedly, just like Lao Jiang did with Bai Li. We take those too." "Wait a minute," Song Huanyan interrupted. "What do you mean by putting a hat on me? What hat should I put on you?" Xiao Fei choked. Damn, how could he have said that out of nowhere? Really, that broken mouth. He smiled awkwardly, trying to remain calm. "It's nothing, I was wrong. What I meant was that after we get together, I definitely live a good life with you. Our little home will be just like old Jiang and Bai Li's, simple yet warm. What do you say?" Speaking of Jiang Minglang and Bai Li, Song Huanyan envied them. If she could be like them, that would be nice. So the topic of wearing hats was brushed aside, and Song Huanyan didn't ask any further. She did have a small crush on Xiao Fei. Ever since they came to live with him, apart from his personal belongings, he had given her everything he had at home, letting her use it as she pleased. When he found something valuable on a mission, he didn't keep it to himself, he would just put it in the living room for her to use. Having lived together for so long, he couldn't say he was particularly good to her, but he was genuinely good to Xiao Xiao. Before this, she occasionally thought, surviving in this apocalyptic world with her niece, they either have to rely on each other for survival, or they have to find a man who is good to both her and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Fei undoubtedly met both criteria. Not only did he meet them, but he also treated Liu Li well. As much as she hated to admit it, this guy was good to Liu Li first, then to Xiao Xiao, and finally to her. According to that order, she actually ranked third. Of course, as a mature adult, Song Huanyan certainly wouldn't compete with her niece and a dog. So what? As long as she wasn't repulsed and was willing to date him, that was all. Nothing complicated. They were both adults, and since they discussed the topic and were interested in each other, they began dating the next day. The day after they confirmed their relationship, Xiao Fei was surprised to discover that Liu Li's belly seemed even bigger. He actually been keeping an eye on Liu Li for the past 2 weeks, but at first, he couldn't notice anything. The occasional bulge was simply from eating too much. After a few laps outside or 2 hours later, the bulge would deflate again. This made Xiao Fei feel a little discouraged. He felt like Xiao was useless. Why hadn't he succeeded? He finally noticed the bulge a couple of days ago, but since it wasn't that obvious, he wasn't entirely sure. But today, he actually noticed that Liu Li's belly was even bigger before dinner. She's pregnant, right? Is it real this time? Right? Song Xiaoxiao squatted beside him, scratching her head in bewilderment. When did she get pregnant? How come I didn't know? Auntie, do you know? Song Huanyan had no idea. She spent her days either preoccupied with the crops, or thinking about food and winemaking. She hadn't really paid much attention to Liu Li. The three of them waited anxiously for over a week. Finally, after watching Liu Li's belly grow larger, they were finally sure she was pregnant. A dog's gestation period is typically 62 to 65 days. While it might seem long, it's actually quite short. So, while waiting for the puppies to be born, Xiao Fei diligently cleaned out one of the storage rooms and made a nest for Liuli. About a month later, on an evening with gloomy skies and the threat of rain, Liuli gave birth. Chapter 228. Xiaowu, where are you going? The Bai family was having dinner when Xiaowu, who had been crouching under the kitchen table, suddenly leaped out and hurried outside. Chi-Chi quickly put down his chopsticks and stood up to chase him. The Bai family members glanced over, but didn't pay any attention. As long as they didn't go out, everything would be fine. But it looked like it was going to rain today. Before they finished their meal, the first rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. At the same time, from the utility room, which Xiao Fei had left vacant, the bark of Liuli's dog was heard. The three people who were about to eat were startled. Xiao Fei, who had always paid special attention to Liuli, immediately rushed into the open utility room. The first thing he saw was Liuli lying in her nest, a pool of water beneath her. It's her water breaking. Song Huanyan, who arrived shortly after, confirmed at a glance, Liuli is giving birth. Don't ask her how a young woman knew this. The answer is that she was right beside her sister-in-law when her water broke before she gave birth to Xiao Xiao. At the time, her brother was accompanying a leader on a rural inspection tour, and she was alone with her sister-in-law, panicking. It was her sister-in-law who calmly instructed her to pack her things, then helped her downstairs to the hospital. On the way, she explained to her what breaking water meant. They were all mammals, so the birthing process should be similar. Woof woof. Seeing the three people standing in the room watching her, Liuli barked at her owners twice for the first time. Song Xiaoxiao, startled, took a step back and hugged her aunt's waist. It's okay. Dogs don't like people around when giving birth. Let's go out and close the door. The three of them left the utility room and gently closed the wooden door. Boom! Following the first muffled thunder, a second blast echoed. Xiaofei looked up at the sky, then back at the utility room. He then said to Song Huanyan and Xiao Xiao, go back and eat first. Afterward, you two stay inside with the windows tightly shut. No matter what happens outside, don't come out. Since the heavy snow, nearly 6 months have passed without a single rain. The weather fluctuates wildly, but it never rains. But precisely because of this, any sign of rain is sure to bring about a major upheaval. Since noon today, when the sky darkened, the entire city of Pingcheng was in a state of panic. The base commander had deployed guards in all directions, and Jiang Minglang was personally stationed at the north gate. Xiao Fei and Du Qian hadn't left their homes today. One was in Yunqi village, the other guarding the white fruit orchard. Su Bo and Shi Yu were also there, fearing any mishaps might arise in their base camp during this 6-month downpour. Xiaowu? Xiao Fei was just about to go out to take a look when he saw Xiaowu burst into his yard and dive into the closed utility room. Xiao Fei gaped in surprise, then paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. These two Shiba Inus were hilarious. They already had a fight the first time they met. No, it couldn't even be called a fight. Xiaowu had been unilaterally assaulting Liuli. Later, Liuli seemed angry and ignored him. I don't know who this lousy dog Xiaowu got his name from. Liuli ignored him, and he ignored her too. He even snatched Liuli's food when Chi-Chi was sharing it with them. Not at all gentlemanly. Watching the two Shiba Inus, both fire-type, show no interest in each other, and the prospect of a fire-type puppy seemed a distant prospect. It wasn't until Xiaowu returned from a long trip with them that Liuli seemed to have changed her mind about it. However, because their previous attempts to bring them together had failed, everyone gradually gave up on the idea. So, aside from a few children, no one else paid much attention to them. Xiao Fei was the same. As the saying goes, a flower may not bloom if you plant it with care, but a willow may grow into a forest if you plant it by accident. When you give up, success is achieved. Perhaps out of trust in Xiaowu, Xiao Fei, who had been worried about Liuli, breathed a sigh of relief when the dog arrived. Even if it rained heavily, with Xiaowu around, Liuli shouldn't have any problems. After all, the dog was raised by Bai Li, and with a master like him, this little pup would probably be reliable. Right? Not long after Xiaowu entered the utility room, Chi-Chi arrived. At that moment, muffled thunder roared again, and the sky suddenly darkened. Inky black instantly enveloped the entire sky, as if day had turned to night in the blink of an eye. Chi-Chi, having just entered the yard, was startled. Before she could say anything, Uncle Qiao herded her into the main room, along with Song Huanyan and Song Xiaoxiao. He closed the kitchen door, put on his pre-prepared raincoat, and before leaving the yard, glanced back at the utility room where Liuli lay. Just now, he seemed to have faintly heard the whimpering of puppies. Xiao Fei guessed that Liuli must have given birth. As for how many puppies, what they looked like, and whether Lioli was okay, there was no time to check. I just hope Xiu is reliable, and takes good care of his wife and children. As the first flash of lightning streaked across the sky, Bailey heard the roar of wild beasts outside the city. As expected, rainy days are most likely to drive animals wild. Except for Bai Yang, all the members of the Bai family stayed inside, their doors and windows securely shut. Outside, they were protected by green ivy vines, ensuring their safety. Bailey was standing on the rooftop, looking down at the entire Baigua garden and Yunqi village. Even from the rooftop, she could see clearly not only their area, but also the green ivy she had previously nurtured along the easternmost wall of Pingqing, and the green ivy along the southernmost Pingjiang River. From such a distance, she could see everything clearly through their perspective. Bailey placed her hand on her belly. It seemed as if her supernatural powers had increased significantly since entering her 5th month of pregnancy. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, a gentle smile spreading across her face. She whispered, "Awake?" Her daughter was so well behaved. She had been moving since the 4th month, but only when her parents or brother wanted her to. She would stretch out her fists or kick her legs. The rest of the time, she seemed to sleep peacefully, incredibly well behaved. There was thunder and lightning, and rain was about to begin. But perhaps because her mood was generally calm and uneventful, the little one slept peacefully as usual. She simply noticed her mother's hand on her belly, so she stretched out her little foot to greet her. When she was born, she would probably have the same special abilities as her. It was a mother's intuition. Go to sleep. Bailey rubbed her belly, and after her daughter calmed down, she looked south again. Originally, there had been a great deal of commotion across the Pingjiang River, but after the thunderous roar of the tiger, the previously agitated animals had calmed down. Those that had rushed to the riverbank slowly retreated until they disappeared into the jungle. The soldiers guarding Pingjiang Bridge breathed a sigh of relief. However, those on the eastern wall weren't as fortunate as those on the southern side. A chaotic roar of various animals rose higher and higher amidst the muffled thunder and lightning. It seemed as if a heavy rain would fall in the next second, immediately crashing down on the walled base of human survivors. Bailey placed her hands on the railing and slowly closed her eyes. The soldiers guarding the eastern wall suddenly noticed the green ivy growing rapidly. Originally covering only the entire wall, it now grew even denser, extending a web of vines beyond the wall. Everyone watched in silence, their panic suddenly calming. At the same time, at the north gate guarded by Jiang Minglang, there was already a small commotion. This wasn't caused by frenzied animals, but by survivors seeking refuge. Those who had been recovering from minor injuries near the city gate had been relocated to the nearest residential complex when the weather changed at noon. However, those lying critically injured outside the city were not allowed in, leading to clashes between their families and the soldiers guarding the gates. This meant they were abandoned, destined to perish in the rain or at the hands of rabid animals. What difference did it make to killing them? The families wanted their loved ones to enter the city, even if it meant moving them to the tented areas used for recuperation. It was better than abandoning them outside. They argued vehemently, ignoring the explanations of the administrative staff. In the gloomy morning sky, a critically injured survivor, near death, suddenly opened his eyes, went berserk, and killed 3 nearby survivors. Severe injuries can easily affect the weather, like zombies infected with the virus, losing their minds and biting anyone they see. During heavy rain, not only do they have to deal with the maddened animals outside the city, but even those inside, despite daily patrols and cleanups, are never completely clean. With so few people, there's no way they risk over 100 seriously injured people. For Jiang Minglang, weighing the pros and cons was almost unnecessary. He immediately issued an order barring the seriously injured from entering the city. Even those with minor injuries, who were relocated to nearby residential areas, were given individual rooms, and the doors were locked after they entered, to prevent them from losing their minds and going berserk due to the thunderstorm. What the hell are you making noise for? Get out of here if you keep making noise. It was Lu Su's team's turn at the city gate today. Survivors were still outside urgently registering to enter the city. Instead of returning to their own homes, these family members, who had already entered, were blocking the way and causing more trouble. Seeing this, he was furious. He immediately grabbed the man in his 30s at the front and literally threw him out of the city. Can't bear to leave your brother, huh? Fine, go out and stay with him. Stay outside and don't come back in. He cursed, pointing at a few people still arguing and about to attack. When they saw he was serious, they immediately shut up in fear. Get out. Either go back to your houses or get out of town. Anyone who stays here will be killed. Lu Su was 1.80 meters tall and sturdy. When he pointed a knife at someone, he was quite intimidating. It was also because the soldiers under base commander Yang were too kind and didn't use violence against them, which allowed them to push their luck again and again. Jiang Minglang, watching all this from his sentry post, twitched his lips. This kid's not bad, he looks even better now than before. The tent area outside the city, housing the seriously injured, wasn't just a tent. Earth-type espers had already built earthen walls around and on top of them, and Lu Ying had also wrapped her own vines around them for reinforcement. Although her abilities had improved significantly compared to before, no matter how much she improved, she couldn't seem to reach Bai Li's level of telekinesis. She could only summon vines from her palms to fight. As for using the vine's perspective to see, that was even more impossible. Even so, her abilities were still among the best among today's espers. Just like now, as the survivors outside the city lined up to rush into the city, she stood by with a stern face, maintaining order. Anyone who tried to cut in line would be entangled with her vines and thrown out. Her movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. If you make any more noises, the vines will wrap around your mouth as well. She hadn't considered this before, but after being tied up by Bai Li last time, she immediately put it into practice. As a result, the survivors who had rushed over dared not raise any objections, not even a word. They obediently lined up, underwent inspection, and entered the city. Wait a moment, your daughter is injured. Get out first. You can't enter for now. Also, what's with that cat in your arms? In the long line, outside the gate, when it was almost the turn of a mother and daughter, Lu Ying's companion suddenly stepped forward, grabbed a little girl about 10 years old, and stopped the short-haired woman in front of the child, holding her back. The woman was startled and turned to look at her daughter, only then realizing that her daughter's arm, dangling at her side, was dripping with blood. Her pupil shrank as she quickly freed one hand, bent down, and gently lifted her daughter's arm, whispering, Yeah, are you hurt? Why didn't you tell me? It's just a little bit, it doesn't hurt. The little girl then cautiously looked at the man who had stopped them, and timidly asked, Uncle, my injury is minor, just a little skin break. Honestly, look if you don't believe me. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing her slender arm and a cut, seemingly caused by something. It wasn't a large cut, but it was deep, otherwise, the bleeding wouldn't have been so severe and unstoppable. In the dim light, the little girl's face was clearly pale from the excessive blood loss. The man frowned and said, You can't call that a minor injury? With that look on your face, I won't let you in, no matter what. And you, what's with that cat in your arms? The short-haired woman was carrying a large backpack on her back, and something wrapped in clothing in her arms. At first, he thought she was holding a child, but as she passed by the man, he accidentally saw a fluffy cat's head and realized it was a cat. My kitten is injured. Then you can't go in either. Your daughter is injured, and your cat is injured too. How can you get in? Get out of the way, quick. The man interrupted the woman impatiently, reaching out to push them both aside so the others could continue. But just as his outstretched hand was about to touch the woman, a cat's meow suddenly emanated from her clothing. And before he could react, his arm felt a sudden chill, followed by a sharp pain. Chapter 229. Good for nothing. Damn cat, Sister Ying. Don't. Following a series of shouts and screams, the people around them quickly dispersed. Those further away could only see a white shadow dodging between two vines. Soon after, there was a snap, followed by a meow, and then what sounded like the whimpering of a little girl. Then, a mother and a daughter, one large and one small, were entangled by two vines, roughly pulled out of the line, and thrown to the side. No, not just the mother and daughter, the little girl was clutching a cat tightly in her arms. What are you looking at? Those who want to enter the city should hurry up and line up. Those injured should step forward. There's medical care up ahead. You can't hide it. When we get there. Humph. The man who spoke was the one who had just discovered the little girl was injured and accidentally scratched by the cat. He covered his arm, scolded her, and turned to look at the mother and daughter on the ground with a sinister expression. If the two soldiers from the management office hadn't come running over, he would have definitely killed the damn cat and the woman. It hurt so much. Thinking of this, the man looked at the mother and daughter, and the cat lying on the ground, bound by vines, with a sinister look in his eyes. Sister Ying, they can't enter the city. And this cat must be killed, otherwise it's going to rain like crazy. The thunder in the sky continued to rumble. The sky had already darkened, and lightning flashed one after another. If there weren't so many survivors outside, the gate would have been closed long ago, and they wouldn't have to be so nervously maintaining order outside, facing the possibility of being caught off guard. How annoying, Upon hearing that her cat was about to be killed, the little girl named Yaya's eyes flashed with panic. She hugged the kitten tightly in her arms, looked at Lu Ying tearfully, and pleaded, "My cat won't go crazy. It was just injured trying to save me. Auntie, please don't kill it, okay?" Then she looked at her mother, who was tied to her, and said, "Mom, don't be afraid. Mom won't let anything happen to you and Fantong." Although exhausted, the woman managed to break the vines that bound them with a single effort. The onlookers were stunned, then suddenly realized that this was a person with supernatural powers. Although supernatural powers have mostly appeared in men since the apocalypse, women have also had them. Not surprising. So, is there going to be another fight? Just when everyone thought the situation was tense, and that the wood element was going to teach the mother-daughter and the cat a lesson, a person with supernatural powers suddenly appeared from the city. In the blink of an eye, he had sprinted from the city gate to the mother and daughter. Once everyone had settled down, and could clearly see who was coming, Lu Ying and her companions were stunned. They didn't know his full name, but they knew he was Deputy Base Commander Zhang's man, and everyone called him Lao Sheng. "Can you get up? Get up and follow me." Lao Sheng looked down at the mother and daughter hugging each other. His expressionless face made his words seem cold and heartless. "Leave these two to me. You guys stay back and watch." He addressed Lu Ying and the others, leaving no room for questioning, a command. Although Lao Sheng's appearance seemed strange, and his taking people away even more illogical, with the impending downpour, and so many people still waiting to be accommodated, no one thought much about it, nor did they have time to think much. Lu Ying and the others turned and walked away. The short-haired woman, holding her daughter and cat in her arms, finally struggled to her feet, and stumbled after Old Sheng toward the city gate. He had assumed Old Sheng was taking the child, the mother, and the cat to the tented area at the gate for the seriously injured. But when the man following Lu Ying turned back, he saw that Old Sheng had actually taken the mother and daughter directly into the city. He hadn't even bothered with medical attention. Mao Weihao was stunned and quickly called out to Lu Ying, "Sister Ying, why did Brother Sheng bring those mother and daughter into the city? And that cat? It's going to go crazy when it rains. Why are you meddling so much?" Lu Ying interrupted him, glancing at Mao Weihao with disapproval, and whispered a warning, "This is none of your business. Stay out of my business." Did she not see through his subtle motives? When it came to being mean and cruel, Mao Weihao was far behind. You know, before settling in Pengcheng, all the looting and plundering their group had been orchestrated by her. But after settling down in Pengcheng for over a year, she felt she finally retired. As much as she hated to admit it, she was also a little afraid of being dealt with by that woman like her brother. But honestly, not having to think of any evildoing was quite relaxing. Lu Ying felt her life was good now, and didn't want to cause trouble. She warned Mao Weihao again, "Don't think about things you shouldn't think about, and don't do things you shouldn't do. Otherwise I won't protect you." Mao Weihao was furious. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm, scratched by a cat and bleeding profusely, and said angrily, "Was my injury in vain?" Lu Ying called over her fellow water-powered psychic, "Give him a rinse to disinfect him." Then, after a moment's thought, she said to Mao Weihao, "After today's rain passes, I have my brother apply for a subsidy for you." Elsewhere, the mother and daughter who had been brought into the city by Old Sheng were a bit bewildered. He previously threatened them with violence, yet now, they were allowed in without even an inspection? What was going on? The mother and daughter were led directly into the duty room, not far from the main gate. When they saw the tall figure sitting inside, they were both stunned. Jiang Minglang looked at Yaya and smiled. "What? Don't you recognize them?" Bao Xiaolin was the first to react, speaking instinctively. How could it be, Old Jiang, Lizzie and Chi-Chi? Yes, these mother and daughter were none other than Bao Xiaolin and her daughter Yaya, whom Bai Li and Chi-Chi had been thinking about. The injured white cat was the little stray cat from the neighborhood that Chi-Chi and Yaya had been feeding. Jiang Minglang replied, "They're both fine. Wait a few days." He paused, his eyes scanning the wounds on Bao Xiaolin, Yaya, and the cat. Seeing their dusty, shabby appearances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it had been for mother and daughter to get here. But even so, it wasn't appropriate to take them to Baigu Garden right away. After all, a heavy rain was approaching, and there was no time. They could only wait until the rain passed, then arrange for Tainan to treat their injuries. Then, after a few days of observation, to see if there were any abnormalities, they could be taken to Yunqi village. "Uncle Jiang, are you saying that I'd be able to see Chi-Chi in a few days?" Jiang Minglang looked at the girl's thin, somewhat unrecognizable face, which lit up with surprise at the mention of his son's name. His eyes softened, and he said gently, "Yes, Your Aunt Bai and Chi-Chi have been thinking about you and your mother. Uncle will have someone take you to a resettlement facility soon. Just stay well and recover. You'll be able to see Chi-Chi when you're better. Time was running out, so Jiang Minglang didn't spend much time chatting with the mother and daughter. He called Lao Sheng and asked him to drive them to the nearest residential complex for temporary resettlement. Of course, before leaving, they had to have a doctor examine their wounds, disinfect them, and bandage them. Just as Bao Xiaolin, her daughter, and Fan Tong were settled in, the sky suddenly brightened, with flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder. The rain hadn't fallen yet, but the lightning and thunder were already terrifying. At the same time, Xiaowu lay in Liuli's doghouse, patiently licking two wet puppies. The two Shiba Inus were the same color as him and Liuli, one a classic brown, the other a beautiful fiery red. The little balls of flesh, newly born, were whimpering softly with their eyes closed, their heads moving back and forth unconsciously. Xiaowu licked the two puppies clean one by one. Seeing them scrambling as if searching for something, he hurriedly pushed them into Liuli's arms. Go find some milk. However, Liuli, who had been resting with her eyes closed after giving birth, suddenly opened her eyes and bared her teeth and growled at the puppies. She also tried to lift one of her hind legs to kick them away. But before she could, Xiaowu pinned her down with a paw. Xiaowu half stood, looking down at Liuli. Her eyes, once beautiful as glass, were now tinged with scarlet, her gaze a little unfocused, yet at the same time clear. Liuli glared at Xiaowu, its bared teeth clenched, then opened again, then closed again. A canine face seamlessly shifted between turmoil and madness. Anyone present would likely immediately think it was schizophrenic. Xiaowu took in Liuli's entire appearance. Its amber eyes were calm. Protecting the two puppies beneath its body, it held Liuli's leg, lowering its head, and licking Liuli's shifting eyes with its tongue. After licking Liuli's eyes, it licked his head. And so, as Xiaowu patiently licked each one, the crimson in Liuli's eyes slowly faded, and its once dazed eyes regained clarity. It stared blankly at Xiaowu, a low, aggrieved growl escaping its throat. Xiaowu nuzzled its head, then its neck, then released the paw that was holding its hind legs, and licked its legs soothingly. Then, she pulled the two puppies under her, and lay down beside Liuli. As the last thunder roared through the sky, a crackling sound echoed from the roof, followed by a series of increasingly loud clacking sounds, all slamming against the tiles. Even with the doors and windows tightly shut, and the house tightly packed, a faint, irritating mist still seeped in through the cracks in the door. But with Xiaowu blocking the way, the warmth of his body spread to Liuli, and her restlessness miraculously subsided when Xiaowu turned his head to lick her head. Fatigue from childbirth finally allowed her to ignore the thunder and rain, closing her eyes, and slumbering beside Xiaowu's neck. As Liuli fell asleep, she was unaware that just as she had calmed down, her two puppies began to stir in the pouring rain. Just as he had soothed Liuli, Xiaowu scooped the two little ones up in his arms, and licked them one by one after the other, until he finally calmed them down and curled up to sleep. Watching the mother and her three children sleeping peacefully, Xiaowu didn't seem particularly reassured. Instead, he turned his head and looked out the door, where the rain was pouring down. Even though he was huddled in his den, he could hear the unusual barking of dogs from the village. Chi-Chi heard it too, and he couldn't sit still in the main room. After this downpour, who knows how many cats and dogs in the village will be killed, and how many people will be injured. Chi-Chi wasn't afraid of the rain, because he could control it so it wouldn't fall on him. Song Huanyan couldn't stop him, so she could only urge him to be careful and run away if he encountered a problem he couldn't solve. Xiao also wanted to go with Chi-Chi, but her aunt stopped her. It wasn't that she didn't want to take risks, but rather that her abilities were limited. Her rain control wasn't as strong as Chi-Chi's, and her ability didn't last as long. She was afraid that going with them would hinder their efforts and distract others from caring for her. Before leaving, Chi-Chi stopped by the utility room where Liuli's production was being conducted, but she didn't go inside. Instead, she peeked through the window. Even so, Xiaowu spotted her immediately. After all, the two brothers knew each other so well that even in the pouring rain, he could still detect Chi-Chi's footsteps as he approached the house. Xiaowu, as usual, was about to get up and leave, but Chi-Chi stopped him with a gesture. Of course, he didn't miss the sleeping Liuli and her two puppies, a tiny, adorable sight. Chi-Chi suppressed the urge to touch them, and silently told Xiaowu, "Take good care of Liuli and the puppies. I'd be out for a bit and back soon." With that, he turned and walked away. As he walked, a barrier seemed to form around him, shielding the heavy rain from his body, preventing a single drop from landing. After over 2 years of relentless training by his own father, although Chi-Chi wasn't a speed-type Esper, he could run quite fast. Since Uncle Qiao was in the front row, he headed straight for the houses in the middle of Yunqi village. The cats and dogs there were barking the loudest. No, they couldn't even be called barks, they were shrill growls and barks, and it was clear they had lost their minds. Thankfully, the villagers had learned their lesson. Not only were all the windows securely closed, but wooden frames had been nailed to the outside. Even the main room door was covered with a metal security door. Breaking down the doors and windows in this situation wasn't easy. When Chi-Chi arrived at the first house, he saw their tabby cat frantically scratching at the wooden shelf. He froze the cat with a single hand, then picked it up and threw it into a nearby iron cage, locking it with a click. Then he turned and left, heading for the next house. His father said that even animals that go crazy in the rain might recover after the downpour. In the end, he couldn't bear it and killed them all. Take the tabby cat, for example, it had been incredibly useful, catching insects and mice. He treated the large dog at the next house the same way and caged it. These days, almost every household with a cat or dog has a cage, just in case. As for why they didn't cage them before the rain, it was because they thought they might not go crazy and would help ward off any unexpected animals. Chi-Chi's water was already very cold, so his ice didn't melt easily. Even in today's 38 to 39 degrees Celsius temperature, it should last at least 5 hours. In 5 hours, the rainstorm will basically be over. By then, it will be clear whether these cats and dogs have returned to normal or are still going crazy. Chapter 230. Bailey hadn't expected her son to be so capable. At the moment the heavy rain began to fall, she remained on the roof. Although thunder and lightning raged, and dark shadows occasionally streaked across the sky, the white orchard remained within her sight, because the green ivy covered the entire roof. So there was nothing to worry about. Furthermore, the roof had a lightning rod, so there was no need to worry about being struck by lightning. So, she simply pulled a chair and sat on it. First, she looked at the frantic animals entangled in green ivy on the easternmost wall. The soldiers took advantage of the opportunity and easily dispatched them one by one. Then she looked towards Yunqi village. There were 2 households that she had her particular attention on, Professor Lang and Elder Hua. As soon as the muffled thunder began to sound, she had already covered the walls of their 2 courtyards with green ivy. Now, looking again, she saw 2 fully armed girls standing at the gates of each courtyard, Lung Hanyu and Hua Xiyun. As luck would have it, both girls possessed water abilities. Now, standing at the doorway, they, like Chi-Chi, erected a barrier in front of them, shielding them from the rain. However, they couldn't achieve Chi-Chi's ability, where even when they ran, the barrier moved with them, shielding them from the rain. They could only stand there, controlling the rain from hitting them. This technique took Chi-Chi's patient instruction, though there was no other way, for a month. Seeing that Elder Hua and Professor Lung's families were safe, Bailey turned her gaze towards Yunqi village and saw her beloved son, busy as a top, cleaning up the cats, dogs, and other livestock that had gone berserk during the thunderstorm. Despite his young age, his movements were quick and decisive, without a single scrap of clumsy movement. His speed rivaled Qiyu and the others, and thanks to his special ability, he could even freeze animals, allowing him to handle them even more effectively. Even if an animal attacked him unexpectedly, he could react quickly and safely dodge, then subdue the animal with a counterattack. Bai Li's eyes lit up at the sight. Although she had always known Jiang Minglang never slacked off in his son's training, and had taken him with him on several outings, this was the first time she had witnessed a true combat situation. It felt like a child finally growing up. Following Chi-Chi through the homes of pet owners in Yunqi village, Bai Li noticed that, with the exception of the elderly, children, and ordinary people, the villagers remained indoors, refusing to leave. But all those with special abilities were guarding their own front doors, weapons in hand. Not only did they guard their own homes, but they also rushed to support any neighbors who might be in need. Even her good-for-nothing cousin, Bai Wei, was the same. While he wasn't a psychic, he had been training with Jiang Minglang and the others for over a year, and his physique, skills, and reflexes were all incomparable to before. Naturally, he was now more than capable of protecting himself in such a situation. Thus, even though this thunderstorm was fiercer and heavier than ever before, aside from the screams and roars of animals, not a single human scream could be heard in the village. Bai Li let out a subtle sigh. To be honest, Yunqi village had reached this point, something she hadn't anticipated. After all, when the apocalypse began, she hadn't considered it part of their marital responsibilities. At that time, she simply wished for her family to be safe and sound. Thanks to everyone's calm response, during the 2-hour thunderstorm, The damage to Yunchi village and Baigoyan was virtually non-existent, save for the crops that hadn't yet grown in the fields. The only regret was the half-ripe wheat and upland rice. After the temperature rose, everyone, under the guidance of Professor Lang and Teacher Kong, plowed and irrigated the land. Half of the seeds they planted were new varieties cultivated by Professor Lung. Over a month of hard work, now all wasted by a thunderstorm. Of course, everyone understood that there was nothing that could be done about this kind of natural disaster. But they were still heartbroken. During the thunderstorm, the Pingjiang Bridge to the south seemed remarkably calm compared to the Northern Highway intersection. Even though there were occasional deafening tiger roars, the soldiers guarding this area weren't afraid. They had heard them many times since the initial thunderstorm, and knew it was the white tiger suppressing its minions. So, not only were they not afraid, they felt strangely reassured. Who could have imagined that one day they would be soothed by a tiger? Compared to their peaceful situation, the area around the Northern Highway intersection and the western wall of the greenhouse area was particularly bloody. When the heavy rain arrived, there were still about 80 or 90 survivors left at the highway intersection, who had not yet registered. After a quick check, the medical staff found no obvious serious injuries, and temporarily arranged for them all to enter the city. But once inside, they were only temporarily housed in the tent area previously used for the recovery of the less seriously injured. Even so, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could get in, it was better than staying outside. After all, before they entered, they had clearly seen the numerous frenzied animals and countless birds swarming from behind, to the left, and to the right. Then came a relentless barrage of gunfire and various supernatural attacks. For a moment, their ears were filled with thunder, gunfire, and the roars and screams of animals, leaving them with a ringing and a dizziness. Some, with minor injuries and weak willpower, clutched their heads and screamed uncontrollably. Some even had red eyes, looking no different from the frenzied animals. Thankfully, the supernatural survivors were singled out, so they could knock anyone out if they noticed anything unusual. Thus, throughout the thunderstorm, despite occasional commotion in the tent area, which was pounding with raindrops, everything remained under control and relatively normal. The rain poured down heavily, and the asphalt outside the city, gleaming black, was washed over with waves of blood. Only when the thunder died down and the raindrops faded did the thick, sickening smell of blood slowly dissipate in the wind and rain. Bao Xiaolin, who had been staring nervously out the window, felt her tense nerves relax the moment the downpour subsided. Her body immediately slumped limply onto the floor, falling asleep. Half an hour earlier, despite having eaten something to replenish her energy, Yaya, still unable to hold on due to the excessive blood loss and the long journey at such a young age, collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Fantong, the tabby cat, huddled with her and closed his eyes. The wind roared, and the rain continued to patter against the windows, but the mother, daughter, and cat inside the house cared nothing more than a deep, dark sleep. The mutant green ivy along the four walls of Yunchi village took advantage of the downpour to feast. Rabbit, rat, snake, and various mutated insects used to avoid these green ivy, hovering out of their reach. But today, having lost control, they mindlessly rammed into the walls. For these mutant green ivy, it was truly impossible not to eat. Though unaffected by the heavy rain, their full sustenance inevitably led to their branches and leaves extending, growing fuller and more luxuriant, and their white-bottomed green ivy flowers blooming even more vibrantly. So, after the rain stopped, when everyone came out to clean up the accumulated water and wind-broken leaves and tree trunks from the roads, they discovered that their green ivy walls had grown taller, denser, and even the flowers were more numerous and larger. Everyone observed them silently for a moment, before turning and quietly walking away. The fact that Yunchi village was relatively unaffected by the outside world during this thunderstorm was likely due to these mutant green ivy. It seemed they would have to find more food for them in the future. After visiting Yunchi village and Baigoyan, Qiao Fei wanted to go home to see Liuli and her puppies. But upon reaching his doorstep, he saw a little clay child squatting under the eaves of his front door. Chi-Chi? Qiao Fei looked at the little creature, who seemed to lack the energy to even speak, with a hint of amusement. He bent down, flicked his forehead, and said with a smile, "Tired? But you did a great job today. When your dad gets home, tell him what reward you want." Chi-Chi stared blankly ahead, his eyes unfocused. His lips moved as he hummed weakly, "Uncle Qiao, be a man. Give me a reward." Qiao Fei, He laughed in anger. "What do you have in mind for my family, you little rascal?" Chi-Chi rolled his eyes, shifting from the void to the face of the person before him, and uttered two words, "Puppies." He then emphasized, "Give me both." Although they were Lioli's puppies, without his Xiaowu, what good would she have done? So, clever Chi-Chi naturally seized ownership of one of the puppies. However, the two puppies were different colors, and he wanted both. But he also knew the chances were slim. So, with a sudden inspiration, he seized the opportunity to make a request. Xiao Fei raised his hand and slapped him on the head. "Little rascal, what are you thinking? You've seen it, haven't you? Lioli gave birth to two?" With that, Xiao Fei stood up, eager to head back to the yard. However, just as he lifted his right leg, it suddenly sank. Looking down, he saw that the little BS Chi-Chi had suddenly pounced on him, hugging his waist, his legs clambering over his right leg like a tree. "I can't walk anymore. Take me inside." Chi-Chi was truly exhausted. He'd been running non-stop and using his powers. He didn't feel it when he was busy, but as soon as he stopped, his legs felt so heavy he couldn't even lift them. He could only get to Uncle Chiao's door, and couldn't even walk into the yard. He was so tired, seriously. I'd never been so tired before. He used to partner with Gigi, with Xiaowu assisting him. But today, neither of them was around, and he was working non-stop alone. By the end, his legs felt like they weren't his own. Xiao Fei bent down and picked him up, saying, "If those animals you froze can regain their composure, then your hard work today will have paid off. However, Uncle Chiao can give you any other reward, and that's a favor to you, Guzi. You little rascal, you know how long Uncle Chiao has been waiting for Lioli's pup. How could you bear to let my hopes be dashed?" Chi-Chi nodded. "I can't bear it. It's not my hope that's been dashed, so how does yours have anything to do with me, Xiao Fei? That bastard." He wanted to throw him to the ground, but Chi-Chi realized it beforehand and quickly hugged his neck tightly, refusing to let go. "Jiang Qi. How about this, Uncle Chiao? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets the two puppies. How's that?" "Not really. You just said Lioli gave birth to two puppies, didn't you? I definitely had to keep one. You have Xiaowu, so you can't keep the other one either. Uncle Wei. Wouldn't it be better if you didn't tell Uncle Wei?" Xiao Fei, He thought for a moment and answered seriously, "As a dog, Xiaowu can't raise his own puppies, and you're still a minor. You can't do that." "Okay, that's the truth. No reasoning. No arguments allowed. What kind of brat is this? Why are there so many whys and whys?" He pushed open the door, carrying Chi-Chi in one hand and walking inside. Song Huanyan was cleaning up the accumulated water in the yard. She had actually heard the noise at the door earlier, but she didn't want to disturb Lioli, so she didn't go to open the door. She hadn't expected Chi-Chi to come in with Xiao Fei, and even more so, Chi-Chi would be covered in mud. This was the most embarrassing moment she had ever seen this little guy. She didn't ask Chi-Chi why he gotten into this state. Why would she? The little guy must be helping to deal with the frantic animals in the village. Seeing his pale little face, her heart ached. Song Huanyan stepped forward to take Chi-Chi, but Xiao Fei dodged, saying, "He's dirty. Don't get him on you." Song Huanyan was upset. "What's the big deal? If his clothes get dirty, they just wash. Give Chi-Chi to me, and I take him home." His clothes were soaked, he needed to shower and change quickly. Chi-Chi hurriedly said, "Auntie Huanyan, you don't have to take me. Let Uncle Chiao do it. I just came in to check on Xiaowu and the two puppies. I'll be home soon." He was embarrassed to let Auntie Huanyan hold him, because he was so dirty. He inevitably stepped in the water as he ran. In a hurry, he had no time to prevent the water from splashing onto him, especially since he was also trying to keep the rain off his head. However, this also served as a reminder for him. The next training goal was to control all water around him and avoid getting it on him. Lioli was still asleep in the kennel. The two puppies had woken up once, and Xiaowu had moved them from under his belly into Lioli's arms. They closed their eyes, found their food, and sucked vigorously for a while. Perhaps they had found what they wanted, so they stopped whining and fell asleep again. When Chi-Chi and Xiao Fei entered, Xiaowu tilted his head back to look at his little master, his amber eyes gleaming with joy. Then, he used his head to pull the two puppies out from under Lioli's belly and push them to Chi-Chi. Xiao Fei put Chi-Chi down, and the two of them squatted in front of Xiaowu, their eyes brightening as they stared at the two puppies, one red and one brown. Oh my, even though their eyes were still closed, why did they look so adorable? Xiao Fei, a man of integrity, finally understood at that moment why that little scoundrel Jiang Qi wanted to take the two puppies with him. He wanted both, and he didn't want to give them to anyone else.